Only after the flash marriage did I realize my wife is actually a celebrity. Chapter 1, Blind Date. A café in Ludao. Qin Junshuo sat in his chair, propping up his face with one hand while the fingers of the other tapped rhythmically on the table as he quietly waited for his blind date to arrive. I don't know what has gotten into my mom. I'm only 25 and she is already setting me up on blind dates, he grumbled internally. Despite the complaint, his expression remained calm as he casually sipped his coffee. His goal today was simple: go through the motions with the blind date and then head back to his dorm to work on his thesis. Hi, are you Qin Junshuo? A soft, sweet voice rang out beside him. He looked up to see a young woman wearing sunglasses, a face mask, and a long-sleeved trench coat standing next to him. Yes, Qin Junshuo nodded lightly. After sitting across from him, the girl introduced herself. My name is Liu Yushi. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Qin Junshuo looked at her, a bit puzzled by how wrapped up she was. It's south 30 degrees today. Aren't you hot dressed like that? Liu Yushi was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that to be his first question. But on second thought, it made sense. Who wears a trench coat in the middle of summer? After considering for a moment, Liu Yushi shrugged off her coat and set it aside. She was about to continue speaking but realized it was impolite to talk while wearing sunglasses, so she took them off and placed them on the table. I have a bit of a cold, so I'll keep the mask on, she said. Qin Junshuo shrugged indifferently. No problem. Let us chat, Miss Liu. Okay. Liu Yushi nodded slightly. Tapping his fingers on the table again, Qin Junshuo spoke frankly. To be honest, I'm not looking for a relationship or marriage right now. I only came because my mom forced me to. Same here, Liu Yushi replied, nodding. Qin Junshuo chuckled and spread his hands. Well then, let us just go through the motions and call it a day. Sound good? But instead of responding, Liu Yushi clasped her hands together and looked at him. Aren't you bothered by your parents pressuring you to get married? Of course I am. The point is, I'm just not thinking about those things yet. But my family keeps pushing. My mom gave me a final ultimatum this time, otherwise I would have just refused like always, he said helplessly. In that case, I have a win-win proposal. Would you like to hear it? Oh? A win-win? Qin Junshuo raised an eyebrow with interest. Do tell. Liu Yushi took off her mask. This was the first time Qin Junshuo got a proper look at her. Her black hair was tied into a simple ponytail. She wore a neatly tailored black and white casual outfit, with a round neckline that revealed her elegant collarbone. Her eyes were bright and clear, her eyebrows gently arched, her skin fair as snow, and her overall aura graceful and refined. Well, Liu Yushi began, I think the best way to stop our parents from nagging us to get married is to actually find someone both families are happy with and just go ahead and get married. That way, the issue is solved once and for all. You get what I mean? Her words pulled Qin Junshuo out of his thoughts. He could hear the implication behind her suggestion and continued tapping his fingers on the table. So what are you saying? He asked bluntly. Have you heard of a contract marriage? She asked. Oh? Qin Junshuo raised an eyebrow. So you're suggesting we get into that kind of arrangement? Yes, Liu Yushi nodded. Qin Junshuo let out a small laugh and said playfully, Miss Liu, you do know that contract marriages aren't really protected by law. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy? Liu Yushi furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before answering, our mothers are quite good friends, and your mom has told me a lot about you. Plus, I trust her judgment and believe you're not that kind of person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this up. She glanced at her watch and added, Mr. Qin, please consider my suggestion. I believe this arrangement would benefit both of us in the long run. Qin Junshuo kept tapping the table, thinking for a moment, then looked up at her. I don't see a problem with it. Why did he agree to something so absurd? The answer was simple: marrying someone approved by his parents would completely eliminate the pressure to get married. Once that problem was solved, he could focus on finishing his degree. And if things fell apart later due to irreconcilable differences, he could always say they just didn't work out. Liu Yushi smiled gently. So, Mr. Qin, do you have time this afternoon? If you're available, I think we should go get the marriage certificate. Qin Junshuo looked confused. Is it a bit too fast to get the certificate today? Liu Yuxi explained, because of work, I have to travel to Zhejiang and Shanghai starting tomorrow, and I'll be gone for about 3 months. So I'd like to get it done today while I still have the time. During those 3 months, we can come up with a believable story of how we fell in love, so your mom and mine will believe the marriage is real. Alright, let us exchange contact info then. In the end, Qin Junshuo agreed to her idea. Okay. Liu Yuxi handed him her phone so he could add her on WeChat. Then she put on her trench coat, sunglasses, and said, Mr. Qin, let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 3 p.m. Qin Junshuo nodded. Sure. Great. See you at 3 sharp. I'll head out first. See you later. Liu Yuxi left the cafe, leaving Qin Junshuo still sipping his coffee. He stirred his cup with a spoon and didn't leave until he finished his drink and paid the bill. After leaving the cafe, Qin Junshuo took a cab back to Ludao University. He walked briskly to his dorm, which was in Building 10 of the Lingyun dormitory complex. Most PhD students in Lingyun had single rooms, with only a few double rooms. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Qin Junshuo had managed to snag a single room when they were available. Back in his dorm, he turned on the air conditioner, sat down at his desk, and was about to write his thesis. But after a moment's thought, he decided to call his mom first. As soon as the call connected, his mother eagerly asked, Junshuo, how did the blind date go today? It went okay. I had a nice chat with Xiao Liu. We might develop something in the future, he replied. That's great. Let me tell you, Xiao Liu is a real beauty, kind, gentle, and considerate. You need to act like a gentleman when you're with her. His mother went on and on about how he should behave around Liu Yuxi. Qin Junshuo listened carefully. After all, who knew how long they'd have to pretend to be husband and wife? Learning more about her wouldn't hurt. Chapter 2, Getting the Marriage Certificate. After Qin's mother finished speaking, she reminded him again, Ashuo, remember to get along well. I know, Mom. Alright then, I won't disturb you while you're working on your thesis. Go ahead and focus on it. I'm going out to buy groceries now, she said before hanging up. Qin Junshuo placed his phone on the table and opened his laptop to continue writing his thesis. Halfway through writing, he saved the document, leaned back in his chair to rest his eyes for a moment, then got up and walked to his cabinet to retrieve his household registration booklet and ID card. When he was 23, his family had bought him a 100 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom apartment in Ruijing paid in full, totaling nearly 8 million yuan. If his family didn't have some financial clout, he wouldn't have been able to repay such a loan on his own, even in 10 or 20 years. Qin Junshuo tapped his fingers on the table and stared out the window, lost in thought. After a moment, he sighed softly and got up to stretch. One step at a time. Hopefully, this flash marriage won't turn into a melodramatic mess. After booking the marriage registration appointment on the Civil Affairs Bureau's website, he discussed the details of picking up the certificate that afternoon with Liu Yuxi. Then he lay down on the bed to take a nap. When he woke up again, it was already 1:30 p.m. He ordered takeout and returned to his desk to continue writing. Qin Junshuo's major was economic law, a research-based doctoral program, a kind of degree where writing papers practically consumed your entire academic life. Most of his time was spent researching and working on his thesis. There was even a period when he was losing hair at an alarming rate. If it hadn't been for his naturally thick hair and his adjustment to a healthier schedule, he might have gone bald. Soon, his lunch arrived, delivered by a classmate working part-time as a courier. After quickly finishing his meal, Qin Junshuo cleaned himself up a bit. After all, they were going to take wedding photos in the afternoon. He had to look presentable. He put on the white outfit he and Liu Yuxi had agreed on, and the preparations were done. By 3 p.m., Qin Junshuo was already outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, wearing a mask. He arrived 10 minutes early and sat near the entrance, scrolling through short videos while silently waiting for Liu Yuxi. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. "You're here early," came Liu Yuxi's gentle voice. Qin Junshuo looked up to see her in a white dress. He put his phone away, stood up, and said, "It's our wedding, after all. A major life event. I should treat it seriously." Liu Yuxi took off her sunglasses and smiled. "Now you're making me feel a little guilty for keeping you waiting. Let us go in. The two of them walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side. The marriage process was simple. The first step was a premarital health check. The check was quick, and soon they came out with their results. Qin Junshuo looked at her. Any issues? Liu Yushi handed him her report and shrugged. Nothing on my end. Qin Junshuo glanced at it and then passed her his. Same here. Let us go take our wedding photos. We don't have any couple pictures yet, she said. Okay, Qin Junshuo nodded. They asked a staff member for directions and went to the photo room. In about 10 minutes, they had their pictures taken and printed the required 3-inch copies for the registration. An older staff member looked at their photo and praised them. You're a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Congratulations on your marriage. Qin Junshuo smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Then he pulled out some candies from his pocket. Here, some wedding sweets for good luck. Then I want to be polite, the staff replied cheerfully. After the photos, Liu Yushi said, let us go fill out the marriage registration forms in the hall. All right. They walked side by side, got 2 registration forms from the staff, and began filling them out. Not long after, they finished and got in line to take a number and wait. About 10 minutes later, their number was called. Qin Junshuo stood and looked at Liu Yushi, who was still seated. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand. Let me help you up. Liu Yushi paused slightly, then nodded and took his hand with a soft thank you. Qin Junshuo gave a gentle tug and helped her to her feet. They proceeded to the counter and completed the marriage registration. After pressing their fingerprints, the staff smiled and handed them their red marriage certificates. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you. Qin Junshuo took the certificates and placed some candies on the counter. Wedding sweets for good fortune. Afterward, they walked over to the oath-taking area to make their vows and took 2 commemorative photos. With the process complete, they left the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as they stepped outside, Liu Yushi suddenly stopped, standing still and staring at the marriage certificate in her hand, silent for a long time. Qin Junshuo noticed her unusual expression but didn't say anything, simply standing quietly beside her. Liu Yushi took a deep breath, as if letting go of something in her heart. Clutching the certificate tightly, she turned to Qin Junshuo with a bright smile and held out her hand. Mr. Qin, let us take good care of each other from now on. The sunlight fell on her face, and in that moment, a line from the Book of Songs came to Qin Junshuo's mind, as radiant as spring blossoms, as pure as the autumn moon. He gently held her hand. Let us take good care of each other. Then he said, why don't I take you to see my place? If you find it okay, maybe you can move in. Liu Yushi hesitated a little. Isn't he that a bit fast living together already? Qin Junshuo's expression turned a little awkward, but he patiently explained, it's not exactly living together. We can sleep in separate rooms. Besides, I don't stay at home that often. I sometimes spend weekends at my school dorm. And since we're married now, wouldn't it be kind of strange not to live together? You're right, that does make sense. All right, let us go take a look, Liu Yushi agreed with a nod. Sitting in the taxi, Liu Yushi wore sunglasses and a mask as she flipped the marriage certificate back and forth, looking at it with curiosity. Qin Junshuo rested his cheek in his hand, also staring at the certificate. The taxi driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror and grinned. Hey, you two just got your marriage certificates today. Qin Junshuo nodded in response. Congratulations. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Thanks. Qin Junshuo reached into his pocket to offer candy but realized he had none left. Embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly. I ran out of wedding sweets. Sorry. The driver waved it off. No worries, he said cheerfully, continuing to drive while chatting with Qin Junshuo and sharing his own post-marriage experiences. Qin Junshuo listened attentively, taking in the useful advice and ignoring the rest. Liu Yushi, meanwhile, had her head lowered, seemingly a little shy. Chapter 3 Moving. Along the way, the driver chattered non-stop with Qin Junshuo. Only after they finally arrived at the destination did the driver stop talking. Qin Junshuo took out his mobile phone, paid the bill, and got off the car with Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo came to the gate of the community, swiped his card and took Liu Yushi into the community. As they walked, Qin Junshuo said, "This is our home. You can move in when the time comes. I usually only come back during short vacations. If you stay at home, remember to clean your room a little. Liu Yushi was stunned. What did you just say? Qin Junshuo paused and looked at Liu Yushi and repeated, I say, if you stay at home, remember to tidy up your room a little. It's not this sentence, it's the first sentence. Liu Yushi shook her head. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, I said this is our home. Our home. Liu Yushi repeated. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi a little strangely and said, what else? We are married, so my home is naturally your home as well. Of course, your home is also my home. Qin Junshuo added. I understand. Liu Yushi nodded heavily. Qin Junshuo brought Liu Yushi to his house, which was on the 5th floor. After taking the elevator to the 5th floor, they could see the door when they walked out. Qin Junshuo walked up, unlocked his door with his fingerprint, opened the room and motioned for Liu Yushi to come in. Liu Yushi walked into the living room and looked at the decorations around her. She could sum it up in just a few words, simple yet a little warm. Qin Junshuo introduced his house to Liu Yushi. This is the living room, and there's a sofa wall in the living room. Qin Junshuo pointed to the dining table next to him and said, this is where we eat. The room opposite the dining table is the kitchen. Sometimes I cook for myself. The cabinet above is the dining cabinet, which usually contains some sundries, such as disposable cups and garbage bags. One bathroom is opposite the master bedroom, and the other is closer to the second bedroom. Both are separated into dry and wet areas. The upper cabinet on the right-hand side after entering the door is a shoe cabinet, where you can store shoes that you don't wear on a daily basis. After introducing the living room, kitchen and bathroom, Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi to the balcony and said, our balcony is divided into two balconies, east and west. The east balcony has a washing machine and a place to hang clothes, and the west balcony has a lounge chair where you can bask in the sun. Finally, Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi to the bedroom and said, there are 3 bedrooms in the house. One is the master bedroom, which is also the room I live in now. One is the second bedroom. You can live in it when the time comes. There is everything in the room. After saying that, Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi to the second bedroom. The decoration of the second bedroom made Liu Yushi's eyes light up. The overall color was pink and purple, giving people a very warm feeling. We have new sheets and quilts at home. If you don't like mine, you can use your own when you move in. Qin Junshuo said lightly. This apartment has 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms and 3 bedrooms. I changed the last room into a music room. Music room? Liu Yushi asked curiously, what does it look like? Can I take a look? Of course. Qin Junshuo immediately led Liu Yushi to the last room. The last room contains a guitar and piano. Liu Yushi walked into the room with a bit of surprise, her fingers slowly stroking the piano keys, while Qin Junshuo leaned against the door and looked at Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi turned to Qin Junshuo and asked, can you play guitar and piano? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, a little bit, otherwise I wouldn't have specially built a music room. Wow, the decoration of your room is exactly like my dream room. Liu Yushi sat on the chair with a happy face. Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, as long as you like it. Let's discuss something next. Qin Junshuo walked into the room and said, discuss something. Liu Yushi looked puzzled. What do you want to discuss? Greetings, hardware, wedding. No need for betrothal gifts and hardware. Liu Yushi shook her head. It was Qin Junshuo's turn to be stunned. No need for gifts and hardware. Well, we have a cooperative relationship. It's not good to ask for these. I'm very grateful to you for allowing me to live here. After all, I can't even afford to buy my own house. Liu Yushi smiled helplessly. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded. He didn't expect Liu Yushi to handle it this way. What about the wedding? Qin Junshuo asked. Wedding. Liu Yushi hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Can we not hold the wedding for the time being? Seeing that Liu Yushi was a little embarrassed, Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo and tilted her head slightly. Aren't you curious why I'm not holding the wedding for the time being? Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, I'm not curious, I respect your opinion. I only have one request for our marriage. Before our partnership ends, please respect our marriage. Liu Yushi understood Qin Junshuo's implication and nodded, I will. After they finished speaking, the atmosphere between them became a little silent. In the end, it was Liu Yushi who took the initiative to interrupt the silent atmosphere. Don't you think I look familiar? When Qin Junshuo heard this, he kept thinking about Liu Yushi's face in his mind. Finally, he shook his head and said, Today is the first time we meet. I have never seen you before. Liu Yushi held her forehead with her hand and said helplessly, Sorry, I was just being sentimental. I don't understand what you mean, could you explain it a little more clearly? It's okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Liu Yushi stood up from her chair and asked, Can I move in today? If so, I'll contact the moving company. Of course. Okay, then I'll contact the moving company and we'll see you in the evening. Before seeing Liu Yushi off, he asked her to record her fingerprint into the door lock for easy entry and exit. Evening. Qin Junshuo, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the door open. He turned around and saw that it was Liu Yushi and the people from the moving company. Liu Yushi's stuff isn't a lot, but it's not a few either. Most of it is cosmetics and clothes. After Liu Yushi had put her clothes in place, Qin Junshuo had just sat down and the food was brought out. You're here just in time. Let's have something to eat. Qin Junshuo placed 2 plates of food on the dining table. Liu Yushi's eyes lit up when she smelled the fragrance of the dishes. Wow, Mr. Qin, the food you cooked smells so good and looks like it will be delicious. When Qin Junshuo heard this, he paused in unbuttoning his apron, then said, You should just call me Junshuo, you don't have to call me by my full name. Liu Yushi said with a smile, Okay, then you can call me Yushi, or Xiaoyu or Xiaoxi. Chapter for Wang Shuliang. Okay. Qin Junshuo untied his apron and walked into the kitchen to hang it up. After hanging up her apron, she took out the dishes and chopsticks from the sterilizer, went outside and placed them on the dining table, and served Liu Yushi a bowl of rice. Let's eat first. After saying this, Qin Junshuo placed the bowl on the chair in front of and behind Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi chuckled and said, Then I won't be polite. After a short while, the two finished their dinner, but Liu Yushi ate a little too little. After dinner, Qin Junshuo began to clean up the dishes. Seeing this, Liu Yushi helped to take the remaining dishes into the kitchen. Qin Junshuo spent some time washing dishes in the kitchen. Liu Yushi left tactfully when she saw that she couldn't help. After Qin Junshuo washed the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, Liu Yushi in the living room was tidying up her clothes, putting on sunglasses, and preparing to go out. Seeing her like this, Qin Junshuo asked, Are you going out? Liu Yushi nodded and said, Yes, I have to catch a plane to Zhejiang now, and then go to the Magic City. It will probably take 2 or 3 months before I can return to Ludao. Yeah, then should I take you to the airport? I have a driver's license and a car. Thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to take me there. I can go there by myself later. After saying that, Liu Yushi put on a mask, said goodbye to Qin Junshuo, and left the room. After she left, Qin Junshuo simply cleaned up the room and prepared to leave home for the school dormitory. Qin Junshuo originally wanted to drive to school by himself, but after thinking it over, he decided he was too lazy to drive there, so he just hailed a taxi to school. In the car, Qin Junshuo was watching short videos with his cheek supported, and suddenly he saw a hot video. Keyword, leaked photos of Liu Yushi's new drama. Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo was slightly stunned, and when he saw it was this name, he subconsciously clicked on it to take a look. In the Reuters photo, Liu Yushi was wearing a traditional long dress with a smile on her face. This face slowly overlapped with the pretty face with a bright smile in Qin Junshuo's mind in the afternoon. In an instant, Qin Junshuo lost his composure. Wait, this is not right. Wait, this is very wrong. After a moment of distraction, Qin Junshuo calmed himself down and began searching for Liu Yushi on Baidu. After searching, Qin Junshuo discovered that Liu Yushi was the second female lead in 2 costume dramas that became popular some time ago. Because her character setting and acting skills satisfied the audience, she suddenly became popular and transformed from an unknown newcomer in the entertainment industry into a popular young actress. Damn, this is the downside of not understanding the entertainment industry. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but complain. Because Qin Junshuo doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, the only celebrities he knows are some singers. Suddenly Qin Junshuo remembered what Liu Yushi said in the afternoon. Don't you think I look familiar? Did she hint at me at that time? Qin Junshuo's mouth twitched. They arrived at Ludao University in a short while. When Qin Junshuo got out of the car, he still couldn't digest the fact that his wife was a celebrity after his flash marriage today. On their way back to the dormitory, Qin Junshuo felt more and more that something was wrong. Why would a popular young actress choose to get married not long after she became famous? This is totally against the rules of the entertainment industry. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Junshuo made himself a cup of coffee, sat on a chair and took a sip, then put the cup on the table and sighed slightly. Let's take it one step at a time. As the saying goes, make the best of it. Qin Junshuo didn't think any more about it and started his thesis career. On the other side, the Demon City. Liu Yushi, who had just got off the plane, quickly and quietly left the airport and got into the passenger seat of a car. Xiaoyu, how is the matter going? Liu Yushi's agent Wang Tangxi asked while sitting in the driver's seat and holding the steering wheel. Liu Yushi took off her mask and said, well, everything has been taken care of. I really don't know what to say to you. You are just at the peak of your career and you are secretly getting married to someone else. If this is exposed by the paparazzi, it will affect your future career. Liu Yushi was silent for a while before she said softly, Sister Wang, I didn't debut as an idol. I'm an actor. The public is more concerned about my acting skills. My marriage does not mean that my reputation has been ruined. I can just make it public when it is exposed later. After saying this, Liu Yushi paused, then smiled and pulled Wang Tangxi's arm and said, to be honest, Sister Wang, my husband is very outstanding and should not affect my career. If it really doesn't work out and it's exposed later, I can just take on another dating show and bring him on the show. Wang Tangxi poked Liu Yushi's cheek helplessly, Xiaoyu, I have watched you grow from a supporting actress to a popular actress today. I don't want you to let this momentary impulse affect your future acting career. I still want to thank Sister Wang for helping me to get in touch with the Civil Affairs Bureau in advance. Stop talking so smoothly and go to the company first. We'll go to Zhejiang together later. Heron Island. Qin Junshuo, who had just finished writing his thesis, closed his computer a little tiredly and leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed to rest. It took a while before he opened his eyes. As soon as he raised his eyes, Qin Junshuo saw the marriage certificate next to the computer. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and picked up the marriage certificate to take a look. TSK, if it is discovered that I'm married to Liu Yushi, will I be cyberbullied? Qin Junshuo shook his head helplessly and put the marriage certificate back on the table. Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Qin Junshuo turned his chair and looked towards the door and said, please come in. Wang Shuliang pushed the door open and leaned against it, joking. Oh my dear, I miss you so much after not seeing you for so long. Hey, Shuliang, didn't you go to Southwest University of Political Science and Law to attend the exchange meeting? Qin Junshuo said with a little surprise when he saw the visitor. I just got back to school. Do you think I love you? I came to see you right after I got back to school. Wang Shuliang walked into the room jokingly and closed the door casually. Don't give me that. If your girlfriend gets jealous of me, I won't be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Qin Junshuo said with a smile. She is at Jinling University. She can't fly to Ludao to beat you up. Wang Shuliang walked to the side, pulled over a chair and sat down. Before I came back, I took some time to visit my boyfriend at Jinling University. Qin Junshuo asked, how was your exchange at Southwest University of Political Science and Law? It ended perfectly. To be honest, I can't get used to the food there. Wang Shuliang spread his hands. You know what, I met a pretty nice girl at Southwest University of Political Science and Law. Would you like me to introduce her to you? Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, no need. You are really a stubborn guy, but I expected you to reject me. Wang Shuliang took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket and looked at Qin Junshuo, want one? Chapter 5, it's great to get the certificate, but wait, something else wrong. Qin Junshuo reached out and took the chewing gum that Wang Shuliang handed over and started eating it. Wang Shuliang was just about to put the chewing gum back into his pocket when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the marriage certificate on Qin Junshuo's desk. Etc. Wang Shuliang stood there in a daze, looking at Qin Junshuo with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Qin Junshuo asked a little puzzled while chewing gum. Wang Shuliang asked hesitantly, is that your marriage certificate? Um. Qin Junshuo suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly turned his head to look at the marriage certificate clearly displayed on the table. He immediately reached out and put it in the drawer, then turned his head a little stiffly and looked at Wang Shuliang with an awkward smile. Would you believe me if I said it was a false testimony? Wang Shuliang's mouth twitched as he asked, you are law student, and you want to get a fake certificate. Do you think it's reasonable? Unreasonable. Tell me the truth, what's going on? Wang Shuliang asked with a frown. Qin Junshuo had no choice but to tell Wang Shuliang what happened today, but he still concealed Liu Yushi's identity. Wang Shuliang was silent for a while after listening to this. It's hard for me to comment on things like yours. My assessment is to take it one step at a time. And Wang Shuliang paused and looked at Qin Junshuo, raising his eyebrows. When are you going to bring your sister-in-law out for a get-together? Sister-in-law. Qin Junshuo looked strange. Wang Shuliang said confidently, yes, isn't your wife our sister-in-law? When the time comes, let Liang and Alan know and they will definitely fly over to Lu Island to eat the wedding candy. Liang and Alan. A trace of memories emerged in Qin Junshuo's eyes. Aren't they both at work now? There certainly isn't much time left to find us. Wang Shuliang asked playfully, do you want to gamble? What are you betting on? Qin Junshuo became interested when he heard it. Let's bet whether they will come after they know you're getting married. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows. I should be able to come. Qin Junshuo shrugged. Then you just said that they definitely don't have much time to find us. Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo spread his hands and said, if they don't come to my wedding, the 6 years of brotherhood will really be dispensable. Don't mention that. Is my sister-in-law pretty? Wang Shuliang asked curiously. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, it's okay. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes. Maybe what I think is good-looking may not be good-looking to you. No way, could your aesthetic taste be worse than mine? Wang Shuliang shrugged. Qin Junshuo handed his mobile phone to Wang Shuliang and asked him to watch the video. Wang Shuliang took the phone and watched the video carefully. Does it look good? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi must be good. I have watched both dramas she starred in. Wang Shuliang nodded. Have you watched her drama? Yes, she played the second female lead Lin Qinghan in the recent drama, Late Night Rain, and her popularity was much higher than the female lead. It's a pity that I'm not a fan of stars, but I still like her very much. After Wang Shuliang finished speaking, he handed the phone back to Qin Junshuo. So what do you mean by showing me Liu Yushi's video? Qin Junshuo took the phone and said, I think your sister-in-law is prettier than her. Well. Are you dreaming? Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes. Then why don't you say that Liu Yushi is your wife? Liu Yushi is really my wife. But Qin Junshuo didn't dare to say this. Wang Shuliang stood up and said, I'm leaving first. I haven't finished writing the paper yet. Okay. After seeing Wang Shuliang off, Qin Junshuo prepared to take a shower. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and fell asleep soon after. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is December 1st, and today is Friday. Afternoon. Qin Junshuo packed his summer clothes in the dormitory and put them in a suitcase to take home. There are only two kinds of weather on Ludao Island, either extremely hot in summer or extremely cold in winter. Now that we are slowly entering winter, Qin Junshuo is also preparing to go home and bring some thick clothes back to school today. Qin Junshuo's life in the past 3 months was no different from the previous ones. He ate, drank, and wrote papers. But there is still good news, that is, he successfully applied for a position as a teacher for the criminal law course at the law school of Ludao University. The application process was actually not difficult, it just took some time to get the teaching certificate. As for Liu Yushi, Qin Junshuo only sent her a message 2 days ago to remind her to keep warm, but the message fell on deaf ears and received no reply. Although he didn't get her reply, Qin Junshuo could still understand it. After all, celebrities are probably quite busy. After packing his clothes, Qin Junshuo closed his suitcase, left the dormitory and took a taxi back to his home. After returning home, Qin Junshuo put his suitcase in his bedroom and began to clean the living room and kitchen. He sat down on the sofa only after clearing the dust on the floor. During this period, Qin Junshuo often went home for a day or two on weekends, and he always cleaned the house, so it was not difficult to clean. After cleaning the living room, Qin Junshuo went to his bedroom, opened the drawer, took out his car keys and prepared to go out for dinner with his parents in the evening. On their way home, Qin Junshuo stopped by the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. After arriving at the community, Qin Junshuo parked the car first, and then slowly walked back home. After returning home, Qin Junshuo found that no one was at home, so he picked up his mobile phone and called his mother. After a while, Qin's mother answered the phone, and Qin Junshuo asked, "Where are you and Dad going? Why are both of you not at home?" "We are in Shanghai, and we are still in Jing'an Temple." A noisy sound accompanied by Qin's mother's voice came out from the receiver. "Are you going to the Magic City? Why didn't you tell me?" Qin Junshuo looked at the dishes in his hands and continued, "I was thinking about going home today, Friday, to have dinner with you too, but you weren't here." Mother Qin explained, "Your father and I went on a trip to relax. Didn't you check your moments? I posted a moments post 2 days ago when I arrived in Shanghai." "Okay, then have fun, I'm going back to school." "Oh yes, Xiao Liu and I are getting along pretty well, and we may get the marriage certificate soon," Qin Junshuo said lightly. "That's fine. My efforts in helping you find your matchmaker paid off. I hope you two can get along well." Qin's mother on the other end of the phone was still constantly reminding people of some precautions, and had no idea that there was something wrong with what Qin Junshuo had just said. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo reminded her again, "Mom, Xiao Liu and I may get our marriage certificate soon." "It's good to get the certificate, but wait, that's not right." Only then did Qin's mother realize that there was something wrong with her son's words and hurriedly spoke. "You might be planning to get married with Xiao Liu soon." "Are you kidding me, your mom?" Chapter 6 Great Minds Think Alike. "No, I think we'll get the certificate tomorrow or the day after tomorrow," Qin Junshuo replied. "Old man, book a flight for tomorrow immediately. Our son is going to get his marriage certificate, we have to hurry home." On the other end of the phone, Qin's mother was talking hurriedly to Qin's father. "Well, you two elders should just enjoy traveling," Qin Junshuo advised. "You are about to get the marriage certificate. Your father and I are planning to travel. Don't worry. Wait until your mother comes back and I will discuss it with you. Marriage is a major event in life, and it cannot be taken lightly." After saying that, Qin's mother hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo looked at the phone screen and his mouth twitched. Qin Junshuo didn't expect his mother to have such a big reaction, but on second thought, he felt it was quite normal. It was reasonable for her to have a big reaction when her child was getting married. Seeing that Qin's father and mother were not at home, Qin Junshuo carried the vegetables back to his home. After Qin Junshuo returned home, he went straight to the kitchen and put the vegetables in the sink. When he entered the room, he didn't notice the beautiful figure sitting on the sofa. After Qin Junshuo left the kitchen and came to the living room, he found that Liu Yushi had returned home at some point and was sitting on the sofa in her home clothes. "When did you come back?" Qin Junshuo poured himself a glass of water. Liu Yushi raised her eyes to look at Qin Junshuo and said softly, "I just came back not long ago, and I just finished my work." Qin Junshuo took a sip of water and put the cup back on the table. He looked at Liu Yushi and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Huh? You finished filming the new drama so soon?" Liu Yushi was stunned. "How did you know I was filming a new drama?" Qin Junshuo couldn't help but tease. The leaked photos of Liu Yushi's new drama have become a hot search. "I don't know if this shows that I'm a little uninformed." Liu Yushi coughed lightly and said, "I didn't mean to hide it from you." Liu Yushi was about to explain when she saw Qin Junshuo shaking his head and saying, "You don't have to explain to me." Qin Junshuo paused and then asked with some confusion, "Actually, compared to knowing that you are a celebrity, there is something else that confuses me even more." "What is it?" "As a rising star in the entertainment industry, why did you choose to get married when your career is on the rise? This doesn't quite fit my stereotype of the entertainment industry." Liu Yushi held her cheek and looked at Qin Junshuo and replied, "I don't know how to answer you." Qin Junshuo shrugged and sat on the sofa and said, "Okay." Liu Yushi asked back, "Do you really want to know why I got married during my career?" Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, "I don't really want to know, I'm just a little curious." When Liu Yushi heard this and saw that Qin Junshuo was not very interested, She nodded and turned to look out the window, watching the hustle and bustle of traffic outside. Her eyes were a little vague and no one knew what she was thinking. The atmosphere between the two of them became silent. Finally, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to break the silence and said, "Okay, are you hungry? If you are hungry, I will cook for you." "Good." After getting Liu Yushi's answer, Qin Junshuo got up and went to the kitchen to cook. When Qin Junshuo was busy in the kitchen, Liu Yushi stood at the door and watched the busy figures inside. "This seems pretty good," Liu Yushi murmured, then chuckled a few times, shook her head and walked into the kitchen without thinking any more, saying, "I'll help you." Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Liu Yushi. "Can you?" "Certainly." "Okay, then you help me." Half an hour later, at the dining table, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi sat in a row. Qin Junshuo picked up a piece of lean meat and put it in her bowl and said, "You've worked hard recently. Eat more." Liu Yushi nodded and the two began to eat. When Qin Junshuo wanted to pick up some meat for Liu Yushi, she refused. "I have to manage my figure recently. The meat I just ate was the first piece of meat I'd eaten in a while. I can't eat any more, otherwise my agent will scold me again," Liu Yushi said helplessly. Qin Junshuo sighed and said, "It's so hard to be a star." Afterwards, Qin Junshuo stopped picking food for Liu Yushi and concentrated on eating. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo like this, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Don't you think it will be very stressful to marry me?" "No, I don't feel any pressure," Qin Junshuo answered while eating. "Really? I saw people online saying that marrying a celebrity is very stressful. You believe all this?" Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly and explained, "Even if I knew you were a celebrity, I wouldn't feel too much pressure. I just think it will be a bit troublesome." "Trouble? What's the trouble?" Liu Yushi asked, a little puzzled. Qin Junshuo raised his finger and explained to Liu Yushi one by one. "First, the paparazzi. If the paparazzi leak the news that you are married, as your legal husband, I will definitely have some troubles to deal with, which may even affect your career. I don't want our marriage to cause your house to fall apart," Qin Junshuo said jokingly and then said seriously. "Second, I don't really like being famous. With your current popularity, if our relationship as a couple is exposed, I will definitely become famous. Third, I don't really know who your fans are. Don't you have so-called CP fans in the entertainment industry? I'm afraid they will be so crazy that they will attack me or my family. The last one is the most important. I can still pretend that I don't care if someone attacks me, but my family is my bottom line. If my family is hurt, I will take legal action to protect myself. After all, I am studying law." Qin Junshuo chuckled. Liu Yushi on the side listened to Qin Junshuo carefully. After he finished speaking, Liu Yushi spoke. "I can slowly answer your questions. First, you don't have to worry that getting married will affect my career. I'm not from a girl group idol group, so strictly speaking, my marriage doesn't count as a housewarming. As for the paparazzi, I have actually been thinking about how to solve this problem, but with my current popularity, I guess it is unavoidable to avoid paparazzi. I can only be vigilant and avoid these things from happening. I will do my best to ensure that your privacy and private life will not be disturbed. Second, the CP fans you're worried about are also a big issue I'm concerned about. I admit that there may be some fans in my fan group who are a bit weird, but as long as they hurt you and Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin, I will use the weapon of law to protect them without you having to do anything." Liu Yushi was very serious when she said this. To be honest, Qin Junshuo didn't expect her to think so much. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and smiled. "It seems great minds think alike. Chapter 7 Can you play the piano?" Liu Yushi chuckled and said, "How can this be called great minds think alike? Isn't this my responsibility? It's my job. Isn't it?" Liu Yushi asked back. Qin Junshuo rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly and said, "This is so embarrassing." Liu Yushi put down the chopsticks in her hand and said, "We are all family. It's too formal to say that. This is my responsibility. Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin are also very important people to me." Qin Junshuo was a little surprised when he heard this. He wanted to ask what the relationship between Liu Yushi and his parents was, but forget it. He decided to just ask his mother when the time comes. After Qin Junshuo finished the last bite of rice, he put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a tissue, looked at Liu Yushi and said, "Well, I told my mom today that I will get married with you soon. Should we make up a more reasonable story?" Liu Yushi turned to look at Qin Junshuo. "Why didn't you discuss this with me in advance?" Qin Junshuo shook his head helplessly and said, "Sorry, I really didn't think of this. I was negligent." Liu Yushi shrugged and said indifferently, "It's not a big problem. Let's find time to meet uncle and aunt tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and we'll say we got the certificate today." Qin Junshuo's mouth twitched as he said, "Why do I feel like you're more reckless than me? Are you sure we don't need to discuss this further?" Liu Yushi frowned slightly and thought for a while. "With the relationship between me and Aunt Qin, we should be able to pass." This rekindled Qin Junshuo's curiosity. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you familiar with my mother?" "Of course I am familiar with her. Aunt Qin and I have known each other for more than 10 years. Liu Yushi replied. Hiss. Liu Yushi's words left Qin Junshuo completely confused. "Then why don't I know you? This shouldn't be the case." Liu Yushi pouted and said, "Forget it. We met once when we were young. At that time, you were in the first grade of junior high school and I was in the third grade of elementary school. We met once at your house, but I called you at that time, but you were too lazy to answer me." Qin Junshuo coughed a few times and scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't remember. Sorry. So what is your relationship with my mother?" Qin Junshuo asked tentatively. "Supporting relationship." Liu Yushi shrugged. "As far as I can remember, Aunt Qin has been providing supplies to our welfare home. Once, when Aunt Qin came to deliver clothes to us, the light bulb was not stable and almost hit Aunt Qin. Later, I found out and pushed Aunt Qin away to avoid the danger. Because of this incident, Aunt Qin and I became familiar with each other. When I was in elementary school, Aunt Qin would sometimes pick me up to eat at home. But at that time you were in junior high school and lived in the school dormitory, so we never met. The only time we met, you were unwilling to talk to me. When I was in middle school, I moved out of the orphanage. Aunt Qin sponsored me to finish middle school and high school. When I was in college, I had the energy and time to play minor roles." Liu Yushi raised her eyes and looked at Qin Junshuo. "When I came back to see Aunt Qin this summer, she said she wanted to introduce you to me. I'm not stupid. I can see that Aunt Qin wants to bring us together. Plus, I heard Aunt Qin say that she's worried every day that no one wants you, and she also wants you to get married and start a family as soon as possible. It took me a long time to plan our first blind date. Oh no, to be exact, it was our second blind date." Qin Junshuo couldn't help but ask, "But when you met me, didn't you also say that you were being urged to get married by your family, so you planned a fake marriage?" Liu Yushi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a puzzled look, "Did I ever tell my family that they are urging me to get married? Please, I was born in an orphanage, and the only relatives around me are Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin. How could they possibly urge me to get married?" After saying this, Liu Yushi rolled her eyes at Qin Junshuo. "That's not right. I remember you said that your mother and my mother are good friends, so you came here to have a blind date with me." Qin Junshuo frowned slightly. At this time, Liu Yushi said a little embarrassedly, "This is a little lie I told at that time. Otherwise, I am afraid that without this kind of relationship, you would not agree to my marriage agreement plan. Besides, I'm only 22 years old and haven't even graduated from college yet. If I really have a family, they wouldn't urge me to get married at this age." Qin Junshuo didn't care that Liu Yushi had told a little lie. Instead, he widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "You haven't graduated from college yet?" Liu Yushi spread her hands and said, "I'm a senior at the Magic City Drama Academy." "So do you have many celebrity alumni?" Qin Junshuo's eyes lit up. "What? Whose autograph do you want me to get for you?" Liu Yushi asked playfully. "Can you help me find a friend of Huku?" Qin Junshuo rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly. "Huku?" Liu Yushi's mouth twitched. "I feel like you think too highly of me. He's the best actor." "The best actor? I'm just a little actor who's a little bit popular at the moment. How can I possibly help you get his autograph?" Liu Yushi quickly waved her hands to indicate that she couldn't do it. "Okay." Qin Junshuo sighed helplessly. Liu Yushi suddenly looked at Qin Junshuo and said, "I remember you can play the piano, right? Well, why are you asking this suddenly? Can you play a song for me?" Qin Junshuo stood up and started to clean up the dishes and said, "That's not a problem. I'll play a song for you after I finish washing the dishes. I'll help." "Really? Don't make things worse." 15 minutes later, in the music room, Qin Junshuo sat on the chair and looked at Liu Yuxi standing at the door and gestured, "Would you like to listen to piano or guitar? It's all up to you." Liu Yuxi shrugged. "Then let's play Tornado. As Qin Junshuo spoke, he opened the piano cover and pressed a few keys. When he found that there was no problem, he wanted to take out his mobile phone to search for the music score. When he reached into his pocket, he realized that he had forgotten to bring his cell phone, so he turned to look at Liu Yuxi and said, "Can you use your cell phone to help me find a sheet music?" "Good." Liu Yuxi took out her cell phone from her pocket and walked inside while searching. When she saw Qin Junshuo had just searched for the music score, she handed the phone to him. Qin Junshuo took the phone, placed it in front of the piano, looked at the music score, and slowly played the keys with his fingers. "Love is like a gust of wind that blows away. No one can do anything about this rhythm. Without you, my soul is out of control. A black cloud is descending and I am being dragged away by it." The beautiful piano music accompanied by Qin Junshuo's pretty good singing voice gradually fascinated Liu Yuxi, who was standing next to him. At this moment, Liu Yuxi looked at Qin Junshuo's profile, and a fair and handsome face appeared in front of her eyes, with delicate eyebrows and a pair of eyes like the lake water in the autumn night, sometimes bright and sometimes cold. Their whole person revealed a hint of coldness, but the smile on the corner of the boy's mouth made it impossible to feel that coldness. After Qin Junshuo finished playing a song, he turned his head and looked at Liu Yuxi, who was staring at him blankly. He thought there was something on his face and wiped it with his hand, and asked while wiping, "Is there something on my face?" Liu Yuxi came back to her senses at this moment and quickly said, No, there is nothing on your face." Chapter 8. You've already got the certificate. You play it very nicely. Liu Yuxi clapped her hands gently. Qin Junshuo closed the piano cover and stood up, saying, "Not worth mentioning." After saying that, Qin Junshuo returned Liu Yuxi's phone to her. The two walked out of the music room side by side. Liu Yuxi returned to her second bedroom to remove her makeup, while Qin Junshuo went to his room to pack his clothes and prepare to take a shower. When Qin Junshuo came out of the shower, Liu Yuxi was already sitting on the sofa, eating an apple and watching TV. Qin Junshuo threw the clothes he needed to change into the washing machine on the balcony, then returned to the living room, looked at Liu Yuxi and said, "Well, I have to go back to the bedroom to take care of something. Call me when my clothes are ready." Liu Yuxi made an okay gesture. Qin Junshuo returned to the bedroom, sat at the desk, opened the laptop on the table and started processing some emails. While Qin Junshuo was processing documents, Liu Yuxi sat on the sofa, watching a drama on TV and checking Weibo with her secondary account, wanting to catch up on some of the latest hot topics. The popular young actress L is suspected of being in a relationship. A hot search term ranked first on the hot search list. A popular young actress. L. Liu Yuxi frowned deeply. "This? You can't be talking about me again, right?" With suspicion, Liu Yuxi clicked on the post and read it carefully. After reading it, Liu Yuxi found that this post had nothing to do with her, and its content was completely a marketing account using the title to confuse the topic. After reading the post, Liu Yuxi began to read the comments below it. After reading the messages for a while, Liu Yuxi roughly found that the messages could be divided into three types. One type is speculating on the authenticity of the post, one type is cursing the unscrupulous marketing accounts for causing chaos and attracting traffic, and the last type is the spectators. This group of people does not care about the authenticity of the post, they just want to eat spectators. Liu Yuxi heaved a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't about her. Then she started to browse other posts, including outfits, food, and travel guides. Half an hour passed like this. When Qin Junshuo finished his work and left the bedroom and came to the living room, Liu Yuxi was still leisurely watching short videos. "Aren't you going to take a shower yet?" Qin Junshuo asked. Hearing this, Liu Yuxi looked up at Qin Junshuo and shook her head. "I'll take a shower tomorrow morning. I take a shower twice a day, and I've already taken one today." Qin Junshuo made a sixth gesture and went to the balcony to hang up the washed clothes. When he hung up the clothes and returned to the living room, Liu Yuxi just got up and moved around a little. "I'll go back and rest first. You should go to bed early." Qin Junshuo said. Okay, Liu Yushi nodded. When Qin Junshuo walked straight to his door and was about to go in, Liu Yushi suddenly called him. Junshuo. Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Liu Yushi. What's wrong? Good night, sweet dreams. Qin Junshuo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Good night, and I wish you a sweet dream too. The next morning, Qin Junshuo, who had gotten up early, had already washed up and was making breakfast in the kitchen. When he finished making breakfast and put it on the dining table, he looked up at the time hanging on the wall. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Qin Junshuo took off the apron tied around his waist and walked to the door of Liu Yushi's room and knocked on the door. After Qin Junshuo knocked on the door for a while and saw that Liu Yushi inside did not respond, he went to the dining table, sat down and started eating breakfast. After Qin Junshuo finished his breakfast, Liu Yushi slowly got up and washed up. When she finished washing up and came to the living room, Qin Junshuo had already started to clean up the dishes he had eaten. Get up so early? Liu Yushi raised her eyebrows slightly. Qin Junshuo replied calmly, I have the habit of getting up early on weekends. I made breakfast for you. I just knocked on the door to wake you up, but you didn't respond, so I ate it myself. Hurry and eat. Liu Yushi wiped her nose awkwardly and said, I'm so sorry, you made breakfast and woke me up. Qin Junshuo cleaned up the dishes and said, It's okay, we are all family. A family? Liu Yushi stood there in a daze. What else? After all, we are now a legal couple, and you have a good relationship with my mother. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are family. You eat first, I'll wash the dishes. After saying that, Qin Junshuo turned and walked into the kitchen. After a while, the sound of running water was heard in the kitchen. Liu Yushi sat on the chair, staring at the bowl of porridge in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. A family. Liu Yushi murmured to herself, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised and she began to eat breakfast slowly. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang and Liu Yushi paused while eating. Qin Junshuo heard the noise and came out from the kitchen. Liu Yushi hesitated for a while, then asked, Should I step aside? Qin Junshuo wiped his hands with a towel and said, Probably not. As he spoke, Qin Junshuo had already opened the door, and the person who came in was none other than Qin's mother, who had hurried back from the magic city. When Qin's mother saw Qin Junshuo, she was furious. You. How come you didn't discuss such an important matter as getting the marriage certificate with me in advance? Are you going to rebel? Qin Junshuo leaned against the wall and motioned for Qin's mother to look at the living room. Mother Qin followed Qin Junshuo's gaze and saw Liu Yushi, who was sitting at the dining table and looked a little dazed. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Mother Qin looked surprised, but then she pushed her son away with disgust and quickly sat down next to Liu Yushi. Why didn't you tell Aunt Qin that you were going back to Lu Island? Aunt Qin could have prepared a room for you to rest. We already live together. Qin Junshuo's voice reached Qin's mother's ears. Mother Qin also reacted at this time and turned to look at Qin Junshuo. You guys are living together. Well, Aunt Qin, I wanted to give you a surprise. Liu Yushi said in a low voice. This is not a surprise, it's a shock. Qin's mother said helplessly. There's a bigger surprise. Qin Junshuo said lightly. What do you mean? A few minutes later, on the sofa in the living room, Mother Qin rubbed her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the marriage certificate on the table. You have already obtained the marriage certificate. The corners of Qin's mother's mouth twitched, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Is that hard to tell? Qin Junshuo pointed to the marriage certificate on the table and said, The marriage certificate is right here. It's obvious that Yushi and I have obtained it. Why are you still asking in a questioning tone? Are all the hardware and gifts ready? Mother Qin looked at Qin Junshuo. Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi quickly waved her hands and said, Aunt Qin, I don't need those. Mother Qin grabbed Liu Yushi's hand and said, How can this be possible? Aunt Qin, there's really no need. I'm satisfied just being a family with you. You have been helping me since I was a child. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Liu Yushi said seriously. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi's serious expression and for a moment he couldn't tell whether she was acting or expressing her true feelings. Will Chapter 9 affect your future? Hearing this, Qin's mother wanted to say something else, but looking at Liu Yushi's eyes, she could only sigh. It's really hard for you. After saying this, Mother Qin looked at Qin Junshuo. Xiaoxi and I want to chat alone, please step aside. Qin Junshuo, 6. Qin Junshuo, who was driven away, could only return to his room. Liu Yushi talked to Qin's mother about recent events. When Qin's mother heard that Liu Yushi had transformed from an unknown supporting actor to a popular young actress, she was very happy and distressed. Will your marriage to our Shoro affect your future? Qin's mother asked a little worriedly. Liu Yushi shook her head and said, No, Aunt Qin, don't worry, Junshuo and I are in a secret marriage, and we can't make this marriage public for the time being. When it can be made public, Junshuo will make up for the wedding and the ring for me. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Mother Qin nodded. Still, we've already got the marriage certificate, why are you still calling me Aunt Qin? Liu Yushi understood what Qin's mother said, her cheeks instantly turned red, and she whispered, Mom. When Mother Qin heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she reached out and gently touched her hair. I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. At first, I wanted to match you up with Junshuo. I thought you probably looked down on Junshuo, but I didn't expect you two would end up together. How is that possible? Our Shoro is a very nice person. I like him very much. Liu Yushi said quickly. The two chatted about other things and the conversation lasted for 2 hours. After finishing the document, Qin Junshuo left the room and went to the living room to drink a glass of water. When he arrived in the living room, he found that Liu Yushi and Qin's mother were still chatting and laughing. The two men stopped when they saw Qin Junshuo coming. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo said, You guys chat about your things. I'll just get a glass of water and leave. It won't affect you. After saying that, Qin Junshuo quickly poured a glass of water and prepared to return to his room. Wait. Qin's mother said lightly. Qin Junshuo, who was about to turn around, was stunned and looked at Qin's mother. Something. Qin's mother gestured to Qin Junshuo to sit on the sofa next to him, and Qin Junshuo could only sit on the sofa and drink water obediently. Since you are married to Xiaoxi, you have to be responsible to her, do you understand? Said Qin's mother. Qin Junshuo took a sip of water and put the cup on the table and said calmly, Do I look like the kind of person who is irresponsible and abandons someone after having sex with them? I just want to tell you to be nice to others. I will definitely take good care of my wife myself. That's more like it. After Qin's mother finished speaking, she turned to look at Liu Yushi and said, Xiaoxi, how many days do you plan to stay on Lu Island? Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said, Stay for another 2 or 3 days. I have to go back to Magic Theater in 2 days to finish my graduation defense. I also have to run promotions later. I guess the next time I come back will be during the Chinese New Year. Then I'll take you shopping tomorrow? What do you think? Asked Qin's mother. Liu Yushi smiled and said, It's all right. Okay then, I'll pay for everything tomorrow. It's just that you have to work hard, busy with school and career. I'm not like someone who only focuses on his studies. Hearing this, Qin Junshuo immediately retorted, I have also found a job. Oh. Mother Qin turned to look at Qin Junshuo, what kind of job did you find? University teacher. Qin Junshuo looked proud and continued. I just passed the training some time ago, and they are going to give me the teaching certificate soon. You will be able to officially start work next semester. That's great. Mother Qin said perfunctorily. Qin Junshuo, 6. After perfunctorily dealing with Qin Junshuo, Qin's mother looked at Liu Yushi and said softly, Xiaoxi, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Won't you stay for dinner? Liu Yushi asked. Mother Qin shook her head and said, I have to deal with it first. We can have a good gathering together next time. After saying this, Qin's mother stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Liu Yushi also stood up and sent Qin's mother to the door. Qin Junshuo stood on the sofa and looked at the two of them. Mother Qin said goodbye to Liu Yushi and left. Qin Junshuo glanced at the porridge and fried eggs on the table that had not yet been finished. You haven't eaten yet. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly. No. Liu Yushi shook her head. My mom came when I was about to eat in the morning, so I didn't have time to eat. Our mother. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi with a strange expression. Liu Yushi shrugged and said, Sorry, I just said it casually. Fine. Can I heat up your breakfast? Forget it, it's almost noon, just wait and have lunch. Okay, then I'll go prepare something now and cook later. Qin Junshuo nodded and walked into the kitchen. At noon, after finishing their lunch, the two returned to their rooms for a nap. Of course, only Qin Junshuo was taking a real lunch break during this period. After all, he had this habit. As for Liu Yushi, she was lying on the bed watching short videos. Time passed quickly, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. At this time, Liu Yushi had already boarded the plane to Shanghai, while Qin Junshuo was busy with his own affairs in the school dormitory. Originally, Qin's mother and Qin Junshuo were planning to see Liu Yushi off, but Liu Yushi was afraid that the paparazzi would take pictures of her, so she had to decline their offer. Qin Junshuo looked at the file being edited on WPS, his hands resting on the keyboard without moving. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Junshuo reduced the WPS page, switched to the WeChat page and sent a message to Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo, have a safe journey. When you land and have time, remember to report your safety. After sending the message, Qin Junshuo closed the WeChat page and then enlarged the WPS page, tapping the keyboard quickly with his fingers. 2 hours later. On the other side, Shanghai's Hongqiao Airport. Liu Yushi, who had just arrived at the exit of the airport, looked at the message sent by Qin Junshuo and was silent for a while, then replied. Liu Yushi, thank you for your concern. I have landed safely. After sending the message, Liu Yushi was about to put the phone back into her pocket, but before she put it in her pocket, the ringtone rang again. Liu Yushi looked down at her phone and found that it was a message from Qin Junshuo that she replied to immediately. Qin Junshuo, as long as you are safe, that's good. Liu Yushi, thanks to you. Qin Junshuo, so you are going back to school now? Or back to the studio? Liu Yushi, I will definitely go back to school in a low profile. Liu Yushi, let's spend a few days to finish the graduation defense first. Qin Junshuo, okay, then you go ahead and chat later. Liu Yushi, yeah, let's talk later. The other side. Qin Junshuo chatted with Liu Yushi while writing the document. After chatting for a day, he concentrated on writing the WPS document. After he finished his work, he stood up and stretched his body. While Qin Junshuo was warming up, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 10, Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Come in. Qin Junshuo closed his laptop slowly. Wang Shuliang pushed open the door and walked in. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qin Junshuo turned and looked at Wang Shuliang. Good news? Bad news? Then tell me the good news first. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows slightly. The bad news is that your teacher's certificate will not be issued until a little later. Oh? What's the good news? Qin Junshuo asked. The good news is that the bad news just now was false. Your teaching certificate has been issued. Wang Shuliang chuckled and took out Qin Junshuo's teaching certificate from his pocket. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang and said, You play like this, right? Just kidding. As Wang Shuliang spoke, he handed his teaching certificate to Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo took it and asked casually, How did this thing end up in your hands? I just went to a meeting. This is something our beloved dean asked me to pass on to you. Wang Shuliang explained with a shrug. I see. Thank you very much. Small things. Have you eaten? Wang Shuliang asked. No, I've been too busy lately. Qin Junshuo shook his head. Let's go. There's a new grilled fish restaurant that opened in the food city. The food is pretty good. I'll take you there to try it. It's my treat. Wang Shuliang patted his chest. Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly with a hint of amusement. Oh? Did young Master Liang get rich today? He even treated me to a meal. Wang Shuliang patted Qin Junshuo's shoulder in annoyance. What? Your good brother invited you to dinner and you have to point fingers at him. That's definitely not possible. Let's go eat grilled fish. The food city that Wang Shuliang just mentioned is actually the Ludao University Visitor Center. Because there are many shops here, it is called Ludao University Food Street or Ludao University Food City. Inside a grilled fish restaurant. Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang were talking and laughing while drinking orange juice. Sure, let me ask you a question. Wang Shuliang said with a smile. What's the problem? How do you feel about your married life? Wang Shuliang asked curiously. Qin Junshuo pointed at himself and said, Me? Are you asking me about my married life? She went on a business trip the first day we got married. I haven't seen her for about 3 months. What do you think of my married life? Wang Shuliang's mouth twitched. Is that so exaggerated? He's on a business trip for 3 months right after getting married. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, There's nothing I can do. She's busy. How long do you think your relationship can last? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo was silent for a while, then drank the last bit of juice in the glass and said uncertainly, I actually don't know how long our relationship can last. She has a very good relationship with my mother. If one day our relationship can no longer be maintained, I don't know how I will explain it to my mother. If it's allowed, I think it would be nice for this relationship to continue. What will you do if she meets someone she likes? Wang Shuliang said. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and answered in a more rational way, I think we can end this relationship if she meets a boy she likes. After all, she already has someone she likes. Even if I want to continue this relationship, I have to consider her thoughts. But I think we can still maintain this relationship in the next 1 or 2 years. Qin Junshuo shrugged. Wang Shuliang asked another very fatal question. So what are you going to do if you fall in love with her or she falls in love with you? This. Qin Junshuo didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. Wang Shuliang couldn't help but smile when he saw Qin Junshuo's choked look. What? Don't you know how to answer this question? Well, because I didn't consider this idea. Qin Junshuo nodded. Do you know why I asked you this question? Have no idea. Because I think there's a high chance that you guys will develop feelings for each other over time. Qin Junshuo was puzzled and asked, Why? I'm going to ask you a few questions and you must tell me the truth. Wang Shuliang said seriously. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded. Are you sexually normal? Nonsense, I must be normal. Is her sexual orientation normal? Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, I'm not sure about this, but it should be normal. That's all. Wang Shuliang shrugged and continued, there are only 2 situations where 2 people don't fall in love after being together for a year or 2. Either you or she doesn't like each other from the beginning, or both of you are gay. Otherwise, the probability of falling in love is very high. I see. Qin Junshuo nodded, not quite understanding. Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo and said, You really don't know anything about love. Don't talk nonsense. I have been solo since birth, so I definitely don't know much about the relationship between men and women. Qin Junshuo said and took a sip of orange juice. The two chatted for a while, and the grilled fish was served at this time. The two chatted while eating grilled fish, and finally Wang Shuliang returned to the previous topic. You haven't answered my question yet. Qin Junshuo took a bite of the fish and said, I don't know what I would do. I don't have any experience. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows and said, Now it's my turn as the military advisor to take action. You? Military advisor? Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang with a strange expression, Can you do it? I've been in love for at least a few years, so I have some experience. Then tell me how to deal with the situation you just mentioned. Qin Junshuo asked. Of course, get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Wang Shuliang answered immediately without thinking. Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Qin Junshuo obviously didn't quite understand what Wang Shuliang meant. What I mean is to get married first and then pursue. Because you have already obtained a marriage certificate, if you fall in love with this girl while you are still in this relationship, then you must pursue her. This is called getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later, Wang Shuliang explained. What if she doesn't agree with my pursuit? How will you deal with it, Excellency? Qin Junshuo said while taking a bite of potato. Then just leave it alone. Wang Shuliang spread his hands helplessly. You showed that you liked her and pursued her. If she showed that she didn't like you, it means that she just wanted to maintain this marriage. She would probably end the relationship with you when she met someone she liked. Then if she fell in love with you first, you wouldn't be so passive. You would have the initiative in your hands. After Wang Shuliang finished speaking, he took a sip of orange juice. Hearing Wang Shuliang say this, Qin Junshuo recalled Liu Yushi's face in his mind. I don't think she will fall in love with me. Qin Junshuo muttered softly. Chapter 11 New Year's Eve Party. Can you be more confident about your charm? Wang Shuliang said angrily. R. Qin Junshuo was stunned. Apparently he didn't realize that Wang Shuliang could hear him even though he spoke so softly. What we're saying is, you're a bit handsome, you can play the guitar and piano, and you have a high EQ. Wouldn't it be easy for you to run rampant on campus a few years ago? It's just that you've been focusing on studying. In your 6 years at university, which year didn't you get a scholarship? If you put a little more of your attention on relationships than studying, I think you'll be single in your freshman year. Wang Shuliang picked up a piece of potato and put it in Qin Junshuo's bowl and continued, don't feel inferior when it comes to relationships. You are very good. If she doesn't like you, it must be because she has poor taste. When the time comes, you can end this relationship and I'll let Xiaohan introduce you to some beauties. As for her, let her regret it. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh. You said that as if she doesn't want me now. Brother, I'm helping you build up your self-confidence, okay? Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo propped up his cheek and looked at Wang Shuliang. What would you think if I told you that my wife, who I married suddenly, is a celebrity? Are you still asleep? Which celebrity would have a flash marriage with you? Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo said lightly. TSK, I didn't realize that you, old Qin, are such a good daydreamer. If Liu Yushi were your wife, I would be the president of Lu University. Wang Shuliang curled his lips. You don't believe it? Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows. Do you think I will believe it? Besides, she is still in the rising stage of her career. I personally don't think she will fall in love, let alone get married quickly. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Qin Junshuo naturally knew that Wang Shuliang would not believe that Liu Yushi was his wife. Who could have known that such a fantastic joke was actually true? After a while, the two finished their grilled fish and leaned back in their chairs with satisfaction on their faces. How does the food taste? Wang Shuliang looked at Qin Junshuo and asked. Qin Junshuo was a little too full from eating, and gave a thumbs up weakly as he praised. It's a pity that Liang and Alan are not here, otherwise we would definitely have a good reunion. Wang Shuliang said with a bit of regret. Qin Junshuo stretched and said, let's get together again when we have time. The two sat in the chairs and rested for a while, then returned to the dormitory. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Today is December 28th, Thursday. Today is a special day as it is the annual New Year's Eve party of Ludao University, which is held in the Jiagang buildings near the Song-Yen building. Qin Junshuo was personally invited by their beloved dean of the law school to attend the New Year's Eve party, which made it impossible for him to refuse. Qin Junshuo got up early in the morning to go for a morning jog, and after the jog he went to help set up the scene. Originally, the task of setting up the scene had nothing to do with him, but Wang Shuliang had the task of setting up the scene, so he pulled Qin Junshuo over to do the hard labor. Qin Junshuo walked to the scene and greeted Wang Shuliang, who was busy. Good morning. When Wang Shuliang heard the voice, he stopped what he was saying and looked at Qin Junshuo. Morning. It seems that our young master Qin is very conscious and came to help so early. I am very satisfied. Come on, if you hadn't been so shameless to ask me for help, I wouldn't have come here. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense and come and help set up the scene. The two of them were busy until 11 o'clock in the morning before they got off work. As soon as they got off work, Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo went straight to the Qinya canteen. They packed their lunch and returned to the Lingyun dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Shuliang did not go back to his own dormitory but ran to Qin Junshuo's dormitory to eat with him. The two chatted while eating lunch. Suddenly Wang Shuliang said mysteriously, I'll tell you a little secret. We will have a mysterious guest at our New Year's Eve party this year. Oh, I know this. Qin Junshuo shrugged. How do you know? Wang Shuliang was stunned. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang and said, it's written on the official account that there is a special mysterious guest. Then do you know who this mysterious guest is? Aren't you talking nonsense? If I knew he could be the mysterious guest. Qin Junshuo said speechlessly. I know. Wang Shuliang said proudly. Oh. Your reaction is wrong. Wang Shuliang looked at Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo looked up at Wang Shuliang and asked in confusion, "Is my reaction wrong?" "Yes." Shouldn't a normal person ask who their mysterious guest is the first thing he does when hearing this kind of news? Wang Shuliang shrugged. Qin Junshuo put on disposable gloves, picked up the chicken leg, took a bite and said, "Maybe I don't really care who this mysterious guest is. We'll know who this mysterious guest is tonight, so there's no need for you to tell me in advance. Just keep me curious." Qin Junshuo replied calmly. Wang Shuliang held his forehead helplessly. "Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you." After lunch, they both took a nap. Because Qin Junshuo had a rehearsal in the afternoon, he did not go to help Wang Shuliang set up the scene. Of course, he did not go to the rehearsal either, but stayed in the dormitory to work on his thesis. After all, they had rehearsed several times and he knew the general process. Besides, he was only going to sing one song, so he simply said in the group that he had something urgent to do and could not go to rehearsal. Time passed quickly and night slowly fell. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the New Year's Eve party officially kicked off downstairs of Jiagang building. It all started with a very classic process, the opening ceremony. After the opening ceremony, the formal performance began. Since Qin Junshuo's festival was ranked 6th, there was still some time before he went on stage, so he was standing in the audience and enjoying the performance with Wang Shuliang. The expressions in the first 3 performances were a bit mediocre. The 4th performance was a new Treasure Island performed by several boys. This wonderful performance made the students in the audience couldn't help laughing. Some students who were interested in watching the fun cheered for them. Of course, Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang couldn't help laughing out loud. After all, the performance was so funny. When the 5th performance started, Qin Junshuo said goodbye to Wang Shuliang and went backstage to prepare. After all, it was his turn to perform on stage in the next show. The 5th performance was a traditional Chinese dance. Backstage, Qin Junshuo held up the electronic piano and looked at the volunteer students and smiled. "I'll trouble you to help me move a table and chairs later." The 5th performance ended quickly, and now it was Qin Junshuo's turn to perform. Before Qin Junshuo went on stage to perform, he tried the microphone first. When the host called out Qin Junshuo's name, he went on stage with his electronic piano. "Today, Senior Qin Junshuo will bring you Jay Chou's song Peninsular Iron Box. Applause to encourage. Chapter 12 Evening Breeze. Qin Junshuo opened his suitcase, took out the electronic keyboard and placed it on the table, then signaled that the accompaniment could begin. The sound of the piano slowly rose along with the accompaniment. I turned off the lights in the hallway, put my bag down, walked to the window of my room and looked out, thinking about the book I just bought, one of which was called Peninsular Iron Box. While Qin Junshuo was performing, a girl wearing glasses and a mask stood not far away and watched him. Wang Tangxi, who was standing next to Liu Yuxi, asked, "Is that the person you're going to marry?" Liu Yuxi nodded slightly. Wang Tangxi held her forehead helplessly. "I was wondering why you agreed to be a mysterious guest at the New Year's Eve party held by Lu University. So you came to see your husband?" Liu Yuxi shook her head and said, "It's mainly because our schedule has been cleared and we have some time. I've known the vice president of Ludao Art Academy for a long time, and she invited me to come, so I came. With my current popularity, I will be a mysterious guest at Ludao University. I think I will be on the hot search again. It is not a bad thing to gain more fame. The most important thing is that I can use the evening party of Ludao University to warm up the new song, Killing Two Birds with One Stone." Wang Tangxi tapped Liu Yuxi's head lightly in annoyance and said, "I don't think that's killing two birds with one stone. You just came here to see your husband. Since you're here as a mystery guest at Lu University, let's just meet each other on the way," Liu Yuxi said lightly. Wang Tangxi looked at Qin Junshuo performing on the stage and gently touched his chin and said, "It seems that his foundation is quite good. His appearance is not worse than some idols, and even better. He plays the piano pretty well. Why don't we send him to the entertainment industry to try?" Wang Tangxi looked at Liu Yuxi and expressed his thoughts. Liu Yuxi shook her head decisively when she heard this. "I don't agree. He has his own life. He even got his teaching certificate some time ago. Don't drag him into the entertainment industry, which is a world of fame and fortune." Wang Tangxi smiled and said, "I was just kidding. You reacted so strongly. I never realized that you have the ability to protect your husband before." Liu Yuxi didn't say anything, but just focused on watching Qin Junshuo performing on the stage. The preface became a diary, became air, and evolved into memories. The love in your impression doesn't seem to be able to withstand that time, so you give up. Qin Junshuo on the stage sang the last lyrics and gently played the piano keys with his fingers. Qin Junshuo waited until the accompaniment of the song ended before ending the song with the last note. The audience burst into applause, and Liu Yuxi and Wang Tangxi followed suit. Qin Junshuo bowed slightly and walked off the stage with the electronic piano. When the performance ended, Qin Junshuo came to the stage looking for Wang Shuliang, and finally found him in a better position to watch the performance. At this time, Wang Shuliang was video chatting with his girlfriend about the New Year's Eve party here. Qin Junshuo walked over and patted Wang Shuliang's shoulder gently. Wang Shuliang turned around and saw that it was Qin Junshuo, so he asked his girlfriend to greet him. Qin Junshuo nodded and greeted him, then stood with Wang Shuliang to watch the next performance. Qin Junshuo originally wanted to go back to the dormitory after the performance, but there would be a group photo taken at the closing ceremony of the New Year's Day Gala, and he was arranged to sit in a position closer to the center, so it was not easy to sneak away, so he had to stay and watch the performance. To be honest, the New Year's Eve party of Ludao University is quite enjoyable to watch. It is not that boring actually, and there are many entertaining programs. When it was the third to last performance, Qin Junshuo suddenly remembered the mysterious guest when Shuliang mentioned that afternoon, so he asked casually, "Do you know who that mysterious guest is?" Wang Shuliang turned his head to look at Qin Junshuo and shook his head, "I don't know. They did a good job of keeping it secret. I guess it's a celebrity or something." Qin Junshuo asked suspiciously, "Don't you know who the mysterious guest is?" Wang Shuliang shrugged and said, "I only know that this mysterious guest is a celebrity or something like that, I don't know who he is." "Then you asked me this afternoon if I wanted to know who the mystery guest was. I saw you said confidently that you knew, and I really thought you knew. So you were playing this trick on me." Wang Shuliang spread his hands with a playful look on his face and said, "I know the mystery guest is a star. I know which star the mystery guest is." Seconds. Qin Junshuo was speechless and raised his hand to make a 6 gesture to Wang Shuliang. The next 3 programs were all dancing and singing, and soon the last program ended. Their host stood on the stage and said, "This is the end of our last festival today. However, we still have a secret guest who has yet to appear. Are you curious about who this mysterious guest is? Now please welcome Liu Yuxi to make her grand entrance. Everyone, please welcome with applause." When their host said Liu Yuxi's name, their whole scene suddenly became lively. Wang Shuliang, who was standing next to Qin Junshuo, was obviously particularly excited and kept shaking his shoulder with one hand. "Oh shit, Lao Qin, it's Liu Yuxi." Qin Junshuo was stunned for a moment when he heard that Liu Yuxi was the mysterious guest. He really didn't expect that Liu Yuxi would be the mysterious guest invited by the school. As Liu Yuxi stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere reached a climax again. Liu Yuxi held the receiver and greeted everyone, "Good evening, students. Did you guys not expect that I would be the mysterious guest today?" Liu Yuxi smiled playfully. "I am honored to accept Vice President Liu's invitation and come to our Ludao New Year's Eve party. I wonder if you guys have any impression of me." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes. It seems that I am still somewhat well known." Liu Yuxi smiled and continued, "I have prepared 100 autographed photos and 50 posters for the students present. I hope you will like this little surprise. Of course, I have also prepared a small festival for tonight's party. I would like to bring you my original song, Evening Breeze." After saying this, Liu Yuxi bowed slightly and prepared to start singing. At this time, the on-site equipment had been taken over by Liu Yuxi's team. As the brisk piano accompaniment sounded, Liu Yuxi slowly began to sing. The clouds in the sky become very light at dusk, and young love is as unpredictable as the wind. The evening breeze carries the afterglow of dusk and blows away the nostalgia. Everyone at the scene was listening to Liu Yuxi's singing silently. Qin Junshuo looked at the girl on the stage who was as dazzling as a star, and he didn't know what he was thinking. When Liu Yuxi finished singing and bowed, there was another round of warm applause from the audience. Wang Shuliang in the audience exclaimed, "This song is quite amazing." After he finished speaking, Wang Shuliang turned his head to look at Qin Junshuo, bumped his shoulder and said with a smirk, "Didn't you say that Liu Yuxi is your wife? Now it's time for you to prove it." Chapter 13: The First Meeting with Wang Tangxi. Qin Junshuo glanced at Wang Shuliang and said nothing. He turned his head and looked silently at Liu Yuxi on the stage. After the last show ended, Liu Yushi and the host began the lucky draw session. Qin Junshuo quietly left and returned to the dormitory during the lucky draw session. He didn't even take the final group photo. Instead, he found an excuse saying that he had something urgent to do and had to go back first. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Junshuo took off his coat and draped it on the chair, then took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat and looked at the chat history between him and Liu Yushi. The chat history between the two stopped 3 days ago. Qin Junshuo held his cheek and looked out the window. He didn't expect that the mysterious guest of tonight's New Year's Eve party would be Liu Yushi. His fingers were tapping on the table when suddenly his cell phone rang. Qin Junshuo looked up and saw that it was an unfamiliar call. Seeing that the phone number did not seem to be a harassing call, he chose to answer it. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin Junshuo?" A female voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Qin Junshuo, may I ask who you are?" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Tangxi, and I'm Liu Yushi's agent." Wang Tangxi said politely. "Hello, Miss Wang, is there anything you need from me?" Qin Junshuo asked politely. Wang Tangxi smiled and said, "We don't have to be so distant. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Shi. There's nothing important about contacting you. It's mainly because Yushi wants to meet you. Could you spare some time to go back to your home later?" Qin Junshuo frowned slightly. "Isn't this a bit risky? I'm afraid that I'll be secretly photographed, which will have a very bad impact on Xiaoxi." "Don't worry about that, we are ready," Wang Tangxi replied. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll go back now, before we both get photographed at the same time." Wang Tangxi nodded and said, "Okay." After Qin Junshuo said goodbye to Wang Tangxi, he hung up the phone, stood up, picked up the coat draped over the chair, left the dormitory, went to the underground parking lot under the martial arts field, drove out of the school and returned home. After returning home, Qin Junshuo found that Wang Tangxi had added him on WeChat, so he agreed to become friends. Qin Junshuo glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. After hesitating for a moment, he edited a message and sent it to Wang Tangxi. "Qin Junshuo, have you eaten yet? Do you need me to cook for you?" After a while, Wang Tangxi replied immediately. "Wang Tangxi, I'm so sorry." Wang Tangxi, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Junshuo, "Just call me Junshuo." Wang Tangxi, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to your cooking. See you later." After chatting with Wang Tangxi, Qin Junshuo casually put his phone on the table in the living room, then rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. He tied on an apron as if he was familiar with the place and started cooking. By the time Qin Junshuo finished cooking, it was already 10 o'clock. The dinner was particularly sumptuous, with 3 dishes and 1 soup. Because Qin Junshuo remembered that Liu Yushi wanted to control her figure, he made 2 vegetarian dishes. One is stir-fried water spinach, one is stir-fried lettuce, and the last dish is stir-fried broccoli with a little bit of lean meat, and the soup is shrimp bowl and seaweed soup. When Qin Junshuo put all the dishes on the table, the door was opened. The first person to come in was their fully armed Liu Yushi, followed by Wang Tangxi. "Hello, Sister Shi." Qin Junshuo greeted her and then took off the apron tied around his waist. Wang Tangxi looked at Qin Junshuo and nodded with satisfaction. "Hello, Junshuo. It's our first meeting. I have heard a lot about you." Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "Why do you still hear so much about your name?" Wang Tangxi smiled and said, "I've always heard Yushi mention you." Liu Yushi coughed a few times and then took off her mask. Wang Tangxi stopped talking upon seeing this, and just gave Qin Junshuo a look that showed he understood. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi strangely. Liu Yushi felt Qin Junshuo's gaze and lowered her head slightly to tidy up her clothes. "Please sit down first. I'll get you some chopsticks." After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he walked into the kitchen, put his apron away, and went to the disinfection cabinet to get the dishes and chopsticks. Outside, Liu Yushi sat on the sofa, poured herself a glass of water and took a sip. Wang Tangxi stood in front of the dining table, looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table and said, "Yushi, I now admit that you have good taste." Liu Yushi turned her head and looked at Wang Tangxi and smiled. "His cooking skills are very good. You can eat more when the time comes. Fried seasonal vegetables, fried water spinach, and finally fried broccoli with lean meat. It seems that your Junshuo cares about you very much and knows that you are controlling your figure." Wang Tangxi joked. Qin Junshuo brought out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, placed them on the dining table and said, "Let's eat first." Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi got up from the sofa and sat down at the dining table, while Wang Tangxi sat next to her consciously. Qin Junshuo opened the rice cooker, served a bowl of rice to Liu Yushi and placed it in front of her, saying casually, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Liu Yushi held the bowl in her 2 small hands and whispered, "I just want to give you a surprise." Hearing this, Qin Junshuo paused for a moment while serving rice, then pretended nothing had happened and served Wang Tangxi a bowl of rice as well. Wang Tangxi took the rice and couldn't help but teased, "I haven't even eaten yet, wait a minute until you two have enough dog food to feed me." Qin Junshuo saw that Wang Tangxi was joking and didn't say much. The 3 of them sat at the dining table and ate. Wang Tangxi praised Qin Junshuo's cooking skills while eating. "Junshuo, your performance tonight was pretty good. Would you like to consider joining the entertainment industry?" Wang Tangxi's tone sounded like he was joking but also a little serious. Liu Yushi, who was eating quietly at the side, frowned slightly when she heard this. Qin Junshuo shook his head and laughed, "Sister Shi, please don't tease me. I am just a half-baked person and it would be easy for me to be laughed at if I enter the entertainment industry. Besides, I don't really like being famous. If our dean hadn't forced me to perform, I might not even have participated in the performance at tonight's party." Okay, what a pity." Wang Tangxi pretended to sigh. The 3 of them were chatting while eating. Wang Tangxi was a very sociable person, and the atmosphere of the chat became better and better. From time to time, she would share some gossips from the entertainment industry with the 2 of them. For example, who is promoting their relationship with whom, and who is in a secret relationship that has not been made public. Although Qin Junshuo didn't pay attention to things in the entertainment industry, he still enjoyed listening to them. Wang Tangxi suddenly looked at Qin Junshuo and raised his eyebrows and asked, "Junshuo, let me ask you something." Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "Sister Shi, what do you want to ask me? Let me warn you in advance. This kind of thing may offend you a little bit. It's okay, go ahead. Can you accept Yushi's CP?" Chapter 14 I don't quite agree. Qin Junshuo listened carefully to Liu Yushi's question and replied after a while, "I can definitely accept it. It's not a big deal. Although I don't really understand your entertainment industry, I still know a little bit about it, but I don't really agree with her practice of hyping up couples." Qin Junshuo made a well-reasoned analysis. Although hyping up a CP with other popular young actors can add a little heat and topic, it is actually not worth the loss for Liu Yushi. I am her legal husband now. If she creates a single persona and hypes up a couple with other traffic stars before our relationship ends, when our relationship is exposed one day, not only will the popularity of the previous couple be lost, but it will also ruin her popularity with the public to a certain extent. Wang Tangxi nodded in satisfaction after hearing Qin Junshuo's thorough analysis. "I am very satisfied with your analysis. It's just that as long as there is a drama, there will always be a little bit of CP fans, you understand, right?" Wang Tangxi reminded implicitly. Qin Junshuo picked up a piece of water spinach with chopsticks and put it in Liu Yushi's bowl and said calmly, "Actually, you don't have to pay too much attention to CP fans. If I'm not mistaken, you guys are trying to take advantage of Xiaoyu's recent surge in popularity to tap into her potential as a singer. I listened carefully to her original song, Evening Breeze. I know a little bit about music. Her original songs are not very good, but compared with the popular songs on the internet, they are still far better than those. I personally think that instead of creating unnecessary hype about CP, you should focus on Liu Yushi's 2 identities as an actor and a singer." "Sister Shi, what do you think of what I said?" Qin Junshuo smiled slightly. Wang Tangxi put down his chopsticks and clapped his hands, praising him, "Very strong, I have to say, Junshuo, all the things you analyzed are what I was thinking in my mind. It really touched my heart." Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "I just analyzed it briefly. My professional level is definitely not as good as Sister Shi's." Liu Yushi lowered her head and concentrated on eating, but the corners of her mouth still rose slightly unconsciously. After all, she didn't like to hype up couples with others, so Qin Junshuo was helping her in disguise. Wang Tangxi picked up a shrimp bowl for Qin Junshuo and said, "Junshuo, if your relationship with Yushi could no longer be hidden and was exposed one day, how would you deal with it?" "How will I handle this?" Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Tangxi with a puzzled look on his face. "Shouldn't you handle this?" How can I deal with this? Wang Tangxi was slightly stunned by Qin Junshuo's question, then he immediately reacted and smiled. We have strong public relations skills and can handle it properly. I just want to see what you think. Qin Junshuo took a bite of the shrimp bowl and answered without thinking, I definitely want to make it public. There's always a day when the truth will come out. Now that it's been exposed, why not openly disclose the relationship between the two of you? And it's okay even if you make it public. Maybe it can even become a hot topic at that time. Wouldn't that give you the attention you want? At least it can establish a positive persona, and if the effect is good, it can also gain some popularity. Overall, the pros and cons of public relationships definitely outweigh the cons. Listening to Qin Junshuo's rational analysis, a gleam of light flashed in Wang Tangxi's eyes, and she liked Liu Yuxi's flash marriage partner more and more. Let's eat first. Liu Yuxi ended the topic and the three of them began to concentrate on eating dinner. After dinner, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to clean up the dishes and prepared to go to the kitchen to wash them. Seeing this, Liu Yuxi also stepped forward to help clean up. Wang Tangxi wanted to help but was stopped by Qin Junshuo, who asked her to sit on the sofa and rest. After all, as their host, Qin Junshuo would never ask guests to help with housework. In the kitchen, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi stood side by side washing dishes. Neither of them spoke. In the end, it was Liu Yuxi who took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. You really don't want me to hype up CP? Qin Junshuo answered while washing the dishes, no, you are the person involved. It's up to you to make the choice. I have no objection to you wanting to hype up your CP, but I still suggest that you spend the time you spend on hyping up your CP to polish your actors or singers, the effect will be better. I understand. Liu Yuxi nodded. The two chatted while washing dishes, and Liu Yuxi shared with Qin Junshuo some interesting things she had encountered during this period. Qin Junshuo listened carefully and secretly glanced at Liu Yuxi. He suddenly thought of what Wen Shuliang said yesterday, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to speak. If you meet someone you really like in the future, please tell me in time. When Liu Yuxi heard this, she frowned slightly and turned to look at Qin Junshuo. Why do you say that suddenly? Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, I'm just reminding you, because if you meet someone you really like, our relationship can end. Do you really want to end this relationship with me? It's okay. I don't really want to, but if you meet someone you like, you have to end it even if I don't want it to end. Qin Junshuo said while washing dishes. Then you can rest assured. We will not end this relationship in the next few years. Liu Yuxi said lightly. TSK. Qin Junshuo chuckled and joked, what will you do if we fall in love with each other? Love grows over time. Liu Yuxi tilted her head slightly and looked at Qin Junshuo. If love grows over time, then we can become real husband and wife, but from what I've learned from Aunt Qin, you don't think there's such a thing as love growing over time. As Liu Yuxi spoke, she put the clean bowls into the sterilizer. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Liu Yuxi and said, you make me sound like a heartless person. Liu Yuxi smiled and said, isn't it? Qin Junshuo shrugged and did not answer Liu Yuxi's question. After Liu Yuxi cleaned the last bowl and put it in the disinfection cabinet, she said, do you think I will fall in love with you over time? Qin Junshuo took off the gloves on his hands and replied, how would I know if you would fall in love with me over time? I don't even know you that well. Although Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi have recently become a little closer through their WeChat chats, to be honest, Qin Junshuo really doesn't know Liu Yuxi at all. Because of Liu Yuxi's work, every time Qin Junshuo chatted with her, she would take a long time to reply, so sometimes the two of them would just care about each other, such as whether the other had eaten, remembered to go to bed early and not stay up late, and put on more clothes when it was cold. As for why I didn't ask Liu Yuxi what her interests and hobbies were, it was because it was very simple. Liu Yuxi's reply time was irregular. Sometimes she would chat with you for a few words, and sometimes she would disappear for several days. As a result, the two of them never had a good chat. Chapter 15. Do you really want her autographed photo? Liu Yuxi grumbled, this man is so boring. After complaining, Liu Yuxi left the kitchen and went to the living room, leading Wang Tangxi back to her bedroom. Qin Junshuo had nothing to do, so he cleaned the living room. After cleaning the living room, he went to the balcony to take down the clothes that had been dried. As Qin Junshuo came to the balcony, a biting cold wind blew over. The cold wind seemed to have a penetrating property and went straight through Qin Junshuo's clothes and onto his body. The weather on Ludao Island is so cold. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but complain, and quickly packed his clothes and prepared to take a hot bath. The other side. In Liu Yushi's room. Sister Shi, what do you think of Junshuo? Liu Yushi asked. Wang Tangxi thought for a moment and said, after just a short time of interaction, I feel that his character and values are pretty good. He always gives you a rational analysis from your perspective first, which is something that many boys can't do. His talent and cooking skills are both very good, I like them very much. How to describe him, a perfect marriage partner. Wang Tangxi shrugged and joked. Liu Yushi sat beside Wang Tangxi, propping up her chin with her palm weakly and said, I'm still worried that he and his family will be negatively affected by me. Wang Tangxi patted Liu Yushi on the shoulder and said, don't worry, at worst we can just make our relationship public. Qin Junshuo is very good looking, capable, and has a good character. I believe the fans will buy it. Let him appear on a few variety shows later to establish his character, and that will be enough. Liu Yushi shook her head and said, that's not the point. I'm mainly afraid that his solo fans and his CP fans will attack him. Wang Tangxi couldn't help laughing and said, what can they attack? Please, your husband is an outsider, how can they attack him? Yes, my husband is not from the circle, what can they attack? Liu Yushi said with sudden realization. Actually, I agree with Junshuo's point of view. If you are exposed, just make it public openly. There is no need to do public relations. Wang Tangxi shrugged. Even if a reporter asks you why you chose to keep your marriage secret, you can use the answer that he is not in the entertainment industry and you don't want your private life to be disturbed. The other side. After taking a shower, Qin Junshuo returned to his room and lay down on the bed, thinking about the questions Liu Yushi asked him in the kitchen. Do you think I'll fall in love with you over time? Qin Junshuo placed his hands on the back of his head and looked at the ceiling and murmured, does love grow over time? Qin Junshuo turned sideways, pulled up the quilt to cover himself, and turned off the bedside lamp. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. The night fades away, the moon sets in the west and the sun rises in the east. The warm sunlight shone through the glass onto Liu Yushi's little face as she was sleeping. Liu Yushi, who was sleeping soundly, felt a chill on her body and woke up in a daze. She turned her head and found that Wang Tangxi, who was sleeping next to her, had snatched away all the quilts. Liu Yushi, who was freezing to death, lost her sleepiness, so she got up, put on her coat and went to the living room. When she came to the living room, she found that breakfast was already prepared on the dining table. Liu Yushi subconsciously walked to the dining table. There were 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat porridge on the dining table, with a note on them. Liu Yushi took off the note and looked carefully at the words written on it. Remember to have breakfast when you wake up. I don't know what you like to eat, so I ordered a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge for you and Sister Shi. I'm going to school now. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo's handwriting on the note, then lowered her head to glance at the breakfast on the table. For some reason, she felt a warm current flowing through her heart. After reading the note, she put it down and went to the bathroom to wash up. After Liu Yushi finished washing up, Wang Tangxi got up at some point and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Sister Shi, how did you sleep last night? Liu Yushi asked with a smile. Wang Tangxi stretched slightly and said, it's very good, comparable to a hotel. 2 days ago, we rented the house next to Qin Junshuo and started to arrange daily necessities. Today, it is almost finished. We will have a place to stay when we return to Ludao in the future. Liu Yushi nodded and said, okay, Sister Shi, if you want to eat for free, you're welcome to do so. Wang Tangxi raised his eyebrows slightly and said, oh? You don't live with me. Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said, it's all the same. I'm used to sleeping here. He doesn't come back very often anyway, so we can visit each other when the time comes. Oh, by the way, Junshuo prepared breakfast for us. You should wash up and come to eat. There is a disposable toothbrush in the bathroom, you can just use it. Wang Tangxi got up from the sofa and said, then I'll go wash up first. Aha! Inside the Hanshui Tower in Ludazhuang, Qin Junshuo was standing on the podium serving as a teaching assistant to Professor Wang. Since it was an open class, Professor Wang handed the class over to Qin Junshuo and asked him to host the class. Qin Junshuo explained the knowledge points on the PPT to the students with ease. His humorous and interesting teaching style made the classroom atmosphere much more lively. Soon it was time to end the get out of class, and Qin Junshuo announced the end of the get out of class after assigning the homework. TSK, Xiao Qin, you are making great progress and your performance is getting better and better. Professor Wang praised. Qin Junshuo said modestly, your guidance is still good. I, an old man, have never given you much guidance, but you have a strong learning ability. Judging from your performance today, you will definitely perform better than us old guys in the formal classes next semester. Professor Wang said with a smile. Mr. Wang, you are too modest. I still have a lot to learn from you. As he spoke, Qin Junshuo skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to Professor Wang. School rules clearly state that smoking is not allowed in classrooms or other public places. Professor Wang spoke, righteously, but still reached out to take the cigarette that Qin Junshuo handed to him. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh and said, Mr. Wang, we are so familiar with each other, and you still think I don't know you. Go to the bathroom. That's exactly what I meant. Professor Wang and Qin Junshuo walked towards the toilet while chatting. Half an hour later, Qin Junshuo returned to the dormitory alone. As luck would have it, he ran into Wang Shuliang, who had just finished a debate competition on his way back to the dormitory. Qin Junshuo greeted Wang Shuliang, and when Wang Shuliang saw it was Qin Junshuo, he trotted over to his side. Where did you go last night? I had to go home for something urgent. Qin Junshuo explained. Wang Shuliang said with a bitter face, I didn't get Liu Yushi's autographed photo. It was just a little bit away from mine. My number is 207, and she got 206 and 208, but not my 207. Qin Junshuo asked curiously, do you really want Liu Yushi's autographed photo? It's okay. After all, I like Liu Yushi very much. I would definitely like to get her autographed photo for free. But there's nothing I can do. I didn't get the chance. Wang Shuliang said helplessly. Chapter 16 Can you cook? Qin Junshuo nodded and silently kept Wang Shuliang's words in mind. The two walked back to the dormitory while chatting. After reaching the downstairs of the dormitory, the two of them went back to their own dormitories. After Qin Junshuo entered the dormitory, he tidied himself up simply, changed his coat, left the dormitory, went to the school gate and took a taxi home. After returning home, Qin Junshuo smelled the aroma of meat coming from the kitchen as soon as he entered the door. Qin Junshuo was a little surprised and walked to the door to take a look, and found that Liu Yushi was cooking inside. You can cook? Qin Junshuo hesitated for a while before speaking. Liu Yushi, who was concentrating on cooking, did not hear the sound of Qin Junshuo opening the door and coming in. When she heard Qin Junshuo's voice, she turned her head to look at him with a little confusion and asked, when did you come back? Just got back. Qin Junshuo said as he walked into the kitchen. What are you doing? Liu Yushi made way for him and said, let's make soup. The weather is too cold. Let's make chicken soup. I was thinking of letting you go home to drink the soup when it was almost ready, but I didn't expect you to come back early. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, I only have one teaching assistant class today, and I'll be on vacation after it's over. Technically speaking, I can enjoy my 3.5 days New Year's Day holiday starting this afternoon. Yes, today is the 29th, and tomorrow is the New Year's Day holiday. After Qin Junshuo's reminder, Liu Yushi remembered that there was such a thing as a New Year's Day holiday. Qin Junshuo asked casually, Sister, she hasn't gotten up yet. Liu Yushi shook her head and said, she got up early this morning and went back to the Magic City to take care of work. Huh? She's going back to the Magic City? Then why didn't you go back with her? Liu Yushi raised her eyes and glanced at Qin Junshuo and said calmly, why? Do you really want me to leave? Qin Junshuo realized that there was something wrong with his words and quickly changed his words. What I mean is, don't you need to go back to the Magic City with her to deal with work? A warm reminder that even entertainers have New Year's Day holidays. All right. I thought that with your current popularity you would participate in some satellite TV station's New Year's Eve party. Qin Junshuo shrugged. Liu Yushi smiled and said, how do you know I didn't attend the New Year's Eve party? Huh. Qin Junshuo was stunned. Did you attend the New Year's Eve party? Yes. Liu Yushi said with a smile. That's not right. Why haven't you set out for the recording yet? Qin Junshuo asked in confusion. New Year's Eve galas are also divided into recorded and live broadcasts. For example, Capital TV's New Year's Eve gala is recorded, while Suzhou TV and Zhejiang TV are live broadcasts. I participated in Suzhou's New Year's Eve party, which was recorded in Macau. Because it was a live broadcast, I only had to go to Macau one day in advance. Sister, she returned to Magic because she was called back by the studio to deal with an urgent matter. Otherwise, she would have left for Macau with me tomorrow. Liu Yuxi explained. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "So you think artists also have New Year's Day holidays?" Liu Yuxi helplessly spread her hands and said, "I can't help it. I also want to have a New Year's Day holiday, but my work is very busy. I have to be busy with the New Year's Eve party, release the new song, and then continue to run announcements. I will probably also participate in a Zhejiang variety show to promote it. I'll be busy until a few days before the Spring Festival, and then I can take a short vacation," Liu Yuxi said after counting the days. Qin Junshuo asked seriously, "Then can you participate in the Spring Festival gala?" Liu Yuxi pointed at herself and said speechlessly, "Me? How could someone like me possibly get an invitation to the Spring Festival gala? I'm just a temporary celebrity, and my status is at most a second or third-rate star." Qin Junshuo patted Liu Yuxi on the shoulder and encouraged her, "Then you should work hard and strive to be on the stage of the Spring Festival gala as soon as possible." "I hope so." After chatting with Liu Yuxi for a while, Qin Junshuo left the kitchen and sat down on the sofa. After sitting down, he turned on the TV and watched the costume drama in which Liu Yuxi played the second female lead. The name of the drama was Fireworks in Jiangnan. I don't know if Liu Yuxi heard my voice in the kitchen and leaned out to look at Qin Junshuo, who was sitting on the sofa. "Are you watching Fireworks in Jiangnan?" Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Liu Yuxi, who had poked her head out, and nodded, "Yes. Why are you suddenly interested in TV series? I remember Aunt Qin said you don't read these." Liu Yuxi asked curiously. Qin Junshuo scratched his head and said, "Just watch it if you want." "Okay. So do you want rice or porridge for lunch?" Liu Yuxi asked. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "Rice goes better with chicken soup." "Okay, you watch one episode and lunch will be ready." After hearing Qin Junshuo's idea, Liu Yuxi immediately retreated to the kitchen to busy herself. Qin Junshuo turned his head and supported his cheek to continue watching the TV series. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. 40 minutes later. Wearing heat-insulating gloves, Liu Yuxi carefully brought the chicken soup she had cooked from the kitchen and placed it on the dining table. Hearing the noise, Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi. "All right." Liu Yuxi nodded. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo turned off the TV with the remote control, stood up and followed Liu Yuxi into the kitchen to help. Qin Junshuo took out the rice cooker, while Liu Yuxi took out 2 sets of chopsticks and 2 small bowls. After putting their things away, they sat on chairs and started eating lunch. Liu Yuxi used a small spoon to scoop a small bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of Qin Junshuo. Because the chicken soup was too hot, the small bowl was also a little hot. After helping Qin Junshuo fill the soup, Liu Yuxi immediately withdrew her little hand and rubbed her little ear. When Qin Junshuo saw Liu Yuxi like this, he found it a little funny and a little cute for some reason. Seeing that Qin Junshuo had not taken any action, Liu Yuxi reminded him, "Drink the chicken soup while it's hot." "Is your hand okay?" Qin Junshuo asked without paying attention to Liu Yuxi's words. Liu Yuxi shook her head and said, "It's okay, it's just a little hot, but it's okay, my hands are cold in winter, so this can help warm my hands." Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Then he served Liu Yuxi a bowl of soup and also served her a bowl of rice. After Qin Junshuo tore off a large chicken leg and put it in Liu Yuxi's bowl, he suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "By the way, how do you know how to cook?" Liu Yuxi picked up the chicken leg with chopsticks and took a small bite. When she heard Qin Junshuo ask her this, she looked up at him in surprise and asked, "Is there a possibility I can cook? I didn't expect that." Qin Junshuo smiled awkwardly. Liu Yuxi shrugged indifferently and said, "I can't help it. I became independent quite early. I have been cooking in the kitchen with our dean since elementary school. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's hurry up and eat." Qin Junshuo immediately changed the subject when he saw that he had brought up Liu Yuxi's childhood memories. Chapter 17, do you want to go out and have some fun tonight? Liu Yushi glanced at Qin Junshuo and said, you don't think female celebrities can't cook, do you? Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. It's just that I didn't know you could cook, so I was a little surprised. The two of them ate while chatting, and soon Liu Yushi finished the chicken leg in her bowl. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo wanted to give her a few more pieces of meat, but Liu Yushi refused. Just eat it. One chicken drumstick is enough for me. If you eat more, you will gain weight easily. There's still so much meat left, you don't want to eat it. No more. Liu Yushi shook her head and continued, I was going to cook it for you anyway, but I was afraid I wouldn't eat enough and we wouldn't be able to finish the whole chicken, so I only bought half a chicken. I only need to eat one drumstick from half a chicken. Did you go out to buy groceries today? You weren't recognized, were you? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Junshuo's focus would be on this, so she shook her head and explained, I didn't go out. I bought it online. I filled in your name and phone number, and asked Sister Shi to sign for it for me. That's fine. Qin Junshuo nodded. Then why don't you eat meat and drink more soup? You said your hands are cold in winter, maybe you have a cold body. Drinking more chicken soup can also warm your body. Qin Junshuo didn't think too much about it. He put down his chopsticks and served soup to Liu Yushi. By the time the two finished their lunch, it was exactly 12 o'clock noon. After eating, Liu Yushi sat on the sofa to digest her meal, while Qin Junshuo took the initiative to clean up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. After he finished washing the dishes and came out, he walked straight to sit next to Liu Yushi. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Qin Junshuo asked casually. Liu Yushi, who was watching a short video, looked up at Qin Junshuo when she heard this. I'll probably go run 2 kilometers later. Qin Junshuo suspected that he had misheard and asked, you said you wanted to run 2 kilometers. Liu Yushi nodded and said, yes, let's go exercise. Awesome, running in the middle of winter. Qin Junshuo gave a thumbs up. Why? Don't you exercise in winter? I'm a lazy guy. Qin Junshuo spread his hands. All right. So what are your plans for the afternoon? Liu Yushi asked. I'll take a nap later. I guess it will be 3 or 4 in the afternoon when I wake up. Qin Junshuo said. So exaggerated. My normal lunch break is only about an hour. I am sleepy in winter, Qin Junshuo explained. I see. The two of them chatted casually. When Qin Junshuo felt a little sleepy, he stood up and said, I'm going to rest first. I'm a little sleepy. Okay. Liu Yushi nodded. Qin Junshuo walked towards his room. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo's departing back and suddenly asked, do you have anything to do tonight? Should we go out and play tonight? Hearing this, Qin Junshuo stopped and turned to look at Liu Yushi. Shall we go out and have some fun? Seeing Qin Junshuo's reaction, Liu Yushi quickly waved her hand and explained, I just said it casually. If you don't agree or don't have time, we won't go out. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, I have time and space, but I'm worried that you will be recognized, and then things will be difficult. I will wear sunglasses and gloves, and then a scarf and a mask. This way we won't be recognized, right? Liu Yushi asked uncertainly. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll take you out for a walk tonight. Liu Yushi's eyes lit up instantly, really? Really? Qin Junshuo snapped his fingers and turned around and said, I'll take you out for a stroll tonight. I'm going to rest first. Okay. 2:30 in the afternoon. Qin Junshuo woke up, put on his coat, went to the bathroom outside to rinse his mouth, and then sat down on the sofa in the living room. With nothing to do, he continued watching fireworks in Jiangnan and watched 2 episodes in a row. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock. After watching a few episodes, Qin Junshuo's impression of this drama is, it's just a show about showing off your affection. But to be honest, the second female lead played by Liu Yushi gave Qin Junshuo a sense of surprise when she first appeared. The reason is simple, just 2 words, beautiful. When Liu Yushi woke up and went to the living room, Qin Junshuo was still watching the TV series attentively. Qin Junshuo looked up at Liu Yushi only when he heard footsteps. Are you awake? Liu Yushi nodded. Qin Junshuo glanced at the clock on the wall and said, it's 4:30. What time did you go to bed? Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said, 3 o'clock. Go to bed at 3 o'clock. Qin Junshuo was stunned. Why do you go to bed so late? Liu Yushi explained, I went out for a run at 1 o'clock, and got home at almost 2 o'clock. I rested for a while and then took a shower. It was about a little after 2:40 when I finished the shower and blew my hair. Then I watched some short videos for a while before going to bed. It turns out that our sister Liu is also a surfing expert. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but teased. Liu Yushi rolled her eyes at Qin Junshuo, you just tease me every day. Qin Junshuo patted the seat next to him and said, do you want to watch the drama together? Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi came and sat down next to Qin Junshuo. Do you think this drama is good? Liu Yushi asked. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and gave a more pertinent answer, it's average, but still acceptable. It's obviously a costume drama, let's be honest, I didn't expect there to be so much dog food in costume dramas nowadays. Liu Yushi helplessly held her forehead and said, indeed, especially with a male lead and a female lead, male lead and female lead, there's nothing we can do about it. This drama is positioned as a costume romance. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, it's actually not bad, but sometimes it does have some stupid parts, and there's no dog food to show off. Liu Yushi smiled and said, this is the market now. You guys don't have a high ratings, you mainly attract girls to watch. After saying this, Liu Yushi changed the subject and asked, what time do we leave? Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, 6 o'clock, not too early or too late. Where are we going to play? Liu Yushi asked curiously. Zhongshan Road. Zhongshan Road is great. I haven't been there for a long time. Liu Yushi nodded. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, I haven't been shopping for a long time. Today is a good time to go shopping since there are not many tourists. When the holiday starts in the next 2 days, there will be more tourists, and it will be crowded. Really? After all, Ludao is a tourist city. Liu Yushi nodded. The two sat together, chatting and watching TV series. When it was almost 5:30, Liu Yushi got up and dressed herself. 15 minutes later. Liu Yushi was wearing a down jacket, a lavender scarf around her neck, and a small hat on her head. She stood on Qin Junshuo and turned around. I will definitely not be recognized if I dress like this. Chapter 18, Wishing Sign. Qin Junshuo took a close look at Liu Yushi's outfit. Well, that's about it. Liu Yushi also put on a mask and sunglasses, put her hands on her waist and said proudly, I'm dressed like this, even Aunt Qin can't recognize me. Although Qin Junshuo couldn't see what expression Liu Yushi had on her face at this moment, it was not difficult to infer from her performance that she had a proud expression on her face. By the time Liu Yushi finished dressing up, it was almost 6 o'clock. After Qin Junshuo put on his shoes, he led Liu Yushi out of the house and came to the gate of the community. How do we get there? Take the bus or the subway? Liu Yushi asked. Qin Junshuo glanced at Liu Yushi with a strange expression and said, he must have taken a taxi. It takes less than half an hour to get to Zhongshan Road by taxi from here. If you take the subway, it will take at least 40 minutes, and you have to take line 2 and transfer to line 1. Liu Yushi nodded, not quite understanding, I see. I've rarely taken the subway in Ludao before, and I want to experience it. Listening to Liu Yushi's words, Qin Junshuo shrugged indifferently and said, of course you can if you want to experience it. We can just take the subway back when the time comes. Okay. While the two were talking, Qin Junshuo had already called a ride-hailing car. The online hailing car arrived soon. Qin Junshuo checked the license plate, and after confirming that it was correct, he took Liu Yushi in. On their way to Zhongshan Road, the driver looked at Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror from time to time. Maybe it was because Liu Yushi's outfit was too dazzling, but the driver didn't talk to the two of them on the road. Half an hour later, Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo were queuing outside an oyster omelette restaurant. Liu Yushi would occasionally look at the chef frying oysters, and Qin Junshuo would stand behind Liu Yushi. As someone who wants to control your body weight, are you sure you want to eat fried oysters? Qin Junshuo hesitated for a while and finally spoke. Hearing this, Liu Yushi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo and said with a smile, it's okay, I'll just eat a little bit. Sister, she is not here anyway, so it should be okay for me to sneak a little bit. Qin Junshuo sighed helplessly and said, okay. When it was their turn, Qin Junshuo took out his mobile phone to pay, and the chef quickly prepared a plate of oyster omelette and handed it to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi took the fried oysters, said thank you and left with Qin Junshuo. The two walked side by side on the street. Liu Yushi took off her mask and ate the fried oysters slowly. Tasty. Liu Yushi's eyes lit up and she immediately picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into Qin Junshuo's mouth. Take a bite. Qin Junshuo was stunned when he saw Liu Yushi's behavior. Would it be inappropriate for you to feed me with the chopsticks you used? It doesn't seem very good. Liu Yushi nodded, then took out a pair of unopened disposable chopsticks from her pocket, tore open the package and picked up another chopstick. It will be fine right now. Qin Junshuo remained silent. He was not sure whether Liu Yushi did not understand what he said or was pretending not to understand. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head and ate the fried oysters. Is it delicious? Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo with anticipation. Qin Junshuo was about to say something, but seeing Liu Yushi's expectant look, he changed his words and said, it's delicious. It seems that I have good taste. Liu Yushi hummed twice and then continued to eat the fried oysters. The two of them walked forward for a while. Liu Yushi saw something and quickly pulled Qin Junshuo's hand and said, there's something fun there. Qin Junshuo subconsciously looked down at Liu Yushi holding his hand. The two crossed the zebra crossing and came to a claw machine shop. Liu Yushi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, can you play with dolls? It's okay. Qin Junshuo shrugged. Liu Yushi let go of Qin Junshuo's hand and pointed inside the claw machine, can you help me grab 2 dolls? I'll try my best. Qin Junshuo didn't dare to say too much, and then went to the coin machine to buy 50 coins, 1 coin for 1, 2 coins in a grab. Qin Junshuo followed Liu Yushi with a small basket filled with game coins. Liu Yushi was walking in the store, looking for the doll she liked. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to look at Qin Junshuo, who was pointing at a doll machine and said, help me catch Pikachu. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded and went to the claw machine to put in the coins. I failed to catch it the first time, and failed to catch it the second time, but I succeeded in catching it the third time. Qin Junshuo looked at the claw machine that kept shaking and complained, this hook is really loose. When Liu Yushi saw Qin Junshuo successfully catch a doll, she immediately applauded and praised, awesome. 10 minutes later, Qin Junshuo received a thumbs up from Liu Yushi for his excellent score of 6 out of 25. Liu Yushi happily left the claw machine store carrying a bag containing 6 different dolls, while Qin Junshuo followed her silently. The two went to Lukin Coffee to pack 2 cups of coffee and drank them while walking, and then stopped at a store called Miniso. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, can I go buy some cosmetics? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, of course. After getting Qin Junshuo's permission, Liu Yushi walked into the store and started shopping. Because Qin Junshuo didn't know much about cosmetics, he could only lean against the door and wait for Liu Yushi to buy the goodies. 10 minutes later, Liu Yushi walked up to Qin Junshuo carrying a small bag filled with things and stopped, saying, I've bought it, let's go. Qin Junshuo looked up at the bag in Liu Yushi's hand and asked, what did you buy? I just bought a little bit casually. Liu Yushi replied. Well, let's go. The two continued walking up the road and finally stopped at a sign that said, free check-in point. Liu Yushi looked at the misty entrance that looked like a water curtain cave and turned to look at Qin Junshuo curiously, where is this? Qin Junshuo pondered for a while and said, I usually call it the wishing wall. At this time, Liu Yushi also noticed that there were many wishing signs hanging on both sides of the stairs leading up. Liu Yushi walked up the stairs, her hand constantly brushing over the wishing sticks. She found that many of the words on the wishing sticks were either wishes for themselves to get ashore or whispers to the people they liked. The two walked up to the second floor, and Qin Junshuo glanced at Liu Yushi and asked, would you like to write one? Me? Can I write? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, of course. Qin Junshuo took Liu Yushi to the place where wishing tickets were sold, paid for 2 wishing tickets and handed one to her. Then he took Liu Yushi to find a staff member to get a pen and sat down in front of a desk. Liu Yushi, who had just sat down, couldn't wait to pick up the pen and write on her wish. Qin Junshuo wrote a sentence on the wish sign. I hope my family is safe. After writing it, Qin Junshuo happened to glance at Liu Yushi, hesitated for a while, and added a sentence on the wish sign. I hope Xiao Liu is safe and happy, and will continue to rise to great heights. Chapter 19. This is a gift for you. After writing it, Qin Junshuo found a place to hang the wish sign. After he hung it up, Liu Yuxi also wrote a wish and hung it on a wall. I'm fine. Are you okay? Liu Yuxi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, I'm fine too. Then let's go. The two hung up the wishing signs and left. When the two of them walked downstairs, Liu Yuxi remembered that she hadn't taken her things, so she told Qin Junshuo and hurried upstairs to get them. Qin Junshuo stood at the door waiting silently for Liu Yuxi. After a while, Liu Yuxi came down carrying 2 bags. Let's go. Liu Yuxi put her hands behind her back and skipped forward, obviously looking very happy. This made Qin Junshuo a little confused, and he could only follow Liu Yuxi. Shall we take the subway back? Liu Yuxi asked. If you want to sit down, just sit back down. Qin Junshuo said calmly. Then let's take the subway back. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said that he could do anything. Then he took Liu Yuxi to Zhenhai Road Station, the starting station of Line 1, with ease. The two of them scanned the QR code to enter the station and just in time for the subway to arrive. The two of them struggled to find a seat to sit down, and of course, it was the love seat closest to the edge. We have to change stations at Lutsua Station. Qin Junshuo said after glancing at the display screen on the subway. Okay. Liu Yuxi nodded. Qin Junshuo then took out his mobile phone and started watching short videos. After a while, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that it was Liu Yuxi who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Forehead. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo had no choice but to put away his phone and maintain his current posture. When they were almost at Lutsua Station, Qin Junshuo poked Liu Yuxi's cheek with his finger to wake her up. Liu Yuxi dazedly got up from Qin Junshuo's shoulder, rubbed her eyes and said, Did I fall asleep? Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, Obviously he fell asleep, and he fell asleep leaning on my shoulder. Sorry. Liu Yuxi apologized quickly. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, It's just a small matter. Take your time. We will change stations soon. Okay. By the time she reached the station, Liu Yuxi had almost recovered. Qin Junshuo stood up and saw Liu Yuxi still sitting on the chair, so he stretched out his hand to signal her. Liu Yuxi looked up at Qin Junshuo, then took his hand, and the latter pulled Liu Yuxi up with a little force. After leaving the car, they took the elevator to change stations. When they arrived at the station, Qin Junshuo glanced at the display screen, which showed that there were still 3 minutes before the station arrived. When he turned around, he found that Liu Yuxi was already half squatting on the ground. Are you tired today? Qin Junshuo asked when he saw this. Liu Yuxi looked up at Qin Junshuo and yawned, It's okay, but I don't know why I feel sleepy in the car. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, Do you feel sleepy while riding in a car? When Liu Yuxi heard Qin Junshuo say this, she couldn't help but laugh and said, Maybe. While the two were chatting, the subway had quietly arrived at the station. Qin Junshuo reached out and pulled Liu Yuxi up, and the two walked onto the subway. Unfortunately, there was no seat for the two of them to sit this time, so Qin Junshuo could only take Liu Yuxi to the side. There are so many people, there's no place to sit. Liu Yuxi pouted. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, That's normal. That's why I don't want to take the subway home. It takes a long time and I have to change stations. In the end, there's no seat left. That's what makes me upset. Liu Yuxi stretched and said, It's okay. At least I won't get sleepy easily when I'm standing. The two of them stood and chatted, and in a blink of an eye they arrived at the next stop. They got out of the car and walked onto the street. An evening breeze blew. Liu Yuxi opened her arms and sighed, This wind feels so comfortable to me. Qin Junshuo standing by didn't feel so good though, because he was wearing thin clothes and the sudden evening breeze made him almost freeze to death. Qin Junshuo was not very familiar with the way home, so he could only take out his mobile phone navigation to take Liu Yuxi home. On their way home, Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi who was walking side by side with him and asked casually, Did you have fun tonight? Liu Yuxi thought for a moment and said, I'm quite happy. I haven't been shopping so leisurely for a long time. Qin Junshuo clicked his tongue twice. It seems that when you become a celebrity, you gain fame but also lose a small part of your freedom. Who said it wasn't? Liu Yushi sighed, and then handed the things she had just bought from Miniso to Qin Junshuo. For you. R. Qin Junshuo was stunned and scratched his head awkwardly as he looked at the bag Liu Yushi handed over. You're giving me cosmetics? It's mainly because I don't wear much makeup. Liu Yushi smiled and said, who said it was cosmetics? Then what about? Look for yourself. Liu Yushi gestured. Qin Junshuo took the bag and opened it, and found a pair of wearable headphones inside. The color of the headphones was his favorite, lavender. I asked Aunt Qin about your hobbies. Aunt Qin told me that you like purple. I just saw a pair of lavender headphones in Miniso, so I bought a pair for you. After saying that, Liu Yushi blinked her eyes and said with a smile, just treat it as a small gift for you to accompany me shopping tonight. It will cost you a lot of money tonight. Qin Junshuo was silent, and spoke after a while. Thanks. Liu Yushi waved her hand and said, oh, thank you, no need, it's just a small matter. After saying this, Liu Yushi patted Qin Junshuo on the shoulder, then strode forward, leaving Qin Junshuo with a chic back view. Etc. Qin Junshuo's voice came from behind, and Liu Yushi turned her head to look at Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo pointed to the right turn in front of him and said, we are going this way. You are going the wrong way. Seeing this, Liu Yushi coughed lightly a few times, put her hands behind her back, pointed at the intersection, and walked over. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo's mouth curled up slightly, and then he followed Liu Yushi silently, but his eyes were fixed on the bag in his hand, and his eyes flickered. When the two returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Because Liu Yushi had to catch a flight, she went straight to her bedroom after returning home to get her clothes and prepare to take a shower. Because there were 2 bathrooms, while Liu Yushi was taking a shower, Qin Junshuo also went to another bathroom to take a shower. When he came out of the shower, Liu Yushi was standing in the living room wiping her hair with a bath towel. Qin Junshuo pointed to his bedroom and said, then I'll go back to the bedroom first. Hearing this, Liu Yushi nodded. After they said good night to each other, Qin Junshuo walked into his bedroom. After returning to the bedroom, Qin Junshuo sat on the bed holding the headphones Liu Yushi gave him. So this is what it feels like to receive a gift from a girl. It feels a little weird, and there's actually a little surprise. Qin Junshuo looked at the headphones with a smile in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was still a little happy. After hesitating for a while, Qin Junshuo unpacked the earphones, took them out, connected them and put them on. Although the sound quality of the headphones is not top-notch, Qin Junshuo still feels that the music in the headphones is very nice. Qin Junshuo lay on the bed, closed his eyes and listened to the song. He fell asleep without knowing when. Chapter 20 Happy New Year. 9 o'clock the next morning. Qin Junshuo woke up and started to wash. When he finished washing up and came to the living room, he found that breakfast had been prepared on the dining table. Qin Junshuo came to the dining table and glanced at the breakfast on the table. The breakfast was not very rich. There was only a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick. There was a sticky note stuck on the soy milk. Remember to have breakfast, I have to catch a flight, see you during the spring festival Tilder. Qin Junshuo looked at the sticky note and smiled, then he casually stuck it on the wall, pulled out a chair and started eating breakfast. After breakfast, Qin Junshuo cleaned up the table and left home and drove to the school dormitory to get some important study materials. After arriving at the school, Qin Junshuo drove the car directly into the parking lot, parked the car, and then walked into the school. As soon as I arrived near the martial arts field, I met Wang Shuliang who was just about to leave school. Are you going home? Qin Junshuo asked, looking at the suitcase Wang Shuliang was pulling. Almost. I'm going to Jinling to accompany my girlfriend. Wang Shuliang nodded. TSK, this damn dog food. Qin Junshuo curled his lips. Wang Shuliang smiled and patted Qin Junshuo on the shoulder and said, you're already married, why are you still afraid of me feeding you dog food? Qin Junshuo slapped Wang Shuliang's hand away and said, don't try that on me. Why are you going back to school during the holidays? Wang Shuliang asked. I came back to get some information. Qin Junshuo replied. Okay, let's stop talking for now. I have to catch the train. See you after New Year's Day. Wang Shuliang said. Okay, see you after New Year's Day. Spend the new year with your partner. Qin Junshuo instructed. Okay. After saying goodbye to Wang Shuliang, Qin Junshuo went directly to Lingyun dormitory. After entering the dormitory, he went to the desk, picked up a folder and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that his marriage certificate seemed to be still in the drawer. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the drawer and took the marriage certificate. After locking the dormitory, he left and drove home to the parking lot. For the next 2 days, Qin Junshuo stayed at home busy writing his thesis, and chatted with Liu Yushi from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening on December 31st. Qin Junshuo sat in the living room drinking coffee and watching the live broadcast of Suzhou TV's New Year's Eve Gala. As for why he didn't go out to play on New Year's Eve, the reason was simple: there were too many tourists. As a tourist city, Ludao always has a lot of tourists during the short holidays, not to mention special holidays like the New Year's Day holiday. As Qin Junshuo expected, the Luderbaicheng Beach and Zhongshan Road pedestrian street were already crowded with people. Of course, this has nothing to do with Qin Junshuo staying at home. Qin Junshuo crossed his legs, drank coffee and watched the live broadcast of the New Year's Eve party. Because the performance prepared by Liu Yushi was not the finale, she went on stage not long after the live broadcast of the New Year's Eve Gala. The song she performed was Evening Breeze, which she sang at the Lu University New Year's Eve Gala. After she finished her performance and left, Qin Junshuo didn't pay too much attention to this New Year's Eve party. After watching for a while, Qin Junshuo felt bored and wanted to turn off the TV to play a few games. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang twice. Qin Junshuo put down the remote control in his hand and picked up the mobile phone on the table to take a look. Unexpectedly, the message was actually sent by Liu Yushi, which surprised Qin Junshuo a little, so he took a look at the content of the message. Liu Yushi, are you busy? Qin Junshuo thought about it and started typing on the keyboard to reply to Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo, no, I was just watching the New Year's Eve party, and it was pretty good. Not long after the message was sent, Liu Yushi replied. Liu Yushi, were you watching my performance just now? Liu Yushi, it's a little embarrassing. Qin Junshuo, what's embarrassing about this? Liu Yushi, I feel helpless when I am recognized by someone I know. Qin Junshuo, TSK, I didn't expect you to react like this. Liu Yushi, Tilted head JPG. Liu Yushi, then how do you think I would react? Qin Junshuo, how should I put it? It's hard to describe, but it's definitely not this kind of reaction. Liu Yushi, okay tilde. Liu Yushi, sister, she called me, I have to go and do something now, we'll talk later. Qin Junshuo, well, let's talk later. After finishing the chat with Liu Yushi, Qin Junshuo exited WeChat and held the phone in his palm, supporting his cheek with his other hand, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Qin Junshuo turned off the TV, got up and went to the balcony to call Qin's mother. After a while, Qin's mother answered the phone. Hello, Arshoror, what's the matter? Qin's mother's voice came from the receiver, but it was a little noisy. Mom, did you go out to play? Why is it so noisy over there? Qin Junshuo asked. Your father and I came to the foggy city for a trip, but there are too many people here, and I'm almost getting squeezed thin. Qin's mother's helpless voice came. Did you and Xiao Liu have New Year's Eve dinner at home? Asked Qin's mother. Oh, Xiao Yu went to Gusu Satellite TV to attend the New Year's Eve party. Did you forget? Qin Junshuo said. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about this matter. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll talk to you again when I get home tomorrow. There are too many people here and it's too noisy. After Qin's mother finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo's mouth twitched as he looked at the page where the call was hung up, and then he muttered quietly, You're still going on a trip on New Year's Day. It would be strange if you weren't squeezed to death. From Qin Junshuo's words, it is not difficult to see that he has been cheated in this way before. Qin Junshuo, who wanted to sit on the balcony to admire the moon, was discouraged by a sudden gust of cold wind and went straight back to the living room. Qin Junshuo returned to the living room and thought about it before deciding to take a shower. After taking a shower, he went to his bedroom, lay on the warm bed, put on the headphones Liu Yushi gave him, and continued watching the drama on his tablet. Of course, the drama was still Jiangnan Fireworks, in which Liu Yushi played the second female lead. Time passed quickly and it was 11 o'clock in the evening. As soon as it was 11 o'clock, Qin Junshuo felt sleepy. Helplessly, he could only turn off the platform, take off his headphones and prepare to go to bed. Before going to bed, Qin Junshuo looked at the ceiling and sighed, "I'm really getting old. I can't stay up late anymore." After sighing, Qin Junshuo fell asleep. The next morning at 9:30. After waking up, Qin Junshuo did not get up and wash immediately. Instead, he leaned against the head of the bed and picked up his mobile phone to check his circle of friends. But when he picked up the phone, he found that Liu Yushi had sent him 3 messages. 23:15. Liu Yushi, I'm done. Are you asleep? 23:25. Liu Yushi patted me. Midnight minutes. Liu Yushi, Happy New Year. Qin Junshuo replied after reading the message. Happy New Year's Eve. I fell asleep early yesterday, so I didn't read the message. Chapter 21. Remember to eat dumplings. Qin Junshuo took the opportunity to explain to Liu Yushi why he went to bed early yesterday, and then started to check his moments. As he expected, his circle of friends was filled with New Year's Eve messages, with a few showing affection from time to time. The most eye-catching one was when Shuliang. Qin Junshuo commented 99 on his WeChat moments, then turned off his phone, got up and washed. Qin Junshuo, who had just washed up, wanted to make himself breakfast, but unexpectedly his mother called him at this time. After Qin Junshuo answered the phone, Qin's mother said weakly, "Son, come and pick me up at the airport. I'm dying of exhaustion." Qin Junshuo nodded without saying anything more, "I'll be right there." Half an hour later. Qin Junshuo drove to pick up Qin's mother and Qin's father. "Shall I take you back to Guomao?" Qin Junshuo said while driving. "Good." Qin Junshuo glanced at his mother and father through the rearview mirror and said jokingly, "Why do you two look so haggard? We were both almost exhausted yesterday." Qin's mother said helplessly. "It was full of people and we couldn't get a taxi. Your father and I wandered the streets until 3 in the morning before we got a taxi back to their hotel. I got angrier and angrier when I got back to their hotel. I couldn't sleep again, so I just caught the earliest flight back today." Father Qin had already fallen asleep beside him. Qin Junshuo glanced at his mother and said, "How about you take a nap? I'll wake you up when we get home." Upon hearing this, Qin's mother covered her face with a hat and prepared to go to sleep. Half an hour later, Siming International Trade Center. When Qin Junshuo arrived at the parking lot, he woke up Qin's mother and father. After sending the 2 elders home, Qin Junshuo wanted to make some lunch for them, but Qin's mother and father went straight to their bedroom to rest. Qin Junshuo left immediately upon seeing this, leaving the 2 elders to rest. I drove back to Zushili, packed some things and went to school. There are still 4 days of classes after the New Year's Day holiday, and there are 3 teaching assistant classes on Tuesday and Thursday combined. Qin Junshuo has to prepare the teaching PPTs for the courses in advance. It's okay when I'm not busy, but once I'm busy, I enter a state of ecstasy. 2 hours had passed by the time the first teaching PPT was completed, and in the blink of an eye it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Because Qin Junshuo habitually sets his phone to do not disturb mode when he is busy, when he turned on his phone he found that Liu Yushi had called him half an hour ago. After finishing his work, Qin Junshuo called Liu Yushi back. After a while, Liu Yushi answered the phone. "Hello. I was busy just now and turned on Do Not Disturb on my phone. I didn't notice you calling me. What's the matter?" Liu Yushi smiled and said, "Happy New Year. Did you eat rice cake today?" Qin Junshuo was stunned. "Are eating rice cakes? Don't people usually eat glutinous rice balls on New Year's Day?" "Are sorry, I forgot. We eat glutinous rice balls there," Liu Yushi said embarrassedly. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "It's okay, I haven't had lunch yet, have you? I just got off the plane and I ate on the plane." Liu Yushi replied. "Plane? Are you going to Zhejiang?" Qin Junshuo asked. "How do you know I went to Zhejiang? Didn't you say before that you would go to Zhejiang to record an episode of Ace after the New Year's Eve party? That's awesome. I didn't expect you would remember this." Liu Yushi praised. "I have arrived at Zhejiang, but I am not going to record Ace. I am here to shoot an endorsement. Ace will be the week after next. During this period, I will mainly run announcements. I will be very busy in the next period of time, so I may not be able to reply to your message in time, but if you send me a message, I will still reply to you when I see it. Liu Yuxi said. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "It's okay, work is important, these are just small things. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to have a meal. Okay, bye. Oh yeah, remember to eat the dumplings." After saying this, Liu Yuxi hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo closed his computer, stood up, stretched, and went out to Qinya cafeteria to eat. After arriving at the cafeteria, Qin Junshuo ordered a bowl of beef noodles and a serving of rice dumplings. After a while, Qin Junshuo sat at the dining table and looked at the combination of beef noodles and glutinous rice balls. He always felt that the combination was a bit weird. Qin Junshuo finished his beef noodles first and had the rice dumplings as a dessert after the meal. After lunch, Qin Junshuo went to Furong Lake for a walk to digest the food. There were many tourists gathered in Furong Lake at this time. Qin Junshuo took a look at the black swan and planned to leave. When he just turned around, Qin Junshuo happened to see a child next to him who was about to feed the black swan, so he reminded him. "Little boy, there's a notice over there saying you can't feed the black swans." Qin Junshuo left after he finished speaking. It was none of his business whether the children behind him listened to him or not. When the child heard Qin Junshuo say this, he stopped feeding the baby. After taking a good walk, Qin Junshuo returned to the dormitory to rest. After lunch break, he got up and worked hard on 2 other teaching PPTs. As night fell, Qin Junshuo finished the remaining 2 teaching PPTs before 7 o'clock in the evening, and then sorted out the 3 PPTs and sent them to the 3 professors respectively. After finishing his work, Qin Junshuo leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath, feeling a lot more relaxed. Knock knock knock, there's a knock on the door. Qin Junshuo turned his chair to face the door and said, "Come in." After opening the door, Wang Shuliang walked in carrying 2 snacks. "My darling Shoro, I miss you so much after not seeing you for a few days," Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang and said, "Be normal and don't disgust me." Wang Shuliang placed 2 snacks on Qin Junshuo's desk and said, "Happy New Year. These are rice cakes and glutinous rice cakes. I brought them from Jinling. Would you like to try?" Qin Junshuo looked at the Zhongshan Road label printed clearly on the 2 snack bags and asked, "There is also a Zhongshan Road in Jinling?" Wang Shuliang shrugged and said, "Jinling does have Zhongshan Road." Qin Junshuo picked up the bag and took out the small box of rice cakes and said, "I thought you were trying to trick me with the snacks from Zhongshan Road here." Wang Shuliang curled his lips and said, "So in your mind, I am this kind of person?" "That's not what I meant. It's just that the Zhongshan Road label is too obvious, and it's hard not to be misunderstood." Qin Junshuo shrugged. "I will also participate in teacher training during this winter vacation. I guess you and I will be able to teach formally next semester," Wang Shuliang said. Qin Junshuo, who was about to eat, was stunned when he heard the news. He looked up at Wang Shuliang and said, "Aren't you going to participate in teacher training next semester?" Wang Shuliang smiled and said, "I happened to meet our dean in Jinling. He mentioned to me that there would be training during the winter vacation and asked me if I would come. If there is an invitation, I will definitely come. After all, I don't have anything to do during the winter vacation." Chapter 22. What? Are you planning to get married? Then remember to train well, and we will guide the freshmen together next semester, Qin Junshuo said with a smile. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows and said, "That's for sure." Suddenly, the cell phone in Wang Shuliang's pocket rang. He took it out and saw that it was his girlfriend. He said goodbye to Qin Junshuo, left the dormitory and went outside to answer the call. Qin Junshuo smiled helplessly, turned his chair, walked to the desk and started eating the 2 snacks that Wang Shuliang gave him. Before eating, Qin Junshuo took 2 photos of Liu Yuxi and sent them to her. Qin Junshuo was watching short videos while eating snacks, and he finished 2 snacks in a short while. After eating the snacks, Qin Junshuo played games for a while and then fell asleep on the bed. Today is January 19th, and 2 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Junshuo is very busy this week. Not only does he have to complete 2 projects, but he also has to publish 3 papers. Fortunately, he prepared in advance and finally completed all the courses perfectly on the last day of exam week without failing any course. Of course, this doesn't mean you won't fail while studying for a doctorate. There are some cases of people failing their doctorate courses, but generally speaking, you won't fail easily. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang were eating fast food in the Qinya cafeteria, chatting about the shortcomings of their respective papers while eating. Let me tell you, one of my papers almost failed, Wang Shuliang complained. Qin Junshuo took a bite of the chicken leg and asked curiously, why? First, the topic is not clear, second, the research results are not clearly described, and third, that damn re-examination rate. So exaggerated. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and said, with your level, you shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It was written too hastily. Some parts were not argued or verified. The first draft was okay, with a recheck rate of only 13%. After confirming the topic and revising the content of the article, the recheck rate actually became 18%. Who can accept this? Wang Shuliang bit a piece of chicken wing viciously and said, you know that our paper recheck rate must not exceed 10% to be qualified. In the end, I ran out of time and had to submit it before the 5-minute countdown to the submission deadline. The reinspection rate is 11%, which is just barely acceptable. If I didn't have a good relationship with Priest Wang, I might not have been able to pass. Qin Junshuo ate the chicken drumstick clean and took off the disposable gloves on his hands and said, I asked you to prepare in advance last week, and you said you could easily handle the final exam. What can I do? Wang Shuliang took a sip of the soup and said, it's not a big problem. Just be careful next time. We really can't rush it next week. You took fewer elective courses than I did, yet you still barely passed the final exam. You'd better not be so lazy and try to get both of us to graduate within 4 years, Qin Junshuo reminded. Wang Shuliang put away the clean chicken wings and said, I see. I have indeed been a bit slack this semester. I thought studying for a doctorate would be easier than studying for a master's degree, but I didn't expect the pressure to be even greater than studying for a master's degree. I really haven't been focusing on studying this semester. Wang Shuliang sighed helplessly. After finishing his lunch, Qin Junshuo put his chopsticks on the plate, wiped his mouth with a tissue, looked at Wang Shuliang with some confusion and asked. Then your mind is not on studying, where do you put your energy? My girlfriend and I's wedding. Oh, about the marriage. Etc. Qin Junshuo's eyes widened and he asked, marriage? Are you planning to marry your partner? Wang Shuliang nodded and said, well, I was originally planning to discuss marriage with her after finishing my doctorate, but I didn't expect you to get the marriage certificate earlier than me. I just thought, I'd been dating my girlfriend for 5 years, it's time to give her a home. So I discussed it with my family last month and pooled some money to buy a house here in Ludao. My girlfriend is studying for a master's degree and plans to come to Ludao to find a job after she graduates in the first half of this year. With her ability, it shouldn't be a problem for her to get an offer easily. I can also work here at Lu University this year, which means I have a stable job. Then it will be easier for me and her to pay their mortgage. Wang Shuliang shrugged. She is paying the mortgage with you? Then will you write her name on the certificate? Qin Junshuo asked. Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo and said, isn't that nonsense? I'm sure her name should be on the property ownership certificate. If her name isn't filled in, why should she help me pay off the mortgage? We have already discussed it. We will buy a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the island. We will also have a room available for both sets of parents to live in. We have all met our parents, and both sides have discussed it. We will pay 70% down, and her family will subsidize 30%. The betrothal gift is not much, just 300,000 yuan. Her parents refused to accept a cent of the 300,000 yuan and even prepared a dowry for her. They left the betrothal gifts and dowry from both families to us, fearing that we would be under too much pressure to pay the mortgage. If we can't make up the difference, we'll have some spare money to fill the gap. Damn, such a nice girl and such nice parents-in-law, if you don't treat them well, I will be the first one to beat you up. Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang's shoulder. Wang Shuliang smiled helplessly and said, it's because they are so good that I feel so much pressure. I'm afraid that I can't meet their expectations. It's okay, take your time. Big things like marriage can't be rushed. Qin Junshuo said. You also know that marriage is a big deal. Wang Shuliang smiled and patted Qin Junshuo's shoulder and continued, look at you, you didn't say a word, and just because your aunt urged you to get married, you got married with a strange girl. It would be bad if it got out. Qin Junshuo held his forehead helplessly and said, "Okay, don't lecture me. Although I now know that I was too impulsive before, after spending some time together, I think the atmosphere is pretty good. How should I put it? In short, I don't regret it." Huh. Wang Shulian raised his eyebrows playfully and said, "It seems that your family's marriage life is quite happy. Even a heartless person like you can feel that the atmosphere is pretty good. Then I really can't imagine what is so special about my sister-in-law whom I have never met. When will you bring him out for a get-together?" Qin Junshuo stretched and said, "This is not something I can decide. When the time is right, I will bring her out to meet you." Wang Shulian said, "Why is it so mysterious? Is my sister-in-law a big star?" Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows and said, "I told you she was a big star and you didn't believe me, so what can I do?" Hearing this, Wang Shulian couldn't help but laugh and said, "What big star would go on a blind date with a stranger and then get married in a flash? The probability of this happening is even lower than winning the lottery. My suggestion is that instead of having this meaningless daydream, you might as well spend $5 to scratch a lottery ticket. Then you will find out." Wang Shulian stopped talking and looked at Qin Junshuo with a smile. "What will you discover?" Qin Junshuo asked curiously. Chapter 23: Liu Yushi's exclusive tree hole. After you scratch the ticket, you'll find your $5 out of pocket. Qin Junshuo: "I thought you had a big move in mind, but it turned out to be such a big one." Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes and complained. Wang Shuliang spread his hands and said with an expression that it was none of his business, "If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? That's not necessary. For $5, I can buy a 1-liter bottle of iced black tea and 2 lollipops." Qin Junshuo waved his hand. The two of them sat on the chairs and chatted while resting. After chatting for about 10 minutes, they stood up, put the plates in the recycling area, and then left the cafeteria and returned to the dormitory. After Qin Junshuo returned to the dormitory, he wanted to take a nap, but he didn't expect Liu Yushi to call him via video at this time. After Qin Junshuo answered the phone while sitting on the bed, Liu Yushi's pretty little face appeared on the screen. "Junshuo, what are you doing?" Liu Yushi asked. I just finished lunch and now I'm back in the dormitory to rest." Qin Junshuo replied. It's almost 2 o'clock and you're not eating yet. Your eating and sleeping habits are a bit messy. Remember to change them, or you will develop stomach problems," Liu Yushi advised. Qin Junshuo thought about it and realized that his recent eating and sleeping habits were indeed a little messy, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll have winter vacation after I finish my work today, and I'll go home and make adjustments then." You're going to have a day off after you finish your work today. Well, this week is finals week for me." Liu Yushi on the other end of the phone muttered, "It turns out to be exam week. No wonder you feel busier than me." Because Liu Yushi spoke very quietly, even though Qin Junshuo turned on the speaker, he couldn't hear what she said clearly, so he could only ask, "What were you talking about just now?" Liu Yushi waved her hands and said, it's okay. Then you should take a good rest after the holiday. When you have rested well, you can come to the Magic City to play with me," Liu Yushi said with a smile. "Me?" Qin Junshuo pointed at himself and asked doubtfully, "I'll come over to play with you." "Are you sure?" Liu Yushi blinked and said, "Don't you want to?" Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and explained, "That's not what I meant. With our relationship, it would be bad if I went to visit you in the Magic City and was photographed by paparazzi. It's easy to get into trouble." Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said, "That seems to make sense. Okay, when I finish my work and return to Ludao, can you take me out for a walk? I've been so busy lately, running around for announcements, appearing on variety shows, and promoting the new drama I just filmed a while ago." As their relationship gradually became closer, Liu Yushi seemed to treat Qin Junshuo as her own personal tree hole, sharing recent events with him whenever she had time, and complaining from time to time when mentioning unhappy things. Seeing how hard Liu Yushi worked, Qin Junshuo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It turns out that being a star isn't such an easy thing. Liu Yushi talked about a lot of things. It seemed that these things had been buried in her heart for too long and she needed to vent them. Qin Junshuo didn't say anything and just listened to Liu Yushi silently. "Let me tell you, I really don't like being paired with other people. Recently, due to the promotion of the new drama, a lot of CP fans have appeared inexplicably. It would have been fine if there were some with the first and second male lead, but it turns out there's also a small number of CP fans with the second female lead. Liu Yushi said helplessly. Qin Junshuo thought about it carefully and then expressed his opinion. Actually, I think these CP fans are both good and bad. Some of them just support the CP in the drama, but these CP fans are okay. Not only can they promote your new drama, but they can also help you increase your popularity. You should be troubled by the fans who support your relationship in real life. This is more difficult to deal with, but I think it's okay. With Sister Shi here, it should be easy for her to deal with such small matters with her ability. After not seeing you for a while, Junshuo's words have become sweeter and sweeter. Wang Tangshi's voice came from the other end of the phone, but Qin Junshuo did not see Wang Tangshi appear in Liu Yushi's camera, so he could only ask in confusion. Is Sister Shi next to you? Liu Yushi nodded obediently. Wang Tangshi appeared on Liu Yushi's right side with a folder in his hand. He showed his side profile and greeted Qin Junshuo. Long time no see. Qin Junshuo smiled and waved, saying hello, long time no see, Sister Shi. Wang Tangshi gave him a thumbs up and praised him. You have great potential to be a manager. You are worthy of being the man I am optimistic about. You can analyze such small things so well. Listening to Wang Tangshi's praise, Qin Junshuo could only scratch his head awkwardly and said, it's just a trifle, not worth mentioning. Okay, I'll go get busy first. I'll treat you to hot pot when we get back to Lu Island. After saying this, Wang Tangshi left the camera. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and asked curiously, are you in your studio now? Liu Yushi shook her head and said, we are in the hotel now, not in the studio. We are going to Zhejiang to record a variety show tomorrow. After saying that, Liu Yushi put her phone on stand and lay on the table weakly. I really want to sleep in. I'm really too tired recently. First, finish the tasks for this period, and then you can have a good rest for a few days. Although Wang Tangshi did not appear in the camera, Qin Junshuo could still recognize Wang Tangshi's voice. Liu Yushi lay in front of the table with her phone and muttered, look, Sister Shi is making big promises to me again. Qin Junshuo just smiled and didn't say much. The two chatted for a while, and then Liu Yushi needed to touch up her makeup, so they hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo took a look at the length of their call. Wow, they talked for nearly an hour, directly breaking the historical record of voice call time. Of course, there is also some bad news, which is that it is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Junshuo sent a message to Liu Yushi saying that he wanted to sleep for a while before he put down his phone, lay on the bed, pulled up the quilt and prepared to go to sleep. 6:30 in the evening. When Qin Junshuo woke up, night had already fallen quietly. Qin Junshuo got up, washed, and simply packed up the things he was going to take back home. It took me half an hour to pack up and finally put the dust covers I bought online on my desk, cabinet and bed before I left the dormitory with my suitcase. Qin Junshuo didn't take much with him, just a few clothes, study materials and a laptop. It was almost 7:30 when he got home. After getting himself ready, Qin Junshuo planned to go to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Qin Junshuo came to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and looked at the empty fresh keeping layer. Then he remembered that he had eaten all the vegetables in the refrigerator at home on New Year's Day some time ago. Helplessly, he could only leave the kitchen and go to the living room to order a takeaway, then sit down on the sofa and play games while waiting for his takeaway. Unexpectedly, before the game started, a group chat voice call suddenly popped up on WeChat. Qin Junshuo looked at the group chat named, "It's hard to leave the group while we share the happiness," and suddenly the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 24. Do you want to steal the bride? This is their dormitory group, and there hasn't been a group chat call in a long time. The real name of Liang mentioned by Wen Shuliang before is Xiao Ziliang, and the real name of Alan is Ren Penglin. Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang chose to pursue a master's degree and then a doctorate, while Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin chose a professional master's degree. After graduating last year, they both went to work. Qin Junshuo answered the call, looked at Ren Penglin and Xiao Ziliang on the screen and smiled. It's good that you two have some conscience and still remember to contact me. Xiao Ziliang on the other end of the phone said helplessly, "My dear Shoror, our law firm is really too busy. We just became full-time employees some time ago, so we are free during this period." You two live together? Qin Junshuo asked. Ren Penglin said, we work in the same law firm, so we rent together. Qin Junshuo took a sip of water and said, tell me, why did you have time to call me today? At this time, Wang Shuliang also joined the call. Ren Penglin smiled and said when he saw Wang Shuliang join the call, our leading man is here. Don't try that on me. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuliang immediately rolled his eyes at Ren Penglin. You two boys, remember to prepare your share of the money in advance. Xiao Ziliang held his forehead helplessly and said, I know. We will definitely attend your wedding, so remember to reserve 2 seats for us as best man. Ren Penglin threatened and said, if you don't leave a best man seat for us, we will go and grab the wedding. Qin Junshuo couldn't help laughing when he heard about the wedding robbery. You two are robbing the bride. Who are you planning to rob? Xiao Ziliang said confidently, of course he's going to grab brother Liang. He can't grab his sister-in-law. Wang Shuliang laughed and scolded, are you vicious? Whose good brother is trying to steal the bride and groom? What? You want to kidnap me and stay overnight at the internet café? The other 3 burst into laughter when they heard Wang Shuliang say this. Qin Junshuo suppressed his smile and said, it's not impossible. I'll pay for the accommodation. Xiao Ziliang gave a thumbs up and said, my brother Shoror is still very generous. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows when he saw Qin Junshuo fanning the flames. Are you sure sister-in-law will let you stay with us? Sister-in-law. Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin screamed in surprise and looked at Qin Junshuo in disbelief. Fuck, brother Shoror, when are you going to find a partner? Yeah, so you didn't find a partner during the 6 years we were together, but you found one as soon as we left. Tell me the truth, do you have any problem with us? Qin Junshuo held his forehead helplessly. He really didn't expect Wang Shuliang to shift the topic to himself. Before Qin Junshuo could figure out what to say, Wang Shuliang at the side said, Xiao Liangzi and Xiao Linzi, can you open up a little bit? Our brother Shoror either doesn't make a move, or once he does, he can give you a big surprise. Ren Penglin suddenly asked, could it be that brother Shoror got the marriage certificate? Wang Shuliang snapped his fingers and said with a smile, congratulations, you guessed it right. The prizes are very generous. I'll give each of you a share of the money for Xiao Shuozi. Ren Penglin and Xiao Ziliang looked at each other, and a flock of crows flew over their heads. Oh my god. Xiao Ziliang immediately looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, have you got the marriage certificate? Did you really get the certificate? Qin Junshuo shrugged and admitted, it was September this year. I wanted to keep it a secret, but the unreliable guy Shuliang accidentally saw the marriage certificate. My matter is a bit complicated. I'll tell you in detail when we have time to get together. Qin Junshuo changed the subject appropriately and said, so you called me today to plan Shuliang's wedding together. Ren Penglin spoke quickly when he saw Qin Junshuo getting the previous topic back on track. Oh yeah, if brother Shoror hadn't mentioned it, we would have forgotten the important matter. Brother Shoror, let me tell you, I was working on a case with a Liang this afternoon, and this guy Shuliang sent us a message saying that he was planning to get married. I was originally planning to ask something, but this guy said he would bring me in tonight to chat about it in detail. I was really itching to ask him something. Xiao Ziliang on the side echoed, yes. Stop. Wang Shuliang shouted. Let me tell you. Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin stopped talking after seeing this. Wang Shuliang looked at Qin Junshuo and said, I called us here tonight because you wanted to ask me when is the right time to propose. When Qin Junshuo heard this, he rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang. Of course, choose an auspicious day. I think this year's Valentine's Day is pretty good, Xiao Ziliang suggested. This year's Valentine's Day. Wang Shuliang frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, Valentine's Day is after the Spring Festival. Instead of proposing on that day, it's better to propose before the Spring Festival. After the proposal is successful, the engagement banquet will be held during the Spring Festival. The Spring Festival plus the engagement is a double happiness. Why not do it? Wang Shuliang's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. That's a good suggestion. Seeing this, Xiao Ziliang joked, only married people can understand this. How can single people like me and Penglin understand this? Ren Penglin agreed, yes. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes and said, you too, come on, you've dated more people in college than I have in my address book. How is that possible? I only have 2. Xiao Ziliang retorted. Ren Penglin spread his hands and said, I just dated one person, and she cheated on me. You know this. Seeing this, Wang Shuliang quickly changed the subject and said, let's not talk about this matter. Can you help me plan how many days before the spring festival should I propose? Of course the time interval should be a little longer, at least 15 to 20 days earlier. Xiao Ziliang thought for a while and replied. Indeed, today is the 19th, and there are little more than 20 days left until the spring festival. It would be best to propose before the end of this month. Qin Junshuo agreed. I looked at the calendar. The 21st and 28th are suitable days for getting married. Do you want to choose a day? Ren Penglin said. Will the 21st be too late? There are only 2 days left to set up the proposal scene and prepare for the action. It's a bit insufficient. Xiao Ziliang said. Wang Shuliang thought for a moment and said, the 21st is okay, but not very good. I have the engagement ring ready. The only thing missing is a proposal scene. How many carats of ring do you want? Qin Junshuo asked. Wang Shuliang shook his head and said, I didn't buy a diamond ring. I bought a 999 pure gold ring, which was designed based on the Mobius ring couple's ring. Xiao Ziliang hesitated for a moment and asked, isn't it a bit inappropriate to propose with a gold ring? It's okay. Wang Shuliang shrugged and said, I've asked my partner what he thinks. She thinks that whether it is an engagement ring or a wedding ring, it is better to choose a gold ring. After all, gold rings retain their value and are more attractive. Chapter 25. Would you like a cup of coffee? Good boy, sister-in-law is so reasonable. Okay, I've bitten the back teeth hard. Xiao Ziliang said seriously. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, gold rings are indeed more cost-effective than diamond rings, and she is right. Compared with diamond rings, gold rings are indeed more valuable, and not only do they retain their value, they also have room for appreciation. Ren Penglin said, I remember correctly that sister Wen studied finance, right? Their sister Wen that Ren Penglin mentioned refers to Wang Shuliang's girlfriend, whose real name is Liu Wenwen. Wang Shuliang nodded and said, she studied finance. That's not surprising. Ren Penglin shrugged and explained, generally speaking, girls who study finance value cost-effectiveness rather than the sense of ceremony. Diamond rings are suitable for those who prefer a sense of ceremony. Ren Penglin smiled and continued, of course, I personally prefer gold rings. They can both maintain their value and increase in value, which is great. Xiao Ziliang echoed, yes, I agree with this point of view. Qin Junshuo held his cheek and said calmly, that's what I thought. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows and teased, why don't you buy one for your sister-in-law? I'm not in a hurry. Besides, you know what my relationship with her is. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang. Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin, who were watching the show on the side, immediately smelled the scent of melon when they heard Qin Junshuo say this. Ren Penglin couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the relationship? Can you tell me? Yes, tell me. Xiao Ziliang laughed. Upon seeing this, Qin Junshuo told Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin that he and Liu Yushi had a marriage agreement, but of course he omitted her name and identity. After listening to this, Xiao Ziliang frowned slightly and said, Brother Shoror, this kind of thing is not easy to handle. The divorce lawsuit will be very complicated, and it will be difficult to settle the financial affairs after the marriage. Qin Junshuo said nonchalantly, after marriage, just don't take each other's finances. To be honest, she earns a lot more money than me. Theoretically, her salary can be counted as our joint property after marriage, but I'm not greedy for her money. Our divorce is actually very simple. We can separate peacefully and get a divorce certificate to end this relationship. We don't have to file a divorce lawsuit. Xiao Ziliang thought for a moment and said, that does make sense. I hope she won't cheat you when the time comes. Qin Junshuo hesitated for a while and said, it shouldn't be that serious. Ren Penglin, who was in Xiao Ziliang, also warned, Brother Shoror, today's society is too complicated, so you must be on guard against others. Yeah. Qin Junshuo nodded slightly. The four of them started talking about other things, and they chatted until the early morning. Finally, Qin Junshuo couldn't continue chatting anymore, so he logged off and went to sleep. Today is January 30th, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Several big things happened in the past few days. First, Wang Shuliang's proposal was successful, but the date of the engagement party has not been set yet. Second, Ludao has assigned Qin Junshuo a teaching course for the next semester, which is the criminal law theory for the first semester of his freshman year. 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Junshuo, who had nothing to do, sat on the sofa and watched short videos. Liu Yuxi was very busy during this period, and Qin Junshuo hadn't chatted with her for 2 days. Qin Junshuo took a sip of the warm coffee, and as soon as the coffee entered his stomach, he felt much better. The winter in Ludao is really cold. It is a torture for Qin Junshuo, who has a cold body, to get up in the morning. He is not content with wearing socks and even puts heating pads on his feet, which is a kind of thing similar to a heat pad. He even used the hot water bottle that he bought online last night. Just as Qin Junshuo was about to put his hand into the hot water bottle, the door suddenly opened and Liu Yuxi, wearing sunglasses and a mask, walked in carrying a suitcase. Qin Junshuo turned around and saw that it was Liu Yuxi who came back. He was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you back?" After Liu Yuxi closed the door, she took off her glasses and mask and said, "I'll be back when I'm done." "Is the notice finished?" Qin Junshuo casually placed the hot water bottle on the table, then stood up and walked to Liu Yuxi. Liu Yuxi stretched and put on slippers, saying, "Well, I will definitely come back after I finish my work." "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yuxi changed into slippers and looked at Qin Junshuo, blinked slightly and said, "I said I want to give you a surprise, do you believe it?" Qin Junshuo changed the subject and asked casually, "Didn't sister she come back with you?" "Sister she will come the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. She will move her home next door to us. After she sends the daily necessities over, she will be our neighbor." Liu Yuxi explained. "Oh, so that's how it is." Qin Junshuo nodded. Liu Yuxi put the suitcase aside and followed Qin Junshuo to sit on the sofa. "How have you been lately?" Liu Yuxi asked. Qin Junshuo picked up the hot water bottle on the table, put it in his hand and shrugged, "That's it, eat and sleep and eat." Liu Yuxi glanced at the hot water bag in Qin Junshuo's hand and asked in surprise, "Why do you want to use a hot water bag too?" Qin Junshuo sat on the sofa and sighed and replied, "There's nothing I can do. The weather on Ludao is so cold, I can't stand it, so I just use a hot water bottle." Liu Yuxi sat next to Qin Junshuo and leaned her head on the sofa and said, "It's okay. I don't think Lu Island is that cold. Magic City is a little colder than Lu Island. When I sleep in Magic City, I have to put 2 hot water bottles in my quilt every day to barely keep warm." Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Can a hot water bottle be used like this?" "What else? My bed is cold and I can't ask someone to warm it up for me in advance, right?" Liu Yuxi shrugged helplessly, but she subconsciously glanced at Qin Junshuo while saying this. Qin Junshuo didn't notice Liu Yuxi's little action and just drank his coffee. Liu Yuxi supported her cheek and looked at Qin Junshuo silently. Qin Junshuo finished his coffee and turned around to find that Liu Yuxi had been staring at him. Forehead. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Qin Junshuo mistakenly thought that Liu Yuxi also wanted to drink some coffee to warm herself up, so he asked. Liu Yuxi shook her head and said, "No more drinking. I'm going to my room to sleep soon. I need to rest for a while. I got up too early this morning to catch a flight." "Oh, do you need me to call you for dinner later? Do you want to cook?" Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Of course, I will cook for myself at home unless I am too lazy or too tired. If you want to sleep in late, I won't wake you up for dinner. Wait for you to wake up and order takeout or go to the kitchen to cook for yourself. If you only sleep for a while, I'll cook more food, and then I'll wake you up to eat." Liu Yuxi thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go with the second option." Qin Junshuo asked casually, "Then how should I wake you up?" "Call. Knock on the door." Chapter 26 First Family Gathering. "All is fine." Liu Yuxi shrugged indifferently. "Then I'll make the call, remember to turn off Do Not Disturb." Qin Junshuo said. "Okay. Wait, do you have my phone number?" Liu Yuxi looked at Qin Junshuo and asked. "I do. Didn't you give it to me last time?" Liu Yuxi nodded and said, "That's fine." After she finished speaking, she stood up and said, "I'm going to rest now. Please call me later." "Good." After saying goodbye to Qin Junshuo, Liu Yuxi returned to her bedroom to rest. Qin Junshuo continued to sit on the sofa and watch short videos. After a while, Qin Junshuo suddenly wondered whether he should call his mother to tell her that Liu Yuxi was back and have a meal together. After thinking about it, Qin Junshuo decided to call his mother. After a while, Qin's mother answered the phone. Before Qin Junshuo could say anything, Qin's mother started to speak. If you have anything to do, do it now, don't let it affect my luck in playing cards. Wait, 60,000, bump. Qin Junshuo listened to the mahjong sounds from Qin's mother's side and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Your daughter-in-law is back. Would you like to come to my place with your dad for lunch at noon? If you want, I'll go buy groceries now." Such a small matter. Mother Qin hadn't finished her words when she suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked, "You said Xiao Liu is back?" "Yeah." Qin Junshuo responded softly. "You must eat. I'll ask your dad to come over later and make a hearty lunch. If you don't have money, I'll transfer some to you now. I'm making a lot of money this morning." Qin's mother said. "I'm not short of money yet. I'll go buy some groceries now. You can come over around noon. Xiao Liu is resting." Qin Junshuo said. "No problem, let's do this for now. Wait, there's a 9-barreled beard." Seeing that Qin's mother was still fighting hard, Qin Junshuo was tactful and hung up the phone first. After hanging up the phone, Qin Junshuo stood up, picked up his coat beside him and put it on, preparing to go to the nearby supermarket to buy groceries. 15 minutes later. A large supermarket. Qin Junshuo pushed a small cart around the vegetable area, picking and choosing some green beans, cabbages, tomatoes and water spinach. They had more meat dishes, including lean meat, shrimp and 6 crabs. After buying the food, Qin Junshuo went to pay the bill, went straight to the parking lot and drove home. It was almost 11 o'clock when Qin Junshuo returned home. He went straight to the kitchen and started making lunch. The lunch was not very sumptuous, just 3 dishes and 1 soup. Shrimp and green beans, lean meat and cabbage, tomato and egg, and finally a seaweed shrimp bowl soup. By the time the food was ready, it was just 11:45. After Qin Junshuo brought the food out and placed it on the table, he called Liu Yuxi to wake her up. After waking up Liu Yuxi, Qin Junshuo took off the apron around his waist, went to the kitchen, hung it up, and then prepared the dishes and chopsticks in advance. Qin Junshuo actually attaches great importance to this family gathering. After all, strictly speaking, this can be considered the first formal family gathering. After getting up and washing up, Liu Yuxi came to the living room and saw 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table. She looked at Qin Junshuo who was sitting on the sofa and asked, "Are Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin coming?" Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, "Very smart. I wanted to tell you about this." Liu Yuxi smiled and said, "What's so smart about that? It's impossible for the 2 of us to eat for dishes. We can only have guests visiting. When a guest comes to visit, the only thing that comes to my mind is Aunt Qin or Uncle Qin." Qin Junshuo smiled, poured a glass of water, and looked at Liu Yuxi. "Would you like a glass of water?" "Okay, thank you." Liu Yuxi nodded and sat down next to Qin Junshuo, picked up the cup and drank all the water in it. When Qin Junshuo wanted to say something, the door suddenly opened and Qin's mother and father walked in carrying 2 boxes of wanglaoji. "Xiao Liu, you finally returned to Lu Island. I missed you so much." Qin's mother trotted over. Seeing this, Liu Yuxi quickly stood up and hugged Qin's mother. "Dad, Mom, I came back in a hurry today. Next time I go to Lu Island, I will let you 2 know I am safe," Liu Yuxi said with a smile. When Qin's mother heard this, her eyes lit up and she said happily, "It's okay, it's okay. Work is more important." When Qin's father heard Liu Yuxi calling him dad, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But when he turned around and saw Qin Junshuo still sitting on the sofa, the smile disappeared completely. "So ignorant. I don't know if you can come and get it." When Qin's father said this, he pointed to the 2 boxes of wanglaoji in his hands with his eyes. Qin Junshuo stood up helplessly and said, "I just finished cooking, please let me rest for a while." Father Qin casually placed 2 boxes of wanglaoji next to the sofa and said calmly, "Do you mean that I am still ignorant?" Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, "That's not what I meant. Let's eat first and stop arguing about these things." Qin Junshuo changed the subject. The four of them sat down at the dining table, and Liu Yushi took the initiative to help the other three serve their food. Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry. I've been married to Junshuo for so long and I haven't taken the initiative to visit you once. I'm too busy at work. This time I come here so that I can have a good rest for a while. Junshuo and I can also accompany you then. Liu Yushi said with a smile. Father Qin waved his hand and said, I understand that young people put their careers first, but I don't think it's necessary to accompany them. It's still the most important thing for them to focus on their careers first. Besides, I'm not an old-fashioned person. I understand the special nature of your job. Do your best. Qin's father encouraged. Thank you, Dad, for your support. You're not like someone who's 25 and doesn't have a real job. While saying this, Qin's father glanced at Qin Junshuo intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Junshuo naturally knew that his father was being sarcastic, so he immediately retorted, I have a proper job, and I am still on the payroll. I will start work next semester. Hearing this, Qin's father looked at Qin Junshuo with a little surprise. What? Did you get your teaching certificate? Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, I came down last month, and I will start working while studying next semester. How much is the salary? Asked Qin's father. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, it should be around 8,000. 8,000. Father Qin smiled helplessly and said, then you might as well come and help me. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, why? You want me to work in the legal department? It's not impossible. Qin's father said lightly. Mother Qin held Liu Yushi's hand and glared at Father Qin and Qin Junshuo unhappily. You're still talking about work during a meal. It seems like a meal won't stop you from talking. Qin Junshuo and Qin's father shut up instantly. The four of them ate lunch while chatting about their daily lives. Because Liu Yushi was very familiar with Qin's father and mother, Qin Junshuo couldn't even get a word in during their conversation and could only silently pick up food for the three of them. It seems that Qin Junshuo has the lowest status in the family. Chapter 27, Children and Grandchildren Have Their Own Blessings. Junshuo, when do you plan to go on your honeymoon with Xiaoliu? Mother Qin looked at Qin Junshuo and suddenly asked. Qin Junshuo paused while eating and subconsciously looked up at Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi also subconsciously looked at Qin Junshuo, and the two of them looked at each other. Liu Yushi immediately understood what she meant and looked at Qin's mother and said, Mom, this honeymoon may be much later. I've been too busy with my career lately and don't have time to travel with Junshuo. It's really a bit unfair to him. After finishing speaking, Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo, blinked, and said, Honey, how about I go traveling with you when I'm not busy? Qin Junshuo walked along Liu Yushi's steps and said, It's all right. I'm not in a hurry. Mom, you don't have to worry too much about Xiaoxi and me. I know what's going on. Qin Junshuo picked up a meatball and put it in Qin's mother's bowl and preached. Mother Qin sighed helplessly and said, Indeed, I forgot the special nature of Xiao Liu's work. Father Qin also spoke up, Old lady, don't worry too much about the affairs between young people. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Just follow their ideas. Mother Qin didn't dwell on the matter anymore, and the four of them continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to clean up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Seeing this, Liu Yushi poured a glass of water for Qin's father and mother and said she would go to the kitchen to help Qin Junshuo. After Qin's mother and father agreed, Liu Yushi went to the kitchen to help Qin Junshuo. After Liu Yushi left, Mother Qin took a sip of water and asked in a low voice, Old man, are you satisfied with our daughter-in-law? Father Qin replied, Of course I am satisfied. I told you before that Xiao Liu is a good child, but you didn't quite believe it. Now you believe it, right? Mother Qin snorted twice. I believe it. In the kitchen. Qin Junshuo had just put on gloves and was about to wash the dishes when he saw Liu Yushi happily walking into the kitchen. What are you doing? Liu Yushi rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll help you wash the dishes. It's a bit stressful to be with Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin outside. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, I knew it. Come on, as usual, I'll go through the first time and you go through the second time. After saying that, Qin Junshuo made room for Liu Yushi and handed her a pair of gloves. Liu Yushi took the gloves and put them on neatly, then stood beside Qin Junshuo. What are your plans for the next period of time? Qin Junshuo asked casually. Me. I'll just take a good rest in the next week, and maybe I'll go record a song next week. Liu Yushi replied. You record songs? Well, my last song received a good response and even made it into the top 10 of the new song chart. Sister, she asked me to release another song while this popularity is going on, and I'm already planning it. According to what sister she told me, it should be ready next week. Liu Yushi smiled faintly and said, actually, I think it would be a good idea for me to become a singer. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, it's actually quite difficult to be a singer. After all, you're not from this profession, and you have to buy the music and lyrics. Liu Yushi blinked and said, don't you understand music? How about you write a song for me? Qin Junshuo laughed dumbly when he heard this. You really think too highly of me. I'm just an amateur. I can sing a cover song, but I'm really not good at writing songs. Okay. Liu Yushi shrugged helplessly. We'll see when the time comes. Writing songs by myself is indeed a weakness. I wonder if I can find a songwriter who can write lyrics and compose the music by then. Liu Yushi said. The two of them washed the dishes while chatting. When they finished washing the dishes, Qin's father and mother were about to get up and leave. Seeing the two of them were leaving, Liu Yushi asked, Dad, Mom, are you leaving? Father Qin nodded and said, well, there is something going on in the company, I have to go back to deal with it. Same, I'll go over and help. Qin's mother replied. Okay, then you guys go back and be careful. Liu Yushi instructed. Qin Junshuo also said, be careful when driving. Okay. Qin's father and mother said goodbye to Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo and left home. Only after the two left did Liu Yushi relax and sit down on the sofa. Qin Junshuo leaned against the wall and looked at Liu Yushi and teased, you call your parents very smoothly. Liu Yushi raised her eyes and glanced at Qin Junshuo and said, I can't help it, his acting is too good. Indeed, he is a talented actor and his acting skills are really good. Qin Junshuo praised. Liu Yushi smiled, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Want to watch TV together? No, I'm going to go back and take a nap. Qin Junshuo stretched. TSK, you are just like a pig. You eat and then sleep, and then eat again when you wake up. Liu Yushi joked. Qin Junshuo spread his hands and said, I can't help it. Holiday life is just so comfortable. Okay, time to go to bed. After saying that, Qin Junshuo waved goodbye to Liu Yushi and went into his bedroom to rest. Soon a week passed. After a week of living together, Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo have gotten to know each other a little better. For example, Qin Junshuo doesn't like onions, but Liu Yushi likes coriander. Both of them will consider each other when cooking. The current situation is that it is Qin Junshuo's turn to cook on the 1st, 3rd and 5th, while it is Liu Yushi's turn to cook on the 2nd, 4th and 6th. Today is February 6th, the 69th day of the lunar calendar, and Monday. 7 o'clock in the morning. Liu Yushi got up very early today, even earlier than Qin Junshuo. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After preparing breakfast, he brought it to the table, then sat on the chair and slowly ate his breakfast. After breakfast, Liu Yushi wrote a sticky note and stuck it on the table, then got dressed and went out. When Qin Junshuo woke up, it was only 8:30. After waking up, Qin Junshuo took a look at the message Liu Yushi sent him on WeChat. Liu Yushi, sister, she will arrive at Gauchi Airport at 7:30. I will go to the recording site in advance to wait for her. Breakfast is ready, remember to eat. Qin Junshuo got up and washed up only after reading Liu Yushi's message. After washing up, I went to the dining table and took a look at breakfast. The sticky note on the table read, if the milk is cold, remember to heat it up in the microwave before drinking it. After Qin Junshuo tore off the convenience note, he went to the kitchen to heat up the cold milk. After breakfast, Qin Junshuo packed up and went out. Before going out, Qin Junshuo sent a message to Liu Yushi saying that he would not be home for lunch, and then went to the parking lot and drove out. Qin Junshuo's destination this morning was Ludao University. As for why he came to school during the holidays, it was naturally because Wang Shuliang, who was training at the school, called him over. After arriving at the school, Qin Junshuo parked the car, scanned his face to get in, and walked straight to the Zhuanghan Water Building. Wang Shuliang was receiving training here. When Qin Junshuo arrived at Zhuanghan Sui Tower, he happened to meet an old acquaintance. Mr. Wang, why are you here too? Qin Junshuo said with a little surprise when he saw Professor Wang. Professor Wang was a little surprised to see Qin Junshuo carrying his briefcase. Xiao Qin, why are you coming to school during the holidays? Chapter 28 Engagement Party Invitation. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, Shuliang asked me to come to school, so I came. So that's how it is. Let's go, we're going together. Professor Wang gestured. On their way. Professor Wang nodded and said, yes, I am going there right now. Shuliang is under my command. Okay, Mr. Wang, you go first. I'll follow you. Qin Junshuo said with a smile. After saying that, the two of them walked in one after the other. We soon arrived at the training classroom, where there were not many people. Qin Junshuo took a look and saw that there were only about 20 people, at least twice as many as when they were first trained. Professor Wang walked up to the podium, and Qin Junshuo followed him, put his briefcase down on the desk, and then went downstairs first. Xiao Qin, wait a minute. Professor Wang suddenly shouted. Qin Junshuo stopped and turned to look at Professor Wang when he heard this. Teach this class for me. Professor Wang said calmly, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Me? I take your place. Isn't that inappropriate? Professor Wang waved his hand and said, there's nothing inappropriate. This class is very simple. It's just simple. This class is just to see how they perform on stage. Professor Wang said calmly, this should be easy for you as someone who already has a teaching certificate. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, okay. Professor Wang looked at the audience and said, each of you will have 10 minutes to give your trial lecture. I will grade you at that time. Remember what I said before. The first thing to do when you go on stage for your trial lecture is to have a good attitude and don't be nervous. Now come one by one, the first one is Li Xiaodong. After saying that, Professor Wang took out a pen and a score sheet from his briefcase and handed them to Qin Junshuo, motioning him to sit in the first row. Qin Junshuo took the pen and the scoring sheet and sat down in the first row. He carefully watched the students who were giving trial lectures on the podium and then gave them scores. 4 hours later. Finally, Qin Junshuo counted out everyone's trial teaching scores, and without exception, they were all above 80 points. Qin Junshuo handed the graded score sheet and pen to Professor Wang. Professor Wang glanced at the graded scores and put them in his briefcase before looking at Qin Junshuo. Thank you, Xiao Qin, for today. Let's go and have dinner. Qin Junshuo smiled and said jokingly, then you, Mr. Wang, must treat us. If you don't treat us, it would be too mean. After all, I have been working for you for so long for nothing. Professor Wang stood up and smiled, of course, I'll take you to the food city to eat grilled fish, and I'll pay for it. Mr. Wang, I want to go too. Wang Shuliang said with a smile at the podium. Professor Wang turned his head and glanced at Wang Shuliang, then nodded and said, okay, let's go together. After that, the three of them left Zhuanghan Shuilu together and went to a grilled fish restaurant in Ludao Food City to eat grilled fish. Inside the grilled fish restaurant, the three of them sat together eating grilled fish and chatting while eating. Qin Junshuo looked at Professor Wang curiously and asked, Professor Wang, the number of people in this training group is a bit small. Why are there only about 20 people? Professor Wang drank some lemonade and said, fortunately, there are only 64 people in this winter vacation group. We had already given a trial lecture yesterday, and this is the last batch this morning. Wang Shuliang smiled and said, Mr. Wang, when will our written test be? It will be around the Lantern Festival. There will probably be no training next week. The written test is not difficult. You can pass it as long as you keep a calm mind. Professor Wang replied. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, the written test is indeed not difficult, you just need to review it carefully. Wang Shulian rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo and said, as expected, people who have already obtained their teaching qualifications have no worries when they talk. The three of them were eating grilled fish while chatting. Later, Professor Wang had something to do, so he left early and paid the bill before leaving. Qin Junshuo took a bite of potato chips and looked at Wang Shuliang and said calmly, why did you call me to school this morning? Wang Shuliang blinked his eyes and said with a harmless smile, I just asked you to come and accompany me. Get lost. In an instant, Qin Junshuo's face turned dark. I thought you called me over for something important, but you actually asked me to accompany you. I got up at 8:30 in the morning and came here. I was dragged over by Mr. Wang and worked for nothing for so long. Wait, I will kill you. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I have set the date for my engagement party. Wang Shuliang said calmly. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and said, so you actually called me here because of this matter. Wang Shuliang took out an invitation from his shoulder bag and placed it in front of Qin Junshuo, saying, what else? I was originally thinking of giving you the invitation and asking you to treat me to a big meal. Who knew that you would be hired by Mr. Wang to work for free? Oh, it's not like working for free. Mr. Wang also treated you to grilled fish. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang and picked up the invitation to take a look at it. Will your engagement party be held in your hometown of Gusu? Qin Junshuo took a look at the venue of Wang Shuliang's engagement party, which was held in a hotel in Gusu. Yes. Wang Shuliang nodded. Qin Junshuo put the invitation away carefully and looked at Wang Shuliang and said, I will definitely go when the time comes. If you don't come, I'll be angry with you. Wang Shuliang said jokingly. It definitely has to happen. After the two finished eating the grilled fish, Qin Junshuo took Wang Shuliang to the parking lot and drove him back to the house he rented in Ludao, which was on University Road. After seeing Wang Shuliang off, Qin Junshuo drove back to his home. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon when Qin Junshuo got home. He didn't want to do anything and could only lie in bed and take a nap. I slept until 6 in the evening. After waking up, Qin Junshuo first checked his mobile phone to see if there was any important news while he was resting. After taking a look, I found that there was no important information, but there were 2 missed calls from Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo changed into his home pajamas and went to the living room. When Qin Junshuo arrived in the living room, he discovered that Liu Yushi had returned home at some point and had prepared dinner. Liu Yushi was sitting on the sofa watching short videos. When she saw Qin Junshuo coming out, she asked, Are you awake? Qin Junshuo nodded a little awkwardly. After all, it was his turn to cook today. He didn't expect that Liu Yushi had already prepared the meal when he woke up. Liu Yushi turned off her phone, stood up, stretched, and said, I saw that you didn't answer my call, so I guessed that you were probably sleeping. Come and have dinner. After the two of them sat down at the dining table, Liu Yushi helped Qin Junshuo serve a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup. Qin Junshuo naturally took the food from Liu Yushi and asked casually, How was the recording today? Fortunately, it was quite successful. Liu Yushi nodded. That's fine. What were you busy with this morning? Liu Yushi asked. I went to school to visit a friend, but ended up being forced to work for free, Qin Junshuo said. Chapter 29 So what you told me, Liu Yushi is your wife, is it true? Work for free. Liu Yushi frowned slightly, a little puzzled. What kind of work do you mean for free? Seeing this, Qin Junshuo told Liu Yushi everything that happened in the morning. For some reason, Qin Junshuo has gradually gotten used to sharing his daily life with Liu Yushi. He always asks questions without fail. After listening to what Qin Junshuo said, Liu Yushi nodded and said, Is that so? It's not a big problem actually. This will also bring you closer to the professor, which is good. But working for free does sound a bit pathetic. Liu Yushi joked. Qin Junshuo took a sip of the soup and said, It's not really working for free. He treated me to grilled fish. Is the grilled fish delicious? Liu Yushi asked. Not bad. I'll take you out for a meal next time I'm free. Qin Junshuo nodded. Is it true? Last time you said you would take me out to play when I returned to Lu Island, but you haven't taken me out to play until now. Liu Yushi pouted. After hearing what Liu Yushi said, Qin Junshuo, who was drinking soup, almost choked. Is it so scary to ask you to take me out to play? I was just saying it casually. Liu Yushi muttered softly. Qin Junshuo put down the bowl and quickly explained, That's not what I meant. It's not that I don't want to take you out to play, but the weather was too cold a few days ago, and it sometimes drizzled in the evening, so it wasn't suitable to go out. Liu Yushi picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and passed it to Qin Junshuo's bowl and said lightly, It's okay. I don't think I will have much time to play next. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Are you busy recently? Liu Yushi nodded and said, Well, I will probably have to record songs during this period. The studio wants me to release an album. They have already contacted a songwriter to write songs for me, and asked me to try to release the album after the Spring Festival. You're an actor releasing an album. What? Does your studio want you to completely transform into a singer? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but it seems like sister she wants me to take both paths at the same time. But I still know that biting off more than I can chew, and now I just want to do one thing well, whether it's being an actor or a singer. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she drank the soup in her bowl in one gulp. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi like this and suddenly didn't know what to say. Actually, compared to being an actor, I still feel that being a singer would be easier. Liu Yushi picked up a shrimp bowl and put it in Qin Junshuo's bowl and said, if it doesn't work out, I will become a singer and see if I can find a variety show as a regular. This is actually not bad. After all, I have only been on a variety show as a guest, and the experience was pretty good. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, isn't this your retirement mentality? Just wait and see how sister she arranges it for you. I feel like sister she should be able to help you arrange all of this. Okay, let's not talk about work while eating. Liu Yushi said. After dinner, the two cleaned the table together and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After living together for some time, this kind of thing has become a part of their daily life. After washing the dishes, Liu Yushi went to take a shower, while Qin Junshuo sat on the sofa playing games. The doorbell rang. Qin Junshuo heard the noise and stood up, walked to their door and looked through their peephole to confirm who was coming. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Qin Junshuo was shocked. He thought it might be Wang Tangxi who came, but he didn't expect it to be Wang Shuliang. At this time, Wang Shuliang was standing at the door with the packaged barbecue in his hand. Seeing that there was no movement inside, he raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Qin Junshuo saw that it was Wang Shuliang who came, but thinking that Liu Yushi was still at home, he hesitated whether to open the door. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Shuliang opened the door and planned to go in directly when he saw Qin Junshuo. Xiao Shuozi, let me tell you, I will be returning to Gusu tomorrow. I bought some barbecue before I left, so we two brothers must have a good meal today. Qin Junshuo blocked Wang Shuliang's way in and said politely, it's a bit inconvenient today. Wang Shuliang was stunned. What's the inconvenience? It's a bit inconvenient. Qin Junshuo stammered. Wang Shuliang felt something was very wrong when he saw this, so he took a step back and stared at Qin Junshuo with a strange look on his face. There's something wrong with you. Something is very wrong. Liu Yushi, who had just changed into home clothes and was about to take a shower, stopped when she heard the noise, then quietly walked to the end of the corridor to see what was going on. It's a bit inconvenient today. Qin Junshuo said. Wang Shuliang asked with some confusion. Inconvenient? It's inconvenient for you, a person living alone, to tell me. Could it be that my sister-in-law is back? Qin Junshuo frowned slightly, not knowing how to explain it to Wang Shuliang. Bang. There was a sound of something breaking inside the house. Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo subconsciously looked inside the room. At this time, Liu Yushi was covering her little head and looking down at the broken vase. When she looked up, she found that Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang were staring at her. Liu Yushi smiled awkwardly and said, you continue. I won't disturb you. 5 minutes later, on the sofa in the living room. Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo were sitting on the sofa, while Wang Shuliang was sitting on the sofa next to them and staring at them. For some reason, Liu Yushi felt like she was caught cheating. Wang Shuliang's mouth twitched and he looked at Qin Junshuo. So what you told me, Liu Yushi is your wife, is it true? I'm telling a lie now, do you believe it? Qin Junshuo said seriously. Wang Shuliang looked at Liu Yushi who was sitting next to Qin Junshuo and said, do you think I will believe it now? Liu Yushi also cooperated at this time, actually, I'm not Liu Yushi, I just look a bit like her. Really? I lied to you. Junshuo is a puppy. Qin Junshuo. Wang Shuliang. You two don't have to treat me like a fool. After saying this, Wang Shuliang sighed. Qin Junshuo, you are really good at hiding things. Wang Shuliang suddenly remembered something and looked at Qin Junshuo. So you left early on New Year's Day to be with her? Qin Junshuo hesitated for a while and then nodded. Okay. Liu Yushi clasped her hands together and looked at Wang Shuliang and said, please keep it a secret. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and comforted her, it's okay, don't worry, he will keep it a secret. Wang Shuliang put the barbecue in his hand on the guest table and said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm very tight-lipped and will keep it a secret. It's just that I really didn't expect that a big star like you could have a flash marriage with Junshuo." Liu Yushi smiled awkwardly and said, "This is a bit complicated." Wang Shuliang waved his hand and said, "It's complicated, so I don't need to explain it." Chapter 30. Why don't you make your debut? I'm just a little surprised, but I don't want to delve into what happened between you two. Wang Shuliang shrugged. Finally, there is one more very important thing. Wang Shuliang looked at Liu Yushi seriously and said, "Can you give me an autographed photo of you? My fiancé and I both really like your drama." Liu Yushi was a little confused by this unexpected turn of events, but she still quickly stood up and said, "Okay, wait for me, I'll go get it from the room." After saying that, he walked towards his room. After Liu Yushi left, Wang Shuliang looked at Qin Junshuo again. "You?" Qin Junshuo raised his hand and said, "Stop, I know what you want to say. No gossip for you to eat. That's not what I want to talk about." Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo. "So what do you want to say?" Qin Junshuo asked. "You?" Wang Shuliang turned his head to confirm whether Liu Yushi had gone far away. After confirming that she had gone far away, he asked in a low voice, "Are you still in that kind of cooperative relationship?" Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Yes." "Is there any other situation?" Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What else could be going on?" Wang Shuliang hinted, "Relationship status." "No." Qin Junshuo replied, "We are now just friends who are slightly familiar with each other." "That's good. I thought you guys didn't talk at home." Wang Shuliang breathed a sigh of relief. "How is it possible that you don't talk at home? That would be so embarrassing." Qin Junshuo poured a glass of water for Wang Shuliang. "Shuliang, you have to keep this matter a secret for me. If others get to know about it, the consequences will be irreversible," Qin Junshuo instructed seriously. Wang Shuliang patted his chest and promised, "I will keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone about it. If Xiaowen asks me about the autographed photo, I'll say it was given to me by someone else. You can always trust your brother." Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder and said, "Good brother, when the time comes, I will definitely give you a big share of the money." "How old?" "This is kept secret for now." While the two were chatting, Liu Yushi had already prepared an autographed photo and returned to the sofa. "Here you go." Liu Yushi handed 2 envelopes to Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang took the envelope and flipped through it with some surprise. Seeing this, Liu Yushi explained, "This contains my autographed photos. There is more than one in it, so I put it in an envelope." "Thank you, sister-in-law. You are so thoughtful," Wang Shuliang said with a smile and put the 2 envelopes into his pocket. When Liu Yushi heard Wang Shuliang calling her like that, her cheeks slightly blushed and she said, "You guys chat first, I'm going to take a shower." "Okay, see you later, sister-in-law." Wang Shuliang nodded. After Liu Yushi left, Wang Shuliang opened the barbecue box on the table and started chatting with Qin Junshuo while eating. "I tell you, if you can grasp a high-quality girl like my sister-in-law, you should grasp her well. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. You must seize this opportunity. Wang Shuliang said while biting a sausage. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang, "Eating really can't stop your mouth. Just tell me whether I am telling the truth or not." "Half and half." Qin Junshuo waved his hand. "Half. So you still want to get the upper hand by being close to the water?" Wang Shuliang teased. "I really don't have that idea. Besides, it's too early to talk about this now." Qin Junshuo shrugged. Wang Shuliang threw a bamboo stick into the trash can and said, "Actually, I'm quite curious about your reaction after you found out that the person you married suddenly was a celebrity. I was definitely shocked at first." Qin Junshuo smiled and continued, "After I calmed down, I analyzed the pros and cons of the situation." "So do you think it is good or bad?" Wang Shuliang asked. "For me, the advantages definitely outweigh the disadvantages, but for her, I still feel the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. If some of her CP fans knew that she was married, she would be attacked immediately. In the worst case, she would lose a lot of big fans." Wang Shuliang listened carefully and then preached. Actually, the situation isn't that bad. As long as your personality is good enough for them to think you're worthy of her, that's all. I feel like you're not bad either. I have a car and a house, my family is well off, I work in the field and I can play the piano and guitar. If it doesn't work out, you can just make your debut. Wang Shuliang joked. Qin Junshuo quickly waved his hands and said, I can't debut at all. I don't have the ability. I don't want to get involved in any of the mess in the entertainment industry. I just need to live my life well. If I am really discovered later, I will just fight back and cover up the trouble. Then let me ask you something. Wang Shuliang asked curiously, do you have any feelings for Liu Yushi? Qin Junshuo frowned slightly. I don't know how to put it. It's impossible to say no, but if I say yes, it can't be considered as affection between a man and a woman. It can only be considered as friendship. In fact, Qin Junshuo personally thinks that Liu Yushi is pretty good. After all, she can cook for him and the food tastes pretty good. The affection between friends of the opposite sex can also be considered as the affection between men and women. Wang Shuliang shrugged. Qin Junshuo tilted his head and looked at Wang Shuliang. What does it mean if I have a crush on you? Fatherly love. Wang Shuliang said angrily, come on, you just take advantage of me every day. After he finished speaking, Wang Shuliang suddenly remembered something and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, then should I also give her an invitation to my engagement party? Let's forget it. Qin Junshuo shook his head. She doesn't have the right status to attend your wedding. It's not appropriate. Besides, she's been very busy lately and has to release an album. Wang Shuliang said with a strange look on his face, she, an actress, wants to release an album. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, yes, you heard it right, she is going to release an album. The song she sang at our New Year's Eve party last time was her first song, and the response and statistics were quite good. I guess their studio thinks she has the potential to be a singer, and I think Liu Yushi also has the idea of transitioning. I guess by then, being a singer will be her main job and being an actress will be her side job. I see. By the way, don't you eat barbecue? Wang Shuliang gestured. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, no, I just had dinner and I'm so full that I can't eat anymore. The other side. Liu Yushi was half leaning against the wall, a position that Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang could not see from their angles. Does it count as a good impression? Liu Yushi murmured, then shook her head and chuckled, Liu Yushi, when did you become so concerned about what someone thinks? After taking 2 deep breaths, Liu Yushi seemed to be much more relaxed and walked towards her room. Chapter 31 New Year's Eve. Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo chatted until 9 o'clock. Of course, Wang Shuliang ate all the barbecue he brought by himself. After the two said goodbye, Liu Yushi had just finished washing up and came to the living room to drink water. When she arrived at the living room, Liu Yushi found that Wang Shuliang had left, so she sat down next to Qin Junshuo. Your friend left. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, I just left not long ago, what happened? Liu Yushi shook her head and said, it's okay. Qin Junshuo thought Liu Yushi was afraid that Wang Shuliang would reveal what was going on between them, so he said, don't worry, he and I have known each other for 6 or 7 years. We were roommates in our freshman year. I know him very well, and he will definitely not reveal our relationship. Liu Yushi quickly waved her hands and explained, that's not what I meant. Actually, it's my fault too. I heard the noise and wanted to see what was going on, but I accidentally broke something. Liu Yushi smiled awkwardly. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, it's just a small matter. It's okay as long as you are fine. Next time if you have friends coming over, tell me in advance. I can hide at Sister Shi's place. Or I could just hide in the room and not come out. Liu Yushi said. Not really. I have very few friends. There are only 2 or 3 who can visit my home. The one just now counts as one. The rest are not in Ludao. Finally, the only ones left are my parents. Okay. Liu Yushi sighed. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and suddenly said, how about I take you out for a walk in 2 days? Okay, where to? When it comes to going out to play, Liu Yushi suddenly becomes more energetic. New Year's Eve is in 2 days. Let's go to my parents' house for a reunion dinner. Later, I'll take you to Zhongshan Street or Shapaway for a stroll. Qin Junshuo thought for a while and said. Shapaway. Liu Yushi blinked. Is it the Art West District? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, yes, there should be fireworks on the Yanwu Bridge on New Year's Eve. If you want to see them, I can take you to see them. Fireworks. Liu Yushi's eyes lit up when she heard about fireworks. I haven't seen fireworks in a long time. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, don't get excited yet. I have to give you a heads up. There will probably be a traffic jam at the Yanwu Bridge, so we have to take a taxi there in advance. It will probably be around 8 o'clock. Liu Yushi waved her hands and said, these are all small matters. Nothing can stop me from watching the fireworks. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, do you know what the consequences of a traffic jam are? What are the consequences? Liu Yushi asked. The consequence is that if we want to go home, it will take a long time. We won't be able to get home until 2 or 3 in the morning. So exaggerated? Liu Yushi asked in surprise. Qin Junshuo spread his hands and said, it's just that exaggerated. We have to leave Ludao City first before we can get a taxi home. Last New Year's Eve, all the yellow cars on Zhongshan Road gathered there, and tourists were checking in at Zhonghua City. The higher-ups even called us to try not to go out and avoid crowding with tourists. But it turns out that if we don't go out, tourists will still crowd in on their own. It's okay, it's okay. I'm mentally prepared. Liu Yushi has already given herself a shot of prevention. Okay, as long as you're okay. Qin Junshuo nodded. After the two chatted for a while, Qin Junshuo got up and took a shower. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and now it is February 9th, Friday, New Year's Eve. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi got up early in the morning. Liu Yushi was responsible for making breakfast, while Qin Junshuo went out to buy some vegetables to prepare for the reunion dinner in the evening. When Qin Junshuo came back from buying groceries, Liu Yushi had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. As soon as Qin Junshuo entered the door, Liu Yushi quickly stood up and came over to help get things. Liu Yushi looked at the large and small bags of things in Qin Junshuo's hands and asked with a twitch of her lips, how much did you buy? Qin Junshuo looked at the bag in his hand and said, not much, just bought some seafood. For little blue dragons and a king crab, about a little over 3,000. More than 3,000. So expensive. Liu Yushi took the bag and looked at the lively little green dragon inside. Qin Junshuo walked into the kitchen and said, we can't help it. It's normal for seafood to increase in price during festivals like this. On normal working days, this kind of small blue dragon is only about 300 yuan per pound. Now this little blue dragon is nearly 400 pounds, and these for a little over 5 pounds, so all for over 2,000, not to mention the king crab. Qin Junshuo put the bag in the sink and looked at Liu Yushi and said, watch it for a moment. I'll go to the balcony to get a bucket. It took them more than 10 minutes to prepare the seafood. Liu Yushi looked at the seafood in the 2 buckets and helplessly held her forehead and said, I have never eaten small blue dragon and king crab, let alone making this kind of dish. It's not a big problem. I'll take care of it tonight. You can help me. Qin Junshuo went to the sink and washed his hands with hand sanitizer, saying, let's go eat first. Let's order takeout for lunch instead of cooking. We'll take you to my parents' place around 3 in the afternoon. Liu Yushi nodded and said, okay. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Junshuo drove Liu Yushi to the residential area where Qin's father and mother lived. Qin Junshuo was carrying 2 bags of seafood and could only let Liu Yushi knock on the door. Qin's mother, who was at home, heard the noise and came over to open the door. Seeing that it was Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo, she quickly let them in. The first thing Qin Junshuo did when he came in was to go to the kitchen to prepare the seafood. After Liu Yushi told Qin's mother that she was going to help in the kitchen, she also went into the kitchen. Qin Junshuo in the kitchen had already started preparing to deal with Xiao Qinglong. When he saw Liu Yushi coming in, he quickly called her to help. It took them more than an hour to prepare these seafood, especially the king crab, which was the most troublesome. After the task was completed, Liu Yushi wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue and said, I am so tired. This king crab is not easy to handle. Why don't you just ask the merchant to handle it next time? Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded and silently absorbed this experience. Liu Yushi looked at the little green dragon cut into 8 pieces and asked, what are you going to do with this? Do you like steamed food? Qin Junshuo asked. I can do anything. Okay, I'll take care of the rest, you go out and have a rest. Qin Junshuo invited Liu Yushi out of the kitchen, and then started to work on his own. Liu Yushi came out and sat down on the sofa and started chatting with Qin's mother. 6:30 in the evening. Qin's father had just returned home after a day's work, and Qin Junshuo had almost prepared the reunion dinner. Father Qin casually put the briefcase in his hand on the sofa and came to the dining table to look at the dishes on it. Steamed crayfish, wow, and king crabs, is this a good thing for our reunion dinner? Chapter 32. Did you make a wish? Of course, the annual reunion dinner must be sumptuous. Qin Junshuo said with a smile. Everyone smiled at each other, then sat down on the chairs and ate the reunion dinner around the table. The meal took more than an hour, and by the time I finished it was almost 8 o'clock. Qin Junshuo wanted to clear the dishes and wash them but was stopped by his mother. Let me do it. Qin's mother said. Qin Junshuo was stunned. Mom, you want to wash the dishes? Is it not possible? Mother Qin raised her eyebrows slightly. Take Xiao Liu out to play now and create some opportunities for you to be alone together. Isn't it really a bit inappropriate? Qin Junshuo hesitated. How can you let your elders wash the dishes? Qin Junshuo was interrupted by his mother before he could finish his words. I can still wash the dishes. Xiao Liu is a celebrity and rarely goes out to play. Now that you have time, you can take her out for a walk. All right. Seeing that Qin's mother spoke like this, Qin Junshuo could only nod helplessly, and then looked at Liu Yushi who was sitting on the sofa and chatting with Qin's father. Yushi, do you want to go out for a walk? Qin Junshuo asked. When Liu Yushi heard this, she subconsciously looked up at Qin Junshuo. Are you going out now? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, there should be fewer people here now. I'll take you to Baicheng Beach or Zhongshan Road first. Okay, but you may have to wait a little. I'll go with you after I finish talking to Dad. Liu Yushi said with a smile. Father Qin shook his head and said, Xiao Liu, we can talk next time. I'll be free in the next few days. If you want to chat, you're welcome to come find me anytime. Okay, Dad. After Qin's father's help, Liu Yushi followed Qin Junshuo and left home. This time when leaving, Qin Junshuo did not go to the parking lot to drive. He could only take Liu Yushi to the entrance of the community and take a taxi to Baicheng Beach. The taxi hailing process was not very smooth. Simply put, there were too many tourists and we were unable to successfully get a taxi. After a long period of suffering, Qin Junshuo finally took a taxi. After they got in the car, they talked to the driver about arriving at Baicheng Beach and then stopped talking. The car started smoothly and had a smooth journey. As soon as they arrived near Baicheng Beach, Qin Junshuo looked at the cars on the roadside with their hazard lights on and his mouth twitched. This was more people than he had expected, more than just a little bit more. After the two arrived at Baicheng Beach, Qin Junshuo paid the fare and took Liu Yushi to the Baicheng overpass. The scenery above the Baicheng overpass is not very beautiful, but he can see the ocean at a glance. Liu Yushi stood outside the fence of the overpass with her arms open, the evening breeze gently blowing the loose hair on her forehead. It's so comfortable, Liu Yushi said as she stretched. Qin Junshuo didn't pay too much attention to Liu Yushi, because he was looking very cold right now. Soon, more and more tourists were bustling on the overpass. After taking pictures, Liu Yushi was afraid that it would be crowded later, so she pulled Qin Junshuo down the overpass to Baicheng Beach in advance. Baicheng Beach is not actually a very fun place, but it has been promoted too well. Anyway, Qin Junshuo feels that it is better to go to Zhengquan Beach to see the sea in Baicheng. Liu Yushi pulled Qin Junshuo and jogged onto the beach. After arriving at the beach, Liu Yushi stepped on the sand several times with a little excitement. This small piece of beach was soon filled with Liu Yushi's footprints. Qin Junshuo stood aside and silently watched Liu Yushi's childish side. Liu Yushi stopped walking on the sand until she was tired, then turned to look at Qin Junshuo. Junshuo, do you want to come down and play with us? Qin Junshuo put his hands in his pockets and shook his head gently to reject Liu Yushi's invitation. Liu Yushi shrugged slightly disappointedly and said, okay. After saying this, Liu Yushi turned her head and looked at the oncoming sea. It would be great if it could snow on Lu Island, Liu Yushi said in a low voice. Qin Junshuo, who was standing behind her, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. When Liu Yushi heard the noise, she turned around and looked at Qin Junshuo again. What's so funny about this? Qin Junshuo smiled and looked up at the sky and said, with the climate of Ludao, it is possible that it will hail in the summer, but the possibility of snow in the winter is not as high as that of rice noodle rolls. But I think the snow scene is very suitable for the sea. Liu Yuxi expressed her thoughts. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, the sea does go well with the snow, but if you want to see both heavy snow and the sea, traveling to Weihai would be a good choice. After all, it has both the sea and snow, which perfectly meets all your requirements. Liu Yuxi smiled and said, I've been to Weihai once, but it was in the summer. The sea view there is actually very beautiful, but it's very hot. After Qin Junshuo accompanied Liu Yuxi on Baicheng Beach for a while, it was 10 o'clock in the evening and fireworks rose on time at Xianjing Port opposite Baicheng Beach. Liu Yuxi quickly pulled Qin Junshuo to her side to watch the grand fireworks with her. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi. At this time, Liu Yuxi was putting her hands together and closing her eyes as if she was making a wish. She slowly opened her eyes after she made a wish. Have you made a wish? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yuxi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo, nodded vigorously and said, I made a good wish. Have you made a wish? Liu Yuxi asked. Qin Junshuo turned his head to look at the fireworks that had not yet ended and silently made a wish before saying, maybe I have a good wish. Then let's go. Go home. Liu Yuxi said with a smile. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi in surprise and asked, are you going home now? Yes, if you don't leave now, it will be difficult to leave later, Liu Yuxi said. Aren't we going to Zhongshan Road for a stroll? Qin Junshuo asked. No, I'm not a fool. If we go to Zhongshan Road now, there will only be crowds of people waiting for us. It's better to go home and take a hot bath. Liu Yuxi curled her lips. This is a very wise choice. Let's go home. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk, and finally saw a shared bicycle on the side of the road and each scanned one. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi who was still adjusting her position. Can you do it? Liu Yuxi adjusted the position to a distance suitable for herself and got on the lane. What's wrong with that? Why do I feel like you look down on me? Qin Junshuo shook his head and chuckled, no. That's not what I meant. Liu Yuxi rode on the shared bicycle lane and said, I see that's what you mean. I ride my bicycle really fast. Can we have a competition? I surrender. Let's drive slowly and be careful on the road. Qin Junshuo said. While the two were playing, not far away from them, a man wearing a hat and a mask was taking pictures of them with a camera. After Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi left on the shared bicycles, the mysterious boy checked the photos he had taken. There are not many photos, only 7 or 8. The earliest one was taken on the Baicheng overpass. It seems that the mysterious man has been following the two of them for some time on the Baicheng overpass. Chapter 33, Shocking News. TSK, I didn't expect there would be an extra surprise when traveling to Lu Island. The popular young actress Liu Yuxi had a tryst with a mysterious man on New Year's Eve. This headline will definitely be a big hit. The mysterious man took out the film from the camera and looked at the direction where the two people left with a playful look on his face. At this time, Liu Yuxi and Qin Junshuo did not know that they had been photographed by paparazzi. They were riding shared bicycles leisurely on the road. Half an hour. After the two rode out of the traffic jam, they found a parking spot to park the shared bicycle, and then took a taxi back home. When I got home, it was almost 11 o'clock. The first thing Liu Yuxi did when she entered the room was to sit down on the sofa. Comfortable. I'm so tired. Liu Yuxi gently pounded her thigh. Qin Junshuo came and sat down next to Liu Yuxi, poured a glass of water and drank it, then said, I told you not to ride so fast, but you refused to listen. When Liu Yuxi heard this, she snorted and said, who told you to look down on me? I looked down on you. I didn't say that. Qin Junshuo denied. Liu Yuxi said unhappily, I can see from your tone that you look down on me. Is there? Qin Junshuo simply used the method of playing dumb. Oh my god, you are still pretending to be stupid. You are not a good person, Qin Junshuo. Liu Yuxi said with her hands on her hips. Qin Junshuo shrugged his shoulders and said, anyway, I didn't say anything. Liu Yuxi rolled her eyes at Qin Junshuo and then leaned back on the sofa to rest for a while before saying, forget it, this beautiful lady won't bother with you anymore. The corners of Qin Junshuo's mouth rose slightly, but he didn't say anything. After Liu Yushi had rested for a while, she got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Junshuo sat on the sofa, drinking hot water and watching short videos. Suddenly he saw a marketing message from the entertainment industry that had just been published. Big news, shocking news. A paparazzi revealed that he filmed a popular young actress and a boy going out to watch fireworks together on New Year's Eve, and they seemed to be dating, but the paparazzi has not revealed any concrete evidence. Who do you think it was? Qin Junshuo watched the video carefully and frowned slightly after watching it. Although this video was posted half an hour ago, it has received tens of thousands of likes. Qin Junshuo subconsciously opened the comment section and read the comments. The content of the most liked comment made Qin Junshuo's pupils shrink. A popular young actress. It can't be my Liu Yushi. 2,888 likes. Qin Junshuo realized something was wrong and immediately saved the video and sent it to Wang Tangxi. At this time, Liu Yushi changed into her home clothes and came to the living room to drink water. Seeing that Qin Junshuo didn't look very good, she asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't look very well." Qin Junshuo remained silent and just handed the phone to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi took the phone and watched the video. After watching the video, she became uneasy. No way. I met paparazzi just to watch the fireworks. And I was secretly photographed. Qin Junshuo comforted him, "Don't worry, he may not be targeting us." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Junshuo signaled Liu Yushi to be quiet, and he stood up and walked to the door to see through the peephole who was there. When Qin Junshuo saw Wang Tangxi standing at the door, he immediately opened the door and let her in. The three of them sat on the sofa without saying a word, and the atmosphere was a little silent and awkward. Finally, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. "Sister Shi, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Qin Junshuo apologized immediately. Wang Tangxi shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be on New Year's Eve. Don't panic, it doesn't necessarily mean you were photographed." Qin Junshuo handed the comment section of the video to Wang Tangxi. "I feel like it's us who are deliberately directing the comments towards Yushi." After reading the comment section, Wang Tangxi rubbed his eyebrows in annoyance. Tomorrow is the Spring Festival. It all depends on how the paparazzi will reveal the news. If there is no other way, you can just go public. There is no need to do any more public relations. We are not sure if the paparazzi has any other evidence. Blindly doing public relations will only backfire. Liu Yushi sighed helplessly, "I'm sorry Sister Shi, I didn't know this would happen." Wang Tangxi shook his head helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. Whose dog is still secretly taking photos of others on New Year's Eve? He must be desperate for sales. I stayed up late tonight to help you come up with a PR plan. If you don't treat me to a good meal tomorrow, I'll kill you." After saying that, Wang Tangxi stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo came to the door in advance and helped her open it. "You guys should have a good rest at night and wait and see what happens. Don't panic too much. I can handle it," Wang Tangxi instructed. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi both nodded. After Wang Tangxi left, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi came and sat down on the sofa. They were silent, each thinking in their hearts whether there was any way to solve the problem. In the end, it was Qin Junshuo who spoke first. "We can do as Sister Shi said and make it public first. After all, we are a legal couple, not an underground couple having a tryst. You can just start the live broadcast when the time comes." Starting live broadcast. Liu Yushi frowned slightly. "Why do you want to broadcast live?" Qin Junshuo kept tapping his thigh with his fingers. "The purpose of this live broadcast is simple, to stabilize the image of the person. Maintain the character." Liu Yushi asked in confusion, "How can I maintain the character?" Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, "It's not to stabilize your image, it's to stabilize mine. As long as my character is good enough, although I can't guarantee that all my fans will buy it, especially those CP fans, there will still be fans who are willing to buy it. I can just market it later. There shouldn't be any big problems with this approach. Stabilize your image." Liu Yushi lowered her head and wondered whether Qin Junshuo's method was feasible enough. "This plan is not bad, but we still have to wait and see if Sister Shi has a better plan. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time." Liu Yushi stood up and stretched, saying, instead of thinking so much, it's better to take a good bath first. That makes sense. I'll go take a shower too. Qin Junshuo also stood up and said. The next morning. 8:30 in the morning. Qin Junshuo prepared 3 breakfasts and brought them to the table. Wang Tangxi and Liu Yushi were sitting next to the dining table. They were discussing the public relations plan designed by Wang Tangxi last night. Come and have breakfast first. Qin Junshuo said. Seeing this, Wang Tangxi and Liu Yushi stopped discussing and started enjoying breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Wang Tangxi looked at Qin Junshuo. Junshuo, let me discuss this with Yushi. I think your PR plan yesterday is pretty good. Let's study it and optimize the small details in your plan. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay. Chapter 34 Official Announcement. Wang Tangxi drank a mouthful of porridge, then rubbed his brows with his hand, feeling a little tired. Oh, you made me suffer this on New Year's Day. I can't even have a good New Year. Sister Shi, don't worry too much for now. Just have a good breakfast. Liu Yushi said. Wang Tangxi sighed and said, the main reason is that the paparazzi are silent now, and we don't know how to deal with it specifically. Qin Junshuo took a bite of the egg and said, when the enemy comes, we will fight him with our troops. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Wang Tangxi and Liu Yushi nodded, and the 3 of them began to eat breakfast seriously. After breakfast, Liu Yushi took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Wang Tangxi and Qin Junshuo sat down on the sofa to optimize the plan that Qin Junshuo had talked about yesterday. Why did Wang Tangxi choose the plan proposed by Qin Junshuo? Because she really couldn't think of any good public relations copy yesterday. The main thing is that Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi are really a legal couple. Buying hot searches to reduce the popularity will only backfire. There is currently no suitable variety show that can help Qin Junshuo maintain his good image, so we can only refer to the live broadcast plan that Qin Junshuo thought of last night. Liu Yushi is very popular now. If she makes an official announcement, she will definitely be ranked first on the hot searches. Fortunately, Liu Yushi did not establish herself as a single person, nor did she personally market herself to those CP fans, so there is still hope for recovery. After Qin Junshuo and Wang Tangxi had detailed the plan, Qin Junshuo asked Wang Tangxi to go to Liu Yushi's bedroom to have a good rest, while he himself kept an eye on the hot searches with his tablet to see when the paparazzi would break the news. However, nothing happened until noon. Although everything was calm on Weibo, Qin Junshuo could feel that this should be the last calm before the storm. Noon. After Liu Yushi prepared the meal, she called Wang Tangxi, who was still resting, to get up and eat. Qin Junshuo came to the dining table and served the food in advance. After being woken up by Liu Yushi, Wang Tangxi went back to his home to wash up. After a while, Wang Tangxi hurried back with his phone and said, the paparazzi posted a post, and this time it also included a photo of you watching the fireworks together. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo immediately picked up the tablet on the table and started looking at it. The popular young actress LXX is suspected to have spent New Year's Eve with her underground boyfriend. This post became a hot topic at an extremely fast speed, and its popularity is still rising. This post is no longer implicit, it can be said that it is a direct hint at Liu Yushi. After all, there is no other popular young actress with the surname L except Liu Yushi. In less than half an hour, the number of views of this post has exceeded 500,000 and is still rising. Liu Yushi's official Weibo has attracted many onlookers and her fans. The 3 of them were still having lunch at this time, and Wang Tangxi was editing the official announcement copy while eating. Liu Yushi's official Weibo account is usually managed by the operations team. Because of what happened yesterday, Wang Tangxi had no choice but to take over himself. After all, their operations team has already started their spring festival holiday. Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Tangxi and asked, Sister Shi, do I need to register a social account? Wang Tangxi put down his phone and looked at Qin Junshuo and replied, it doesn't matter whether you register or not. After all, you are an outsider, so it doesn't matter whether you have one or not, but it would be better to register one. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay, I'll register a short video account and post our daily life. This is a good idea. Wang Tangxi agreed. Liu Yushi asked, so what should we do now? Wang Tangxi sneered, doesn't he want the attention? We won't give it to him. After saying this, Wang Tangxi took out his mobile phone, logged into Liu Yushi's official Weibo account, and posted the post that he had already edited. Liu Yushi's official account. Happy Chinese New Year, my friends. Today is the Chinese New Year, and I wanted not to take up public resources, but there have been more and more controversies about me online recently, so I responded as quickly as possible. I want to respond to today's post titled, Popular Young Actress LXX is Suspected of Spending New Year's Eve with Her Boyfriend. I want to clarify that it's not my boyfriend, but my husband. Because my husband is not in the entertainment industry, I didn't want to make an official announcement to protect his privacy. Although this would make some CP fans sad, I have never marketed my CP relationship with other male stars because I have to respect my husband. Okay, here's the specific situation. The photo on the post is indeed of me, but I have to mention, dear paparazzi, I have saved the relevant evidence and am ready to file a lawsuit in court. Please be prepared for the trial. Photo, 2 marriage certificates. As soon as Liu Yushi's official Weibo message was released, it instantly became a hot search, and related entries directly occupied the top 3 hot searches. Liu Yushi official announcement. Liu Yushi's secret marriage. Liu Yushi admitted the paparazzi's revelations. Many netizens gathered under Liu Yushi's post. Some CP fans were overwhelmed, some fans sent their blessings, and some netizens speculated about what Liu Yushi's other half looked like and what his personality was like. Overall, except for some CP fans who cannot accept it, other aspects are still developing in a good direction. Wang Tangxi, who was sitting in a chair and reading the comments, breathed a sigh of relief. The big stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, the comments are still in a positive direction. Wang Tangxi put down his phone. Liu Yushi looked at Wang Tangxi and asked, Sister Shi, do we still want to sue? Wang Tangxi said viciously, of course I will sue. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had such a bad year. Qin Junshuo took out a red envelope from his pocket and placed it in front of Wang Tangxi. Sister Shi, Happy New Year. I am really sorry for troubling you today. Please accept this as a small token of my appreciation. This is inappropriate. As Yushi's agent, I have an obligation to help her deal with these matters. My professional ethics and character do not allow me to accept red envelopes. Wang Tangxi gently pushed the red envelope in front of Qin Junshuo and rejected his thank you gift. Liu Yushi said, It's okay, Sister Shi. This is a token of my and Junshuo's love. After all, it's hard for you to explain to the company what happened to me. I'll have to trouble you with the follow-up matters. After saying that, Liu Yushi stood up, took the red envelope and stuffed it into Wang Tangxi's pocket. Sister Shi, please accept it. Wang Tangxi nodded and said, okay. After the 3 of them finished lunch, Wang Tangxi saw that the matter had been resolved and wanted to go back and have a good rest, so he said goodbye to Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo and returned to his home. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi cleaned up the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash them. Liu Yushi put the dishes and chopsticks into their hot water and sighed, finally, this matter has been resolved. Chapter 35 Resident Guests. Qin Junshuo put on his gloves and said, just solve it, so you won't have to worry about it affecting you in the future. Liu Yushi shook her head and said, you don't understand, there is still an impact. This will actually give me less resources, but fortunately, I won't have the CP fans that give me the most headaches anymore. Let's wait and see. I don't think I'll be able to get any high-quality campus couple scripts in the short term. After all, directors still value CP fans very much. Only with the presence of CP fans can the ratings go up. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, do you like campus couple scripts very much? Liu Yushi shook her head and said, I don't really like it, because there aren't many high-quality campus romance scripts now. Directors just arrange industrial saccharine for the sake of ratings, just to feed dog food. Campus dramas with this kind of plot don't have a good reputation. And there are a lot of kissing scenes. The last costume romance drama I filmed had relatively few kissing scenes. Kissing scene? Qin Junshuo frowned slightly. Seeing Qin Junshuo's reaction, Liu Yushi quickly explained, don't worry, my kissing scenes were shot out of position, there was no real kissing. Oh, so that's it. Qin Junshuo nodded. While washing the dishes, Liu Yushi carefully glanced at Qin Junshuo's profile and asked in a low voice, do you care about this? Qin Junshuo turned his head to look at Liu Yushi and shrugged, it's okay. I care a lot. After all, who can accept their wife being kissed? After that, Qin Junshuo added, even if we are a couple by agreement. Liu Yushi smiled and said, I know. Don't worry, my first screen kiss is still there. But to be honest, although I am an actor, I feel uncomfortable filming kissing scenes. So from my debut till now, the kissing scenes in my 3 popular costume romance dramas were all shot with misaligned lenses. Liu Yushi put the washed dishes on the disinfection cabinet and said, I think I will switch to variety shows in the future. After all, 2 variety shows have invited me to be a permanent guest. 2 variety shows. Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, which 2? Can you tell me? Liu Yushi smiled and said, what's there to hide? Both are Zhejiang variety shows. I don't know if you have heard of them. One is Running Man and the other is Ace. I've heard of Running Man, We Are Family, and the Ace is the one you went with last time. Qin Junshuo said. Yes, yes. Liu Yushi nodded. The 2 of them washed the dishes while chatting, and they finished washing the dishes in no time. After washing the dishes, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. After sitting down, Qin Junshuo realized that Wang Shuliang had called him several times without him noticing. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo picked up his phone and called back, and Wang Shuliang on the other end of the line answered the call immediately. Hello, call Qin Junshuo. Wang Shuliang shouted. Qin Junshuo said unhappily, call you, damn it, I'm here, what's the matter? I saw the hot search sister-in-law made an official announcement on Weibo. What's going on? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo explained, I took her to Baicheng Beach to watch the sea yesterday and was photographed by paparazzi. Then the paparazzi broke the news today, so we can only make a hardcore official announcement to confront them head on. Wang Shuliang was shocked and said, oh my goodness, the paparazzi didn't go home for the New Year. He was still secretly taking photos on New Year's Eve. How dedicated is he? Who knows? Anyway, we are planning to sue and have prepared all the relevant evidence, Qin Junshuo said. Is the lawyer ready? Do we need to call Ziliang and Penglin for help? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, not yet. I'll ask them after the Chinese New Year. I have plenty of channels anyway. I will definitely make this paparazzi apologize to the entire internet. Wang Shuliang nodded and said, okay, then you decide for yourself. Now that you and sister-in-law are open about it, would you like to bring sister-in-law to my engagement party on the 5th day of the new year? Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and said, I need to ask this. After he finished speaking, Qin Junshuo turned his head to look at Liu Yushi, covered the receiver of his phone with his hand, and whispered in her ear, my friend is having an engagement party in a few days, do you want to go? Your friend? Who? Have I seen him before? Liu Yushi asked. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, you have seen him, the one who came to our house last time. When Liu Yushi heard Qin Junshuo say this, she immediately remembered Wang Shuliang and asked, is his name Shuliang? Right. It's the engagement party. I haven't had any announcements for the 5th day of the new year, so I can go over and join in the fun. Liu Yushi thought about it and agreed. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded and continued chatting with Wang Shuliang. She said it was okay. Okay, I'll come out to pick you up then. Oh yeah, and Happy New Year. Congratulations on your prosperity. Here's the red envelope. Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Qin Junshuo said unhappily, come on, you're asking me for a red envelope. How can a grown man do this? You know nothing. I still have a childish nature. Wang Shuliang retorted with a smile. Do you want a red envelope? You're going to cheat me out of my share of the money in a few days, shouldn't you give me a red envelope? Hello? Hello? Junshuo? Can you hear me? My network seems to be not very good. Wang Shuliang pretended to be stupid. We were talking on the phone, not on WeChat. Qin Junshuo ruthlessly exposed Wang Shuliang's lies. Wang Shuliang on the other end coughed awkwardly and said, I didn't hide it from you. I'm not a 3-year-old. Okay, I'll send you a big red envelope later. Now let's not talk about it anymore. I have guests coming to my house. I'll go and entertain them. After saying this, Wang Shuliang hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo put his cell phone on the living table, leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Liu Yushi, who was browsing Weibo, saw Qin Junshuo like this and asked, "Are you tired?" "It's okay, I'm just a little sleepy. I kept staring at my phone this morning and my eyes are a little sore." Qin Junshuo said. "Oh, then do you want to go back to your room and have some sleep?" Liu Yushi asked. "I can't sleep because the Spring Festival couplets haven't been put up yet," Qin Junshuo said helplessly. Spring Festival couplets. After Qin Junshuo's reminder, Liu Yushi remembered that today is the Spring Festival. "Oh my," Liu Yushi quickly stood up and said, yes, my mind was full of PR plans today, and I forgot about the important matter of the Spring Festival. Hurry, let's put up the Spring Festival couplets. We have to go to Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin to wish them a Happy New Year in the evening." Liu Yushi pulled Qin Junshuo up, and the two began to busy themselves inside and outside again. Qin Junshuo was responsible for pasting the couplets at the front door, while Liu Yushi was responsible for pasting the fu couplets inside the room. Liu Yushi worked quickly and soon had repasted the fu couplets on the doors of the 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms. After pasting it, he hurried to the door to help Qin Junshuo paste the couplets on the door. Chapter 36, Encounter at the Mall. At this time, Qin Junshuo was pasting the horizontal couplet on the door. With the cooperation of Liu Yushi, he also pasted the 2 couplets in a few minutes. After pasting the couplets, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi immediately went into the room and started cleaning. After Qin Junshuo swept the floor in front, Liu Yushi took the mop and started mopping the floor in the back. The two of them worked together, cleaning the house and making it look brand new within half an hour. After cleaning the house, Liu Yushi sat down directly on the sofa, half leaning back and taking a rest without any celebrity image at all. Qin Junshuo took the mop and bucket to the bathroom and put them away, and also went to the toilet. When Qin Junshuo came out of the bathroom, Liu Yushi had already changed into her long-sleeved windbreaker and put on a mask. "Are you ready so soon?" Qin Junshuo said casually. Liu Yushi nodded and said, "Well, let's go shopping in the mall and buy some New Year gifts for Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin." "Okay, wait until I put on my shoes," Qin Junshuo said with a smile. After changing his shoes, Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi to the underground parking lot and drove her to a large shopping mall near Siming District, the Robinson Mall opposite the train station. After Qin Junshuo parked the car, he took Liu Yushi out of the parking lot and started strolling around the underground first floor. What Qin Junshuo didn't expect was that the first thing Liu Yushi bought was roasted sweet potatoes from Happy Sweet Potato. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi happily eating sweet potatoes and asked casually, "Is it delicious?" Hearing this, Liu Yushi stopped eating sweet potatoes and looked at Qin Junshuo and said, "Not bad, do you want one?" Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't eat it." Liu Yushi thought about it and asked the clerk for a new spoon, scooped a mouthful and handed it to Qin Junshuo's mouth. "Want a bite?" Seeing that Liu Yushi fed him like this, Qin Junshuo no longer refused and swallowed the sweet potato meat in one bite. "How does it taste?" Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, "It's just average, not as good as the ones sold by the old man on the street." Liu Yushi nodded and said, "It's definitely not as delicious as the ones my grandfather sells." Afterwards, Liu Yushi quickly finished the sweet potatoes and went shopping in the mall with Qin Junshuo. This was the first time for the two of them to go shopping in a mall. Liu Yushi looked left and right like a curious baby. After shopping for about half an hour, the two finally chose their gifts, a pair of gold earrings and a bottle of Moutai liquor. Liu Yushi held up the packed gold earrings and looked at Qin Junshuo with a puzzled look on her face. "Do you think Aunt Qin will like this?" "She will definitely like it." Liu Yushi nodded and said, "As long as she likes it, that's fine." After saying that, Liu Yushi followed Qin Junshuo and planned to go to the underground parking lot. When the two arrived at the underground first floor, they encountered an emergency. Unfortunately, Liu Yushi was recognized by one of her female fans. "Hello, are you Sister Liu Yushi?" A little girl who was about 15 or 16 years old blocked Liu Yushi and asked cautiously, fearing that she had recognized the wrong person. Originally Liu Yushi didn't want to pay attention, but seeing the sincere eyes of the little girl and her somewhat socially anxious expression, after hesitating for a moment, she took off her mask and admitted, "Yes, I am." After Liu Yushi responded, she saw that the little girl was a little excited, so she half squatted down and gently put her index finger on her lips, signaling the little girl not to be too excited. When the little girl saw Liu Yushi signaling her, she calmed down her slightly excited emotions. Sister Yushi, can you give me an autograph? Of course, where do you want to sign? Liu Yushi agreed with a smile and took out the pen she carried with her. Seeing this, the little girl quickly took out a few autographed photos from her pocket and asked, "Can you sign these photos for me?" "Sure." Liu Yushi took the girl's photo and quickly signed her name on it. When Liu Yushi lowered her head to sign, the little girl was looking at Qin Junshuo, who was standing silently next to Liu Yushi. Seeing that the little girl was staring at him, Qin Junshuo smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" The little girl hesitated for a while, wondering if it was impolite to ask this question. After hesitating for a while, she finally asked, "Are you the husband that Sister Liu Yushi officially announced today?" Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Yes. You are very handsome," the little girl said seriously. The little girl's answer caught Qin Junshuo off guard, and he could only smile awkwardly and said, "Thank you for the compliment." After Liu Yushi signed the photo, she handed it back to the little girl with a sweet smile. "It's signed. I wish you a happy new year and all your wishes come true." The little girl happily took the photo and bowed to Liu Yushi, saying, "Thank you, Sister Liu Yushi." Finally, the little girl took a photo with Liu Yushi before turning around and preparing to leave. After Liu Yushi stood up, the little girl who was halfway there suddenly turned around and said, "Happy wedding to you too. As the only fan, I am very satisfied with my brother-in-law." After saying that, the little girl left quickly without looking back, probably because she was too shy. Qin Junshuo, who was standing next to Liu Yushi, rubbed his nose awkwardly when he heard this, turned his head and looked at Liu Yushi and joked, "Do your fans recognize me?" Liu Yushi ignored Qin Junshuo's words and looked at him carefully. Finally, she nodded and said, "He is indeed very handsome." Qin Junshuo smiled silently, then took Liu Yushi to the parking lot. Qin Junshuo drove Liu Yushi to Guomao Spring. This time, Qin Junshuo asked Liu Yushi to go first and he would follow. Liu Yushi obediently walked into the elevator and waited for Qin Junshuo. After Qin Junshuo came over, the two of them took the elevator and walked to the door of Qin's father and mother's house. After Qin Junshuo opened the door, he helped Liu Yushi record her fingerprints so that it would be convenient for her to chat with Qin's father and mother in the future. After the two of them changed into slippers at the door, Liu Yushi took the initiative to take Qin Junshuo's arm and led him in. "Dad, Mom, Junshuo and I are here to wish you a happy new year," Liu Yushi said with a smile. Qin's mother, who was eating fruit on the sofa, heard Liu Yushi's voice and quickly got up and came to her. Seeing this, Liu Yushi let go of Qin Junshuo's arm and hugged Qin's mother. When the two of them loosened their embrace, Liu Yushi handed the gold earrings in her hand to Qin's mother and said, "This is a New Year's gift for you, Mom." Mother Qin laughed and said, "Oh, how embarrassing." Liu Yushi stuffed the bag into Qin's mother's hand and said, "You must accept it. It's a token of my appreciation." Qin Junshuo at the side asked, "Where did Dad go? Why isn't he at home during the New Year?" Mother Qin waved her hands and said with a look of disdain, "He is still sleeping in the bedroom. Wait a minute and I will go wake him up." After saying this, Qin's mother went to wake up Qin's father. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi sat on the sofa. Qin Junshuo put the wine in his hand on the table, and the two leaned back on the sofa to rest for a while. Chapter 37 First Live Broadcast. After Qin's mother woke up Qin's father, the two of them came to the living room. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi stood up and made room for the two of them to sit down beside them. The four of them then started chatting about family matters, and when it was almost time for dinner, Qin Junshuo got up and went to the kitchen to cook. Dinner time passed quietly. After Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi finished their dinner, they said goodbye to Qin's mother and father and returned home. When I got home, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. In the evening, Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo will prepare for the live broadcast according to the public relations plan made in the morning. At this time, Wang Tangxi, who had just woken up and finished dinner, came to Qin Junshuo's house with a set of live broadcast equipment to prepare and put it away. After choosing for a long time, the two finally placed it on the guest table at the suggestion of Qin Junshuo. Liu Yushi also took out her makeup bag and put on some light makeup. After getting ready, Liu Yushi pressed the button to start the official broadcast. As soon as she started broadcasting, a large number of fans flocked into the live broadcast room. Liu Yushi greeted the camera, "Good evening, friends, and I wish you all a happy new year." In an instant, the comments on the live broadcast suddenly surged. "Oh, Yushi is so gentle. I love her so much. In the new year, I hope Yushi gets better and better. Barrages of comments like these appeared in front of Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi smiled and said, I know that all of you friends have a lot of questions today. I will randomly pick a few questions to answer and will randomly connect to one first. You friends is the fan name of Liu Yushi's fans. As the first user to connect to their microphone, Liu Yushi was actually a little nervous. If the angle of the answer was not good, it could easily cause a live broadcast accident. Hello, can you hear me, Sister Shi? What Liu Yushi didn't expect was that the first user to connect to their microphone was actually a male fan. After a brief surprise, he immediately replied, I'm here, I can hear you. I wish Sister Shi a happy new year first. Have fun together. Sister Shi, do you know? As a male fan, I was heartbroken when I saw your official Weibo announcement this morning. Although the male fan's tone was very nice, Liu Yushi could still hear the resentment in his words. Before Liu Yushi spoke, the male fan continued, Sister Shi, let me see how handsome the man who seduced you is, so that I can give up. Hearing this, Liu Yushi didn't know how to respond. Wang Tangxi, who was standing aside, signaled Qin Junshuo that he could enter the country. After Qin Junshuo was ready, he put on a mask and sat down next to Liu Yushi. Hello, are you looking for me? Qin Junshuo's appearance immediately shocked the fans in the live broadcast room, and this time the comments were even more fierce than the previous ones. Fuck, brother-in-law, are you serious? Although I am a CP fan, I still have to admit that Yushi baby has good taste. At this time, the male fan on the live broadcast also fell silent. He really didn't expect that Qin Junshuo would really come just because he said it casually. Seeing that the male fan remained silent, Qin Junshuo greeted him again, are you still there? Yes, the male fan replied. Oh, so have you given up now? Qin Junshuo scratched his head. Because this was Qin Junshuo's first time speaking in front of so many people, he still felt a little nervous. Wang Tangxi, who was standing nearby, saw Qin Junshuo holding his head in silence. I've given up, but I still want to ask how you got her, the male fan asked curiously. This question asked by the male fan is also what both the Oni fan and the CP fan in the live broadcast room want to know. This. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi, how about you tell me? Liu Yushi took over Qin Junshuo's words and said, love grows over time. There is no such thing as one of us chasing the other. All right. After the male fan asked the question, he took the initiative to leave the microphone. When Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi were live streaming, 3 hot search terms quickly became real-time hot searches. Liu Yushi is on air. Liu Yushi love grows over time. Liu Yushi's mysterious husband reveals his face. After answering Liu Yushi's first male fan's question, Qin Junshuo quietly left the camera. Soon the second fan connected with Liu Yushi on the microphone. Hello. Liu Yushi greeted. Oh, I didn't expect that I would be connected to the microphone with Yushi. It is obvious that the second fan is a female fan. Liu Yushi quickly calmed the female fan down. The female fan who was connected to their microphone also realized that she had lost her composure and quickly adjusted her mood to calm down. Ahem. The female fan coughed a few times and asked curiously, Sister Yushi, I'm actually quite curious about what kind of job my brother-in-law does in real life since he's not in the entertainment industry. While Liu Yushi was hesitating whether to speak or not, Qin Junshuo on the side received Wang Tangxi's signal and rejoined the camera. Me? Sorry, this question concerns my personal privacy, and it may not be convenient for me to answer you. Qin Junshuo politely refused. Okay. I understand. May I ask you what your name is? Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, you can call me Arshuror, which means master's degree. It's not convenient to reveal my full name. Okay, that's all my questions. I wish you happiness, Arshuror. Please don't let me, your only fan, down. After the second female fan finished speaking, she took the initiative to leave the microphone, and Liu Yushi easily connected to the third fan's request. Soon the third female fan also connected to their microphone. Before Liu Yushi could say hello, the female fan angrily questioned, Liu Yushi, you make me, a CP fan, very disappointed. The first thing I do when I wake up every day is to help you compile data, but you actually tried to trick me into thinking I'm married. I'm very disappointed in you. I'm going to stop being your fan. The sudden change made Liu Yuxi and Qin Junshuo a little overwhelmed. Liu Yuxi wanted to calm the female fan down, but she suddenly changed her expression and said with a smile, "Sorry, I am a cross-dresser. I know that what I said just now might be what some CP fans really think, but to be honest, as the only fan, it really gives me a headache to see you CP fans randomly ship CPS. Yuxi Baobao, I'm sorry I scared you just now, let me kiss you first. Brother Arshoror, please step out of the camera for a moment. You're really disturbing my intimacy with Baobao." Qin Junshuo couldn't help laughing out loud, then quietly left the camera. Liu Yuxi also wanted to laugh out loud at this cross-dressing female fan, but her professional ethics did not allow her to laugh out loud, and then she blew a kiss to the female fan. The female fan cleared her throat and said, "As the representative sent by our fan club to fight against the CP fans, I feel I need to be more reserved. First of all, I really like Arshoror. Although he is a little shy and doesn't dare to show his whole face, he still looks very handsome when he shows it. He's even more handsome than the one that some CP fans believe in." Chapter 38 Seeking Help from Wang Shuliang. "So, Brother Shoror, can you take off your mask and let us see your real face?" the female fan said with a smile. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly, wondering whether he should take off the mask. Seeing this, Liu Yuxi came to the rescue and said, "Baby, this may not be convenient. He is quite shy. He was willing to appear on camera today only after he was mentally prepared." Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter, just taking a mask." After saying this, Qin Junshuo took off his mask. A fair and handsome face appeared in the camera, with a pair of eyes as bright as stars, delicate eyebrows, and an indifferent voice that made his temperament a little cold. The female fan subconsciously asked, "Handsome guy? Who are you?" Qin Junshuo raised his eyebrows slightly, "Handsome? I think I'm just average looking." The comments in the live broadcast room started to roll again. "Oh my god, Brother Shoror is so handsome. He and Shibao are a perfect match. No wonder my Shibao fell for him. If it were me, I would fall for this handsome face too. Brother Shoror, why don't you debut? I will definitely help you improve your stats." Liu Yuxi coughed lightly a few times to signal Qin Junshuo to put on the mask quickly. Qin Junshuo shrugged and put the mask back on. The third female fan praised Qin Junshuo a few times, then blessed the two of them and left the microphone. The two of them continued live streaming for nearly half an hour before ending the show. After the live broadcast ended, Liu Yuxi and Qin Junshuo lay on the sofa with tired faces. Wang Tangxi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. The effect of this live broadcast is quite good. At least there are still fans who recognize you." Qin Junshuo rubbed his brows helplessly and said, "I feel like my future life will not be very good." Liu Yuxi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo to comfort him, "It's not a big problem. I don't think any fans will disturb your private life." "I hope so." Qin Junshuo picked up his phone and found that he was on the hot search list, ranking second. Liu Yuxi's husband Ashuo Ge shows up. "How can I still be popular?" Qin Junshuo's mouth twitched. Wang Tangxi smiled and said, "This trending search has a good effect. There are very few negative comments under the post. Most of them are blessings to you too and asking if you would consider debuting." Qin Junshuo put his phone on the table, stood up and stretched, saying, "There's no need to debut. I don't understand the entertainment industry. I'll just be a university teacher. You guys chat first, I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, Qin Junshuo went to his bedroom, took his clean clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wang Tangxi and Liu Yuxi were packing up the live broadcast equipment in the living room. When Qin Junshuo came out of the shower, Liu Yuxi and Wang Tangxi had already packed up the live broadcast equipment. Wang Tangxi said goodbye to Liu Yuxi and left with the live broadcast equipment. When Qin Junshuo came out of the living room after blow-drying his hair, Liu Yuxi was the only one left in the living room. "Sister, she is gone?" Qin Junshuo asked casually. Liu Yuxi, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded and said, "She went back to rest. She has really worked hard these past 2 days. Let's buy her a small gift when the time comes." Qin Junshuo came and sat down next to Liu Yuxi. "What are your plans for the next few days?" Liu Yuxi raised her eyes and looked at Qin Junshuo. "Me? I don't have any plans these days. The album was recorded before New Year's Eve. I can have a good rest during this time. I think my husband and I will be on the hot search list for the next few days. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you're not a black celebrity. This will also help your popularity. Then you should be able to spare time to accompany me to my friend's engagement party next Wednesday, right? Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said, next Wednesday. Next Wednesday should be fine. I won't be recording Running Man until the 25th of this month, so my schedule will probably be full by then. This year, Sister Shi's plan for me is to transform into a regular guest on variety shows first, and then see how the album sales are. If possible, I will completely market myself as a singer and variety show guest as my main job. What about the actors? Qin Junshuo asked. Actor, R. Liu Yushi smiled and said, I may rarely take on acting roles in the future. I will focus on variety shows first. Okay. Qin Junshuo sighed helplessly. Then do we have to post some sweet daily life on the short video platform to stabilize our image? Qin Junshuo asked again. Well. Liu Yushi suddenly reached out and pinched Qin Junshuo's cheek and said, it's all right, whatever you want. Qin Junshuo was stunned by Liu Yushi's sudden action. He didn't expect Liu Yushi to reach out and pinch his face. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. Liu Yushi also realized that her current action seemed a little inappropriate, and quickly stretched out her hand to apologize. Sorry, it was a subconscious reaction. No. It's okay. Well, I'm going to go back to bed first. You should take a shower and rest early. Qin Junshuo immediately stood up and fled the scene, easing the awkward situation for both of them. After Qin Junshuo left, Liu Yushi suddenly looked down at her hands, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She leaned back on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling and murmured, it feels good, I'll find a chance to pinch it again next time. At this time, Qin Junshuo was lying on his bed, holding the back of his head with his hands, thinking about what had just happened. He really didn't expect that Liu Yushi would actually reach out and pinch his cheek. In his understanding, this kind of action is usually done by couples. It should be impossible for a couple like them who have an agreement to do such a thing. So why did Liu Yushi suddenly reach out and pinch her cheek? Qin Junshuo couldn't figure this out, and he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Qin Junshuo simply took out his mobile phone and searched on short videos to find out why female friends pinched their faces. It would have been fine if I hadn't searched, but this search has made Qin Junshuo confused. He watched several videos in a row, and the video uploaders all said that this was an action that girls would do when they had a crush on or even liked a boy. Qin Junshuo put his cell phone on the bedside table and curled up in the quilt. He felt that it was very abnormal for Liu Yushi to have a good impression of him, let alone fall in love with him. This was simply a fantasy and absolutely impossible. The more Qin Junshuo thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He reached out and picked up his phone to call Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone answered the call shortly after. Hello, why are you calling me so late at night? Wang Shuliang's voice was a little noisy. Well, I have something very important to consult you about. Are you free to find a quiet place now? Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have time. Qin Junshuo said. Okay, wait a minute. After a while, the voice from Wang Shuliang's side became quiet. What's the matter? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo told Wang Shuliang the whole story of what had just happened. Chapter 39, Young man, you are moved. So do you think she has a crush on me or just wants to play a trick on me? Qin Junshuo asked. Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. Do you think that after all this time that you've been together, given her personality, she'll tease you? Qin Junshuo thought for a while before he said uncertainly, you won't tease me, right? Wang Shuliang snapped his fingers and said, that means I have a crush on you. Oh my god, isn't your conclusion a bit perfunctory? Qin Junshuo said helplessly. Then what can I do? I don't know your wife. Qin Junshuo corrected, it's not a wife, it's a partnership. Wang Shuliang curled his lips and said, that's enough. A husband and wife by agreement is also a wife. I don't believe that you two have been together for so long, and you don't have any feelings for her at all. Does this have anything to do with the question I'm going to ask you? Qin Junshuo asked back. Does it matter? If you don't have any feelings for her and simply see her as a partner for a cooperative relationship, then why would you be so bothered by her action for so long and then come to ask me? If it were you in the past, you wouldn't have behaved like this. Wang Shuliang cleared his throat and imitated Qin Junshuo. Although we are husband and wife, we are just ordinary partners. I hope this kind of behavior will not happen again in the future. After imitating Qin Junshuo, Wang Shuliang continued, this is how you normally behave when you don't care about someone, not like now, where you lose your sense of proportion over a small action. This is too irrational and totally unlike you. If you really don't have the slightest crush on her, you wouldn't care about this kind of behavior, and you wouldn't even ask Baidu or me. Qin Junshuo subconsciously asked, how do you know I searched online? Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, no, if you could understand it after asking Baidu, you wouldn't come to ask me. Okay, let's not talk about this for now and get back to the topic just now. So do you think her action made you feel different? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo scratched his head and thought carefully before saying, it just feels a little weird. Young man, you are moved. Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Impossible. Qin Junshuo replied immediately. If you're not tempted, why do you feel weird? Wang Shuliang asked back. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes and said, if I knew, could I ask you? Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone fell silent, and after a while he gave his analysis. I think Liu Yushi should have a certain degree of affection for you, but there is no way to verify whether she likes you or not. It's actually a good thing that she likes you. Besides, you are not like before. You used to be very resistant to this kind of behavior, but tonight you didn't show much resistance. Conclusion, you actually have a certain liking for Liu Yushi, but it's not to the extent that you like her. Is that what you meant to say? Qin Junshuo was a little uncertain and said, it should be like this, right? What do you mean by probably? Wang Shuliang said speechlessly, this is definitely the case. You are so entangled. Let me ask you, do you feel disgusted by her behavior? It's okay. I don't feel that disgusted. I just feel quite awkward. Qin Junshuo replied. Isn't that enough? You're not disgusted but just wondering why she would do this. You think she's either teasing you or has a crush on you. What you have to do now is to strike while the iron is hot and take her down in one fell swoop. Do you understand? Wang Shuliang said angrily. Me? I get her? Please don't make such a joke. I haven't even held a woman's hand, how can I possibly chase a girl? Qin Junshuo said unhappily. Are you sure you have never held a girl's hand? Wang Shuliang teased. Sure. Qin Junshuo hadn't finished his words when he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have held Liu Yushi's hand and had to hold his words back. Oh, don't worry about it so much. Anyway, this matter will benefit you and not harm you. Isn't this good? I actually feel something weird. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, holding his forehead. Don't worry about it. Go get some sleep now. There's nothing to do the next day. My buddy has booked a wedding banquet next Wednesday. Remember to come over for the feast. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay, I'll hang up first, you go and get busy. Yeah, okay, let's talk later. After saying this, Wang Shuliang hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo put his cell phone on the quilt, closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Qin Junshuo was stunned and immediately opened his eyes. Junshuo, are you asleep? Liu Yushi's voice came from the door. Qin Junshuo got up and walked to the door, opened it and said, you haven't slept yet, what's wrong? Liu Yushi lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly, I'm a little hungry. I want to order some takeout. Do you want to eat with me? Hungry? Liu Yushi nodded and whispered, I didn't eat much at Aunt Qin's place last night, so I'm a little hungry now. There may not be takeout during the spring festival. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly, can you eat noodles? Noodles? Liu Yushi raised her head and looked at Qin Junshuo, what kind of noodles? There are 2 bundles of noodles in the kitchen. Do you want to eat some? If you do, I'll cook for you. Qin Junshuo said. Okay, thank you Junshuo. Liu Yushi thanked. Qin Junshuo waved his hand to indicate that these were all trivial matters, and then went to the kitchen. 15 minutes later. Qin Junshuo brought out a bowl of hearty vermicelli and placed it on the table, then casually handed the chopsticks to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi took the chopsticks and looked up at Qin Junshuo. Would you like to eat something? Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, no, I'm not very hungry. Okay, then I'll get up and make you breakfast tomorrow. What would you like to eat? Tomorrow morning. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, it's all right. Do you know how to steam eggs? If you can, steam a few eggs and cook some porridge tomorrow, and you can eat it like this tomorrow. Liu Yushi nodded and said, okay, I know how to steam eggs. I'll make breakfast this way tomorrow. After the two finished chatting, Qin Junshuo pointed to his room and said, I'm going to go back and rest first. Call me if you need anything. Good. Well, go to bed early after you finish eating. After saying this, Qin Junshuo wanted to turn around and leave. Well, Junshuo. Hearing Liu Yushi's voice, Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Liu Yushi again. I'm so sorry for what happened just now. I don't know why I pinched your face all of a sudden. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, it's okay, these are just small things, you don't have to worry about it. Good. Liu Yushi responded and then lowered her head to eat her noodles. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and suddenly said, next time you want to pinch me, remember to tell me so I can be mentally prepared. Chapter 40, Emergency Onboarding. After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he stood there in a daze, then immediately turned around and left. Liu Yushi was still sitting on the chair with her head down, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. After returning to the bedroom, Qin Junshuo sat down on the bed and frowned. He wondered if he was possessed by a ghost, otherwise why would he say such a thing? After thinking for a while without figuring it out, Qin Junshuo shook his head and lay down on the bed to rest. In the next 3 days, if Qin Junshuo had time, he would take Liu Yushi out for a walk, and from time to time they would take a walk around the community after dinner. February 13th, Tuesday, the second day of the first lunar month. Night. Liu Yushi prepared dinner and brought it out from the kitchen. It's time for dinner. After Liu Yushi served the food, she went back into the kitchen and took out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Qin Junshuo was sitting on the sofa, with a short video he had just shot today uploading to his phone. When he heard Liu Yushi call for dinner, he stood up, put his phone aside, and sat down at the dining table. Liu Yushi helped Qin Junshuo serve the meal and asked, is the video uploaded? Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, no, I just uploaded it. Okay, forget about that, let's eat first. The two of them started eating dinner. When they were halfway through the meal, Liu Yushi suddenly looked up at Qin Junshuo and asked, have you bought your plane ticket? Qin Junshuo stopped eating and looked at Liu Yushi and asked, what plane tickets? Apparently Qin Junshuo didn't realize that tomorrow was Wen Shuliang and Liu Wenwen's engagement party. Engagement party. Liu Yushi reminded. After Liu Yushi's reminder, Qin Junshuo remembered that tomorrow was Wen Shuliang's engagement party. No, I forgot about it these 2 days. Qin Junshuo replied. After saying that, Qin Junshuo stood up, went to the living room, picked up his mobile phone, and sat back down at the dining table. After sitting down, Qin Junshuo handed the phone to Liu Yushi and said, please fill in your information. I have a membership, so I can buy tickets at a cheaper price. Okay. Liu Yushi nodded, took the phone, quickly filled in her information, and returned it to Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo took the phone and started buying tickets. After a while, Qin Junshuo suddenly looked at Liu Yushi and said, there are no direct flights from Ludao to Gusu. We bought tickets to Longcheng, and then took a bus from Longcheng to Gusu. The whole journey took about 3 hours. Liu Yushi shrugged and said indifferently, I'm fine with it. You arrange it. Okay, there are 2 flights to Longcheng tomorrow morning, one at 10 o'clock and the other around 12 o'clock. Let's buy the 10 o'clock flight. After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he bought 2 business class tickets, but found that there was only 1 economy class and 1 business class left on this flight. Qin Junshuo thought about it and decided to buy a ticket for this flight. After buying the tickets, Qin Junshuo said, well, there is 1 seat left in each of business class and economy class, so tomorrow you go to business class and I'll go to economy class. Is that so? Liu Yushi took a bite of the shrimp bowl and said, it's all right. Then we've settled it. After the two of them had discussed it, they started eating dinner. After dinner, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to clean up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Liu Yushi returned to her room to pack some things to take with her tomorrow. After Qin Junshuo came out after washing the dishes, Liu Yushi just walked into the bathroom with some clean clothes to take a shower. Qin Junshuo also planned to take a shower now. When he came out of the shower, Liu Yushi hadn't finished her shower yet. Because they had to get up early the next day, Qin Junshuo sent a message to Liu Yushi and arranged for them to get up at 8 o'clock the next morning to go to the airport, and then they lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning at 8:30, the two people who were well prepared took a taxi directly to Ludao Gaochi Airport. Because Qin Junshuo's flight yesterday was at 9:25 in the morning, when they arrived at the airport, they had already started checking in and preparing to board the plane. Liu Yushi was in business class, so she went straight through the VIP fast boarding channel to board the plane first, while Qin Junshuo waited in line behind her. After Qin Junshuo got on the plane, found his seat and sat down, he waited for the plane to take off. 10 minutes before the plane took off, a flight attendant hurried to the economy class and asked, "Dear passengers, there is an emergency patient who needs to take this flight to Longcheng for treatment. Is there any passenger who can sacrifice his precious time to take the patient to treatment first?" For a moment, no one in the cabin was willing to give up their seat. Qin Junshuo stood up and said, "I." The flight attendant was delighted to see someone was willing to give up her seat. She quickly reported to her leader and finally led Qin Junshuo off the plane. When faced with such a thing, Qin Junshuo's good upbringing and the kindness in his nature prevented him from standing idly by. After getting off the plane, Qin Junshuo first called Liu Yushi. After a while, Liu Yushi answered the phone. "Hello." Qin Junshuo quickly explained his situation to Liu Yushi, and then asked her to get off the plane first and wait for him at Longcheng Station, and he would go to find her later. After saying this, Qin Junshuo also reminded Liu Yushi to be careful, and Liu Yushi nodded in agreement. After explaining, Qin Junshuo hung up the phone and followed the flight attendant back to the terminal hall. Facts have proved that good people will be rewarded. The airport upgraded Qin Junshuo's economy class seat to business class for free, but the flight was the next one at 10 o'clock. Qin Junshuo went to the VIP waiting room to rest and waited for the flight attendant to inform him that he could board the plane early before getting on the plane. Before boarding the plane, Qin Junshuo sent his ID number to Liu Yushi so that she could go to Longcheng railway station to buy a ticket for around 1:30 p.m. and take a rest at the station. After a 2-hour journey, Qin Junshuo finally arrived at Longcheng Airport. After getting off the plane, Qin Junshuo turned on his mobile phone which had been turned off on the plane. "As soon as I turned on the phone and got a signal, I immediately received several messages from Liu Yushi." 11:35 p.m. Liu Yushi, "I've already arrived at the disembarkation point and am preparing to leave the airport now." 12:10 p.m. Liu Yushi, "I'm at Longcheng railway station. I've bought the tickets for 2 business class seats. I'll be waiting for you in the VIP lounge." After reading the message, Qin Junshuo immediately took a taxi to the railway station. After arriving at the high-speed railway station, Qin Junshuo checked his ticket and went straight to the VIP lounge. There were not many people in the VIP lounge this afternoon. When Qin Junshuo arrived, he found that Liu Yushi had fallen asleep in a seat not far from the gate. Qin Junshuo came and sat next to Liu Yushi, and glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was not yet 1 o'clock. After resting for a while, Qin Junshuo went to get some fruits and drinks. When he came back, he found that Liu Yushi had woken up at some point. "Are you awake?" Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi sat up straight and nodded. "I woke up when you came just now. Thank you for waiting for me for so long. Come, have a piece of cantaloupe." Qin Junshuo handed the small bowl of fruit to Liu Yushi. Chapter 41: A sudden trip to Gusu. Liu Yushi waved her hand and said, No, just eat it. I just ate a lot." "Okay." Qin Junshuo shrugged and sat down next to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi asked Qin Junshuo about the emergency that happened in the morning. "Is there no one willing to give up their seat this morning?" Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "I don't know if anyone would think of giving up their seat, but I would give it up to the patient as soon as possible. The airport was very considerate and gave me a free upgrade to business class on the next flight." Liu Yushi sighed, "Good people will be rewarded." Qin Junshuo stuffed a piece of cantaloupe into his mouth and said, "So, was anyone recognized on your way here?" Liu Yushi shook her head and said, "Of course not. I hid very well. After arriving at the train station, I bought my ticket and went to the lounge. I originally planned to find an inconspicuous place to sit down. I was afraid that you would not be able to find me, so I chose a seat close to the door so that you could find me as soon as you entered the door. How about it? Am I very considerate and attentive? Liu Yushi said with a smile. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you are very considerate and careful. Liu Yushi shrugged and said, I was originally thinking that I could just accompany you to transfer to the next flight, which would be more convenient for both of us, but after thinking about it, it's better to have less trouble, so I didn't transfer. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Qin Junshuo was listening to Liu Yushi's speech attentively. The sound made him subconsciously startled, and then he looked at her belly. Oh. Liu Yushi covered her belly with embarrassment. Seeing Qin Junshuo still staring at her, she muttered softly, I'm embarrassed when you do this. What's so embarrassing about this? Qin Junshuo shrugged and stood up, I'll get you some bread. After a while, Qin Junshuo came back with 2 small breads and a bottle of goody goody. For you. You don't even know to eat when you're hungry. You're so stupid. Qin Junshuo put these in Liu Yushi's arms. Liu Yushi pouted and retorted, I wasn't hungry just now. I must have felt hungry after waking up from a nap. After saying this, Liu Yushi opened the bread and started eating it in small bites. Halfway through, she suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Junshuo. Forget what just happened. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, okay. You're still laughing. You are not allowed to laugh. Seeing Liu Yushi's angry look, Qin Junshuo closed his mouth, turned his head away and started eating his fruit. In a short while, Liu Yushi finished all the bread and a bottle of goody goody. After they finished eating, they were notified to start ticket checking. Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo got up and walked to the door and threw their rubbish into the trash can. Then they took their suitcases to the ticket gate to check their tickets. It takes about half an hour to travel from Longcheng to Gusu. At 2 o'clock, the two arrived at Gusu station. After getting off the train, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi went to the street and took a taxi to a nearby hotel called Jinjiang Star. After arriving at the hotel, Liu Yushi suggested that they stay in Gusu for 2 days. Qin Junshuo thought about it and agreed to Liu Yushi's proposal since there was nothing to do in the next few days. When they arrived at the hotel front desk, their waitress saw that the two wanted to book a hotel and asked, How long do you want to stay? About 4 days. Wednesday to Saturday, leave on Saturday morning. Qin Junshuo said. Let me help you check the room. We only have one standard king-size bedroom left, and it costs 1,050 yuan after the 4-day, 3-night discount. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and asked, There's only one room left. Yes, sir, all other rooms are reserved. The waitress nodded. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi when he heard this. There is only one room left. Do you want to change hotels? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi stretched and said, I can do anything. Why don't we just book it here? One room for one, so we don't have to run around. Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said. Okay. Since Liu Yushi was not bothered, he did not say much and booked a room. After paying the money, the waitress handed the room card to Qin Junshuo. After Qin Junshuo took the room card, he led Liu Yushi to find her room first. After finding his room, Qin Junshuo used the room card to open the door, and then the room was powered on after he inserted the room card. Liu Yushi walked over with her suitcase, looked at the room layout, nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad, this money is well spent. After Qin Junshuo put his suitcase away, he checked whether there were any hidden cameras in the hotel. Liu Yushi sat on the bed and watched Qin Junshuo busy himself. What are you doing? Liu Yushi asked curiously. Qin Junshuo walked around with his phone and said, Check to see if there is any camera. Have you checked it? Qin Junshuo put away his phone and said, Good news, nothing was found. That's good. Liu Yushi nodded. When is the engagement party this afternoon? Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, Around 5 in the afternoon. We can just leave at about 4:30. Liu Yushi stretched, took off her mask, and lay on the bed. It's not easy to come out, I must have fun. This is my first trip this year. I have to have fun. Qin Junshuo glanced at the bed and said, Then how are we going to sleep tonight? Liu Yushi stood up after hearing this, looked at the bed and said, Let's sleep on each side. There are 2 quilts here, one for each of us. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, okay. Liu Yushi picked up her phone and said, then I'll check if there are any fun places nearby. Are you going out to play tonight? Qin Junshuo asked. I definitely won't go out tonight. The engagement party will probably be over at around 8 or 9 o'clock. Where can we go to have fun at this time? Liu Yushi continued. I'm checking guides now to see if there's anywhere I can go to have fun tomorrow. Do you want to go to the aquarium? Qin Junshuo asked. Aquarium. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo and said, go. I've rarely been to an oceanarium. I've only been to our oceanarium twice while on Lu Island, said Qin Junshuo. Liu Yushi quickly asked, is it fun? Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, not bad, there are quite a lot of fish. Let me check the reputation of the aquarium here. Liu Yushi searched for guides to the Suzhou Aquarium, and the guideposts she found were both good and bad. The reviews seem pretty good, I think it's worth a check out. Liu Yushi said. Then let's go and take a look. I haven't been to the aquarium for a long time. Qin Junshuo said. Okay, then our first stop tomorrow will be the aquarium. When we come back tonight, we'll discuss in detail whether to go to the underwater world or the oceanarium. Chapter 42, A Chance Encounter at a Wedding Banquet. Okay, we'll plan the strategy tomorrow morning. Qin Junshuo pulled a chair over and sat down, then said, as for now, let's take a good rest. We'll have enough energy to have a good meal later. After Liu Yushi took off her shoes, she looked up at Qin Junshuo who was resting on a chair and suddenly asked, by the way, have you prepared your share of the money? We can't just go and eat empty-handed. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, of course I have prepared this. I put it in the suitcase. We will each get one. Each one contains 888 yuan. Liu Yushi nodded and said, 3/8, the meaning is quite good. The two of them rested for the following time. Qin Junshuo leaned back in the chair with his hands supporting his cheeks and fell asleep, while Liu Yushi lay on the bed and fell asleep. It was not until 4 o'clock that Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi were awakened by the alarm clock. After waking up, Liu Yushi went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth first. After rinsing her mouth, she sat in front of the mirror and started to touch up her makeup. Qin Junshuo also tidied himself up a bit, then opened his suitcase and took out the 2 portions of money. After Liu Yushi finished putting on her makeup, the two left the hotel and went outside to take a taxi. Wang Shuliang decided to host his wedding at the Shangri-La Hotel in Huqiu District. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel. After getting off the car, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi walked into their hotel and went straight to the second floor. The second floor of the hotel. Wang Shuliang stood at the door and greeted the guests with his elders. After Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi got out of the elevator, they walked side by side into the lobby. Wang Shuliang had just greeted another guest when he turned around and saw Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo walking towards him. His face immediately lit up and he walked quickly towards them. Lao Qin, sister-in-law, you are finally here. Come, please come in. Penglin and Ziliang are waiting for you inside, at table number 4. Qin Junshuo smiled and patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder and said, happy engagement. After that, he stuffed 2 red envelopes containing share money into Wang Shuliang's arms and said, share money. Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows and said, do we still need to pay a share of the money? Qin Junshuo said unhappily, we may have a good relationship, but I can't come to the banquet empty-handed. Wang Shuliang smiled and took the 2 red envelopes and said, okay, next time you hold a wedding banquet with your sister-in-law, I'll give you double the amount. Don't come on, I'm going to go find Penglin and Ziliang first. After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he looked at Liu Yushi and motioned for her to follow him in. Liu Yushi and Wang Shuliang nodded slightly in greeting, then walked into their hall with Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi to table number 4. At this time, 2 men and 2 women were sitting at table number 4 and chatting. Ren Penglin was chatting and laughing with a girl. When he looked up, he saw Qin Junshuo standing not far away, staring at him with a half-smile. Fuck, brother Shuror. Ren Penglin quickly stood up and walked over to Qin Junshuo and hugged him. Long time no see, I missed you so much. Qin Junshuo patted Ren Penglin on the shoulder and said with a smile, okay, let me sit down with your sister-in-law first. Ren Penglin let go of Qin Junshuo and raised his eyebrows slightly, sister-in-law? Where is sister-in-law? Liu Yuxi, who was standing next to Qin Junshuo, coughed lightly a few times. Ren Penglin looked at Liu Yuxi and smiled, extending his hand, saying, "Hello sister-in-law, it's the first time we meet. My name is Ren Penglin, and I'm Shoror Ji's good brother. You can call me Xiao Lin or Lin." Seeing this, Xiao Ziliang didn't bother to chat with the two girls and quickly stood up and walked up to Liu Yuxi to say hello. "And my sister-in-law, my name is Xiao Ziliang, you can call me Xiaozer or Liang." After Liu Yuxi, Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin each shook hands gently as a greeting, the four of them sat down on their chairs. Qin Junshuo looked at the other two girls and then looked at Ren Penglin with some confusion and asked, "Who are these two?" "My name is Yu Cheng, and I'm Wenwen's roommate." "My name is Hu Qian, and I'm Wenwen's friend." The two girls introduced themselves, and Qin Junshuo nodded and politely introduced himself as well. Yu Cheng kept staring at Qin Junshuo. She felt like she had seen him somewhere, but she couldn't remember where. Ren Penglin, who was standing by, looked at Liu Yuxi, who was wearing a mask, and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, can you tell us about you and brother Shoror? We are very curious about how you two got together." Liu Yuxi took off her mask and smiled, "Me and him? Well, this story started a long time ago." Yu Cheng, who was sitting opposite Liu Yuxi, was delighted when he saw Liu Yuxi's full face and whispered, "Excuse me, are you Liu Yuxi?" When Liu Yuxi heard this, she looked at Yu Cheng in surprise, "Do you know me?" Yu Cheng picked up his phone, opened Weibo, and showed Liu Yuxi that he was a member of Liu Yuxi's fan club. "I am one of the yoga friends." "R." Liu Yuxi quickly stood up and extended her hand to Yu Cheng, "Hello, hello." Liu Yuxi really didn't expect that she would meet her fans at Qin Junshuo's friend's wedding banquet. Yu Cheng held Liu Yuxi's hand excitedly. "Oh, Shibao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Can you take a photo with me later?" Liu Yuxi smiled and said, "Of course." "Okay, I'm not here as a celebrity, I'm here as a friend, let's not talk about that for now." Yu Cheng nodded frantically in agreement. Hu Qian, who was sitting next to Yu Cheng, looked at Yu Liang and asked in a low voice, "Is this the star you like?" "Aha!" Ren Penglin looked at Qin Junshuo with confusion. "My sister-in-law's name is Liu Yuxi." Qin Junshuo shrugged and nodded. The name Liu Yuxi feels a little familiar. Xiao Ziliang frowned slightly. Qin Junshuo explained, the popular young actress in the entertainment industry who was secretly married a while ago was called Liu Yuxi. "I wonder if you have heard of her." Xiao Ziliang clapped his hands and said, "Yes. I remember it was on the short video hot search some time ago, but I didn't click in to watch it." "Wait." Ren Penglin reacted and looked at Qin Junshuo with wide eyes. "So my sister-in-law is a star." Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "You can understand it this way. I'll go." Ren Penglin stretched out his hand and shook Qin Junshuo's shoulder. "I originally thought that you got married to hide a bomb for me and Liang. I didn't expect you hid an atomic bomb for us." At this time, Xiao Ziliang also teased, "Brother Shoror, you are too dishonest. Did you and your sister-in-law hide it for so long? Tell me the truth, when did you and my sister-in-law start? There are too many outsiders here today. I'll talk to you when I have time." Qin Junshuo said in a low voice. At this time, Liu Yuxi was chatting with Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng only now remembered that she had seen Qin Junshuo's photo on Weibo's hot search list before, so she felt that Qin Junshuo was familiar at first. Chapter 43 Recommended Tours in Gusu. Half an hour later, the wedding banquet officially began. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi began to eat the dishes. Qin Junshuo put some low-calorie foods into Liu Yuxi's bowl, and soon the bowl was filled with side dishes. Seeing this, Liu Yuxi hurriedly said, that's enough, you eat first, and I'll pick it up for myself later." Qin Junshuo nodded when he heard that and turned to pick up some dishes for Ren Penglin and Xiao Ziliang. The three of them hadn't seen each other for half a year, so they talked about the past while eating. Wang Shuliang on the stage kept toasting the guests and soon came to Qin Junshuo's table. "How was the meal, guys?" Wang Shuliang walked over with a smile, holding a wine glass in one hand and a wine bottle in the other. Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang and raised his eyebrows, "Is the busy man done?" Wang Shuliang shook his head helplessly, "No, the toasts haven't been finished yet. Give a toast to the two brothers first, and I'll find you later." After saying this, Wang Shuliang drank their wine in the glass in one gulp and went to toast the next table. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi, who was eating the food in small bites, and asked, "Is this food delicious?" Liu Yushi leaned into Qin Junshuo's ear and whispered, "It's not delicious. We might as well make it at home." Hearing this, Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Just make do with what you have. We paid our share of the money, so we must get it back with interest." Ren Penglin, who was standing by, took a sip of his drink and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, "Brother Shoror, are you leaving tomorrow or will you stay for a few more days?" Hearing this, Qin Junshuo looked at Ren Penglin and replied, "I will stay for 2 more days and stroll around Gusu." "Okay, Liang and I will leave later. We have things to do tomorrow." Ren Penglin nodded. Soon the banquet was halfway through. After Liu Wenwen and Wang Shuliang toasted each other, they came to sit next to Qin Junshuo. "Oh, I'm so tired." Wang Shuliang sat on the chair, his cheeks a little red, probably because he drank too much. "Liang, Xiaolin, Shoror, sister-in-law, how was your meal?" Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo shrugged and replied, "It's just so-so. Average? This table costs 8,000 yuan. If the dishes are average, I will complain." Wang Shuliang joked. The 8 people chatted while eating. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Most of the guests in their hall had left and their wedding banquet was coming to an end. Xiao Ziliang and Ren Penglin went back early because of something. There were only a few people left in the hall at this time. After Qin Junshuo said goodbye to Wang Shuliang, he led Liu Yushi out of the hall. After the two walked out of their hotel, Liu Yushi wanted to put on the mask again, but after thinking about it, she decided not to wear it and threw their mask into the trash can. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi were walking side by side on the street, taking a stroll. "Where are we going next?" Liu Yushi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked. "What's next?" Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "We should go back to their hotel next. Is there any place you want to go?" Liu Yushi shook her head and said, "I don't know where to go to play. I remember there seemed to be a forest park in Tiger Hill, but I don't know if it's closed at this time." Qin Junshuo took out his phone and said, "Let me search." After Qin Junshuo finished searching, he found out that the Forest Park nightclub closed at 9 o'clock. "It seems to be closed." Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and replied, "It's closed, so we can go back to their hotel, have a good rest, and get some energy to go out and play tomorrow." Liu Yushi waved her hand indifferently. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Okay." Then the two of them took a taxi on the road and went to their hotel. The taxi driver was an enthusiastic middle-aged man. Seeing that Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo were traveling in Suzhou, he introduced some good check-in spots in Suzhou. For example, East Garden, Xiangmen Tower, Beauty Legs Peninsular, Fengmen Hengjie, Jushu Lake Egret Garden, Suzhou Gardens, Tea-Colored Misty Rain, and Humble Administrator's Garden. Finally, I would like to recommend some places that are more suitable for walking, such as Hansan Temple and Shiyuan Temple. There is a big difference between the two. The former is a scenic spot and the latter is a temple. You can also pet cats for free in Shiyuan. Liu Yushi, who was sitting in the back, took out her mobile phone and carefully wrote down the enthusiastic uncle's recommendation. Qin Junshuo asked curiously, "Uncle, I saw that people on the internet recommend going to the Twin Towers market. Do you think it is necessary to go there?" The driver smiled and said, "You can go, but it's not necessary. To put it simply, the Twin Towers market is a food street. Some people recommend it, some don't. Anyway, I don't think there is any need to go there. First, there are too many people, and second, the prices are expensive. Of course, if you want to check in, you can still go there. If you want to go shopping, you can go to Pingjiang Road in the morning and Guanqian Road in the evening. Both pedestrian streets are pretty good. Next time you come, you can stay near Baysiter Station on Metro Line 4. The BBS there are cost-effective, and it's close to CHA Sayangyu, Gusu Museum, Pingjiang Road, and yes, Humble Administrator's Garden is also close." The driver recommended. Qin Junshuo nodded and thanked him. "Thank you, uncle." The two arrived at the hotel very quickly. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi said goodbye to the driver before getting off the car. After Liu Yushi sorted out the travel recommendations on her mobile phone notes, she looked at Qin Junshuo excitedly and said, "Junshuo, we won't go to the aquarium tomorrow. Let's go directly to Chayang to eat delicious food in the morning, and then go to the museum. After visiting the museum, we will go to the humble administrator's garden. Looking at the happy Liu Yuxi, Qin Junshuo smiled and nodded, all right, whatever you say. Great, let's go back and sleep. Liu Yuxi skipped into their hotel. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi's back with a slight smile on his face, then shouted, wait for me. After the two returned to the room, Qin Junshuo inserted the room card, turned on the power, then sat down on the chair and rested for a while. At this time, Liu Yuxi was ready to remove her makeup. Qin Junshuo saw that she was going to remove her makeup, so he took out the clothes he wanted to change from the suitcase and went to the bathroom to take a shower first. When he came out of the shower, Liu Yuxi had just finished removing her makeup. Qin Junshuo took the clothes to be washed and went to the laundry room to wash them first. After Qin Junshuo left, Liu Yuxi took out clothes from the suitcase and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Junshuo was very tactful. He was afraid that Liu Yuxi would feel awkward taking a shower while he was in the room, so he waited in the laundry room for the clothes to be washed. Half an hour later, after Qin Junshuo hung up the clothes, he returned to the room. Liu Yuxi was just holding the clothes and was about to go out to do the laundry. Qin Junshuo pointed out the location of the laundry room to Liu Yuxi and then walked into the room. Liu Yuxi went to the laundry room alone to wash clothes. Qin Junshuo returned to the room and hadn't sat down for a while when he became worried that Liu Yuxi would be in danger if she was alone, so he stood up, took out the room card, and went to the laundry room to wait for Liu Yuxi. Liu Yuxi was a little surprised to see Qin Junshuo coming. Qin Junshuo gave a brief explanation and then sat on a chair beside her waiting for Liu Yuxi's clothes to be washed. Another half hour passed. After Liu Yuxi hung up the clothes, she accompanied Qin Junshuo back to the room. Qin Junshuo felt a little tired at night, and he didn't care whether it would be awkward to sleep with Liu Yuxi. He lay down and fell asleep soon after. This was Liu Yuxi's first time sleeping in bed with a person of the opposite sex, and she felt a little nervous and shy. Liu Yuxi could only divert her attention by browsing her phone, but she would still steal a glance at Qin Junshuo from time to time. After a while, Liu Yuxi felt sleepy, so she put down her phone and fell asleep. P.S. Everyone is welcome to come to the book club to chat and discuss the plot. The author is very easygoing and friendly, and can flirt with you. Penguin Group Number 1792022822. Chapter 44, Journey to Suzhou. 8 o'clock the next morning. After Liu Yuxi and Qin Junshuo got up and washed up, they went downstairs to find a restaurant to have breakfast. Inside the restaurant, Liu Yuxi was slurping on a crab soup bun while making a reservation for tickets to the Suzhou Museum. After opening the mini program, she found that all the tickets for the last 7 days had been sold out. She was stunned as she couldn't book a ticket at all. I have some bad news. Do you want to hear it? Liu Yuxi looked up at Qin Junshuo and said. Bad news. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and stopped eating. Go ahead. The museum is out of tickets. Liu Yuxi pouted, looking a little disappointed. It's normal not to have tickets. You have to make an appointment in advance to enter the Suzhou Museum. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said this was normal. Then how can we get in without tickets? Liu Yuxi asked. Just see if we can go to the official website and make an appointment for a tour guide to take us in. Qin Junshuo said. Okay, let me take a look. Liu Yuxi was about to search on the browser when she found that a few tickets were available after the reservation app was refreshed. Liu Yuxi hurriedly grabbed the tickets and made reservations. Because she had Qin Junshuo's ID number saved, she was able to get 2 tickets after a few minutes of operation. It seems we don't need to find a tour guide. Liu Yuxi put down her phone with a happy look on her face. What? Have you got the tickets? Qin Junshuo chuckled. Liu Yuxi nodded and said, yes, I just refreshed the app and 2 tickets appeared. I guess someone cancelled it. It seems that I am very lucky today. Liu Yuxi hummed a few times and then ate breakfast contentedly. After breakfast, they took a taxi directly to Pingjiang Road. Qin Junshuo saw this sentence describing Pingjiang Road while watching a video online. 1 Pingjiang Road is half of Gusu City. He originally thought that this description was an exaggeration, but when Qin Junshuo actually came to Pingjiang Road, he felt that this description was not an exaggeration at all. This ancient and unique street has preserved many buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, and the streets and alleys are filled with a strong Suzhou style. Wandering around, you can feel the fusion of history and modernity and savor the unique charm of Suzhou. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi walked slowly on the street. Liu Yuxi looked around like a curious baby. Qin Junshuo followed the navigation on his phone and led Liu Yuxi to the tea Misty Rain shop where she wanted to drink. They each bought a cup of the kind they wanted to drink. Qin Junshuo bought by Luo Chun and Liu Yuxi bought Moonlight over the Lotus Pond. After buying the milk tea, Qin Junshuo wanted to take a sip to try the taste but was stopped by Liu Yuxi. "Can I take 2 photos?" Liu Yuxi asked. Qin Junshuo was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Of course." Liu Yuxi handed the milk tea in her hand to Qin Junshuo and said, "You hold it, I'll take the photo." "Okay." After Qin Junshuo took the milk tea and arranged the 2 cups, Liu Yuxi took 2 photos in a short while. Then the 2 of them drank milk tea and walked along Pingjiang Road. The 2 walked across a small bridge to the other side, and Liu Yuxi took 1 or 2 photos from time to time along the way. What impressed Qin Junshuo the most was a stand. The sign reads, "With your words, spring is not too late, I have arrived at the real Jiangnan." As they walked, they arrived at the Suzhou Museum. Gusu Museum has 2 areas, the main building is in Northeast Street and the West building is in the high-tech zone. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi swiped their ID cards to enter the museum. Not long after entering, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi saw one of the most famous places in Suzhou Museum, Slab Rockery. The rockery has ponds, bridges, rockeries, pavilions and towers. Mr. Pei used the wall as paper and the stone as painting, interweaving these rockery with the white walls and black tiles of Suzhou into a vivid ink painting of Jiangnan. After taking the photos, Liu Yuxi also sighed, "The breeze and the bright moon are priceless, and the nearby water and distant mountains are all full of love." After visiting the stone rockery, the 2 walked through the west corridor and came to the indoor water curtain wall. In the next 2 hours, Liu Yuxi and Qin Junshuo visited the study and some cultural relics respectively. When they left the Suzhou Museum, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi found a place nearby to have lunch. After dinner, they sat in chairs and rested for a while. Qin Junshuo took a sip of his drink, looked at Liu Yuxi and asked, "Where are we going this afternoon?" Liu Yuxi propped up her cheek and said, "Let's go to their humble administrator's garden this afternoon." Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Okay." When he had nothing to do, Qin Junshuo opened Douyin to watch some short videos. "I just opened TikTok and found that my unread messages showed 99+. Qin Junshuo took a look at the daily life he and Liu Yuxi posted some time ago and it seemed to have become a small hot search, and his number of fans also reached 200,000. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi and said uncertainly, "I think I'm famous." Liu Yuxi, who was resting with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and looked at Qin Junshuo when she heard this. "It's popular." Qin Junshuo explained, "I posted a photo of your and my daily life some time ago, and now it seems to have almost 800,000 likes, and the number of fans has increased by almost 200,000. TSK, it looks like you're going to become a little internet celebrity." Liu Yuxi teased. Qin Junshuo waved his hand and said, "Stop, I don't want to be an internet celebrity." Liu Yuxi smiled and said, "When you have more fans, you can actually find time to do a live broadcast. My fans should be very curious about you now. When the time comes, you can perform piano or guitar live and surprise everyone secretly." Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "This idea is feasible. Let's see if there is time later." The 2 rested for a while and then got up and went to their humble administrator's garden. After arriving at their humble administrator's garden, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi were both dumbfounded when they saw the huge crowd of people queuing up. Liu Yuxi and Qin Junshuo looked at each other. Qin Junshuo asked, "Do you still want to go in?" Liu Yuxi shook her head decisively and said, "No. There are so many people, we will be squeezed to death if we go in. Let's just go to Shiyuan Temple." "Okay." Qin Junshuo nodded. Then the 2 of them walked to the street and used their mobile phones to call an online taxi. It took them a while to get from their humble administrator's garden to the Shiyuan Temple. The 2 arrived at the entrance of Sionji Temple, spent $5 each to buy tickets, and then walked in. After entering the temple, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi walked to the incense collecting area and each received 3 incense sticks to pray for blessings. After praying, Liu Yuxi searched for travel guides for Sionji Temple. Seeing the high praises for Sionji Temple's summon on the internet, Liu Yushi's gluttony began to growl again. Liu Yushi turned her head to look at Qin Junshuo and asked, "Can we have dinner at Shiyuan Temple later?" Qin Junshuo turned his head to look at Liu Yushi and asked, "Do you want to eat vegetarian noodles?" Liu Yushi looked surprised and asked, "How did you know?" Chapter 45, Journey to Suzhou Part 2. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, "I had already looked up the strategy when I was in the car just now. Okay, if you want to eat, we can eat here, but you can't eat too much. If you gain weight, Sister Shi will definitely blame me." Qin Junshuo reminded. Liu Yushi made an okay gesture. Because Qin Junshuo had prepared the guide in advance, Liu Yushi stopped looking for it and followed Qin Junshuo to stroll around Shiyuan Temple. The first project for Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi was to count the arhats, and they entered the stone archway in the order of men on the left and women on the right. Then the two of them chose their favorite arhats and found the corresponding arhats according to their own ages. After the two of them memoized the numbers, they went to the next room to collect their respective Luohan cards. As for the specific content on the Luohan cards, they did not disclose it, but the two still spent 15 yuan to interpret the fortune. For some reason, Qin Junshuo always felt that Liu Yushi looked at him with a strange look after she interpreted the sign. After counting the Luohan, Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo decided to go pet the cats. Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi to the pond to admire the pond and pet the cats. Before petting the cat, Qin Junshuo reminded Liu Yushi that some cats might not be friendly to humans, so she should be careful when petting a cat. Qin Junshuo stood aside and looked at the koi in the pond, and from time to time he looked at Liu Yushi who was petting the cat. Seeing that she was having a lot of fun, he didn't say much. The two wandered around the temple for more than an hour, and then planned to go to a vegetarian noodle restaurant to eat something. Qin Junshuo led Liu Yushi through the left side of Rui Lane and arrived at the vegetarian noodle restaurant. It was around 4 in the afternoon and there were quite a few people queuing up to get tickets, about 30 or so. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi joined the long queue upon seeing this. Within 10 minutes, it was their turn. After getting their tickets, they went to get their noodles. There are 3 special noodles at Shiwanji Summon Restaurant, namely Rui noodles, auspicious noodles, and guanyin noodles. The 3 kinds of noodles each have their own advantages. Since Qin Junshuo likes mushrooms, he ordered a bowl of guanyin noodles. Seeing this, Liu Yushi also ordered a bowl of guanyin noodles. The two found an empty table, sat down and started eating noodles. Time passed quickly, and Qin Junshuo finished his noodles early and waited for Liu Yushi who had not finished eating yet. After the meal, the two walked around the temple for a while before leaving Sionji Temple. As we walked out of Sionji Temple, the sun was just about to set and the weather was beginning to cool down. As night fell, their next stop was Shantang Street. Shantang Street has a unique beauty at night. Compared with Pingjiang Road where the two went in the morning, the lights on Shantang Street at this time are just coming on. The unique beauty at night makes people feel like they are dreaming back to the prosperous Tang dynasty. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi stood on the small bridge and looked at the crescent moon under the bridge. From time to time, a passenger ship passed by. "It's so beautiful!" Liu Yushi exclaimed. After finishing speaking, Liu Yushi suddenly looked at Qin Junshuo. "Can you take 2 photos for me?" Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Of course." Liu Yushi took off her mask, stood up and made a V gesture. Qin Junshuo stood not far away and took pictures with his mobile phone. He took 2 photos in a short while. Just as he was about to walk over, several girls not far from Liu Yushi seemed to recognize Liu Yushi's identity and exclaimed, "Liu Yushi!" Qin Junshuo felt something was wrong when he saw this, and quickly walked up to Liu Yushi to block her. The call of Liu Yushi attracted many people, mostly girls and a small number of boys. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but feel troubled when he saw the huge group of people coming towards him. Liu Yushi, who was standing behind him, carefully pulled the corner of his clothes and asked, "Did I cause trouble?" Qin Junshuo turned his head to look at Liu Yushi and comforted her, "It's okay, you've been recognized by the fans, just leave it to me." At this time, many fans were standing in front of Qin Junshuo. After Qin Junshuo comforted Liu Yushi, he turned around and shouted, everyone, listen to me first. We are on the bridge now. There is a risk of falling into the water due to the crowding. Let's go to the road first. If we want autographs or photos, we will come back later." After Qin Junshuo evacuated the crowd, the bridge was still a bit congested. Qin Junshuo was afraid of getting separated from Liu Yuxi, so he took her hand and led her off the bridge first. After getting off the bridge, Qin Junshuo took Liu Yuxi to a pastry shop called Wanfuxing to take a photo. Qin Junshuo bought 100 cakes for fear of affecting his boss's business. Because Liu Yuxi didn't bring a pen, she couldn't sign autographs. The fans could only take a photo with Liu Yuxi, and Qin Junshuo then gave her a piece of cake. What Qin Junshuo never expected was that there were fans who actually asked him to take photos with them. After all this busy work, the trip to Shantung Street suddenly turned into a fan meeting. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many onlookers, after taking photos with everyone, Qin Junshuo simply explained that he and Liu Yuxi were out traveling, and hoped that all fans would have fun, and then ran away with Liu Yuxi. The two came to a cruise ship location, bought tickets and boarded the ship. Only after they got on the ship did they have some time to rest. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi and joked, "You are very famous." Liu Yuxi smiled and joked, "I don't think you're that bad either. Many fans have come to take photos with you." The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. 9 o'clock in the evening. After Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi returned to their hotel room, Liu Yuxi immediately lay down on the bed to rest. Qin Junshuo wasn't much better off. His outing today was almost like that of a college special forces soldier, especially the fun meeting at the end on Shantung Street. Not long after Liu Yuxi lay down, her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was her agent Wang Tangxi calling, so she answered it. "Sister Shi." Wang Tangxi on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "How was your trip with Junshuo in Gusu?" Liu Yuxi was stunned for a moment, then she responded and asked, "Sister Shi, how did you know that he and I were in Gusu?" "Nonsense, you guys are on the trending search, how could I not know?" We are on the trending search again." Liu Yuxi sat up straight immediately after hearing this. Qin Junshuo, who was sitting on a chair, heard this and looked at Liu Yuxi who was on the phone. Wang Tangxi on the other end of the phone continued, "It's okay, don't worry. It's not a negative trending search. I took a look and it seems that one of your fans, a big V, happened to be traveling in Gusu. After you ran into each other, she posted a post on the super topic. I guess she bought a lot of popularity. Now it has entered the top 20 trending searches. Okay, I won't disturb your rest. Remember to come back before next Monday. We will go to the announcement after we finish the album." Wang Tangxi instructed and hung up the phone. At this time, Qin Junshuo was looking at this hot post about them on Weibo. The comment with the most likes on the post was actually praising him for being gentle and considerate. It seems that the pastries that Qin Junshuo spent money to send tonight were of some use. P.S. Dear book friends, can you please join the book club to accompany the author and give him some good suggestions? If that doesn't work, you can also urge him to update. Chapter 46, Taking a Day Off. The author encountered some real-life issues today, so he will take a day off and will resume normal updates tomorrow. Chapter 47, Journey to Suzhou Part 3. After reading the post, Qin Junshuo put down his phone and stood up and said, "I'm going to the laundry room to get some clothes. Do you need me to help you get some?" Liu Yuxi shook her head and said, No, just take care of your own things." "Okay, I'll go out for a while. Please open the door for me when you hear a knock." After saying that, Qin Junshuo left the room to wash clothes and pack up his spare time. A few minutes later, Liu Yuxi was lying on the bed watching short videos. When she heard a knock on the door, she got up and went to the door to open it. Qin Junshuo came in from the door holding some clothes and went straight into the bathroom. When he came out of the shower, Liu Yuxi had already packed her clothes and came back. While Qin Junshuo was blow-drying his hair, Liu Yuxi had already walked into the bathroom and soon the sound of running water was heard. Half an hour later, while Qin Junshuo was sitting on the sofa watching short videos, Liu Yuxi had already finished taking a shower. Liu Yuxi wrapped a bath towel around her hair and said, "Junshuo, can you help me blow dry my hair?" Qin Junshuo put down his phone and stood up, saying, "Okay, come sit on the sofa." After saying that, Qin Junshuo went to the suitcase, took out the hairdryer he brought from home, and went to the bed. After turning on the hairdryer, Qin Junshuo started to blow dry Liu Yuxi's hair. "Is the temperature too hot?" Qin Junshuo asked. "No, just right." "That's fine." Qin Junshuo was tidying Liu Yuxi's hair with one hand and holding the hairdryer with the other hand, silently helping her blow dry her hair. Liu Yushi, who was sitting on the bed, felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Where are we going to play tomorrow?" "It will be all right. How about we go to the Lion Grove tomorrow afternoon and then go to Shantang Street to listen to Gusu Pingtan in the evening?" Liu Yushi suggested. "Are you still going to Shantang Street?" Qin Junshuo teased, "You will be recognized again. When there are so many fans, it will be difficult to maintain order at the scene, let alone go shopping properly." Liu Yushi pouted her lips. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken off the mask. This way I could have gone shopping. The boat ride was pretty good at night, but I didn't do much else." Qin Junshuo stroked Liu Yushi's hair and said, "What can we do? Fortunately, there are not many fans today, otherwise it would be difficult for us to leave." Liu Yushi recalled how Qin Junshuo was maintaining order tonight and couldn't help but chuckle. "I saw you were so busy tonight, thank you for your hard work. It's a small matter." Qin Junshuo replied. "So what time do we get up tomorrow to play?" Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi coughed a few times and said, "Tomorrow, let's go play in the afternoon." "Tomorrow afternoon? What about tomorrow morning?" Qin Junshuo asked. "Let's sleep in tomorrow morning." Liu Yushi laughed. Qin Junshuo shook his head helplessly and said, "It's up to you." For the following time, Qin Junshuo concentrated on blowing Liu Yushi's hair. After helping her to fix her hair, Liu Yushi got up and went to the laundry room to wash clothes. After Qin Junshuo put away the hair dryer, he also went to the laundry room to wash clothes. In the laundry room, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi threw their outer clothes into the washing machine for washing, and washed the remaining underwear by hand. Half an hour later, after hanging up the washed clothes, they returned to the room to rest. Liu Yushi didn't know if it was because she was too tired from playing today, but she fell asleep soon after lying down. Qin Junshuo also fell asleep after browsing his phone for a while because he felt sleepy. The next day at 12:30, Qin Junshuo woke up early and had already ordered takeout and was waiting for Liu Yushi to wake up. When he went out to get the takeout, Liu Yushi just got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Qin Junshuo, who had just returned from picking up the takeaway, happened to meet Liu Yushi coming out of the bathroom. "Good afternoon," Liu Yushi greeted. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Good afternoon." Liu Yushi looked at the takeaway in Qin Junshuo's hand and asked, "What did you order?" Qin Junshuo put the takeaway on the table and said, 2 servings of spicy hot pot, both with for vegetarian and for meat dishes, with mushroom soup base. Malatang. Liu Yushi came to the table, pulled a chair over, sat down, unpacked the takeaway and said, "I haven't had malatang for a long time. Let's see how the malatang here in Gusu is. They are all pretty much the same." Qin Junshuo shrugged and pulled over a chair to sit down. Liu Yushi handed a portion that looked larger to Qin Junshuo and said, "You eat more and I'll eat less." "Okay." 1:30 p.m. After the two finished eating the spicy hot pot, Qin Junshuo cleaned up the garbage on the table, and then the two planned to go for a stroll in the Lion Grove. After arriving downstairs at the hotel, Qin Junshuo threw the garbage into the trash can and followed Liu Yushi to take a taxi at the intersection and headed to Lion Grove on Pingjiang Road. When they arrived at the gate, they checked the tickets they bought online at the ticket area and then walked into the park. The two of them walked around inside. Qin Junshuo felt that the feeling of playing inside was actually similar to that of yesterday in Shiyuan Temple. Liu Yushi beside him looked at this and that with a curious look on his face. The two of them strolled along their way and finally arrived at the most famous maze rockery in the Lion Grove. At first, Qin Junshuo thought that this maze rockery was just average and he should be able to walk out of it in 10 minutes. But along the way, we encountered some very interesting places, such as the boat in the Jinshu Pavilion and the 2-story building. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi only learned from the tour guide of the tour group next to them that the name of this pavilion was Anxiang Shuyin Pavilion. After touring the pavilion, the two went back downstairs, walked through a group of stone forests and came to a bridge called Jijia Bridge. After crossing the bridge, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi arrived at the last stop of the Lion Grove, Lishua Hall. After visiting Lishua Hall, the two left the Lion Grove. After coming out, Liu Yushi took Qin Junshuo to a nearby milk tea shop, ordered 2 cups of fruit tea, and sat on a chair to rest for a while. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and asked with a smile, "Do you think the Lion Grove is fun?" Liu Yushi supported her cheek and answered, "I think it's okay." I can give it 9 out of 10. Where are we going next? Qin Junshuo asked. Now. Liu Yushi looked down at the time on her phone and realized it was just a little after 4 o'clock. It's still a little too early for us to go to Shantang Street now. Let me think about where to go. Liu Yushi said, supporting her cheek. While Liu Yushi was thinking, the milk tea for both of them was ready, and Qin Junshuo stood up and took the milk tea. Liu Yushi didn't know where to go, so she started looking for travel guides online. Qin Junshuo inserted the straw and handed it to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi took a sip of the milk tea and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, should we go to Liu Yuan? It will be around 6 o'clock when we finish touring the Liu Yuan garden. How about we go straight to Shantang Street to listen to Pingtan? Liu Yuan. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, Liu Yuan is similar to Lion Grove, right? Liu Yushi nodded and said, almost the same, both of them are gardeners. Chapter 48, End of the Gusu Trip, Return to Ludao. If it's a garden. Qin Junshuo thought about it and shook his head, forget it. I just finished visiting the Lion Grove garden. I'm afraid I won't be able to walk around again if I go to the lingering garden. Okay. Why don't we just go directly to Shantang Street, go back to their hotel early tonight to rest, and then go back to Ludao early tomorrow? Liu Yushi said. Okay. The two made up their minds and left with their milk tea. This time they did not take a taxi, but walked slowly to the subway station. After getting on the subway, Liu Yushi looked up places to listen to Pingtan on Shantang Street. It would have been fine if she hadn't checked, but once she did, she was doomed. The more famous Zither Hall in Suzhou is on Pingjiang Road. The two of them hurriedly got off the bus and took the subway back to Pingjiang Road. Everyone should learn from this lesson. This is the harm of not making a good strategy. After arriving at Pingjiang Road, I didn't know if it was because we arrived too early, but there were obviously fewer pedestrians on the street than yesterday morning. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi were walking on the street and finished the milk tea they bought before they reached the subway. The two of them were strolling on the street as the sun was setting. Although Pingjiang Road at this moment was not as beautiful as Shantang Street when the lights were on, it still had its own unique beauty. After walking around for a while, the two of them had a lot of snacks in their hands. Qin Junshuo's mouth twitched as he watched Liu Yushi eating crab soup dumplings one bite at a time. Don't you want to control your body shape? Qin Junshuo asked, wait, if you come out with me and don't control your body shape, will Sister Shi say something about us when we go back? After finishing a crab soup dumpling, Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo and shrugged indifferently, it's not a big problem. I only eat a little bit. I won't gain weight. Besides, it doesn't make sense to travel without trying local food. After saying that, Liu Yushi took another bite of the crab soup dumpling. Qin Junshuo felt that what Liu Yushi said made sense, so he didn't say anything more. Night fell quickly. At this time, the number of tourists on Pingjiang Road gradually increased, and most of them came to check out the night view. 6:50 p.m. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi walked through a dark alley and soon arrived at their final stop for the evening Papayu Pingtan Music Hall. The two of them bought their own tickets and walked into the museum. Because Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo bought the highest price tickets at 78 yuan, they went all the way to the front row and sat down. They just happened to catch Teacher Wu singing Xing Xing Man. The two of them heard it was 9:15, and because a performance was only 1 hour long, they renewed their tickets for the 8:15 show for another hour. After leaving the music hall, Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo discussed it and decided to take the subway back to their hotel. It was almost 10 o'clock when we returned to their hotel. The front desk also reminded the two that if they did not renew their room tomorrow, they should remember to leave the room at 12 noon so that the cleaning staff could come in to clean it. Qin Junshuo nodded to indicate that he understood. When they returned to their room, they stopped by the laundry room to put away their clothes. After returning to the room, the two washed up and packed the clothes they were going to change into a bag, planning to wash them after returning to Lu Island. After Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo lay down on the bed, they wanted to seize the time and get up early tomorrow, but Liu Yushi tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. On the other hand, Qin Junshuo was still looking at the message notification in the WeChat group. After a while, Liu Yushi turned her head and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked because she was too bored. Junshuo, are you asleep? When Qin Junshuo heard the voice, he turned his head and looked at Liu Yushi and said, not yet, what's wrong? I can't sleep. Liu Yushi pouted. Can't sleep. Qin Junshuo turned off his phone and turned over to face Liu Yushi. You're so tired from playing today, but you still can't sleep. I'm fine today, not very tired. Liu Yushi shook her head. Then do you want to play a game for a while? King of Glory. Qin Junshuo asked. Okay, shall we duo? Do you want to play in 5 rows? Double row is fine, but you can't think I'm too bad. No problem. 1 hour later. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi each looked at the big word, failure, displayed on the screen. After fighting for an hour in the ranking, they suffered 4 consecutive defeats. Very good, this game has a good sleep-aiding effect. Liu Yushi said, gritting her teeth, then turned off her phone angrily. Sleep. Qin Junshuo smiled helplessly, put down his phone and prepared to go to bed. 8 o'clock the next morning. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi both got up early and packed their luggage. After packing, they left the room card at the front desk, and set off for the high-speed railway station. This time, the two took the bullet train to Shanghai, and then transferred from Shanghai back to Ludao. It was almost noon when they returned to Lu Island. After returning home, the first thing Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi did was to put their clothes into the washing machine to wash, and then they sat down on the sofa together. After sitting for a while, Liu Yushi felt hungry and turned to look at Qin Junshuo and asked, "Are you hungry?" Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and said, "I'm fine." "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" "I'm a little hungry." "Oh, then I'll go to the kitchen to see if there's anything I can cook for you." Qin Junshuo said this and was about to get up but was stopped by Liu Yushi. "I'll do it." Liu Yushi stood up and said, "Can you eat fried noodles?" Liu Yushi asked. "Yes, I can do anything." "Okay, wait a moment, I'll make some fried noodles." After discussing with Qin Junshuo, Liu Yushi walked into the kitchen, while Qin Junshuo sat on the sofa and dealt with notifications in the WeChat group. It just so happened that his school start time and class schedule were announced today. His school starts on March 4th, but he has to teach freshmen on February 26th. Today is February 17th, and there is only 1 week left of his winter vacation. After dealing with the notifications in the WeChat group, Liu Yushi also prepared lunch and brought it out, 2 simple servings of fried noodles with eggs. When Qin Junshuo heard the noise, he turned off his phone and stood up to go to the dining table. When Liu Yushi brought out the noodles, she also took out 2 pairs of chopsticks. The two chatted while eating lunch. After lunch, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to take the responsibility of cleaning up the dishes, while Liu Yushi returned to the room for a nap. After Qin Junshuo finished washing the dishes, he returned to his bedroom for a nap. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Qin Junshuo woke up, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he took out the clothes that had been washed in the washing machine and hung them up. Then he went to the kitchen to see if there were enough dishes in the refrigerator. Qin Junshuo checked the refrigerator and found that the vegetables inside could barely last for a day. After thinking it over, he decided to drive to the supermarket to buy some vegetables. When he came back after buying groceries, Liu Yushi had just come out of the bathroom after washing up. When she saw Qin Junshuo carrying 2 large bags of vegetables, she took the initiative to help take their vegetables to the kitchen, sort them, and put them in the refrigerator. After finishing the dishes, Liu Yushi stood up and said, "Junshuo, I will leave Lu Island the day after tomorrow." The day after tomorrow. Qin Junshuo, who was still squatting on the ground, looked up at Liu Yushi. "Are you going back to the Magic City?" Chapter 49. Qin Junshuo wakes up from being scolded. "Well, Sister Shi and I will go back to Shanghai the day after tomorrow to take care of work matters. After that, I will attend announcements and appear on variety shows. I estimate that the next time I come back will be around Labor Day." Liu Yushi said with a smile. "So long." "Yes, don't miss me too much when the time comes," Liu Yushi said with a smile. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi like this and always felt that something was wrong with her, but he didn't know what was wrong. Liu Yushi reached out and pulled up Qin Junshuo, who was squatting on the floor. "I'm going out to eat with Sister Shi tonight. What are you planning to eat tonight?" Liu Yushi asked. "In the evening." Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "I guess I'll order takeout at home." "It's okay to order takeout, but don't eat too greasy food, it's bad for your health." Liu Yushi nodded and then instructed. "Okay, I'll just get dressed and go next door to find Sister Shi." "So soon?" Qin Junshuo picked up his phone and checked the time. It was only 4:30 in the afternoon. Yes, we still have to go shopping. You should go to bed early tonight. I may be back a little late. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she blinked her eyes playfully. Okay, then be careful. The two of them walked out of the kitchen while talking. Qin Junshuo sat down on the sofa and started watching short videos. Liu Yushi returned to her bedroom, took out a long-sleeved windbreaker, said goodbye to Qin Junshuo, and left home. After Liu Yushi left, Qin Junshuo planned to play some games, but unexpectedly, Wang Shuliang suddenly called him on WeChat video call. Qin Junshuo wondered why Wang Shuliang would call him at this time, but his finger still slid the button to answer the call. Hey, hey, hey. Old Qin, are you still in Gusu? Would you like me to take you for a walk? Wang Shuliang's impetuous voice reached Qin Junshuo's ears. Qin Junshuo smiled helplessly and said, I just returned to Lu Island today. If you had called me last night, I would still be able to go out with you today. Oh, you're back to Lu Island. Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone smiled and said jokingly, did your 2-day trip to Suzhou with your sister-in-law create any special sparks? Why are you asking this? Qin Junshuo was a little puzzled, although he didn't understand why Wang Shuliang would ask him this question. Me? Of course I'm here to be your wingman. Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Qin Junshuo looked puzzled. You'll be my wingman. Are you sure? Stop talking nonsense and tell me about your interactions over the past few days. I'll let military advisor Wang analyze it for you. Originally, Qin Junshuo didn't intend to tell it, but he couldn't resist Wang Shuliang's insistence and told him what happened in the past 3 days. Wang Shuliang frowned and listened carefully to Qin Junshuo's account of how he and Liu Yushi had been getting along over the past 2 days. Wait, let me confirm, you two must have slept in the same bed. Wang Shuliang confirmed repeatedly. Qin Junshuo nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Shuliang held his forehead helplessly. Wow, Lao Qin, how can you sleep with such a beautiful woman in bed? Don't you have any thoughts in your mind? Qin Junshuo thought about it carefully and then replied, I don't have any big ideas. Old Qin, you're so weird. Wang Shuliang frowned. I'm a little weird. Qin Junshuo asked in confusion, what's weird about me? Isn't this normal? I can't possibly do anything to her. Wang Shuliang nodded and said, it is indeed very normal, but it is too normal to be problematic. Is normal too problematic? Qin Junshuo defended himself, I think I am very rational and have good self-control. That's true, but that's not like you. It would have been impossible for you to live in the same room with a girl before, let alone sleep in the same bed. Could it be that you are in love with her? Faced with Wang Shuliang's question, Qin Junshuo fell silent, and spoke after a while. I don't know if I'm in love with her. I don't know. Wang Shuliang was obviously a little dissatisfied with Qin Junshuo's answer. You don't know whether you like her or not, but I can decide that she likes you 100%, said Wang Shuliang. Why do you think she likes me? Qin Junshuo asked back. Wang Shuliang said unhappily, if she didn't like you, would she be willing to live in the same house with you? Would she be willing to lie in the same bed with you? Would she let you blow dry her hair? I'm not sure if I like her. But it's true that you have a crush on her. Wang Shuliang said, if the crush grows, won't it turn into love? So what are you going to do now? Let me think about it. Seeing that Qin Junshuo was silent and thinking, Wang Shuliang did not speak to disturb him. After all, some things could not be explained no matter what. Qin Junshuo recalled in his mind everything that the two of them had experienced during this period. The two have lived together for such a long time and have gone through so many things together. We went out together, celebrated New Year's Eve together, had reunion dinners together, spent New Year's Eve together, attended wedding banquets together, and traveled in Suzhou together. While Qin Junshuo was thinking about his time with Liu Yushi, his eyes inadvertently swept across a pair of lavender headphones on the bedside table. Qin Junshuo didn't say anything, but reached out and picked up the lavender headphones and stared at them. Seeing that Qin Junshuo had been silent, Wang Shuliang did not make any noise to disturb him. After all, there were some things he could not enlighten him about. Qin Junshuo looked at the headphones and confirmed one thing in his heart, that is, he really liked Liu Yushi. Shuliang, I think I'm in love with Liu Yushi. I think I need to be brave for once. Thank you for scolding me and making me truly aware of this problem. Qin Junshuo said seriously. Just figure it out yourself, Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Qin Junshuo said, I'll treat you to a meal when you return to Lu Island. How embarrassing. The two chatted for a while and hung up the phone around 5:30. After hanging up the phone, Qin Junshuo put the phone aside, lay down on the sofa, holding the back of his head with his hands and looking at the ceiling. It turns out that I have already fallen in love with her without realizing it. The other side. Robinson Square. Liu Yuxi and Wang Tangxi were shopping in the mall. They came into a store and picked out coats. Wang Tangxi picked up a coat and looked at Liu Yuxi and said, Xiaoyu, come and see if this one suits you. Liu Yuxi quickly waved her hands and quietly refused, Sister Shi, no, I have an endorsement and cannot wear this kind of clothes in public. It's okay. We can just wear the endorsement clothes when we go on promotions. It won't affect us if we wear them privately. Wang Tangxi said, it doesn't matter. Chapter 50 Liu Yuxi's feelings. Forget it, Sister Shi, let's just not do it. Let's try to avoid this kind of thing. Liu Yuxi still refused. All right. Wang Tangxi stopped trying to persuade him. After all, this kind of thing should be avoided if it can be avoided. Without waiting for the salesperson to introduce themselves, Wang Tangxi led Liu Yuxi out of the store. The two found the second floor boring, so they went straight to the third floor. As soon as she reached the third floor, Liu Yuxi was attracted by the Animal World sign next to the elevator. Bring Wang Tangxi here for a walk. So this store may not look big, but there are quite a lot of small animals, including turtles, goldfish, rabbits, cats and small crabs. After visiting here, the two felt bored and went to the next place. The next location is a relatively famous place in Ludao, Shapoe Art West District. When Liu Yuxi and Wang Tangxi arrived here, they were attracted by the many small stalls and they strolled slowly along the street. Afterwards, Liu Yuxi was attracted by a tarot card fortune-telling stall. Seeing Liu Yuxi staring at the stall, Wang Tangxi said, if you want to try it, you can go and try it. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Yuxi decided to sit down in front of the stall. Liu Yuxi had just sat down but was told by the stall owner next door that he had something to do and couldn't come. Liu Yuxi had no choice but to get up and leave with Wang Tangxi. Wang Tangxi walked beside Liu Yuxi and asked curiously, why do you suddenly want to tell fortunes? What do you want to ask? Your recent fortune? Or your recent career development? Liu Yuxi was a little embarrassed and answered in a low voice, I want to ask about my recent relationship trends. Wang Tangxi's mouth corners slightly raised when she heard this. She could already smell the scent of watermelon. Are you asking about your relationship? Are you asking about you and who in your family? Wang Tangxi asked, pretending that he didn't understand. Liu Yuxi nodded a little shyly. Why do you suddenly want to ask this? Wang Tangxi said with a sly smile, could it be that you have fallen in love with him? I don't know if I'm in love with him. But I have a special feeling for him. I always feel much safer with him around. After saying this, Liu Yuxi's cheeks turned slightly red and she lowered her head shyly. Wang Tangxi couldn't help laughing when looking at the naive Liu Yuxi. Liu Yuxi looked up at Wang Tangxi and protested in a low voice, Sister Shi, don't laugh. The two of them walked all their way to the second floor of the Art West area. The cold winter wind blows in gusts. Wang Tangxi and Liu Yuxi stood by the fence and looked at the bustling world in the distance. Suddenly Wang Tangxi turned her head and looked at Liu Yuxi, Xiaoyu, don't lie to Sister Shi, when did you have feelings for Junshuo? I had this feeling after I went out with him for the first time. Liu Yuxi answered truthfully. First time hanging out. Wang Tangxi then asked, did he do anything that moved you? Liu Yuxi whispered, when we first went out to play, we had a lot of fun. We passed by a popular check-in spot and went to have a look. We walked around there and each wrote a wish on a stick. When we came down, I forgot to take my things, so I went back up to get them. That's when I accidentally saw his wish. What did he write when he made a wish? Wang Tangxi asked curiously. He wrote on the wishing sign that he hopes Xiao Liu will be safe, happy, and successful. After saying this, Liu Yuxi rubbed the tip of her nose a little embarrassedly. So you have feelings for him because of this? Wang Tangxi asked in surprise. No. Liu Yuxi shook her head. My feelings for him accumulated little by little. Later, because of going out together, we became closer. When we were doing promotions, I would chat with him and complain to him from time to time. He would comfort and encourage me, and then we lived together. At this point, Liu Yushi felt a little embarrassed to continue. Of course, Wang Tangxi also fully understood what Liu Yushi meant. As Liu Yushi's agent, Wang Tangxi knows Liu Yushi very well. She knows that Liu Yushi came from an orphanage, so Wang Tangxi easily knows what kind of feeling Qin Junshuo brings to Liu Yushi, a sense of security, or a sense of security called home for Liu Yushi. So, do you want to pursue him actively? Wang Tangxi asked. Hearing this, Liu Yushi felt a little conflicted, and her two hands were entangled with each other. Wang Tangxi patted Liu Yushi on the shoulder and encouraged her, "Come on, I support you. Sister Shi." Liu Yushi looked up at Wang Tangxi. "Oh, we good sisters don't need to say too much. I can see Junshuo's character. He is an excellent and responsible boy. He is worthy of your active pursuit," Wang Tangxi said with a smile. "It's just..." Liu Yushi hesitated for a moment and said, "What should I do if he doesn't accept me?" Wang Tangxi raised her eyebrows and said, "As the saying goes, if a girl pursues a boy, it's easy for him to get him back. If a beautiful girl like you takes the initiative to pursue him, I don't believe he won't be moved." Liu Yushi smiled and nodded. Afterwards, the two of them strolled around the area. At Wang Tangxi's suggestion, Liu Yushi bought a pair of rings. Although they were not very expensive items, Liu Yushi liked their styles very much. After visiting Shapawei, the two went to Zhongshan Road for a while. Liu Yushi recommended the fried oysters that she and Qin Junshuo bought last time. Although Wang Tangxi said that she didn't like it very much, her hands did not stop eating. Liu Yushi ate a quarter of a serving of fried oysters. Liu Yushi looked at Wang Tangxi and pouted, "Sister Shi, didn't you say you didn't know how to eat this thing?" Wang Tangxi said euphemistically, "I'm doing this for you to eat more. You're a star, you should pay attention to your body management." Liu Yushi muttered quietly, "I see that you say you don't want to eat, but you eat faster than me." 9:30 p.m. Liu Yushi and Wang Tangxi returned home after shopping. Liu Yushi successfully unlocked the door with her fingerprint and pushed it open, then walked into their house. What Liu Yushi didn't expect was that Qin Junshuo was still sitting on the sofa watching TV at this time. Qin Junshuo heard the noise and quickly stood up and asked, "Are you back? Do you want to rest for a while?" "I'll go take a shower first," Liu Yushi said. "Okay." Qin Junshuo nodded. When Liu Yushi came out of the shower, Qin Junshuo had already turned off the TV and was waiting for Liu Yushi at the door of his bedroom. After Liu Yushi came out of the bathroom after drying her hair, Qin Junshuo looked at her and said, "Do you want to eat something?" "No, no." "Oh, okay. I'll go to sleep then," Qin Junshuo said as he opened the bedroom door. "Wait, I have something to give you," Liu Yushi shouted. Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Liu Yushi. "What do you want to give me?" Liu Yushi trotted into the bathroom and handed the gift she bought in Shapawei today to Qin Junshuo. "For you." Qin Junshuo took the gift and subconsciously looked up at Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi lowered her head shyly and said, "No, nothing else, I'll go back to sleep first." "You should go to bed early too, good night." "Good night," Qin Junshuo said. After the two said goodbye, Liu Yushi quickly closed the door and walked into her bedroom. Qin Junshuo looked at the gift in his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and then he walked into the bedroom. Tonight, Qin Junshuo understood one thing. Love comes suddenly. But what should love be called when it is not love? Maybe good night, I guess. Chapter 51. Do you like the gift I gave you yesterday? Qin Junshuo returned to the bedroom and stared at the gift Liu Yushi gave him. Qin Junshuo took out a box from the gift bag, opened it and found it was a ring. Qin Junshuo stood there in a daze, with a complex emotion flashing across his eyes. Even if he didn't understand, he could tell that this was Liu Yushi's feelings for him. After a moment of silence, Qin Junshuo took out the ring and put it on his middle finger. After putting on the ring, Qin Junshuo walked to the bed and lay down on it. He stretched out his hand to block the light in front of him, and what came into view was the ring on his finger. "I didn't expect that she is braver than me." Qin Junshuo chuckled, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Junshuo got up early, washed up and made breakfast. After Qin Junshuo brought out breakfast and placed it on the table, he wanted to wake Liu Yuxi up. When he walked towards the bedroom, Liu Yuxi had just finished washing and walked out of the bathroom. Qin Junshuo greeted him when he saw this. "Good morning." "Good morning," Liu Yuxi said with a smile. "Breakfast is ready, come and eat." Qin Junshuo gestured. "Okay." Liu Yuxi nodded. The two walked to the dining table side by side and sat down. When Liu Yuxi was about to pick up the cup to drink the milk in it, her eyes accidentally swept over Qin Junshuo and she was stunned. She saw that Qin Junshuo was wearing the ring she gave him yesterday on his hand. Liu Yuxi's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but she still pretended nothing had happened and drank the milk silently. However, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Qin Junshuo, who was concentrating on eating breakfast, did not notice the abnormality of Liu Yuxi opposite him. After Liu Yuxi finished drinking a mouthful of milk, she said, "I'm going to the airport later to catch a flight back to the Magic City." Qin Junshuo stopped eating and looked up at Liu Yuxi when he heard this. "Didn't you say you were leaving tomorrow?" "We were supposed to leave tomorrow. But the studio was pushing us to produce the album, so we left a day earlier," Liu Yuxi explained. "Okay, I'll take you to the airport later." Qin Junshuo nodded. "Okay," Liu Yuxi responded. After the two finished chatting, they went back to eating and the atmosphere became silent again. Liu Yuxi raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Qin Junshuo, then pretended to ask casually, "Do you like the gift I gave you yesterday?" "I like it very much," Qin Junshuo answered without hesitation. "As long as you like it." Liu Yuxi chuckled. Qin Junshuo suddenly raised his head and looked at Liu Yuxi and asked, "Why did you suddenly give me a ring as a gift?" Liu Yuxi coughed a few times and explained, "After all, we are husband and wife, so we have to wear a ring on our hands. We didn't wear it before because we didn't make it official, so we were in a secret marriage. Now that we have made it official, if possible, we should still wear the ring for a while." "Oh." Qin Junshuo nodded, "I understand." After the two finished their breakfast, Qin Junshuo took the dishes to the kitchen and cleaned them up quickly, while Liu Yuxi returned to her bedroom and pulled out her suitcase. After Qin Junshuo finished washing the dishes, he returned to his bedroom and changed out of his home clothes. After everything was ready, Qin Junshuo led Liu Yuxi to the parking lot downstairs. Qin Junshuo used the car key to open the trunk and put the luggage in. Then he looked at Liu Yuxi and asked, "Sister, she has already gone to the airport?" Liu Yuxi nodded and replied, "Sister, she went out early to get the materials. We agreed to meet at the airport." "Okay, get in the passenger seat, I'll take you there." Qin Junshuo opened the car door and got in. Liu Yuxi trotted to the other side, opened the car door and got in. On their way, Liu Yuxi sat in the car and watched Qin Junshuo driving seriously. When they stopped at a red light, Liu Yuxi said, "It will take a long time for me to come back from the Magic City this time." Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Liu Yuxi and nodded, "Yes, I understand. If you are free, please chat with me. I can usually reply to your messages, but I may have classes from Monday to Friday, so I will probably reply to your messages only after class." Liu Yuxi said with a smile in her eyes, "I know, don't work too hard in class, take a good rest when you need to. I know, you too, don't tire yourself out." When Liu Yuxi wanted to say something, the traffic light had changed from red to green. Seeing this, she didn't say anything and asked Qin Junshuo to drive seriously. Ludao Gaochi Airport. After Qin Junshuo parked the car, he opened the door, got out of the trunk, took the suitcase out, and accompanied Liu Yuxi into the airport. After arriving at the ticket gate, Liu Yuxi took the suitcase from Qin Junshuo reluctantly. "I'll leave first, you can go on your own." Before Liu Yuxi finished speaking, Qin Junshuo reached out and gently hugged her. For some reason, Qin Junshuo's heart was beating very fast at this moment, but his face remained calm, except that his earlobes turned slightly red, and an unknown emotion kept growing in his heart. "Have a safe journey. Take good care of yourself when you get to Modu. If you feel tired, come back to Ludao. I will go home and cook you a big meal." Liu Yuxi buried her head in Qin Junshuo's arms, her cheeks slowly turning red. Although she was a little shy now, an unprecedented sense of happiness and security surrounded her heart. After a moment of tenderness, Qin Junshuo let go of Liu Yuxi. After the two said goodbye, Liu Yuxi walked into the airport. Liu Yushi would look back at Qin Junshuo from time to time. Only when Liu Yushi's back disappeared from Qin Junshuo's sight did he leave the airport and drive back home. When Qin Junshuo returned home, he took out his mobile phone and found that Liu Yushi had sent him a photo of her boarding the plane. Remember to report safety when you get off the plane. After Qin Junshuo replied, he put his phone aside, got up and went to the bedroom, took out his laptop and started working. On the first day after Liu Yushi left, the class schedule was notified to the teachers in their school group. So in the next few days, Qin Junshuo concentrated on his work. In just 3 days, he produced all the teaching PPTs needed for half a semester. When Qin Junshuo was busy, Liu Yushi also became busy. Not only did she have to release a new album, but she also had to run around for announcements and endorsement shoots. Although both of them are very busy, they will always spare a little time to chat with each other during meals or breaks. Especially at 9 o'clock every night, the two will make a video call to chat. Liu Yushi will share some interesting things she encountered in Shanghai, and Qin Junshuo will share his daily life. A week passed in a flash. After the Lantern Festival, students gradually returned to classes. Sunday, February 25, 6 p.m. Inside Lingyun dormitory of Ludao University. Qin Junshuo had just cleaned his dormitory and made his bed after finishing it. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Qin Junshuo, who had just put the quilt on the bed, didn't turn around when he heard the voice, but just said lightly, "Come in." Qin Junshuo knew without even thinking that the person coming to him was Wang Shuliang. Sure enough, when Qin Junshuo said, "Please come in," the sound of the door opening was accompanied by Wang Shuliang's voice. "My dear Shoror, did you miss me?" Chapter 52 Wang Shuliang needs help. Qin Junshuo made the quilt and sat on it, then turned to look at Wang Shuliang, who was leaning against the door, and rolled his eyes. "Don't try that on me, it's disgusting." Wang Shuliang pointed at himself as if he had heard something unbelievable. "You said I was disgusting, do you not love me anymore?" Qin Junshuo said unhappily, "What do you want to say?" "I still have to tidy up the dormitory." Wang Shuliang coughed a few times and regained his composure. "Want to eat? Let's go to the food city and eat grilled fish. I'll treat you." After hearing what Wang Shuliang said, Qin Junshuo thought about it and realized that he hadn't eaten yet, so he stood up and said, "Okay, let's go eat first, and then come back to clean up." The two men came downstairs, and Wang Shuliang rode a small electric scooter and took Qin Junshuo all the way to the parking lot of the martial arts field. Qin Junshuo was standing in front of the elevator. After Wang Shuliang parked the car, he trotted over here. Let's go." After getting off the elevator and scanning their faces, they went straight to a grilled fish restaurant in the food city. Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo came into the store. Because students had not yet started school, the store seemed particularly deserted. After they placed their order with the front desk clerk, they found a place with a sofa and sat down. Qin Junshuo propped his cheek with his hand and looked at Wang Shuliang and asked calmly, "Please treat me to a meal. If you need my help, please tell me right away." Wang Shuliang frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "Brother, can't I treat you to a meal?" "But..." Wang Shuliang's expression changed instantly, and he rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly and said, "I do need your help with something." "Go ahead." Qin Junshuo gestured. "It's not a big deal. We are hosting a student debate next week. Would you like to help?" Wang Shuliang said with a chuckle. "Debate?" Qin Junshuo frowned slightly. "What's the topic of the debate?" "It hasn't been decided yet, but I would like to invite you to be a judge," Wang Shuliang said truthfully. Qin Junshuo shook his head and refused. "I won't go. I don't have time to attend this event. Next week we have to teach students and complete our own studies. I feel that my energy is limited and I can't be distracted to help you complete this debate. Actually, you can ask Mr. Wang for help. He might be willing to watch the debate if he has something to ask," Qin Junshuo recommended. Wang Shuliang sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, then I'll talk to Mr. Wang tomorrow." Wang Shuliang suddenly caught a glimpse of the ring on Qin Junshuo's hand and asked in surprise, "Why are you wearing a ring on your hand?" "Your sister-in-law gave it to me," Qin Junshuo replied. "Are you wearing rings? So does this count as a token of love?" Wang Shuliang joked. "What do you think?" Qin Junshuo didn't want to answer Wang Shuliang's question, so he asked back. Wang Shuliang spread his hands and said, "How would I know? Qin Junshuo just smiled faintly, and the two then started talking about other topics. After eating the grilled fish, Qin Junshuo stood up, went to the front desk to pay the bill, and then stood at the door waiting for Wang Shuliang. When Wang Shuliang came out, he looked at Qin Junshuo with surprise. "Why did you pay for it?" Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, "Last time I said I would treat you to a meal, so this is the perfect time to do it. After all, I didn't help you at all. I'm sorry to eat your meal. Do we brothers need to care about this? I'll treat you next time." The two chatted as they walked back to the dormitory. Qin Junshuo asked, "Have you made the course teaching PPT?" "Oh." Wang Shuliang turned his head and looked at Qin Junshuo with a puzzled look. "What PPT? I didn't make a PowerPoint." "Then how are you going to attend class tomorrow?" Qin Junshuo's mouth twitched. "Oh my god." After Qin Junshuo's reminder, Wang Shuliang remembered that he had not yet prepared the PPT for the course he would teach tomorrow. After the two returned to the dormitory, Wang Shuliang hurried back to his own dormitory to prepare the teaching PPT for tomorrow. Qin Junshuo then proceeded to tidy up the dormitory which had not been tidied up just now. 1 hour later. After tidying up his dormitory, Qin Junshuo sat in a chair and watched short videos. After this period of development, Qin Junshuo's short video account has reached 500,000 followers. Qin Junshuo thought that he hadn't updated his works for a while, so he planned to post some photos that he and Liu Yushi had taken when they traveled in Gusu as his works. Just as he was about to take action, Liu Yushi's video call came in. Qin Junshuo answered the call first. After the call was connected, Liu Yushi's delicate little face appeared on the screen. Liu Yushi waved and greeted Qin Junshuo. "Good evening, Arshuror." Qin Junshuo said with a smile in his eyes, "Good evening. How come you have time to video chat with me so early today?" Liu Yushi on the other end of the phone stretched lazily and said with a smile, "I'll be done with work today after filming the endorsement. I'm at home now." The home Liu Yushi was talking about was a private luxury apartment that she shared with Wang Tangxi in Shanghai. "Then you should go to bed early today. I'm going back to the school dormitory today. I still have to teach students at 8 a.m. tomorrow." Qin Junshuo smiled helplessly. "Oh. You're so miserable. You have to go to work early tomorrow." "I don't have any work to deal with tomorrow morning, so I can sleep in," Liu Yushi said with a relaxed look. "Don't sleep too late. You still have to get up and have breakfast," Qin Junshuo advised. "Don't worry, I know," Liu Yushi said with a smile, holding her cheek. "How is your new album going? Are you planning to pre-sell?" Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi shook her head and said, "No, it's still under review. We can only start selling it after it's approved." "All right. So how are your recent arrangements?" When Liu Yushi heard what Qin Junshuo said, her originally relaxed face instantly became sad again. "I've been pretty busy lately. After I finish my announcements, I have to go shoot endorsement photos. After that, I will start filming variety shows. By then, I guess I won't have time to rest until after Labor Day." Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and asked, "Where are you going to film your variety show?" Liu Yushi replied, "I only know that the first stop is Qin Island, and I don't know the rest. The location of each episode he shoots is different. It depends on the arrangement of the program team." Seeing this, Qin Junshuo said helplessly, "Okay then. Then remember to tell me when your new album is going to be released, and I will send you a work to promote it," Qin Junshuo instructed. Liu Yushi smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for the internet celebrity Qin to help me promote it." Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Liu Yushi and said, "Stop teasing me. I don't want to be an internet celebrity. I'll see if I have time this weekend. If I do, I'll do a live broadcast and tell my fans about your album first. I'll ask Sister Shi about this tomorrow. If she thinks it's okay, you can promote it." The two chatted about something else and then hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo checked the PPT that he would use in tomorrow's class and then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Tomorrow will be the first lesson of his teaching career. Chapter 53, Teaching the First Lesson. 7:30 in the morning. Qin Junshuo got up, washed, and took his computer to a classroom in the law school teaching building. Although his current dormitory was a little far from the classroom, it only took a few minutes to drive the small battery to the teaching building. Qin Junshuo parked the car and came to the classroom door. When he arrived at the classroom door, he suddenly remembered something very important. He didn't have the classroom key, so how could he open the door and get in? This was a problem. Qin Junshuo had no other choice but to go to a seaside restaurant not far from the law school to have breakfast. At about 8:10, Qin Junshuo saw that the time was almost up and returned to the teaching building. At this time, the classroom doors were basically open. Qin Junshuo found the classroom where he needed to attend class, and after confirming that it was correct, he walked into the classroom. There were not many people in the classroom at that time, only less than 10. Although Lu University is a key university, it still cannot change the habit of college students to arrive in the classroom on time. Qin Junshuo came to the podium, put down his laptop, and connected the projector on the blackboard to his computer with ease. Then he opened the PPT needed for teaching in advance. After doing all this, Qin Junshuo looked at the students sitting in the classroom and asked, "Is the class monitor or the student committee here?" A girl who was taking a book from her backpack stopped what she was doing and stood up and said, "Teacher, I am the student council member." Qin Junshuo glanced at the girl a few times and nodded politely. The girl glanced at the classroom and replied, "The monitor hasn't arrived yet." "Okay, thank you," Qin Junshuo said politely. "Student counselor, please help me with the roll call when the time comes." "Okay." After a while, people came into the classroom one after another, and before 8:30, the classroom was full of about 30 or 40 students. Qin Junshuo saw that most people had arrived, so he asked the student committee to call the roll. After the student committee finished calling the roll and confirmed that everyone was present, they said to Qin Junshuo, "All the teachers are here." Qin Junshuo looked at the girl and nodded slightly, then picked up the chalk and wrote his name on the blackboard. After writing his name, Qin Junshuo stood up and introduced himself, "Dear students. My name is Qin Junshuo, and I'm very happy to meet all of you this semester. I hope that during the class, everyone can cooperate with the teacher a little and respect each other. As long as you don't miss classes and complete your homework carefully, I can still help you out even if your final scores are not ideal." After finishing his self-introduction, Qin Junshuo began the first lesson of his teaching career. "Everyone, please turn to the first page of the book. Today we are going to talk about." With Qin Junshuo's humorous and efficient teaching, the first section of the class ended quickly. During the break, Qin Junshuo got in touch with the class monitor and the student council member and added their contact information. Then the second section of the class began, and Qin Junshuo stood up again and began to talk about the course content. After the morning class was over, Qin Junshuo packed up and prepared to leave the classroom. He was only responsible for the freshman courses this semester. His classes are only on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. After the class, Qin Junshuo left the classroom and went to the next classroom. Exactly 12 o'clock noon. Qin Junshuo, who had returned to the dormitory to rest, was eating the food he had packed from the cafeteria. After lunch, I planned to take a nap, but just when I was about to take a nap, I received a call from Qin's father. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo answered the phone and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Father Qin asked calmly, "Today is your first day at work, how do you feel?" Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and replied, "Not bad, I get along well with the students." "Well, bring Yushi back for dinner when you have time. Yushi has returned to Shanghai. According to what she said, she won't be able to return home until around Labor Day. I will take her home for dinner then," Qin Junshuo said. "You can only come back on Labor Day." Father Qin sighed and said, "You two really spend less time together than together." Qin Junshuo could tell that his father said this out of concern for himself and Liu Yushi. "You two have to get along well with each other. You should be nice to her, okay?" Qin's father advised. Qin Junshuo nodded and replied, "Of course I know." "Well, okay, I won't disturb your rest. You can come home for dinner on the weekend." "Good." After Qin Junshuo finished his phone call with his father, he planned to take a nap. Qin Junshuo has no classes in the afternoon and doesn't he need to go to class? After lunch break, he concentrated on writing his paper in the dormitory. Qin Junshuo didn't stop writing his paper until Wang Shuliang knocked on the door and entered the dormitory. "What's the matter?" Qin Junshuo turned and looked at Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang curled his lips and said, "What are you saying? Can't I come to you if I don't have anything to do?" How was your extra class this morning? Did it go well? It went well, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with you? Wang Shuliang shook his head and said, No, it's just that the atmosphere in the classroom seems a bit dull. I feel that my teaching method is not good enough. So I came over to ask you and see what your classes are like. Me? My class this morning was fine. When I called on students to answer, they were able to do so. Overall, it was pretty good. Qin Junshuo shrugged. Wang Shuliang sighed, pulled over a chair and sat down. Can you give me some advice on how to get along better with students? Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang with a strange expression. You and I have been together since freshman year. How could you not know how to get along with students? Just get along with them. As long as they behave themselves in class, you can turn a blind eye. That's it, it's gone. Qin Junshuo said. Get along well with others. How about that? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, Why do you seem to be under a lot of pressure? Relax a little. Oh, there's nothing I can do. It's probably because of work pressure. I feel like I'm still not qualified enough to be a teacher. Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder and said, Anyway, we are not much older than the students, so there is not much of a generation gap. Boys just talk about games, the second dimension, and basketball. Girls just talk about watching TV series, chasing stars, ideals, and gossip. Wang Shuliang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh and said, You just have too many worries which cause you to have too much unnecessary stress. If you just calm down and think about it, it's easy to solve the problem. Wang Shuliang chuckled and said, Can I talk about you and your sister-in-law when I gossip with my classmates? Just get out of here now, buddy. I'm trying to help you out with good intentions, but you still want to harm me. Qin Junshuo said unhappily. Oh, just kidding. Come on, do you want to play basketball? No, I have to write a paper. Chapter 54 March is coming. Are you going to kill me by writing papers every day? Wang Shuliang curled his lips. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, It's better to write it first, so as not to rush to finish the semester. There is no need. Okay. Wang Shuliang stood up and said goodbye to Qin Junshuo, Then I'm going to the martial arts arena to play basketball. Do you need me to bring you dinner tonight? No need to bring lunch. I'll go out to eat by myself later. Qin Junshuo declined Wang Shuliang's gift with a smile. After the two chatted for a few more sentences, Wang Shuliang left Qin Junshuo's dormitory, and Qin Junshuo turned around and continued to work hard on his thesis. Night falls. After Qin Junshuo finished half of the thesis, he saved it, stood up, stretched his body a little, and went out to have his dinner. After leaving the dormitory, Qin Junshuo walked all the way to the food city to find a spicy hot pot restaurant. Just after Qin Junshuo ordered the food and sat down, Liu Yushi called him. Qin Junshuo answered the call immediately, put the phone to his ear and whispered. Are you free now? Liu Yushi said with a slightly tired tone, Well, I was shooting the endorsement today and I am as tired as a pig. Qin Junshuo couldn't help laughing and said, It's okay, you are almost like a pig anyway, har ha har har. You are just like a pig. Have you eaten? Liu Yushi asked. I just ordered the spicy hot pot and you called me. Qin Junshuo said. Malatang. Wow, I haven't had malatang for a long time. I miss its taste. I've been eating too much fat-reducing food lately. I'm getting sick of it. Broccoli and eggs every day. When you return to Ludao, I will cook for you at home. Qin Junshuo said. Can you make me one too? Wang Tangshi's voice suddenly came into Qin Junshuo's receiver. Are you with Sister Shi? Qin Junshuo asked. Well, Sister Shi and I are on our way home now. I have to go to school tomorrow. I will graduate this year, and my college life will come to an end. When saying this, Liu Yushi's tone was a little sighing. How do you feel about your first day teaching students today? Liu Yushi asked with a smile. The waiter brought the cooked spicy hot pot and placed it in front of Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo picked up his chopsticks and ate while saying, Today's class was pretty good and went pretty smoothly, but I don't know what impression the students have of me. Have you been recognized? Liu Yushi asked. How could I be recognized? I'm not that famous yet. Qin Junshuo joked. That's fine. I was worried that if you were recognized, you wouldn't be able to attend class properly. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, that's not the case. Then have a good meal. I'll take a rest first. I'll call you when I'm free after I get home. Liu Yushi said. Well, bye, be safe on the road. Okay, take your time eating. After the two said goodbye to each other, Liu Yushi hung up the phone, and Qin Junshuo put his phone on the table and started eating the spicy hot pot seriously. When Qin Junshuo had just finished eating half of his meal, a female voice rang out. Teacher Qin, are you eating spicy hot pot here too? Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo looked up at the person who came and found that it was the student representative of the class he attended that morning. If he remembered correctly, the girl's name was Chen Lingling. Well, are you planning to eat here too? Qin Junshuo greeted politely and asked casually. No. Chen Lingling shook her head and explained, I was just going to buy a cup of coffee, and my roommate asked me to bring her some spicy hot pot on the way. I didn't expect to meet you here, so I came up to say hello. Oh, so that's how it is. Do you want to sit for a while? Qin Junshuo pointed to the seat opposite him. Okay, thank you, teacher. Chen Lingling sat opposite Qin Junshuo a little stiffly. Qin Junshuo noticed that his student was a little reserved, so he smiled and said, don't be too reserved. Although I am your teacher, strictly speaking, I am still your senior. Teacher, are you our senior? Chen Lingling asked a little confused. Qin Junshuo put down his chopsticks, picked up the tissue beside him, wiped his mouth and said, I am in my first year of doctoral studies. Oh, so teacher, you usually have to teach us while giving classes? Chen Lingling asked. Yes. Qin Junshuo nodded with a smile. That's a bit tiring. Chen Lingling said. It's okay, not too tiring. After all, I'm only responsible for your freshman courses, plus I have relatively few classes myself, so I can still handle it. Qin Junshuo explained. Chen Lingling didn't know why she felt that Qin Junshuo was a little familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. When she wanted to say something, she heard the waiter say that her portion of spicy hot pot had been packed, so she got up to get the spicy hot pot, and then came back to say goodbye to Qin Junshuo. Goodbye, Teacher Qin. My spicy hot pot is ready. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Qin Junshuo nodded. After Chen Lingling left, Qin Junshuo continued to eat his spicy hot pot and got up and left only after he finished. Qin Junshuo originally wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest, but after thinking it over, he decided to walk to Furong Lake to digest the food. 7 o'clock in the evening. After Qin Junshuo returned to the dormitory, he continued to write his thesis, but he chatted with Liu Yushi while he wrote. In a blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock. Qin Junshuo told Liu Yushi that he was going to take a shower, so he saved the paper he had just written, then got up, took his clothes and went to take a shower. When he came out of the shower, Liu Yushi had already said good night to him and was going to bed. Qin Junshuo replied with good night, and then blew his hair and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In the following days, Qin Junshuo concentrated on teaching students. Time passed day by day, and soon a week had passed. February also turned the page and March came. The temperature in Ludao in March has gradually risen and it is not that cold. Strictly speaking, there is already a little bit of the gentleness of spring. But the good times did not last long, and Ludao soon encountered heavy rains that lasted for a week. On Wednesday, March 6th, heavy rain turned into moderate rain, with a temperature of 15°C-17°C. 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Junshuo, who had just finished class, held an umbrella and used his clothes to cover the computer in his arms, and jogged back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Junshuo closed the wet umbrella and placed it at the door, letting the rain drip slowly down. Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and a huge thunder sounded half a moment later. No, why is the rain getting heavier? Qin Junshuo put the computer away and went to the balcony, looking at the heavy rain outside and complained. Rumble. After Qin Junshuo finished complaining, there was another loud thunder in the sky, which scared Qin Junshuo so much that he hurried back to the dormitory. The rain was getting heavier. Qin Junshuo was sitting on the edge of the bed when he received a message on his mobile phone. Qin Junshuo picked it up and found that it was a message from Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi, morning. Qin Junshuo replied. Morning, morning, morning. It rained heavily in Ludao today. I was woken up by thunder this morning. Liu Yushi? Liu Yushi, is it that exaggerated? Chapter 55. Are you planning to live stream in the dormitory? Qin Junshuo kept tapping the screen to reply to Liu Yushi's message. Qin Junshuo, well, the thunder has been going on for a long time. I was woken up around 7 o'clock, and it's still thundering now. Qin Junshuo originally wanted to record a video for Liu Yushi, but unexpectedly Liu Yushi called him with a video call instead. Qin Junshuo answered the call without thinking. Liu Yushi appeared in the camera, but at this time she was wearing light makeup. You're calling me while you're putting on makeup? Qin Junshuo chuckled. Liu Yushi put down the eyebrow pencil in her hand and looked at Qin Junshuo with a slightly raised eyebrow. Can't I video chat with you when I put on makeup? That's not what I meant. Qin Junshuo shook his head. I'm just curious as to why you had time to call me this morning. Liu Yushi smiled and said, I don't have any work this morning. In the afternoon, I will finish the last bit of work on the album and then pick a date to release it. Are you planning to release an album? Qin Junshuo touched his chin, a gleam in his eyes, and asked, do you need me to help you promote it? After Liu Yushi painted her lips with lipstick and smacked her lips twice, she looked at Qin Junshuo again and said, if you have time, can you help me promote it? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay, I'll do a live broadcast tonight to help you promote it. In the evening. Hearing this, Liu Yushi stopped putting on makeup and asked, are you planning to live stream in the dormitory? Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, maybe. I don't really want to go back. After all, I have to get up early tomorrow to live stream. If I go home, I have to get up early tomorrow to rush back. I can't handle it with my body. When saying this, Qin Junshuo's tone contained some self-mockery. Liu Yushi couldn't help but laugh and said, if you don't want to go home, we can just live stream in the dormitory. It's okay, it's not a big problem. Okay, then I'll do a live broadcast in the dormitory tonight. Later I'll go borrow a guitar from my junior classmate in case of emergency. Qin Junshuo nodded. Guitar? Liu Yushi raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you going to perform a talent? Qin Junshuo pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. Just be prepared, in case someone messes up the place and needs an amateur like me to shut them up. Then keep going. I'll come to support you in the evening. Liu Yushi encouraged. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and after Liu Yushi finished her makeup, she said goodbye to Qin Junshuo. Sister Shi and I are going to the studio. When you go live, let me know on WeChat. Liu Yushi said. Okay, bye. Yeah, bye. After Liu Yushi hung up the phone, Qin Junshuo put the phone aside, took off the coat he was wearing on the bed, and lay down on the bed. I have to say, it is very comfortable to sleep in this rainy weather as long as there is no thunder. With this thought in mind, Qin Junshuo quickly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Junshuo only had one class in the afternoon, so he got up and washed up after waking up. After he took a shower and changed his clothes, he went to the balcony and threw the clothes he was going to change into the washing machine for washing. Qin Junshuo looked out the window. Although it was still drizzling, the rain was obviously several times lighter than in the morning. Qin Junshuo stared at the scenery outside the window for a while, then went back inside, took the books he would need for the afternoon class, took his computer and umbrella, and set off for the classroom where he would attend class in the afternoon. 4:30 in the afternoon. Because this class was an open class, there were a lot of people attending. Wang Shuliang sat next to Qin Junshuo and fell asleep on the table. Qin Junshuo listened very seriously to the coach's careful speech on the podium. The professor's teaching method was very useful to this freshman mentor. Qin Junshuo thought about studying hard when he returned. After the open class ended, Qin Junshuo packed up his books and turned to look at Wang Shuliang, who was still sleeping. Qin Junshuo put his hands on Wang Shuliang's shoulders and forced him to turn on the phone. Wake up, get out of class is over. After being forced to turn on the computer, Wang Shuliang looked around with sleepy eyes, then rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, are we done with get out of class? Qin Junshuo shrugged and started to pack up the things he hadn't packed yet. The playful expression on his face seemed to tell Wang Shuliang, can't you see that it's time to end get out of class now? Wang Shuliang stood up and stretched his body a little, then looked around and found that he, Qin Junshuo and a few other classmates who had not yet packed up were the only ones left in the classroom. Wang Shuliang yawned and looked at Qin Junshuo and asked casually, "Is there any homework for this class?" Qin Junshuo shook his head and said truthfully, "No, don't worry. That'll do." Wang Shuliang stood beside Qin Junshuo and waited silently for Qin Junshuo to pack up his things. After Qin Junshuo stuffed the last laptop back into his bag, he turned around and signaled Wang Shuliang that he could leave. The two left the classroom and walked out of Zhuang Hanshui building. Wang Shuliang took out his electric bike key and looked at Qin Junshuo and said, "Do you want me to give you a ride?" Qin Junshuo glanced at the night sky, which was still raining but gradually getting darker, then looked at Wang Shuliang and asked, "It's still raining now, do you want to take me home?" Wang Shuliang raised his eyebrows and said, "Is it not possible?" Qin Junshuo opened the umbrella with one hand and raised it to his hand and said calmly, "I don't think it's a good idea. It's not safe. I'm going to have dinner now, do you want to join us?" Wang Shuliang shook his head and said, "No, I'll eat later. I ate too late at noon and I still feel full now." "Okay." Qin Junshuo nodded and said, "Then I'll go eat. I didn't eat lunch. I'm almost starving." "Okay, be careful on the road." "Okay." Wang Shuliang nodded, then opened the umbrella in his hand and went to the parking lot, planning to hold the umbrella in one hand and ride back to the dormitory with the other hand. Qin Junshuo walked on the road, thinking about where to go for dinner in the evening. Should he go to the food court or stop by Qinya on their way back to the dormitory to pack some food and take it back to the dormitory? Qin Junshuo thought about it and decided to stop by Qinya to pack a meal on their way back to the dormitory. Zhuanghan Shui Lu is not far from Qinya restaurant and can be reached in about 5 minutes on foot. After arriving at the Qinya restaurant, Qin Junshuo packed a portion of braised chicken with rice and went back to the dormitory to eat. To be honest, the braised chicken rice at Qinya restaurant is really good, with large portions and good taste. After Qin Junshuo finished his meal and cleaned up the garbage, he planned to start the live broadcast. After placing the phone holder and plugging the phone into it, Qin Junshuo realized something very important: he forgot to borrow the guitar from others. Qin Junshuo thought about it and decided to send a message to Wang Shuliang. "Please lend me a guitar and come to my dorm. I need it urgently. Hurry up. Love you. Wang Shuliang." Chapter 56 Premiere. 10 minutes later, Wang Shuliang rushed to Qin Junshuo's dormitory with a guitar. Wang Shuliang opened the dormitory door without knocking and walked in. At this time, Qin Junshuo was tidying up the dormitory. When he saw Wang Shuliang coming over with a guitar, his face lit up with joy. "Great, Shuliang. You didn't disappoint me. Your efficiency is amazing." Wang Shuliang casually placed the borrowed guitar on a chair and asked in confusion, "Why did you ask me to help you borrow a guitar so late at night?" Qin Junshuo pointed to the phone stand and explained, "Yushi's album is about to be released. I'm going to do a live broadcast on Douyin to promote it for him." R. Wang Shuliang was stunned and looked at Qin Junshuo. "You are promoting your sister-in-law. Can you do it? How many fans do you have? Do you want me to come into your room and promote you?" Qin Junshuo took a look at his current real-time number of fans and told Wang Shuliang, "It's currently 870,000. I don't know if the number of people online in the live broadcast room can reach 10,000. 10,000 would be a lot." "How much?" Wang Shuliang's eyes widened when he heard this. 870,000. Did you buy an account? When I shared the video with you yesterday, weren't you less than double-digit followers? How come you've suddenly become a couple blogger with 870,000 followers? Qin Junshuo explained, "This is an account jointly operated by Yushi and I. I have only posted 2 works myself, and the remaining 8 were posted by her. It can be said that all the people on this account are fans of Liu Yushi. So that's how it is." Wang Shuliang nodded. "Okay, then I won't bother you when you broadcast live tonight." "Okay." Wang Shuliang said goodbye to Qin Junshuo and left his dormitory. After Qin Junshuo swept the floor, put the broom away and sat on the chair, ready to start his first live broadcast. When his finger was about to touch the start button, Qin Junshuo retracted his finger. "No, that's a bit embarrassing. I don't know why, but when I told Liu Yushi this morning that I would do a live broadcast to help her promote her album, I didn't feel too burdened. It was only just now that I felt a little nervous and stressed." Qin Junshuo took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and made up his mind to click the live broadcast button. Qin Junshuo originally thought that it would take a few minutes for someone to enter his room after he started the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, within 2 minutes of the broadcast, thousands of people flocked to his live broadcast room. After a while, the number exceeded 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000. The number of people in the live broadcast room was still growing wildly. Qin Junshuo was completely dumbfounded and sat in the chair for a while. The comments in the live broadcast room also started to scroll wildly. This is my first time meeting Brother Shoror in person. He looks like an idol. Now I know why Shibao was moved. If I were in the same situation, I would be moved too. I watched Brother Shoror's live broadcast. When the live broadcast reminder sounded, I immediately gave up the game and rushed over to watch. Qin Junshuo quickly adjusted his state and greeted the fans in the live broadcast room. Good evening, everyone. Well, this is my first live broadcast today, so there are many things I don't understand, please forgive me. Also, how did you know I was going to do a live broadcast? Qin Junshuo asked the question he particularly wanted to know. After all, he had not advertised that he would be doing a live broadcast in the evening. Today's live broadcast was a spur-of-the-moment decision that he had discussed with Liu Yushi. Thinking of this, Qin Junshuo suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Liu Yushi helped with the promotion? A golden barrage rolled by. Someone in Shibao's fan page revealed that you will be doing a live broadcast tonight. After seeing this comment, Qin Junshuo confirmed his thoughts. After all, he had only told Liu Yushi about the start of the show. Qin Junshuo coughed a few times and said, "So that's how it is. I thought it was quite high to have 10,000 viewers without any notification. I didn't expect there would be so many people in a short while. Anyway, I feel a little nervous. Don't be shy, we are good people." The comments in the live broadcast room were also flooded with this comment. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, Okay. Brother Shoror, are you going to chat with everyone when you start the show today? A golden barrage of comments appeared on the screen. Qin Junshuo nodded after seeing it and said, Yeah, that's about it. When Qin Junshuo wanted to say something, he suddenly saw a microphone connection request in the lower left corner. The applicant was the user who just sent the golden barrage. Qin Junshuo thought about it and agreed to connect via live broadcast. Hello, can you hear me, Brother Shoror? A light female voice sounded. I can hear you. It seems like Brother Shoror is a little nervous about his first live broadcast. Qin Junshuo chuckled and said, It's okay, but I don't know what to say. After all, it's my first live broadcast. Oh, don't be too nervous. The girl said with a smile. We fans actually have a lot of questions we want to ask Brother Shoror, but since you seem a little nervous, I'll come and ease the atmosphere. Question. Do you have any questions you want to ask? Qin Junshuo asked. Brother Shoror, where are you live streaming from? Why does it look a bit like a student dormitory? Qin Junshuo subconsciously glanced behind him and then turned around to explain, I was live streaming in the student dormitory. As soon as Qin Junshuo said this, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room started to refresh again. Is Brother Shoror still a student? Brother Shoror, is this a student dormitory? Whose student dormitory single room is this? Qin Junshuo noticed these comments and replied, I am indeed in the student dormitory. This dormitory is a single room for PhD students. Brother Shoror, you are a doctoral student. The female fan who was connected to the microphone was instantly shocked. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, Yes. Oh my god, Brother Shoror, you are so strong. I may not even pass the postgraduate entrance examination. Graduate school entrance exam. Qin Junshuo was stunned. Is the postgraduate entrance exam difficult? Of course it's difficult. Brother Shoror, didn't you pass the exam? The female fan sighed helplessly. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, I didn't take the postgraduate entrance examination. I was admitted to graduate school through guaranteed admission, but it is indeed a bit difficult to pass the doctoral exam. Female fans on the internet. Fans in the live broadcast room. Qin Junshuo coughed lightly a few times, and he realized that what he said was a bit farsi. Well, good luck on your postgraduate entrance exam. Qin Junshuo didn't know what to say, so he could only utter this sentence. The female fan on the microphone also came back to her senses at this time, and said in a sad tone, "Brother Shoror, I admit that you are very good, but you have hit me hard, and I am very sad now." The live broadcast room also started to be refreshed with comments. "And me? I'm sad, too. Oh, even though I've passed the postgraduate entrance examination, I'm still sad to hear this." Seeing this, Qin Junshuo quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about this. Do you have any questions? I'm curious, what major are you studying, Brother Shoror?" "Learn the law." Qin Junshuo replied. Studying the law. This is a good major. If anyone dares to make rumors about you and Shibao in the future, you can just sue them. Isn't he this purely professional? Chapter 57. Do you think you deserve her? Yeah. Qin Junshuo nodded with a smile. The female fan asked with a smile, "Brother Shoror, can you tell me the story of you and Shibao?" Hearing this, Qin Junshuo showed a little hesitation on his face, as if he was considering whether to speak or not, but in fact his brain was working frantically. How do I explain it myself? Tell the truth. Say that they met on a blind date and got married on the same day. Qin Junshuo naturally couldn't say this, so he could only make up a story to appease his fans. After thinking for a moment, Qin Junshuo's eyes flashed, and he obviously thought of a story. Then he replied, "We knew each other when we were children. After a while, the two of us became familiar with each other. We can barely be considered childhood sweethearts." Childhood sweethearts. The female fan exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Shoror, you also came from an orphanage." Huh. Qin Junshuo was stunned, his brain didn't react for a moment. The female fan also realized that what she said was a bit presumptuous and quickly explained, "Brother Shoror, I don't mean to look down on your background, because we fans all know that Shibao was born in an orphanage. And you just mentioned that you and she were childhood sweethearts, so I subconsciously asked this question. I'm really sorry, I offended you a little bit." Qin Junshuo quickly waved his hands and said, it's okay. I didn't come from an orphanage. I met Yushi when I was a child and went to the welfare home with my mother to help out." Oh, so that's how it is. The comments in the live broadcast room also asked this question. So Brother Shoror met Shibao when he went to the welfare home with his aunt to support her. Why does this story seem a bit like the hero and heroine of a redemption novel? A gentle and cold hero x a gentle and intelligent heroine. The above Jimei is publishing books quickly. If you want to read it, you must follow it. Qin Junshuo felt a little embarrassed looking at these comments. He really didn't quite understand how girls think. The female fan who was connected to their microphone wanted to say something, but she said goodbye to Qin Junshuo in a hurry and left the microphone because of something urgent. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo said, "Then I will connect with another fan." After saying that, Qin Junshuo made some operations and connected to a random fan. "Hello." Qin Junshuo greeted politely. The second fan, who was connected to the microphone, asked in a bad tone, "Do you think you are worthy of my Shibao? Pure amateur, please stop bothering Shibao. You two are really not in the same class." Qin Junshuo frowned slightly when he heard this, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It was obvious that this randomly connected fan was here to mess up his place. The comments in the live broadcast room started to surge again this time. Whose CP fans are barking out? "Brother Shoror, fight her. I support you. I, a fan of only one person, am satisfied, but you, a CP fan, are still not satisfied. Same as above, career fans are also satisfied. +1, the fans think Shibao and Shuoj are a perfect match." Qin Junshuo held his cheek and said calmly, "Why do you think I am not worthy of her? Why do you think you're good enough for her? Do you think you can compare to the celebrities in the domestic entertainment industry who like Shibao? How can you be so ordinary yet so confident? I don't know why Shibao would fall for someone like you." When the hater wanted to say something else, Qin Junshuo gestured with his little hand to mute her microphone. Qin Junshuo took out the marriage certificate from the drawer and shook it towards the camera. "Look, the marriage certificate. You said I'm unworthy, but she and I are a legal couple. Are you angry? You said I'm not worthy, then who do you think is worthy? I'll give you a chance, tell me. After saying this, Qin Junshuo removed the microphone from the black fan. As soon as the microphone was unblocked, the haters started shouting again. "Are you a man? Are you still using such a petty trick as banning the microphone? Qin Junshuo waved his hand and said, can you answer my question first? If I am not worthy of that male star in the domestic entertainment industry, who do you think is worthy of me? Of course it's my house. The hater was about to say something but suddenly realized what was happening and kept silent. Who in your family? Why? Don't you dare to say it. Qin Junshuo asked lightly, supporting his cheek, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Why do you care so much? You are not worthy of Shibao anyway. Qin Junshuo took a sip of the water beside him and then said, why are you changing the subject? Are you afraid to say it? Are you afraid of bringing bad things to your male star? You don't even dare to mention a simple name, so I understand that you are afraid of bringing bad things to your brother, right? You're so cautious. Are you afraid of ruining your brother's image? It seems that the match you arranged for Shibao is not a good one. Also, there is no distinction between high and low in our society. We are all equal. It doesn't mean that celebrities are superior to others. Secondly, she and I like each other. There is no such thing as whether we are good enough for each other. Do you need to see if you like someone to see if he is good enough for you? If you think that you should see this when you love someone, I think your view on love is different from mine. We have different paths and cannot work together. Finally, I advise you to be rational when chasing stars. Qin Junshuo's words left the black fan who had joined the microphone speechless, and he could only leave the microphone in shame. Har har har, I guess she ran off the mic because her defense was breached. The most satisfying drama of the year. I've been annoyed by these random CPE fans for a long time. Same as above, it's really cool. It's so cool. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room started to refresh again. All right. Qin Junshuo clapped his hands and said, let's let this unpleasant episode pass and continue chatting. I'll connect with another fan. After Qin Junshuo's operations, he connected with another fan. The third fan on the live broadcast is still a female fan. As soon as the female fan came up, she excitedly said, Brother Shoror, good evening. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, good evening. Brother Shoror, can you perform any talent? A little bit. Qin Junshuo replied. Brother Shoror, can you give us a performance? The female fan asked expectantly. Of course. Qin Junshuo nodded, wait a moment, I'll go get the guitar. After saying that, Qin Junshuo stood up, walked to the bed, took the guitar borrowed by Wen Shuliang, and returned to his seat. Everyone, wait a moment. I'll tune up the sound. After Qin Junshuo adjusted the 6 strings of the guitar, he placed the guitar half on his thigh. Then I'll simply sing Evening Breeze. My singing skills are average, so I hope you don't mind. Let me check the music first. Qin Junshuo searched for the piano score on the computer next to him, saved it, and then switched to the music software to play the song accompaniment. Qin Junshuo looked at the music score and slowly plucked the strings with his fingers. The clouds in the sky become very light at dusk, and young love is as unpredictable as the wind. The evening breeze carries the afterglow of dusk and blows away the nostalgia. Qin Junshuo's voice is like a spring breeze, gentle and clean. The song was quickly finished, and Qin Junshuo put away his fingers after playing the last accompaniment. Does it sound good? Qin Junshuo's voice brought the distracted female fan back to her senses. Wow, Brother Shoror, you sing so well. The playing in the live broadcast room started rolling again. Brother Shoror, make your debut. I will help you improve your stats. Brother Shoror, please release a song. I will definitely buy it. Qin Junshuo saw that the comments were all urging him to debut and quickly said, everyone, calm down a little. I have no intention of making a debut. Singing is just my personal interest. I will not turn this interest into my job or profession. The female fan on the microphone asked again, Brother Shoror, can you sing another song? Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay, what do you want to listen to? I'll let you order a song. Is virtual possible? Asked the female fan. Virtual. Is it that? You are the intimacy that I have never had and cannot capture. Is it this virtual one? Qin Junshuo asked. Yes, yes. The female fan said quickly. Okay. I know this. I've performed it before in the top 10 singers on campus. After saying this, Qin Junshuo placed his fingers on the strings and began to play slowly. Stubborn rhyming parallelism. Stubborn and childish rhyme. The camp was put together in bits and pieces. After Qin Junshuo finished singing the song that the fans had requested, he put away his guitar and said, "Okay, that's all for today's performance. I'll play for you again when I have time." Next, connect with other fans. Chapter 58. Please give me your support. After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, the third fan who was connected to the microphone also took the initiative to leave the microphone. In the following period of time, Qin Junshuo continued to connect with several fans and answered many fans' questions. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 9:30. Qin Junshuo took a look and saw that the live broadcast time was almost up, so he ended the call with the last fan and talked about the key points of this evening's live broadcast. Dear fans, Yushi will bring new works to you in a while. This new work is not a new drama or a new movie, but a song album. Please support Yushi's new work when the time comes. This is the end of tonight's live broadcast. Thank you for your company tonight. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. Qin Junshuo said goodbye to everyone and went off the air. After the live broadcast, Qin Junshuo lay on the chair and took a long breath, then stood up and began to pack up the live broadcast equipment. In fact, the only thing he had to pack was a mobile phone stand. After Qin Junshuo packed up his things, Wang Shuliang pushed the door open and walked in. Not bad, not bad. Today's live broadcast was quite good. Qin Junshuo turned his head and looked at Wang Shuliang, raising his eyebrows slightly. What? Were you watching my live broadcast just now? Well, I watched it for a while later, and happened to catch you fighting against your haters. It made me feel really good. Wang Shuliang smiled while leaning against the wall. Qin Junshuo packed up the guitar and handed it to Wang Shuliang. It's just right that you're here. Please help me return the guitar. I'll treat you guys to milk tea tomorrow. Wang Shuliang took the guitar and then looked at Qin Junshuo. I feel like you're going to be famous. Me? I'm famous. Not really. Qin Junshuo shook his head. Take a look at our teacher chat group. Wang Shuliang gestured. What's so good about this? Qin Junshuo curled his lips and picked up his phone to check the teacher's group. The teacher group is not very large. It only includes some teachers and professors from the law school. They chat in it when they are free. When they are unable to attend class due to something, they can ask the teacher to cover the class for them. It is not a work chat group. It would have been better if Qin Junshuo hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was shocked. Wang Qingping, there is a teacher in our college who is married to a celebrity. Do you know who it is? Chen Wei, R? Is this true? Li Wenjiang? Tell me about Mr. Wang quickly. Shinjusen, I have prepared the watermelon. Mr. Wang, please tell me. Wang Qingping is the Professor Wang who has a good relationship with Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo looked through the chat records and fortunately, Professor Wang disappeared after posting the first message. Qin Junshuo thought about it and since his relationship with Liu Yushi was already public, he wasn't afraid of these things. He then decided to follow the trend and sent a message, tell me quickly, I want to eat some melons. The next second, Professor Wang immediately sent a message. Wang Qingping, at Qin Junshuo, isn't it you and Liu Yushi who are getting married? Wang Qingping, it's the star who performed at the last New Year's Eve party. Chen Wei? Li Wenjiang? Shinjusen, at Qin Junshuo you are such a secretive person. Last year, I asked you if you wanted to date, but you flatly refused. Now you are marrying a celebrity? When did it happen? Why didn't you inform me? Professor Shinjusen had a very good relationship with Qin Junshuo when he was studying for his master's degree. At that time, she even wanted to introduce him to a girl. Liu Zidin, at Qin Junshuo Xiao Qin happy wedding. Qin Junshuo originally wanted to reply to Shinjusen, but he didn't expect the dean to come down and eat spectacles and congratulate him on his wedding. The group chat became lively in an instant. Everyone was congratulating Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi on their wedding. Even Wang Shuliang, who was standing next to Qin Junshuo, followed suit and posted a message wishing him a happy wedding. Qin Junshuo looked up at Wang Shuliang after seeing his message. No, what are you talking about? Wang Shuliang shrugged with a playful look on his face, I'll send a message to everyone. Qin Junshuo rubbed his eyebrows, thought about it and decided to send a red envelope with a value of 1,000 yuan. The red envelopes were for 40 teachers except himself. After the red envelope was sent out, Qin Junshuo also sent a message. Qin Junshuo, thank you all for your blessings. As a token of my appreciation, please buy some wedding candy for us. The red envelopes were sent out and all were received in less than a minute. The luckiest person turned out to be Professor Wang. After sending the message, Qin Junshuo looked up at Wang Shuliang and asked, "How much red envelope did you get?" 15. Wang Shuliang shrugged. "Oh, is it okay for you to bring me some breakfast tomorrow?" "Of course, it's no problem. I'm leaving first and going back to prepare the PPT for tomorrow's class." After saying that, Wang Shuliang took his guitar and left Qin Junshuo's dormitory, closing the door behind him. After reading a few blessings sent to him by other teachers, Qin Junshuo stopped paying attention to the group chat messages, picked up his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Less than half an hour after Qin Junshuo's live broadcast ended, 3 trending searches slowly entered the top 100 trending searches. Liu Yuxi new album. Brother Shoror violently criticized haters. Brother Shoror, there is a long way to go. Especially the first one has already made it into the top 10 hot searches. After Qin Junshuo came out of the shower, he found that Liu Yuxi had called him several times. Qin Junshuo was blowing his hair with one hand while calling Liu Yuxi back with the other. Liu Yuxi answered the call immediately. "Good evening." Liu Yuxi said with a smile, "I see your live broadcast is going well." Qin Junshuo answered while blowing his hair, "Fortunately, it should be considered smooth. By the way, did you promote my live broadcast?" "A lot of people came as soon as I started." Qin Junshuo asked the question that was puzzled in his mind that night. "Yes, our operation team are all administrators in the fan group, so let her warm you up in the fan group." Liu Yuxi said with a smile. "I was working on the album tonight, so I didn't watch your live broadcast, but it looks like the effect should be pretty good. After all, it's on the hot search again." What's on the trending search?" Qin Junshuo asked puzzledly. "It was your criticism of that irrational CP fan that was posted on Weibo by my fandom, and then became a hot topic." After Liu Yuxi finished explaining, she said, "I took a look and it was pretty good." Qin Junshuo finished drying his hair and put away the hairdryer, saying, "It's okay, I just told the facts." "What are you doing now?" Liu Yuxi asked. Qin Junshuo picked up the phone, put it to his ear, put away the hairdryer and said, "I just took a shower and plan to go to bed. I'll be there at 8 tomorrow morning." "Huh? You're ready for bed so soon?" "I'm still having a midnight snack." "Eating midnight snack?" Qin Junshuo teased, "Why? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by Sister Shi if you eat midnight snack?" "Don't worry, she agrees with me to eat it," Liu Yuxi said confidently. Har har har, then eat slowly, don't be in a hurry," Qin Junshuo said with a smile. "That." Liu Yuxi suddenly became a little hesitant. "Huh? What's wrong?" Qin Junshuo asked. Chapter 59 Early Graduation. Liu Yuxi on the other end of the phone was silent for a while and then said softly, "It's okay." Qin Junshuo frowned slightly, wondering if Liu Yuxi had encountered something that she couldn't solve and needed his help but was too embarrassed to ask. After thinking for a while, Qin Junshuo shook his head and decided not to worry too much and said, "Yuxi, if you encounter something that you can't solve and need my help, just let me know. We won't have to hide things from each other. I will help you solve the problems that I can solve, and I will do my best to help you solve the problems that I cannot solve." A high-end apartment in Shanghai. Sitting on the bed wrapped in a quilt, Liu Yuxi felt a warm feeling flowing through her heart when she heard Qin Junshuo say this. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with tenderness. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to muster up the courage and whispered, "I just missed you a little." Qin Junshuo was stunned when he heard Liu Yuxi say this. He originally thought that Liu Yuxi had encountered something that she couldn't handle, but he didn't expect it to be this. Qin Junshuo was silent for a while and then a smile appeared on his face. "Yeah, I kind of missed you, too." After saying that, Qin Junshuo immediately changed the subject and said, "It's getting late. I'm going to bed. I have to go to class tomorrow. You should go to bed early too. Good night." "Good night." After Qin Junshuo hung up the phone, Liu Yuxi held the phone in her hand and stared at it. "I kind of missed you, too." The words Qin Junshuo said kept repeating over and over in Liu Yuxi's mind. While Liu Yuxi was in a daze, the sound of Wang Tangxi knocking on the door was heard. "Yuxi, can I come in?" Wang Tangshi's voice and the knock on the door brought Liu Yushi back to her senses. Of course, I haven't slept yet. After hearing Liu Yushi's reply, Wang Tangshi pushed open the door and walked in with a plate of fruit. Eating some fruit before going to bed is good for beautifying your face. I've put it on the table for you. You have to get up early tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we are going to Hongju to shoot Running Man, so we have to fly there a day in advance. Wang Tangshi put a plate of fruit on the table and then instructed. Yes, we're going tomorrow. After we finish filming Running Man, we'll rush back to Shanghai to continue our promotion. Wang Tangshi nodded. All right. Well, you should rest early. I will go back to sleep first and take you to Hongju tomorrow. After saying this, Wang Tangshi turned and left. After she left, Liu Yushi reached out and took the plate on the bedside table and slowly ate the fruit, humming a song while eating, looking very happy. 7:30 the next morning. Qin Junshuo woke up and got up to wash. After washing, he prepared the things he needed for class this morning and prepared to go out. Before going out, Qin Junshuo went to the balcony to take a look. It didn't rain again in Ludao this morning, but the weather was still gloomy. Qin Junshuo picked up his phone to check today's weather, which was cloudy turning to light moderate rain. To be on the safe side, Qin Junshuo decided to go out with an umbrella and walked all the way from Lingyun Dormitory to Nanan Building. Because it had rained for several consecutive days, Qin Junshuo could still feel the dampness around him while walking on the road. After arriving at Nanan Building, Qin Junshuo went to the classroom where he was going to attend class, found a seat in the middle and sat down, then picked up his phone and sent a good morning message to Liu Yushi. Unexpectedly, Liu Yushi replied immediately after Qin Junshuo sent the message. Qin Junshuo, morning. Liu Yushi, morning. Qin Junshuo, get up so early. Liu Yushi, yes, we are going to Hongju to record Running Man tomorrow. It will probably take a day. Sister Shi and I have to go a day in advance. Now we are on our way to the airport. Liu Yushi, have you eaten since you got up so early? Qin Junshuo, no, I wasn't very hungry when I got up this morning, so I didn't go to eat. I'll eat after class. Liu Yushi, not having breakfast is bad for your stomach. Remember to have breakfast next time. Qin Junshuo, I see. Did you have breakfast? Liu Yushi, of course I did. I ate an egg and a glass of milk. Hands on hips.jpg. Qin Junshuo, the temperature has dropped over there recently. You should wear more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Liu Yushi, hey, I know. You should also wear more clothes. It's colder over there than over here. It's starting to warm up here. Qin Junshuo, okay. At this time, a figure was standing behind Qin Junshuo, silently watching it chatting with Liu Yushi. Wang Qingping coughed a few times and said, Xiao Qin. When Qin Junshuo heard the voice, he subconsciously turned his phone screen to look behind him, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Wang Qingping. Mr. Wang, give me a scare. Qin Junshuo pretended to be frightened by Wang Qingping, put down his phone, and quickly touched his chest to comfort himself. It's good enough. Your acting has been getting worse recently. Wang Qingping rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo. When Qin Junshuo saw that Wang Qingping had seen through him, he smiled awkwardly. I'm just kidding you. Wang Qingping asked calmly, how is your paper going? Fine. Qin Junshuo looked up at Wang Qingping and asked in confusion, Mr. Wang, why are you asking me how my paper is going so soon after the semester started? Wang Qingping said calmly, I think you can apply for early graduation next year or the year after. After all, you have studied most of the courses in your master's degree, so it won't be a problem to apply for early graduation in 2 to 3 years. I happened to talk about you when I was chatting with the dean yesterday. We think you have reached the required academic level. It won't be difficult for you to apply for early graduation if you work hard. Graduate early. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly and answered truthfully, it's very difficult to graduate early. I'm afraid I'm a little tired. Wang Qingping reached out and patted Qin Junshuo on the shoulder and said, I think it is not difficult to publish 2 Class C papers with your ability. Qin Junshuo pursed his lips and said after a while, I'll try my best. I wanted to stay for another 4 years. It's a bit stressful that you suddenly told me that I can graduate early, Mr. Wang. Take your time. There is still time. After saying this, Wang Qingping walked to the podium with his briefcase in his hands and waited for the students to arrive. Since this class was taken together with the Master of Law's students, the classroom was soon filled with students. Wang Shuliang, who arrived late, took some effort to find Qin Junshuo's seat and sat down next to him. After sitting down, Wang Shuliang placed a bowl of soy milk and fried dough sticks on his table. I promised you the breakfast I would bring you yesterday. When Qin Junshuo saw breakfast, he remembered that he had told Wang Shuliang a joke yesterday, but he didn't expect him to take it seriously. Thank you. Qin Junshuo thanked him. Wang Shuliang waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter." Qin Junshuo took a sip of soy milk from the straw, turned his head and looked at Wang Shuliang and asked, "By the way, can you meet the requirements for early graduation?" Chapter 60. Damn, isn't this teacher Qin? Have I met the requirements for early graduation? Wang Shuliang thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I don't know if I can meet the requirements for applying for early graduation, but I feel that if I apply, I can try to apply for early graduation in the third year." Why do you suddenly ask this? Wang Shuliang looked at Qin Junshuo with a puzzled look. Qin Junshuo drank some soy milk, rubbed his nose, and said helplessly, "Mr. Wang just told me that I can apply for early graduation. He said that I have reached the required academic level. If I write 2 Class C papers, I can try to apply for early graduation in the second year." So fast. But there's nothing wrong with what Mr. Wang said. After all, you took a lot of doctoral courses when you were a master's student. Wang Shuliang used his fingers to count for Qin Junshuo. We have 3 requirements for graduation. The first is to meet the research achievement requirements for applying for a doctoral degree. You can solve this with 2 first-class C papers. The second is to pass the courses and reach the required academic level. Needless to say, you can easily do this. Finally, there is a graduation defense, which is not difficult for you. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang and said, "You make it sound so easy. 2 Class C articles can kill me." Wang Shuliang shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I don't think it will be a big problem for you, the king of the role. You can try to sprint when the time comes. It looks like you can graduate in 2 years." Qin Junshuo picked up the dough sticks and took 2 bites, saying, "I will be very rushed this way." After he finished speaking, Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang and raised his eyebrows. "If you are willing to work with me to graduate 2 years early, I would be happy to give it a try." Wang Shuliang immediately said unhappily, "Come on, forget it. At best, I can only meet the requirements for applying for early graduation in my third year. My courses are far behind yours." Qin Junshuo packed up his breakfast and put it into a bag. He wiped his mouth with the tissue he brought with him and said, "Then we can graduate together in the third year. This way I won't have to rush." Wang Shuliang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, we can rush in then." After the 2 finished talking, the bell rang and class began. The class time goes by very quickly, especially when you study seriously. At 10:05, the bell rang on time. Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo packed up their things and left the classroom. Before leaving, Qin Junshuo threw the garbage created in the morning into the trash can. The 2 walked side by side on the road, and Qin Junshuo asked casually, "Do you want to go eat now?" Wang Shuliang shook his head and said, "I still have freshman classes to attend later." "Oh, okay, then you go, I'll go back to the dormitory," Qin Junshuo said. "Okay." Wang Shuliang nodded, and then the 2 separated. Qin Junshuo walked back to the dormitory and entered the Nanguang restaurant. He originally planned to pack a lunch to eat in the dormitory, but Qin Junshuo suddenly didn't want to eat anymore. He felt that he was still full and it would be a waste if he couldn't finish the food. After thinking about it, he left the restaurant and went back to the dormitory. When they were halfway there, a drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. Fortunately, Qin Junshuo had brought an umbrella. Qin Junshuo returned to the dormitory holding an umbrella. After returning to the dormitory, he sat on a chair, turned on his computer and started writing his final paper in advance. Qin Junshuo had just put his hands on the keyboard when the phone beside him started ringing. Qin Junshuo picked up the phone and found that it was a video call from Liu Yushi, so he temporarily turned off the computer and answered her call. After the call was connected, Liu Yushi's cute little face appeared in the camera. Qin Junshuo saw that the scene behind Liu Yushi looked a bit like a hotel, so he asked, "Are we at the hotel?" Liu Yushi nodded and said, "Well, we just arrived at the hotel. Did you go to eat?" Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "I had breakfast this morning." Liu Yushi narrowed her eyes, do you think I'm a fool? Didn't you say you didn't eat breakfast? I kept it in mind and called you to ask you to eat. Qin Junshuo explained, Shu Liang brought me breakfast this morning and I ate it. I see. Then you don't need to eat now. So what are you doing now? Qin Junshuo turned the camera around and showed the computer to Liu Yushi. I was planning to write a paper. After showing the computer to Liu Yushi, he immediately turned the camera back. So are you going to Hongju now to prepare for tomorrow's filming? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi smiled and said, that's not the case. Sister Shi and I are going to take a break and go shopping in the afternoon. After all, we have a guest meeting in the evening. Going shopping again. Qin Junshuo leaned back in his chair and smiled. What are you going to buy? Just strolling around. Liu Yushi said. Oh, okay. Liu Yushi asked, would you like some Hongju specialties? I'll buy some and mail it to you. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, no need. Okay. Liu Yushi pouted. Then I won't disturb you from writing your paper. You're busy. We can chat when you're free. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, okay, I'll call you back when I'm free this afternoon. Yeah. After the two said goodbye, Liu Yushi hung up the phone and Qin Junshuo began to write his thesis. A classroom in Building A of the Political Science and Law School. Chen Lingling was sitting on a chair with headphones on, watching short videos. Her class this morning was a rather boring open class, so she started playing with her mobile phone when she had nothing to do. So the amateur boyfriends of celebrities are also so good at dealing with haters. When Chen Lingling heard the title-like opening of this entertainment marketing account, she lost interest and planned to watch the next video. As soon as her finger slid to the next video, Chen Lingling suddenly wanted to eat the melon from the previous video, so she returned to the previous video. After all, the melon was still quite delicious. Chen Lingling skipped the title opening and went straight to the main film at double speed. Why are you changing the subject? Are you afraid to say it? Are you afraid of bringing bad luck to your male star? You don't even dare to mention a simple name, so I can understand that you are bringing bad luck to your brother, right? A familiar voice came into Chen Lingling's headphones. Chen Lingling was stunned when she saw the familiar fair and handsome face. Damn, isn't this teacher Qin? Chen Lingling quickly pulled her roommate over and said, oh my god, I was just eating melons and found out that our criminal law teacher Qin is Liu Yushi's husband. Liu Yushi? Is that the Liu Yushi who performed at the New Year's Eve party last time? Chen Lingling's roommate quickly looked at the video and spoke. Chen Lingling nodded and said, yes. I won her autographed photo on New Year's Day. I think she has a very gentle personality and I follow her Weibo and plan to support her new drama. As a result, during the Chinese New Year, she suddenly announced an amateur husband. I even went to watch the show. No wonder I felt that teacher Qin was familiar. It turned out that I had seen his photo before. Chapter 61 Qin Junshuo is recognized by fans. Could we ask teacher Qin to help us get 2 autographed photos? Chen Lingling's roommate asked in a low voice. Chen Lingling looked troubled. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, this is a matter of Professor Qin's personal privacy, so it's really not appropriate. Let's just forget about it and not trouble him. Chen Lingling's roommate thought about it and felt that what she said made a lot of sense, so she didn't say anything more. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. Qin Junshuo, who was writing his thesis in his dormitory, was unaware that his identity had been discovered by his students. At this moment, Qin Junshuo saved the paper document that he had not yet finished writing, then closed his computer, stood up, and stretched. Stretching feels so good, my back is sore from sitting for so long. Qin Junshuo moved around a bit, then picked up his phone to check the time and realized it was already 1 p.m. He no longer felt full. After thinking for a moment, Qin Junshuo decided to go out to find food. After making his decision, Qin Junshuo went to the balcony to check if it was still raining outside. Unfortunately, a light drizzle is still falling from the sky and continuously dripping onto the ground. Qin Junshuo could only take his umbrella and head to the Qinya canteen, which was closest to his dormitory. Upon arriving at Qinya canteen, Qin Junshuo skillfully went to queue up at the braised chicken rice restaurant he had eaten at the day before. While he was in line, Qin Junshuo turned his head and noticed that several girls seemed to be secretly looking at him as they passed by. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly, as if he suddenly sensed something amiss. Although he had some doubts, he still ordered first and sat down at an empty seat. How strange, it feels like so many people are turning around to look at me. Qin Junshuo kept thinking to himself, wondering if the reason he was getting so many stares was because he was wearing his clothes inside out or something, and he even checked his outfit. Black clothes, white coat, and the clothes weren't worn inside out or anything, the outfit was perfectly normal. After checking that his outfit was fine, Qin Junshuo's expression became increasingly strange. He frowned and lowered his head to think about whether there could be other reasons. Suddenly, a girl next to him stopped in her tracks. A timid female voice rang out. "Hello, are you Brother Shoror?" Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo looked up at the source of the voice and saw that it was a shy female college student wearing black-rimmed glasses. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Junshuo decided to admit his identity and nodded, saying, "Yes, may I ask what you need me for?" Brother Shoror, could you get me a Shibao card for me?" As the girl spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, perhaps because she was too shy, so Qin Junshuo couldn't hear what she was saying. However, he could roughly guess that the girl had come to ask for Liu Yuxi's autographed photo. What Qin Junshuo was curious about was why the girl in front of him recognized him. Could it be that she had watched his live stream yesterday? Seeing that Qin Junshuo did not answer, the girl quickly said, "Shoror, Brother Shoror, it's okay if you don't want to." Qin Junshuo shook his head and smiled, "It's a small problem, nothing to worry about. Sit down first." The girl sat down a little embarrassed after hearing this, but she was still one seat away from Qin Junshuo. "How did you recognize me?" Qin Junshuo asked. I watched your live stream yesterday, and today I just happened to recognize you." The girl was a little nervous, and even her speech became somewhat incoherent. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous." After taking a few deep breaths, the girl said, "Okay." Although Qin Junshuo had prepared himself for the possibility of being recognized by Liu Yuxi's fans when he went out, he did not expect this day to come so soon. He was recognized today after just doing a live broadcast yesterday. "Was my live stream yesterday pretty good?" Qin Junshuo tried his best to act as if he was very familiar with the girl and casually asked. You did a fantastic job. I was especially impressed by your confrontation with the haters and your guitar performance." The girl nodded repeatedly. "Although you said you were a doctor of law, I didn't expect you to be from Ludao University. I was worried I might have mistaken someone for someone else, which would have been really embarrassing." "Har har, it's nothing, Qin Junshuo joked. "Strictly speaking, I'm still your senior. So don't be too nervous. Were you just asking me to get you a signed photo of Yuxi?" Qin Junshuo asked. The girl nodded a little shyly. "No problem, it's a small matter. It's just that Yuxi isn't in Xiamen right now, she's in Hongju filming a variety show. I'll get her contact information when I get back," Qin Junshuo explained. Okay, thank you for your help, Brother Shoror." "Brother Shoror, can I get your contact information?" the girl asked. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll send you a message when I get the autographed photo." Okay, Brother Shoror, will you scan me or should I scan you?" the girl said, taking out her phone. "I'll sweep you." Qin Junshuo added the girl on WeChat. After she accepted the friend request, she quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, Brother Shoror. I won't bother you any longer. I'll be going now. Bye-bye." Bye-bye. After saying goodbye to Qin Junshuo, the girl jogged away. Qin Junshuo got up to get the braised chicken rice he had ordered and returned to his seat. Qin Junshuo wasn't really keen on exchanging contact information with this girl, fearing his contact details might be leaked. However, this girl was, in a strict sense, the first fan he had met offline, and he felt awkward refusing her. After thinking for a moment, Qin Junshuo decided to cancel all channels that could add him to WeChat. Although this was a bit redundant, it would still ensure that he would not be harassed. Qin Junshuo had just put down his phone and was about to eat when a message notification suddenly came through. Qin Junshuo glanced at his phone and saw that it was a message from the girl who had just sent it. "Milk sorry, Brother Shoror, my name is Lin Qianqian. I'm so happy to meet you this afternoon. Milk sorry, wishing you and Shibao a long and lasting relationship, never to be separated." Qin Junshuo picked up his phone and thanked her, then added a note to her contact, Lin Qianqian fan who wanted an autographed photo. After making the notes, Qin Junshuo began to eat his lunch seriously, and after finishing his lunch, he returned to his dormitory to rest. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up, Qin Junshuo washed up briefly and then left the dormitory with his books to go to class. The class was rather dull and boring, even Qin Junshuo almost fell asleep. Fortunately, after the first period, the teacher had to leave early and the class was changed to self-study. Everyone in the classroom, including Qin Junshuo, got up and left. Just kidding, studying in the classroom is not as good as going back to the dormitory to write a thesis. Chapter 62 Liu Yushi's birthday. Qin Junshuo packed his things and left the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Qin Junshuo intended to go back to his dormitory, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly felt like having coffee, so he turned around and headed to the food street. After arriving at the training ground and taking the elevator down, Qin Junshuo used facial recognition to pass through the passage to a nearby coffee shop and ordered a latte. After placing his order, Qin Junshuo found a seat and quietly started watching short videos while waiting for his coffee to be ready. Before he could even watch 2 videos, Qin's mother suddenly called. Upon seeing this, Qin Junshuo answered the phone. "Hey mom, what's up?" Qin's mother's voice came through the phone receiver. "Yushi's birthday is coming up soon, have you prepared any gifts for her?" Yushi's birthday. Qin Junshuo was taken aback. After his mother reminded him, he seemed to realize that he didn't know when Liu Yushi's birthday was. When Qin Junshuo didn't speak, Qin's mother on the other end of the phone snorted, "You don't know her birthday yet." Qin Junshuo coughed a few times and said somewhat embarrassedly, I seem to have forgotten." "Forgot?" Qin's mother sneered. "You forgot your own wife's birthday. What am I supposed to say to you, Qin Junshuo? You have such a pig brain that you can remember everything, it's really unbelievable that you could forget your own wife's birthday." "Okay, mom, stop making sarcastic remarks. This is indeed my fault, and I will reflect on it." "You're so magnanimous, please give me a little reminder," Qin Junshuo said. Yushi's birthday is March 15th in the Gregorian calendar, which is February 2nd in the lunar calendar, the day of the Dragon Head Raising Festival. But she usually celebrates her birthday according to the Gregorian calendar. You'd better prepare well for her this time. If you mess it up, I'll never forgive you. After saying that, Qin's mother hung up the phone. Qin Junshuo put his phone on the table. He could tell his mother was a little angry. After all, in her old lady's eyes, Qin Junshuo, as Liu Yushi's husband, couldn't even remember his lover's birthday, which was simply asking for a scolding. Qin Junshuo rubbed his temples, then picked up his phone to check what day March 15th was. Today is March 7th, and there are still 8 days until Liu Yushi's birthday, which happens to be March 15th, next Friday. Just as Qin Junshuo was pondering how to throw a birthday party for Liu Yushi, the waiter brought up the coffee he had just ordered and placed it on the table. Qin Junshuo subconsciously thanked the waiter and then continued to think about Liu Yushi's birthday plans while drinking his coffee. After thinking for a while, Qin Junshuo had no good ideas, so he could only ask his strategist for help. 15 minutes later. "Why did you suddenly want to invite me for coffee today?" Wang Shuliang pulled over the chair opposite Qin Junshuo and sat down. "I need your help with something," Qin Junshuo said truthfully. "What is it? Just say it." Wang Shuliang picked up the coffee that Qin Junshuo had ordered in advance, took a sip, and said. Qin Junshuo asked, "How do you usually celebrate your girlfriend's birthday?" "What? You're planning to celebrate your partner's birthday?" Wang Shuliang raised an eyebrow, immediately guessing Qin Junshuo's intentions. "Yes," Qin Junshuo admitted. "When?" "Next Friday. It's actually quite simple." Wang Shuliang put down his coffee, shrugged, and continued, "The two of you go out for a stroll, watch a movie together, and then have a romantic dinner. That's it. Shopping? Catching a movie? A romantic dinner. Isn't this a bit too cliché?" Qin Junshuo asked. Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo, then explained, "This is a universal formula for couples dates, you can just apply it without thinking." "Is this reliable?" Qin Junshuo was still a little hesitant. Wang Shuliang gave an okay sign and said, 100% reliable. After saying that, Wang Shuliang picked up his coffee, took a sip, and casually asked, "So, have you prepared your birthday present yet? Is it possible that I just found out her birthday?" Qin Junshuo said. That's impressive, Wang Shuliang said, giving a thumbs up in praise. Qin Junshuo lowered his head, thinking about what kind of birthday gift he should give. Ring? Earrings? Lipstick? Cosmetics? Clothes? Bag? Bracelet? Necklace? Seeing that Qin Junshuo was thinking, Wang Shuliang thought for a moment and then reminded her, if you'd like, you could go to the Nanpuchuo temple next door and ask her for a safety bracelet as a birthday gift. That would be a pretty good birthday gift, and it has a nice meaning. I'll think about it, Qin Junshuo nodded. Or you could choose something she likes as a gift, Wang Shuliang added. Upon hearing Wang Shuliang's words, Qin Junshuo couldn't help but ponder what Liu Yushi liked. What did she like? After thinking for a long time, Qin Junshuo still couldn't remember what Liu Yushi liked. Seeing Qin Junshuo's worried expression, Wang Shuliang asked uncertainly, don't you know what she likes? Qin Junshuo looked up at Wang Shuliang, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Qin Junshuo's answer left Wang Shuliang speechless. You're probably going to her workplace to find her, right? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, I didn't have any classes on Friday afternoon, so I flew to Shanghai to see her. In that case, why don't you buy some flowers? Wang Shuliang suggested. Buying flowers? That's fine. Qin Junshuo nodded. Wang Shuliang took out his phone and showed Qin Junshuo some of the prettiest flowers. You choose, see which one looks better. Qin Junshuo looked around and finally his eyes fell on the pink roses. Let's take this pink rose, it looks pretty. Qin Junshuo handed the phone back to Wang Shuliang after making his selection. Pink roses are indeed quite nice. You can buy them from a flower shop when you get to Shanghai, Wang Shuliang said, putting away his phone. As for a birthday present, Qin Junshuo stroked his chin and looked at Wang Shuliang. How about an Nanpuchuo temple safety bracelet plus a necklace? I think it's all right, Wang Shuliang said, taking a sip of coffee. Okay, it's settled then. I'll handle the rest myself. After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he got up to leave, and Wang Shuliang followed him out. The two walked and talked, and finally decided to eat malartang, a spicy hot pot dish. After finishing their spicy hot pot, the two returned to their dormitory. Fortunately, Wang Shuliang had just arrived on an electric scooter, so they got back to the dormitory in just a few minutes. After saying goodbye to Wang Shuliang at the entrance of his dormitory, Qin Junshuo pushed open the door and went inside. The room was pitch black at the moment, but Qin Junshuo turned on the light, and the whole room was instantly illuminated. After placing the book on the table, Qin Junshuo lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking to himself, I wonder if she will like this gift. Chapter 63, Choosing a Birthday Gift for Liu Yushi. 2 days later. March 9th, Saturday, 6 days before Liu Yushi's birthday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Qin Junshuo arrived at Nanpuchuo Temple to choose a birthday gift for Liu Yushi. Because Qin Junshuo had made an appointment in advance, he was able to enter the temple quickly. After entering the temple, Qin Junshuo did not wander around. He went to the incense distribution point to collect incense and offered it, and then went straight to the shop selling bracelets behind the Great Compassion Hall. Qin Junshuo arrived at the shop in a few minutes. Perhaps because it was still too early, there were no worshippers in the shop yet buying bracelets. Qin Junshuo walked to the counter and directly consulted the salesperson. Hello, do you have purple lily of the valley glass bracelets and pink lily of the valley glass bracelets here? Yes, please wait a moment while I get it for you. After the waiter finished speaking, he got up and left. A short while later, the waiter returned with 2 bracelets and placed them on the table. Hello, this is the bracelet you wanted. Qin Junshuo picked up the 2 bracelets and looked at them. Although the names of the purple lily of the valley and pink lily of the valley bracelets were similar, they were quite different. The accessory for the purple lily of the valley glass piece is a gold devouring beast, while the accessory for the pink lily of the valley glass piece is a small peach blossom. When the waiter saw that Qin Junshuo didn't know how to choose, he introduced 2 bracelets to him. Sir, this purple lily of the valley symbolizes good fortune, happiness, a bright future, and success in your career. The pink lily of the valley symbolizes peace and joy. If you are single, it also symbolizes attracting love. If you are in a relationship, it symbolizes strengthening your relationship. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo turned his gaze to the pink lily of the valley glass in his other hand. Actually, Qin Junshuo wasn't quite sure what color Liu Yushi liked, but to be fair, this pink lily of the valley glass was prettier and had a better texture than the purple lily of the valley glass, and it was more suitable for girls to wear. Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and asked, "What is the price of this pink lily of the valley glass?" "The price of pink lily of the valley is 80 yuan, and the price of purple lily of the valley is 66 yuan, the service desk replied. Qin Junshuo took out his phone, paid 80 yuan, picked up the pink lily of the valley glass, and said, "I'll buy this. The money's gone." "Okay, welcome back next time." After buying the pink lily of the valley glass, Qin Junshuo left Nanputuo Temple. His next stop was a jewelry store where he would buy another gift for Liu Yushi. Upon arriving at a nearby jewelry store, Qin Junshuo opened the door and a sales assistant came up to introduce the products. "Welcome, sir. How can I help you? I want to give a female friend a birthday gift. Do you have any recommendations?" Qin Junshuo asked. "There are many kinds, depending on what kind you want to give. We have bracelets, earrings, and the like. Do you have a no trouble plaque?" "Yes, please follow me, this way please." The sales assistant led Qin Junshuo to the wuxia brand section, saying, "You can take a look. Because the wuxia brand comes in different sizes, there are also differences in price. Our most popular sizes are 5 or 10 grams. If you have gold at home, we can also help you make it, but there will be a handling fee of 20 yuan per gram," the sales assistant explained. "What's the price of gold per gram today?" Qin Junshuo asked. "Today, the price of gold is 480 yuan per gram." Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "Get me a 10-gram, no worries amulet." The sales assistant's face lit up when she saw that Qin Junshuo wanted to buy something, and she immediately said, "Please wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. I'll be waiting for you at the front desk." After saying that, Qin Junshuo went to the cashier to wait for the sales assistant. A short while later, a sales assistant came over, holding a sign and a certificate. "Hello, sir. This is our 10-gram, no problem, badge. Please take a look." The sales assistant handed the badge to Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo took it and looked at it. Feeling that it was pretty good, he said, "It's good. I'm glad you're satisfied. Now I'll take you to weigh yourself again." After speaking, the sales assistant led Qin Junshuo to the scale, and Qin Junshuo handed the "nothing to worry about" sign to the sales assistant. The sales assistant cut off the label on the "no problem" sign and then weighed it on the scale. "Sir, please take a look." Qin Junshuo glanced at it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he asked the sales assistant to pack it up on the spot, and then he took the small bag and went to the cashier to pay. After Qin Junshuo paid the bill, the sales assistant gave him a red string to wear as a "no worries" charm. After leaving the house, Qin Junshuo went straight back to school. Although it's the weekend, Qin Junshuo doesn't plan to go home and will stay in his dormitory. After returning to school, Qin Junshuo carried the gifts and planned to first go to the Qinya canteen to get a meal to take back to his dormitory. As luck would have it, Qin Junshuo ran into Wang Shuliang, who had just come out of Qinya restaurant. Seeing the bag Qin Junshuo was carrying, Wang Shuliang teased, "Wow, you're buying gifts so early." Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "Yes, I went to Nanputuo Temple and bought that pink lily of the valley, and then went to a jewelry store and bought a 'nothing to worry about' amulet. Wait a minute, I'll go get some food too, we can go back together on the way." Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the door," Wang Shuliang said. A few minutes later, Qin Junshuo came out with his food and returned to the dormitory with Wang Shuliang. The two chatted as they walked. "How's your thesis coming along?" Wang Shuliang asked. "It's barely a third of the way there. I wrote it slowly, and I revised it on the spot whenever I felt something was wrong," Qin Junshuo replied. "Wow, you've already reached a third of the way. I still don't know how to write the paper." "I'm still thinking about the beginning," Wang Shuliang said helplessly. Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang with some surprise upon hearing this. "You've started writing a thesis too?" Wang Shuliang blinked. "Can't I write it?" Qin Junshuo smiled and said, "Of course you can write it, but I was a little surprised to hear that you want to write a thesis. What's so surprising? Have you forgotten? I promised to graduate early with you. Some of our courses require writing academic papers to complete. If I don't work harder now, I definitely won't be able to keep up with you later, Wang Shuliang explained. Keep up the good work. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After all, I'm a little bit better at writing papers than you. The two chatted for a short while before arriving at the dormitory. Wang Shuliang originally wanted to go back to his own dormitory to eat, but after thinking about it, he decided to go to Qin Junshuo's dormitory to eat together. Inside Qin Junshuo's dormitory, Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang each sat at the desk eating their meal, sharing food with each other from time to time. Halfway through the meal, Wang Shuliang said, "You should send me Liu Yushi's Nothing Happens plaque so I can see what it says." Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo casually handed the "nothing to do" sign containing a small bag to Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang took them and looked at them one by one, but the most important thing was the certificate for their no incident plaque. Goodness, 10 grams. How much does this cost? Chapter 64. So, how's your progress going? 4008. 480 per gram, Qin Junshuo replied while eating. So expensive. No discounts? Wang Shuliang asked in surprise. No. Qin Junshuo shook his head. When Wen and I went to buy gold rings, it was only 460 yuan per gram. We even got a discount of almost 100 yuan. You didn't get any discount at all. I feel like I'm losing out. 4,800, that's almost half a month's salary for us, Wang Shuliang continued. But you know what, she's quite pretty. When I get my salary, I might consider buying Wen a 5-gram bag. After seeing their "nothing happened" sign, Wang Shuliang put it back and then turned to look at Qin Junshuo. By the way, how's your progress going? Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo stopped eating and turned to look at Wang Shuliang. Why are you suddenly asking this? Wang Shuliang shrugged and said, "It's nothing, just asking." Can't you tell me? There hasn't been much progress, Qin Junshuo replied truthfully. Not much progress. What do you mean? Wang Shuliang asked. It's pretty much the same as our previous relationship, Qin Junshuo explained. Wang Shuliang was taken aback. You're not planning to confess your feelings? Confess your feelings? No. Qin Junshuo shook his head. I plan to confess my feelings after I get to know her better. Get to know me better before confessing? What do you mean? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, think about it yourself. I don't even know what she likes, how am I supposed to confess my feelings? But don't you like her? I like her, but I don't know her. I think if I want to date her, I should at least know her interests and hobbies. I know one of her habits now, she eats cilantro but not scallions. Since we are currently living together, it's easier for me to get to know her. There's no rush to confess. I will confess no later than the day before my birthday, Qin Junshuo said. The day before your birthday. I remember your birthday is the 8th day of the 7th lunar month, so the latest day you confessed your love was the Qixi festival. Wang Shuliang looked at Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo nodded and said, I will confess my feelings by that day at the latest. That's fine too. Confessing your love on Qixi festival is a good day, Wang Shuliang nodded. Qin Junshuo took a bite of his chicken leg and said, so, we can hold off on the progress for now. I personally think that getting to know her is the most important thing. If you think it's okay, then do it your way. Would you like to go out for a walk tonight? Wang Shuliang asked. Go shopping? Where should we go shopping? Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang. Anything is fine, we can go to Coconut Breeze Village, Baicheng Beach, or Huangshui Beach, or even just stroll around Zhongshan Road if all else fails, Wang Shuliang said nonchalantly. Coconut Breeze Village, Baicheng Beach, Huangshui Beach, Zhongshan Road. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo looked at Wang Shuliang with a strange expression. Are you all right? We're two grown men, going to do this. Besides, is Coconut Breeze Village even fun at night? Going to Zhongshan Road is something I might consider, since I'd like to try out an escape room. But as for Baicheng Beach or Huangshui Beach, my opinion is that it's better to just sleep in the dorm. Qin Junshuo pouted, looking disgusted. Question mark. Don't you love White City Beach anymore? You guessed it. Who in their right mind would go to Baicheng Beach so late at night? We might as well go get some skewers. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes at Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang thought for a moment and said, that seems to make sense. Having some skewers isn't a bad idea. Why don't you invite a few people? Eating skewers with just 2 people feels a bit boring. Come on, my social circle is so small. You know almost everyone I know. It's more like you're the one calling me names, Qin Junshuo continued. Besides, I'm not free tonight. I have to write my thesis. If you want to have fun, go find your own way. You're writing another paper. Are you going to try and drag me down again? Wang Shuliang glared at Qin Junshuo. Stop, I never said I was going to take you out. You're the one who wanted to go out and have fun on your own, Qin Junshuo corrected. I haven't been out to play in a long time, why don't you come with me to Robinson Plaza to play King of Fighters? We can play some arcade games too, since we haven't played games together in a long time, Wang Shuliang suggested. The King of Fighters. Qin Junshuo raised an eyebrow. You're definitely going to play with me. Of course, I was a top-notch player when I played King of Fighters back in the day. Wang Shuliang raised an eyebrow. Qin Junshuo packed up his lunchbox and threw it into the trash can, saying, if you have time in the afternoon, go out and have some fun. When you're done, have dinner outside and come back to write your thesis in the evening. Isn't this arrangement quite good? Wang Shuliang's eyes lit up. That works too. Qin Junshuo glanced at the time on his phone. It's only 11:30 now, let's take a nap first, and meet at 2 p.m. Okay. Wang Shuliang nodded. After finishing the last few bites of his meal, Wang Shuliang packed up his trash, threw it in the trash can, and returned to his dormitory. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After meeting up downstairs at the dormitory, Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo went to Robinson Plaza together. Qin Junshuo went directly to the parking lot, drove Wang Shuliang there. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at Robinson Square. After parking the car, Qin Junshuo led Wang Shuliang to the 3rd floor of Robinson Plaza, where there was a game-themed hall with the arcade games he used to play in elementary school. Qin Junshuo and Wang Shuliang each bought 20 coins and went to the arcade area to choose a machine and sit down. Wang Shuliang fiddled with the joystick and sighed, it's been so long since I played this. I used to play it in junior high school, and now I'm about to start a family and build a career. Back then, it cost 1 yuan per coin to play one game. Now it costs 2 coins and 2 yuan to play one game. While the economy is growing, prices are also rising, Qin Junshuo said calmly. Never mind that, I'm going to beat you until you scream in pain today. Wang Shuliang curled his lip. Which version do you want to play? King of Fighters 97? Or 2002? Or the 10th anniversary edition? Qin Junshuo asked casually. It must be the 10th anniversary. After selecting the game, Wang Shuliang immediately inserted coins to choose his character. He quickly chose his characters, K999, Ice Maiden, and Mai Shiranui. Wait a minute, let me play a game first to get a feel for it, Wang Shuliang said. After Wang Shuliang played 2 rounds against the AI and felt his skills were on fire, he immediately looked at Qin Junshuo. Come on, get on the plane. Okay. Qin Junshuo immediately inserted a coin to enter the game and quickly selected 3 characters. Rugal, Iari Yagami, Robert. Wang Shuliang's battle order is Mai Shiranui, K999, Ice Maiden. Qin Junshuo's battle order is Rugal, Iari Yagami, Robert. Should I give way to you? Wang Shuliang teased. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded. After entering the game, Wang Shuliang, controlling Mai Shiranui, threw out a small fan. Upon seeing this, Qin Junshuo simultaneously pressed the A and B keys to control Rugal to dodge the fan. Without hesitation, Wang Shuliang unleashed Mai Shiranui's ultimate move, Nine-Tailed Fox. Qin Junshuo used the same trick as before, dodging the fatal blow with the A-B keys. Finally, the instant Shiranui Mai landed, Qin Junshuo used Rugal's basic attack combo of light and heavy attacks to hit Shiranui Mai. When her health was down to 2/3, he decisively released Rugal's ultimate move, Death Strike, which instantly killed Shiranui Mai. In an instant, Wang Shuliang was dumbfounded. Author's note on the launch of Chapter 65. Hello everyone, I am the author Dongmore Taxwillan, you can call me Xiao. I originally planned to release it on February 1st, but my editor informed me yesterday that the book's data wasn't very good, and it probably wouldn't be included in the subsequent new book recommendations, so I had to release it today. Well, I have a lot to say about how it's about to be released. To be honest, I personally think my writing skills for romance novels are a bit lacking, and many details are not well described. I am very grateful for the support and suggestions from many readers along the way. The biggest flaw of this book in the author's opinion. First, there are too many typos, resulting in awkward sentences. The rest is actually fine. After all, there are as many interpretations as there are readers. All the author can do is listen to good suggestions and make revisions. The author is quite receptive to advice. Alright, thank you all for your support along the way. I will do my best to finish this book and will not abandon it. The new book will be updated 3 times tonight, before 9 p.m. The author will need to work out the detailed outline. Chapter 66. I'm not a pig. Huh? You beat me to it in seconds. Huh. Wang Shuliang stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Just lucky, Qin Junshuo said modestly. Seeing this, Wang Shuliang immediately became serious and said, I won't go easy on you from now on. The second character Wang Shuliang will appear in his K999. Wang Shuliang disregarded martial ethics and immediately unleashed his hidden ultimate move, Dragon Claw Hand, at the start of the game. Upon seeing this, Qin Junshuo's lips curled up slightly as he skillfully maneuvered Lucario, dodging and defending as he continuously moved in front of K999. Knowing that there would be a slight aftercast delay after K999's ultimate move ended, he controlled Ruble to dodge onto K999 and immediately used the small combo that had just killed my Shiranui. With a light punch and a quick kick, followed by a fatal finishing move, K999 was instantly killed. That's a 1-second kill. Only then did Wang Shuliang realize that Qin Junshuo was a master. Qin Junshuo picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and said simply, it's just a basic combo. Can you put some pressure on me? It feels a bit too easy for me. Easy. Okay. Wang Shuliang looked at the Ice Maiden, who was the last to appear, and said, I'll put some pressure on you. After the game started, Wang Shuliang immediately unleashed an endless barrage of shadow clones. Qin Junshuo frowned slightly upon seeing this, knowing that this skill was Ice Maiden's most troublesome skill, and he could only passively defend and look for a way to break through. Unfortunately, Wang Shuliang didn't give him a chance and ended up instantly killing Rugal with infinite shadows. TSK. Qin Junshuo clicked his tongue lightly, this is putting a bit too much pressure on you. Wang Shuliang said proudly, this skill is very difficult to counter. Look, I just took down 3 of you in one go. The second character to appear in Qin Junshuo's story is Robert. Under the Ice Maiden's endless shadows, Robert was also powerless and was instantly defeated. Qin Junshuo's last role was Ayari Yagami. Seeing this, Wang Shuliang still wanted to use the same trick to release infinite shadows. Qin Junshuo had already predicted Wang Shuliang's idea, so he pressed the joystick twice to make Ayari Yagami run to the left. In this state, Ayari Yagami is immune to all skills, and only a few rare grab skills can break through it. In terms of sheer trickery, Qin Junshuo could easily outmaneuver Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang was dumbfounded when he saw that his Ice Maiden skills could not damage Qin Jun's Ayari Yagami. You can play it like this. Qin Junshuo shrugged and said, this 10th anniversary version has a lot of bugs, and this is just one of them. While the two were talking, Qin Junshuo seized the opportunity of Wang Shuliang's skill animation delay and unleashed a hidden super move, Flame OU, instantly killing the Ice Maiden and leaving her with less than 1/5 of her health. He then finished the fight with a heavy attack followed by a crouching kick. You win, I'm not convinced, let's go again. Wang Shuliang picked up 2 coins, inserted them, and selected his character again to enter the PK battle. 1 hour later. The two had a record of 19-1, with Qin Junshuo winning 19 games. Wang Shuliang's only win was when Qin Junshuo didn't want to play and Robert deliberately lost to him. After an hour of fighting, Qin Junshuo was almost shattered by Wang Shuliang's Dao Heart. Either Rugal kills him naked or Ayari Yagami kills him naked. Seeing that the two of them had run out of coins, Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder and said, let's go, we'll play again next time. Wang Shuliang remained silent, clearly traumatized by Qin Junshuo's beating. After leaving Robinson Square, Wang Shuliang was so exhausted that he lost his appetite and suggested going back to school. Back at school, Wang Shuliang asked the question that had been bothering him: why is your Rugel's ultimate skill so powerful? When I hit your Rugel with my ultimate, he only lost less than half his health. Sometimes you can kill me instantly with a burst of power and your ultimate. What's the principle behind this? This one. Qin Junshuo shrugged and explained: because Rugel in player 2 deals the same damage as the default boss Rugel in the level, it's normal for you to kill him instantly, isn't it? Huh? There's such a saying. Wang Shuliang asked in confusion. Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder and said, next time you challenge me to a PK match, you'd better find a strategy guide. Look how badly I beat you this afternoon. I was thinking of letting you win a couple of rounds, but you wouldn't let me, so I could only keep playing naked kills. Wang Shuliang rolled his eyes at Qin Junshuo and said, if you let me win in our PK, I also feel that it's not a fair win. I'd rather just keep getting beaten by you. If I had known you were this strong, I wouldn't have boasted so much. Alright, it's just an arcade game. Come on, let's go to the food court, I'll treat you to grilled fish, Qin Junshuo said with a smile. Wang Shuliang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Godfather? Oh, why would I lie to you? The two walked and chatted as they went to the food court to eat grilled fish. It was already 6 p.m. when they finished eating the grilled fish and returned to their dormitory. After saying goodbye to Qin Junshuo, Wang Shuliang and Qin Junshuo returned to their respective dormitories. After returning to his dormitory, Qin Junshuo went to his desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. After sitting down, Qin Junshuo took out his phone and opened the chat window with Liu Yushi. The two's chat history stopped last night before they went to bed. Liu Yushi informed Qin Junshuo in advance that she might not have time to check her phone this morning and noon, and estimated that she would only have time in the evening, so Qin Junshuo shouldn't worry about her. After watching for a while, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to send a message to say hello. Good evening. What are you doing right now? After sending the message, Qin Junshuo started scrolling through short videos. When Liu Yushi didn't reply, he put down his phone, opened his laptop, and began writing his thesis. It took about half an hour for Liu Yushi to reply to the message. Upon hearing the notification ringtone, Qin Junshuo instinctively looked at his phone and saw that it was a message from Liu Yushi, so he began to read it. Liu Yushi, just woke up. After reading it, Qin Junshuo immediately replied. Sleeping until now? Sleeping this long? Are you a pig? Liu Yushi replied immediately. You're the pig, you're a big, stupid pig. I didn't sleep well yesterday. Today, I rushed to catch a flight back to Shanghai to deal with the album release. When I got home, I couldn't stay awake any longer and just fell asleep. I only took a nap at noon, not since this morning. Also, I'm not a pig. As Qin Junshuo looked at these messages, for some reason, an image of Liu Yushi pouting and replying to him popped into his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he replied. Okay, I understand. Did you just wake up and haven't eaten yet? Aren't you going to wash up and eat yet? After sending the message, Qin Junshuo put his phone down and waited for Liu Yushi to reply. A moment later, Liu Yushi replied again. I'm not planning to get up right now. I want to stay in bed a little longer. Sister, she hasn't come back yet. I'll get up and cook when she gets home. So what are you planning to eat tonight? Qin Junshuo replied. Tomato and egg noodles. Chapter 67. I don't eat tomatoes. Let me tell you, this is incredibly delicious. I'll make it for you when I get home, and I guarantee you'll love tomato and egg noodles, Liu Yushi replied. Upon seeing this message, Qin Junshuo suddenly felt like teasing Liu Yushi, so he replied. I don't eat tomatoes. You don't eat tomatoes. But didn't you eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes last time? Liu Yushi replied with a puzzled look. Qin Junshuo's lips curled up slightly as he continued to tap his fingers on the keyboard. Just kidding, har har har. Qin Junshuo. Are you kidding me? I'm so embarrassed that you found out. Get out of here. You're no good, Qin Junshuo, you're no good. I am a good person. For some reason, Qin Junshuo suddenly found himself enjoying teasing Liu Yushi. He found it rather amusing. Despite Qin Junshuo's constant urging, Liu Yushi decided to get up and wash up instead of staying in bed. Finally, the two temporarily ended their conversation, and Qin Junshuo continued writing his thesis. 8 p.m. Qin Junshuo stretched, saved the paper he had written, which was 2/3 complete, went to the balcony to bring in the clothes he needed to change into, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After he finished showering, he discovered that Liu Yushi had made a video call while he was showering, but Qin Junshuo did not notice the phone ringing. After drying his hair, Qin Junshuo shaved his beard and tidied himself up a bit. Then he threw the clothes he was going to wash into the washing machine before returning to his chair and picking up his phone to call Liu Yushi back. Liu Yushi answered the phone shortly afterward. "I was taking a shower and didn't notice you calling me." After Liu Yushi turned the camera around, she saw a large pot cooking something on an induction cooker. "Look, Sister Shi and I are having hot pot tonight," Liu Yushi said with a hint of pride. Qin Junshuo asked curiously, "Weren't you going to eat tomato and egg noodles? Why are you suddenly cooking hot pot at home?" Before Liu Yushi could reply, Wang Tangshi's voice rang out, "Because I bought a lot of groceries, and your Yushi did a good job on the variety show this time, I specially rewarded her. However, considering that it's easy to be photographed by paparazzi when eating out, I decided to cook at home myself. I must say, your and Yushi's cooking skills are really good. Even though we cooked this hot pot without adding any broth, it tasted delicious," Wang Tangshi praised as she ate. Qin Junshuo said helplessly, "That's not very nice of you too. You're eating hot pot and you're sending me a video to show off. Isn't that just poisoning my mind late at night?" "Yes. It's releasing poison late at night." Liu Yushi smiled and then turned the camera back. Although Liu Yushi was not wearing makeup at this time, she still looked very delicate. "What did you eat for dinner?" Liu Yushi asked. "I went out for grilled fish with Shu Liang tonight," Qin Junshuo replied. "Grilled fish? Is grilled fish delicious? Spicy or garlic?" Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and replied, "It's all right. We ordered the slightly spicy version, and it was quite delicious. The fish was very tender, and the potatoes inside were tasty. That grilled fish restaurant is near the Ludao Visitor Center. If you want to eat there when you come back, I can take you there. Can I come along too?" Wang Tangshi, who was standing next to Liu Yushi, replied cheerfully. Qin Junshuo smiled faintly, "Of course, I'll treat you to a meal then." Liu Yushi chuckled and said, "Then you can't stand me up, okay? If you lie to me, I'll tell Aunt Qin that you bullied me, and I'll have her scold you." "Huh? Where did you learn that trick?" Qin Junshuo asked, somewhat puzzled. Liu Yushi said confidently, "Aunt Qin told me that if you bully me, I'll call Uncle Qin to help me beat you up. I wrote down what you called me a pig this afternoon. If you don't treat me to dinner later, I'll tell Aunt Qin." Okay, I'll definitely treat you to a meal." The three chatted for a while longer, with Liu Yushi occasionally sharing some interesting stories she had encountered in Shanghai with Qin Junshuo. When they had finished talking, Qin Junshuo hung up the phone and told Liu Yushi to eat first and they could talk again later. After hanging up the phone, Qin Junshuo looked at the call time and realized it had almost been an hour, and couldn't help but sigh at how fast time flies. Qin Junshuo got up, went to the balcony, took out the clothes from the washing machine, hung them up, lay down on the bed, covered himself with a blanket, and started watching short videos. After scrolling through short videos for a while, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, so he sent Liu Yushi a message saying he was going to sleep. He then turned off the lights and placed his phone next to the bed. The next morning, March 10th, Sunday. Because it was the weekend, Qin Junshuo slept until 10 a.m. for the first time ever. After waking up, Qin Junshuo got up, washed up, and went out to get some food. On his way to the Qinya canteen, Qin Junshuo sent Liu Yushi a good morning message. After sending the message, Qin Junshuo put his phone away and went into the restaurant. After thinking about it, Qin Junshuo decided to eat rice noodle rolls and then went to buy some. After buying the rice noodle rolls, Qin Junshuo had the vendor pack them up and take them with him before leaving Qinya restaurant and returning to his dormitory. Back in his dorm, Qin Junshuo ate rice noodle rolls while writing his thesis. After finishing his rice noodle rolls, Qin Junshuo noticed that Liu Yushi hadn't gotten up yet to reply to his messages, so he focused on writing his thesis. After 12:30 p.m., Liu Yushi had just woken up and sent a message to Qin Junshuo. "Good morning." Qin Junshuo stopped typing when he heard the message notification, picked up his phone, glanced at it, and replied after confirming that it was a message from Liu Yushi. "It's already 12:30, and you're still saying good morning." Liu Yushi replied shortly afterward. I went to bed a little late last night, around 1 a.m., and I don't have to go to work this morning, so I just slept in until I naturally woke up. Then why don't you get up, wash up, and eat? Qin Junshuo replied. No rush, I'm going to order takeout for lunch today. Sister, she went on a blind date, so I'll be home alone at noon. Qin Junshuo was taken aback when he saw the message, but then he responded. Is sister she going on a blind date? Yes, it was arranged by her family, but based on what I know about her, she'll most likely reject him outright. By the time she finishes the blind date, it will probably be afternoon, Liu Yushi replied. Then hurry up and get up and wash up, Qin Junshuo urged. No way. I finally get to sleep in on the weekend when I don't have to work. If you stay in bed and wait until we get back to Xiamen, I won't take you out to play. When Qin Junshuo saw that his urging was ineffective, he threatened him. As expected, Liu Yushi fell for it and immediately replied. No, I'll get up, okay. Pitiful eyes.jpg. Give me your address, and I'll order takeout for you, Qin Junshuo replied. Real or fake? What benefit would I get from lying to you? 307, third floor of an apartment in XH district of Shanghai. Chapter 68, Departure for Shanghai. In this way, Qin Junshuo easily obtained Liu Yushi's home address in Shanghai. He then ordered a low-fat meal that looked delicious for Liu Yushi on a food delivery platform, and sent her a screenshot of the order. Qin Junshuo, take out food photos. Qin Junshuo, I ordered you a low-fat meal. Qin Junshuo, no need to thank me. Liu Yushi, huh? Liu Yushi, another weight loss meal? I'm getting tired of it. Qin Junshuo, didn't you want to control your figure? You just had hot pot yesterday, so I thought about it and decided to order you a low-fat meal. Liu Yushi, actually, indulging yourself a little once in a while isn't a big problem. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Junshuo, want some fried chicken? Qin Junshuo thought he understood what Liu Yushi meant, but he didn't expect her to reply the next second. No. I don't eat fried chicken. I want to eat mala xianghua spicy stir-fry dish. No, that stuff is too spicy and high in calories. If I order it for you, sister, she will definitely blame me, Qin Junshuo replied. But I really want to eat mala xianghua spicy stir-fry, I haven't had it in so long. When we get back to Xiamen, I'll take you to school for spicy hot pot. Will this work? Qin Junshuo asked. Okay. Liu Yushi immediately agreed. So now you owe me a grilled fish meal and a spicy hot pot meal. I've written them all down in my little notebook. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm going to get up and wash up. Okay, let's talk later. After sending this message, Qin Junshuo continued writing his thesis. The paper was almost finished, so Qin Junshuo rushed to complete it. After checking for typos and finding no problems, he used the school's CNKI China National Knowledge Infrastructure to check for plagiarism. He found that the plagiarism rate was exactly 10%, which was within the acceptable range, so he submitted the paper ahead of schedule. After submitting his paper, Qin Junshuo was just about to take a break when he received a message from Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo looked at the photos and found that Liu Yushi had sent him pictures of her weight loss meals. Qin Junshuo then replied. Take your time eating. I just finished writing my thesis and need to rest for a bit. Liu Yushi replied instantly, okay, you get some rest, I won't bother you anymore. Good. After replying to Liu Yushi, Qin Junshuo put his phone on the table, got up and lay down on the bed. He wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while, but he fell asleep within a minute of closing his eyes. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up, Qin Junshuo groggily scratched his hair, then got up, went to his desk, picked up his thermos, and poured himself a cup of hot water. After drinking the hot water, Qin Junshuo sat back down in his chair, picked up his phone, and saw that there were no important messages. He then sent a message to Liu Yushi. I'm awake. After sending the message, Qin Junshuo stood up and stretched a little. Just as the activity was about to end, a knock sounded on the door. Qin Junshuo stopped what he was doing and said, please come in. Wang Shuliang rushed in, carrying his computer, and said, Ashuror, brother Shuror, godfather. Quick, help me. My duplicate search rate is too high. Give me some advice on how to reduce it. It's urgent. Qin Junshuo was taken aback. The rate of repeated checks is too high. Wang Shuliang placed his computer on the table and said, "Yes, 18%, 8% higher, it's driving me crazy. Don't rush, let me see." Qin Junshuo carefully read Wang Shuliang's paper and then pointed out some unreasonable parts. Seeing this, Wang Shuliang listened to Qin Junshuo's suggestions while revising his thesis. After revising some unreasonable parts of the paper, Wang Shuliang sat back down in his chair, finally feeling a huge weight lifted from his heart. Qin Junshuo patted Wang Shuliang on the shoulder and offered advice: "Don't rush when writing a paper. If you rush, you'll easily lose your composure. For example, it took me almost half a month to barely finish a paper with a pass rate. Don't think you can finish a paper in 2 or 3 days. That's unrealistic. Spend more time looking at the core of your argument and use that to develop what you're writing. That way, we won't be like headless flies." Wang Shuliang sighed and said, "There's no other way. If you want to graduate early, you have to be in this rush. All right, I'll leave now after I've revised the paper. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." After saying this, Wang Shuliang picked up his computer, said goodbye to Qin Junshuo, and left. After he left, Qin Junshuo began cleaning the dormitory. Sunday passed by just like that, and soon it was time for class week. From Monday to Thursday, Qin Junshuo did the same as always, teaching students on Monday and Wednesday, completing his own courses on Tuesday and Thursday, and chatting and calling Liu Yushi whenever he had free time at noon and in the evening. However, on Monday, Liu Yushi's new album was officially released. However, Liu Yushi, who debuted as an actress, is still looked down upon by many in the music industry for her new album. After all, it seems rather ridiculous for an actress to suddenly release a music album. However, Liu Yushi's new album was so popular that day that fans' purchasing power was too strong, and it became a trending topic due to its explosive sales growth. The next day, even music bloggers came to review the songs on Liu Yushi's album to see how good they were. Unexpectedly, after the evaluation, the blogger found that the songs in Liu Yushi's new album were of very good quality, and even Liu Yushi's singing level surpassed that of some professional singers. The review video went viral as soon as it was released, which also brought Liu Yushi some attention. Friday. After finishing his class, Qin Junshuo packed up his lunch and returned to his dormitory. After returning to his dormitory, Qin Junshuo ate a meal and began packing his things, preparing to head to Shanghai. Qin Junshuo quickly packed a change of clothes into his school bag. After packing, he glanced at the gifts prepared on the table and decided to put them in his school bag as well. After packing his things, Qin Junshuo booked a flight from Xiamen to Shanghai at 1 p.m. and then prepared to go to the airport. After leaving school with his backpack, Qin Junshuo took a taxi directly to the airport. I arrived at the airport just in time for check-in and boarding. After boarding the plane, Qin Junshuo closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later. After the plane landed at Shanghai Airport, Qin Junshuo booked a hotel in the XH district where Liu Yushi lived and then went to the hotel to put his belongings away. After putting his things away, Qin Junshuo went to a nearby cake shop to order a cake. After ordering the cake, he immediately went to a flower shop to buy pink roses. After buying the flowers, Qin Junshuo returned to the hotel to rest, waiting for the cake to be made. 5:30. Qin Junshuo received a message from the cake shop that the cake was ready, so he left the hotel with flowers and gifts to pick up the cake and then took a taxi to Liu Yushi's apartment. On his way to the apartment by taxi, Qin Junshuo made a special call to confirm that Liu Yushi was home today. After confirming, he made up an excuse to hang up the phone. Qin Junshuo arrived at the apartment building and told the security guard that he was there to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday. He successfully entered the building and then followed the address Liu Yushi had given him to her apartment room. Chapter 69 Happy Birthday, Yushi. Qin Junshuo gently placed the cake on the floor and gently pressed the doorbell. The doorbell rang. Liu Yushi, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, instinctively looked towards the door when she heard the doorbell ring, and frowned slightly. Seeing that no one responded, Qin Junshuo rang the doorbell again. After the doorbell rang for the second time, Liu Yushi realized that it wasn't Wang Tangxi who had just returned from her blind date. She hadn't ordered takeout at this time, so who could be calling her name at the door? Liu Yushi wasn't sure if the person at the door was someone she knew or a Sasuke fan. She got up and cautiously went to the door, intending to first observe through the peephole who was standing there. When Liu Yushi peered through the peephole and saw that the person standing outside was Qin Junshuo, she was stunned and quickly opened the door. Click, the door opened. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing what was happening, Qin Junshuo picked up the cake that was on the ground. After the gate was fully opened, Qin Junshuo saw Liu Yushi standing blankly in the room, smiled slightly, and then teased, "Judging from your expression, you don't seem to welcome me very much." Upon hearing Qin Junshuo's voice, Liu Yushi could hardly contain her excitement, her expression a mixture of surprise and joy. "What are you doing in Shanghai? Come in quickly, come in quickly." Liu Yushi carried the cake into the room for Qin Junshuo. As soon as Qin Junshuo entered the house, he looked around at the interior decorations. The whole room was pink, and just looking at the decorations gave people a feeling of gentleness and comfort. Liu Yushi placed the cake on the living room table, then turned to Qin Junshuo and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming to Shanghai?" Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and raised an eyebrow slightly. "I just wanted to give you a surprise." After speaking, Qin Junshuo handed the pink roses in his hand to Liu Yushi. "Do you like this flower?" Liu Yushi took the pink rose Qin Junshuo handed her and smelled it. A faint fragrance entered her nose. "It looks good," Liu Yushi replied, looking up. "Put your hand out for a moment," Qin Junshuo said. "Oh, oh." Liu Yushi placed the pink rose on the table, then obediently stretched out her left hand. Qin Junshuo took out the pink lily of the valley glass bracelet he had bought earlier from his pocket and put it on Liu Yushi's wrist before saying, "Take a look and see if you like it." Liu Yushi withdrew her hand and looked at the pink lily of the valley glass bracelet on her wrist. A hint of unreadable emotion flickered in her eyes. She looked up at Qin Junshuo and said seriously, "It looks great, I really like it. Don't rush, there's more." Qin Junshuo mysteriously took out a gift box containing a "No Trouble" plaque from his pocket and handed it to Liu Yushi. Inside the box lay a "No Trouble" plaque strung with a red string. "This is a nothing to worry about plaque. Try it on yourself and see how it goes." This is gold." No, this is too valuable, I can't accept it," Liu Yushi said politely, instinctively. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi with some confusion. "This is a birthday present for you." No, a bracelet would be fine." "Gold is too precious," Liu Yushi shook her head and refused. Qin Junshuo reached out and pulled Liu Yushi over, then casually took out the peace token from the gift box and personally helped Liu Yushi put it on. "This is my heartfelt gift, please, you absolutely must accept it." "But this is too valuable." After Qin Junshuo helped Liu Yushi put on the peace sign, he stood a little distance away to take a look, then nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, it looks great." Liu Yushi looked down at the "nothing's wrong" sign stuck to her chest and remained silent. Seeing that Liu Yushi was keeping her head down and not speaking, Qin Junshuo stepped forward, squatted down, and looked up at her. "You don't like it?" Before Qin Junshuo could finish speaking, Liu Yushi suddenly rushed into his arms and hugged him. Liu Yushi hugged Qin Junshuo and buried her head in his chest. "I like it very much, I like it very, very much." Qin Junshuo reached out and gently hugged Liu Yushi. "As long as you like it. Besides, Yushi, happy birthday." Liu Yushi looked up at Qin Junshuo. "How did you know it was my birthday today?" Looking at Liu Yushi in his arms, Qin Junshuo couldn't very well tell her that he didn't know it was her birthday and that his mother had reminded him, as that would ruin the atmosphere. So, Qin Junshuo told Liu Yushi a slightly white lie. "I already knew." Liu Yushi rested her head on Qin Junshuo's shoulder and said, "Thank you for always remembering my birthday." "You're welcome," Qin Junshuo said with a smile. After a while of tender moments, Liu Yushi pulled Qin Junshuo to sit down on the sofa. After sitting down, Liu Yushi poured Qin Junshuo a glass of water. Qin Junshuo hadn't had a drink on his way here, so he picked up his water glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Qin Junshuo finish the water in one gulp, Liu Yushi found his expression somewhat amusing and laughed. drink slowly, don't choke. I'm not fighting you for it, there's plenty of water." Qin Junshuo placed his water glass on the table and explained helplessly, "I came in such a rush that I didn't drink much water on the way here. I'm dying of thirst." Liu Yushi poured Qin Junshuo another full glass of water. Qin Junshuo picked it up and drank it all in one gulp, finally feeling his thirst quenched. "You didn't even tell me you were coming." I thought it was a Sassoon fan. Stalker fans. Qin Junshuo was taken aback and looked at Liu Yushi. You've encountered stalker fans before. Liu Yushi shrugged helplessly and said, otherwise, this is the third time I've moved in Shanghai. That's an exaggeration. Liu Yushi took off the pink lily of the valley glass pendant from her wrist and examined it. Is this a bracelet from Nanpuchuo Temple? Qin Junshuo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Liu Yushi to recognize pink lily of the valley's origin, so he nodded and replied, yes. I prayed for this at Nanpuchuo Temple to ensure my safety. It really is beautiful. I saw it on a video before, and I was thinking of going to Nanpuchuo Temple with you next time to get one for you, but I didn't expect you to get one for me in advance. Liu Yushi smiled helplessly. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she put the pink lily of the valley glass bracelet back on her wrist. Yes. It looks great. I'm glad you like it. Qin Junshuo subconsciously reached out and ruffled Liu Yushi's hair. Before Qin Junshuo could react, he was about to apologize when he saw Liu Yushi staring at the cake, seemingly not at all disgusted by Qin Junshuo's actions. I haven't had cake in a long time. I remember the last time I ate cake was when Aunt Qin bought it for me on my birthday during my senior year of high school. Liu Yushi propped her cheek up and looked at Qin Junshuo. She found that Qin Junshuo was staring at her blankly, so she waved her hand in front of his eyes. What? Qin Junshuo asked. Liu Yushi withdrew her hand and smiled, saying, I thought you were daydreaming. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, no. I was just thinking about something. Chapter 70 Little Birthday Star, Make a Wish. What are you thinking about? Liu Yushi smiled. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, it's nothing. After saying that, Qin Junshuo looked up at the clock on the wall, stood up and said, it's 6 o'clock. Are you a little hungry? It's all right, I was indeed a bit hungry, so I ate lunch early today, Liu Yushi nodded. Qin Junshuo stretched his body a little, then turned to look at Liu Yushi and raised an eyebrow. Come on, I'll make you a sumptuous birthday feast. Is there any food in the kitchen? Could you take me there? Liu Yushi's face lit up with joy, and she quickly stood up, saying, really? You're going to cook? Lead the way, to the kitchen. Yushi received this. Take Junshuo to the kitchen immediately. Liu Yushi skipped and hopped, leading Qin Junshuo into the kitchen. After the two arrived in the kitchen, Qin Junshuo opened the refrigerator and looked at the vegetables inside. He found that most of them were tomatoes, with only some water spinach and lettuce. You have a lot of tomatoes. Liu Yushi said a little embarrassedly, Shijie and I prefer tomato and egg noodles, so we prepared a little more tomatoes. Qin Junshuo took out the lettuce and casually asked, so what kind of vegetables do you usually like to eat? Me? Liu Yushi thought for a moment and said, I like to eat all kinds of food and I'm not picky about food. Don't you have any particular favorites? No, I think they all taste delicious. All right. Qin Junshuo smiled and took the lettuce to the sink to wash it. Liu Yushi rolled up her sleeves and said, do you need me to help you? Seeing this, Qin Junshuo quickly stopped Liu Yushi, saying, no need, no need. You're the birthday person today, there's no reason for the birthday person to cook. Just wait for me outside. Oh, okay then. Liu Yushi pouted a little unsatisfied and left the kitchen to go to the living room for dinner. Qin Junshuo spent some time washing the lettuce and slicing it thinly. After chopping the lettuce, Qin Junshuo went to the refrigerator to see if there was anything he could stir-fry with it. Inside the living room, Liu Yushi sat down on the sofa with her hands behind her back, humming a song, clearly looking happy. After sitting down, Liu Yushi looked at the pink roses on the table, reached out and held them in her arms, smelling their fragrance every now and then. After a while, Liu Yushi suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken any photos yet, so she picked up her phone and started snapping away. 10 minutes later, Liu Yushi looked at the photo album on her phone with satisfaction, and then saved the photos in an album called Memories with Ashuo. This collection contains many photos of her and Qin Junshuo together, from their first time playing claw machines on Zhongshan Street to watching fireworks together on Baicheng Beach on New Year's Eve. Most importantly, there's an unflattering photo she secretly took of Qin Junshuo sleeping on the train from Changzhou to Suzhou. Finally, there are photos of the places they visited together in Suzhou. Now, with these photos added, there are dozens of photos in total. If Qin Junshuo knew about this, he would definitely remark, "Girls just love taking pictures." Just as Liu Yushi was about to get up, the door was suddenly opened, and the person who came in was Wang Tangxi. As soon as Wang Tangxi entered the room, she saw flowers and a cake on the living room table. Wow! What's going on? Wang Tangxi changed into slippers and came to the living room. Wang Tangxi glanced at the cake and then at Liu Yushi. "What's going on?" "Today is my birthday according to the Gregorian calendar," Liu Yushi said a little shyly. "Oh, I was wondering why you bought a cake again when you just had your birthday recently. So all of these were gifts from Junshuo?" Liu Yushi nodded. Wang Tangxi looked at the items on the table and said, "The gifts are indeed quite sincere, but it would be even more sincere if the person in person were present. But doesn't he know that you celebrate your birthday according to the lunar calendar?" Liu Yushi shook her head and said, "I used to celebrate my birthday according to the Gregorian calendar, but I only started celebrating my birthday according to the lunar calendar a year after I came to Shanghai." "No wonder. I was wondering why it was so strange. Didn't he give you a birthday present this Monday? So he was waiting for your birthday to be on the Gregorian calendar." Wang Tangxi smiled. "Sister, she is back." Qin Junshuo popped his head out of the kitchen and looked into the living room. Wang Tangxi was taken aback. She had been so focused on the flowers and cake on the table when she entered that she only noticed the commotion in the kitchen when she heard Qin Junshuo's voice. She turned her head and saw Qin Junshuo peeking out of the kitchen. "Wow, I didn't even notice the noise from the kitchen. Are you cooking in the kitchen?" "Yes, it'll be ready soon, just wait a little longer." "Okay, take your time." Okay. After saying that, Qin Junshuo pulled his head back into the kitchen. Wang Tangxi turned to Liu Yushi and asked curiously, "How did Junshuo know our home address? Did you tell him?" Liu Yushi remembered that Qin Junshuo had asked her for his address when he wanted to order takeout for her, so she nodded and said, "Yes, the last time you went on a blind date, he wanted to order takeout for me, so I gave him my address. I didn't expect it to be a birthday surprise for me," Liu Yushi said with a smile in her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Tangxi teased, "Don't you like a birthday surprise?" Liu Yushi said helplessly, "I didn't remember giving him my address at the time. I thought he was a Sassoon fan. It almost gave me a fright." After Wang Tangxi and Liu Yushi chatted for a while, Qin Junshuo finally finished preparing dinner in the kitchen. Because of the cake, Qin Junshuo only made 2 dishes and a soup: stir-fried lettuce with ham, stir-fried water spinach with lean meat, and finally, tomato and egg soup. Qin Junshuo first carried the 2 dishes to the outdoor dining table and put them down. When Liu Yushi saw this, she got up and went over to help. Wang Tangxi also came to the kitchen to help, following Liu Yushi. The two brought out the last rice cooker and soup from the kitchen. When Qin Junshuo returned to the kitchen and saw the two carrying the dishes out, he went into the kitchen, found the sterilizer, took out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and returned to the dining table. After Qin Junshuo arrived, he casually placed the bowl on the dining table and served rice to the 2 women. After serving rice to both of them, Qin Junshuo served himself a bowl and then sat down next to Liu Yushi. Wang Tangxi picked up her chopsticks, looked at the dishes on the table, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Junshuo's cooking is still the best. It's making my mouth water." Liu Yushi picked up a piece of lean meat and placed it in Wang Tangxi's bowl, smiling and saying, "Then you eat more, I won't fight you for it." Qin Junshuo picked up a small soup spoon and ladled a bowl of soup for Liu Yushi. The 3 chatted and ate dinner. When they were almost finished, Qin Junshuo got up, took the cake from the living room table, placed it on the dining table, opened the cake, lit the candles, and looked at Liu Yushi. "Birthday star, make a wish." "Okay." Liu Yushi smiled sweetly, closed her eyes, put her hands together, and made a birthday wish. After a while, Liu Yushi opened her eyes and blew out the candle. Chapter 71 Yushi, I have something to say to you. I made a wish. Now I'll start cutting the cake. Okay. Liu Yushi nodded. Qin Junshuo picked up a cake knife and cut the 4-inch cake in front of him into 3 pieces, then handed 2 of the pieces to Liu Yushi and Wang Tangxi. "Thanks." Wang Tangxi accepted the cake and politely thanked them. Liu Yushi didn't say anything, but her eyes were fixed on Qin Junshuo. After taking a bite of cake with a small spoon, Wang Tangxi looked at Qin Junshuo and casually asked, "Junshuo, when do you plan to go back to Xiamen? Why don't you stay a couple more days?" Then Yushi can take you out for a stroll. Me? I think I'll probably leave tomorrow, Qin Junshuo replied, taking a bite of cake. Leaving tomorrow? Is it in such a hurry? Liu Yushi asked. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and asked, Are you free this weekend? I'm free this weekend. Liu Yushi gently spread the cream on the cake with a spoon, then looked up at Qin Junshuo with a smile in her eyes. If you'd like to stay a couple more days, I can still take you sightseeing. Really? After placing half a strawberry from the cake on the plate into Qin Junshuo's bowl, Liu Yushi said, I won't lie to you. You provide the time and effort, I'll provide my companionship and money. You've come all this way to Shanghai, so I should at least spend some time with you and take you out for a stroll. After saying that, Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo and said, It depends on whether you're willing or not. Qin Junshuo pretended to be conflicted, then nodded and said, All right then, please take care of me. Wang Tangxi, who was listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but roll her eyes and thought to herself. Both of them had a clear desire to go on a date on their faces, but they were quite subtle in what they said. No, I need to add fuel to the fire for them. How should I do that? Wang Tangxi ate her cake while pondering. In no time, the three of them finished the cake. Qin Junshuo put the trash he had made on the table into a trash bag and then threw it into the trash can. He was about to clean up the dishes when Wang Tangxi stopped him. Junshuo, thank you for your hard work tonight. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo stopped what he was doing and looked at Wang Tangxi, then nodded and said, Okay, then I'll trouble you, Sister Shi. Qin Junshuo took out his phone and glanced at the time, realizing it was almost 8:30 p.m. It seems a bit late, I'll head back to the hotel first, Qin Junshuo said to the two women. Going back so early? Liu Yushi asked, frowning slightly. Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Qin Junshuo smiled and declined, No, I need to take a shower and get some rest early tonight, otherwise I might not have the energy to go out with you tomorrow. All right. Seeing this, Wang Tangxi said, Then Yushi, you see Junshuo off, I'll go wash the dishes. Okay. Liu Yushi nodded. While Wang Tangxi was washing the dishes in the kitchen, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi casually carried the trash bags they were about to throw away downstairs. The two took the elevator to the first floor, and then Liu Yushi led Qin Junshuo to the garbage recycling area to throw away the garbage. After throwing away the trash, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi walked side by side toward the road leading out of the residential area. Qin Junshuo broke the somewhat silent atmosphere by speaking. What time do we leave tomorrow? It's up to you, I'm fine with anything, Liu Yushi replied. Qin Junshuo turned to look at Liu Yushi, You're okay with anything? Are you going to sleep in tomorrow or not? Qin Junshuo spoke with a teasing tone, and Liu Yushi blushed instantly upon hearing this, muttering softly, It's not like I sleep in every day. The two stood side by side very close. Although Liu Yushi spoke very softly, Qin Junshuo still heard what she said clearly and immediately smiled. You're always sleeping in or lazing in bed. I have to urge you to get up and wash every time. You're practically a pig. Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi crossed her arms, turned her head away, and snorted. All you do is criticize me all the time. Qin Junshuo, you are not a good person. I'm going to tell Aunt Qin that you're bullying me. I didn't. Although Qin Junshuo said something in rebuttal, the slight upturn of his lips couldn't hide his slightly happy mood. The atmosphere between the two finally shifted from silence to a relaxed and fun atmosphere. I definitely won't be sleeping in tomorrow. We'll meet at my house at 8:30 tomorrow. I'll make you breakfast. Really? Can you even get out of bed? Qin Junshuo remained skeptical of Liu Yushi's words. You're looking down on people a bit, huh? Liu Yushi snorted twice. The two walked and talked, and soon arrived at the entrance of the residential area. After Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi left the residential area, they stopped under a street lamp. Liu Yushi looked up at Qin Junshuo, the orange light shining on her fair face. Anyway, I'm still very happy today. As long as you're happy. Qin Junshuo smiled. Liu Yushi reached out and hugged Qin Junshuo. Thank you, Junshuo. Thank you for coming all the way from Xiamen to Shanghai to celebrate my birthday. Qin Junshuo unconsciously rubbed Liu Yushi's head. You are welcome. Liu Yushi gently released Qin Junshuo, then turned her back to him and looked up at the night sky. The night sky was pitch black, and the bright moon was obscured by thick clouds, leaving only a few stars hanging high in the sky. Junshuo. I am here. Can I call you Ashuo? Of course you can. Can I ask you a question? Sure. When you encounter unhappy or troublesome things, do you choose to deal with them alone or share them with someone? Qin Junshuo fell silent upon hearing this, then said, I think I'll choose to process it myself slowly. I don't like sharing my negative emotions with others. Liu Yushi turned around and looked up at Qin Junshuo. A gentle breeze swept by, softly lifting the girl's hair. I'm not really good at comforting people. But if you encounter anything or do anything in the future, whether it's interesting, boring, or unhappy, you can tell me, and I'm willing to listen. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she stared at Qin Junshuo. At this moment, Qin Junshuo's face was expressionless, but his feelings were very complicated, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that Qin Junshuo hadn't spoken for a while, Liu Yushi patted him on the shoulder. All right, you should go back now. See you at 8:30 tomorrow. I'm leaving now. After saying goodbye to Qin Junshuo, Liu Yushi turned to leave. Just as Liu Yushi turned around, she suddenly felt her hand being pulled. Turning his head, he saw Qin Junshuo holding his hand. Yushi, I have something I want to say to you. Chapter 72 Qin Junshuo. You're not a good person. Liu Yushi turned around and asked Qin Junshuo. What's the matter? Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi, who had a smile on her face. May I touch your head? Liu Yushi smiled and said, Of course you can, haven't you already touched me twice? Qin Junshuo coughed a few times. He hadn't expected Liu Yushi to remember this. Why did you? Are you trying to ask me why I remember this? Liu Yushi brought up the question Qin Junshuo wanted to ask in advance. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Junshuo nodded. You're so silly. If I didn't want you to touch me, do you think I wouldn't have dodged your touch? Liu Yushi crossed her arms and smiled. For some reason, Qin Junshuo was a little afraid to meet Liu Yushi's gaze at this moment. I feel like I've been looked down upon, it's awful. No, we must get our revenge later. Qin Junshuo thought to himself, but still raised his hand and patted Liu Yushi's head. Remember to be gentle when touching a girl's head, or she'll get really angry if you mess up her hairstyle. As Liu Yushi said this, she made a face at Qin Junshuo. I understand. Qin Junshuo gently stroked Liu Yushi's head. This feels like petting a cat. Thinking of this, Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo with suspicion. Are you thinking about me? No way, don't assume I'm malicious. I'm a good person, how could I do such a thing? Qin Junshuo retorted righteously. Oh, Liu Yushi responded softly, then added, You're not a good person. That's what Aunt Qin said. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo's forehead creased with annoyance. No wonder Liu Yushi had been complaining that he wasn't a good person lately. It turned out that the one who started smearing him was actually his own mother. Qin Junshuo was so angry that he could only rage again. A few minutes later, Liu Yushi glanced at Qin Junshuo, who was still engrossed in touching his own head, and gave him a slight reminder. Are you done touching it? No, wait a little longer. I haven't petted a cat in a long time. I'll pet it a little longer, Qin Junshuo replied subconsciously. Exclamation point. Qin Junshuo. No wonder Aunt Qin said you're not a good person. You actually petted me like a cat, you're not a good person. Qin Junshuo knew things were going badly. Oh no, I blurted out what was on my mind. Liu Yushi quickly broke free from Qin Junshuo's clutches, then took a few steps back, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Qin Junshuo. What do you mean? Qin Junshuo awkwardly withdrew his hand. Would you believe me if I said I was joking? Do you think I would believe that? Do you think I'm a complete idiot? Qin Junshuo coughed a few times in an attempt to explain. Look at this. Kitties are cute. Then I'll pet the cat and wait for you to pat your head. Rounding it up, the cat is just like you, so I'm indirectly praising how cute you are. Really, believe me, Qin Junshuo said with a sincere deception. I don't believe you. I'm going back now, bye-bye. Okay. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Qin Junshuo, Liu Yushi turned and walked into the residential area. However, Qin Junshuo did not notice that the corners of Liu Yushi's mouth suddenly turned up slightly the moment she turned away. After Liu Yushi left, Qin Junshuo hailed a ride-hailing service on his phone and returned to his hotel to rest. After returning to the hotel, Qin Junshuo went to the front desk to extend his room for another night. After paying the room fee, Qin Junshuo went back to his room, took out the clothes he needed to change into from his bag, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Qin Junshuo took the clothes that needed washing to the laundry room, washed them, and hung them up to dry. After hanging up the clothes, Qin Junshuo returned to his room, took out his phone, sent Liu Yushi a good night message, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The moon sets in the west, and the sun rises in the east. The next morning, today is March 16th, the weather is sunny turning cloudy, the temperature is 14°C. The warm sunlight shone through the curtains and fell on Qin Junshuo's face as he slept soundly. The phone placed by the bed also rang with the alarm I had set. Less than 5 seconds after the alarm rang, a hand picked up the phone and turned it off. After waking up, Qin Junshuo turned off the alarm clock and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, I quickly dried my messy hair, got dressed, grabbed my phone, and headed out. 8:10 a.m. Qin Junshuo left the hotel and hailed a taxi on the street to go to Liu Yushi's apartment. 10 minutes later. After arriving at the apartment, Qin Junshuo successfully sneaked in again using the excuse he had used the day before. A few minutes later, Qin Junshuo arrived at Liu Yushi's door and rang the doorbell. Liu Yushi, who had just brought out breakfast and placed it on the table, heard a sound and came to the door. She cautiously looked through the peephole to see who was outside. It was only after Qin Junshuo that Liu Yushi opened the main gate. "Your arrival is perfectly timed. I've just finished making breakfast." Qin Junshuo went into the room, changed into slippers, and came in. "You sit on the sofa for a while, I'll go heat up the milk," Liu Yushi said. "Do you need my help?" Qin Junshuo asked. "Oh, you don't need to help with such a small thing. I know how to do it perfectly well. Please sit on the sofa for a bit. There's some warm water in the kettle, have some first." After saying that, Liu Yushi went to the kitchen. Qin Junshuo picked up the kettle, took out a disposable paper cup from under the living room table, poured himself a cup of water, and then drank the hot water by himself. A short while later, Liu Yushi came out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of milk and put them on the dining table. "Sure, you can come and have breakfast now," Liu Yushi called out. "Okay, I'm coming." Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo immediately got up and moved to the dining table to sit down. Liu Yushi placed a sandwich and milk in front of Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo glanced at the breakfast on the table. There were only 2 servings. He asked with some confusion, "Aren't you going to prepare one for Sister Shi?" "Sister Shi left around 7 o'clock to be with her parents," Liu Yushi explained. "Oh, no wonder," Qin Junshuo nodded. Wearing disposable gloves, Liu Yushi picked up a sandwich, took a bite, chewed it twice, swallowed it, then drank some milk and looked at Qin Junshuo, asking a question. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll show you around." "Where do you want to go?" Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "I want to see the Oriental Pearl Tower." Oriental Pearl Tower. The Oriental Pearl Tower isn't very nice to see in the morning, it's much better to see it at night, Liu Yushi said. "Or you can make the arrangements. I'm not very familiar with Shanghai, and I don't know where the best places to go are." Qin Junshuo shrugged. Liu Yushi thought for a moment and suggested, "Shall we go to Yu Garden first? Or Jing'an Temple? But these 2 places might get quite crowded with tourists on weekends. I remember you like drinking coffee, right? How about we go to Wukan Road for a stroll and have some coffee? That would be quite nice." Qin Junshuo's eyes lit up when he heard the word coffee. "Okay. Let's go to Wukan Road." Chapter 73: A Day Trip to Shanghai Part 1. But apart from the Wukan building, which is not bad, there's not much else to see on Wukan Road. "Let me warn you first," Liu Yushi reminded Qin Junshuo, seeing his excited expression. "I know, but the point is you said there's coffee available there, right?" "I went there for the coffee," Qin Junshuo said with a grin. Liu Yushi sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "I'm really scared of you. Everyone else comes to Shanghai to have fun, but you're here just to drink coffee." "No. I came to Shanghai to celebrate your birthday," Qin Junshuo retorted, then added, although it happened yesterday, it's something I really came to Shanghai to take care of. Okay, if you want to go, let's go to Wukang Road. Whatever you want. Let's hurry up and eat, then we'll take a taxi there. After Liu Yuxi finished speaking, she started drinking her milk. Qin Junshuo shrugged and started eating his fried egg. Half an hour later, Qin Junshuo was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Liu Yuxi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, putting on makeup. After Qin Junshuo finished washing the dishes and came out, Liu Yuxi had just finished putting on her makeup, put on her trench coat, and stood up to tidy her clothes. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi and gestured, "Let's go, we're off." "Okay, I'll call a taxi online first." After arranging a ride-hailing service online, Liu Yuxi casually slung her bag over her shoulder and left the house with Qin Junshuo. The two arrived at the apartment building, where the ride-hailing car that Liu Yuxi had booked in advance was already waiting for them at the entrance. 10 minutes later, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi got off the car near the Wukang building. Liu Yuxi placed her hands on her body and led Qin Junshuo along the road. The streets of Wukang Road are lined with plane trees. The two walked down the street and soon arrived at the Wukang building. Liu Yuxi stopped on the street opposite the Wukang building and then turned to Qin Junshuo to introduce him. "Look, this is the Wukang building. The scenery here is actually just average, but it has been developed into a popular spot for online influencers by video bloggers, and its popularity has been increasing ever since. Would you like to take a couple of photos?" Qin Junshuo said sincerely, "I just want to see where the coffee shop is." Liu Yuxi chuckled and then said helplessly, "TSK, I give up. Let's go, I'll take you for coffee." Liu Yuxi waved and led Qin Junshuo to walk along the street ahead. They walked through Wukang Road and saw several century-old buildings and 2 or 3 artsy cafes along their way. Seeing that Liu Yuxi was still walking forward without stopping, Qin Junshuo didn't say anything and just followed her. The two left Wukang Road and arrived at Enyan Road. There was really nothing interesting along their way, no wonder Liu Yuxi said that Wukang Road was a bit boring. After the two arrived at Anfu Street, the number of artsy cafes on the street began to increase, with one cafe every 2 or 3 shops. After passing through another street lined with sycamore trees, Liu Yuxi led Qin Junshuo to a coffee shop and introduced it as she opened the door. "The latte at this coffee shop is delicious, you should try it." "Oh right, don't order an Americano, it's too bitter, I don't recommend it." "I've already been burned once," Liu Yuxi reminded her. "Okay, no problem." Qin Junshuo nodded. The two found an empty spot and sat down. Qin Junshuo took out his phone and scanned the order code on the table. After sweeping, Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Me? I'd like a hot coconut latte," Liu Yuxi said. "Do you want your coconut latte hot? Does it taste better hot than cold?" Qin Junshuo asked, somewhat puzzled, but still ordered a hot coconut latte for Liu Yuxi. "Well, how should I put it? It depends on personal preference. I personally prefer it hot, as hot coffee has a stronger flavor," Liu Yuxi explained. "Oh, I see." After thinking for a moment, Qin Junshuo also ordered himself a hot coconut latte to try. After placing their order, Qin Junshuo gently placed his phone on the table, looked up at Liu Yuxi, and asked, "Where are we going next?" "Next stop. Let me think about it." Liu Yuxi pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Let's walk down Anfu Road next. We can walk all the way to Tian'ari Road. There's a Lushuan Park there. If we're lucky, we might catch an elderly choir. It's quite an interesting place. What do you think?" "I'm fine with either." Qin Junshuo nodded. "Then let's arrange it this way." The two sat at the table and chatted for a while. After a while, Qin Junshuo's phone, which was on the table, rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was a message from the ordering app that the coffee was ready. So he picked up his phone and got up. "You sit here for a while, I'll go get some coffee." "Okay." Qin Junshuo arrived at the front desk, where the staff had already packed their coffee into bags. After showing the order code to the waiter, Qin Junshuo took the bag containing 2 cups of coffee away. After returning to his seat, Qin Junshuo stood next to Liu Yuxi and said, "Let's go." Liu Yuxi looked up at Qin Junshuo. "Aren't we going to have coffee here?" "I've packed it all up, let's drink as we walk." "Okay." Qin Junshuo reached out and pulled Liu Yuxi up from the chair. The two then left the store and continued walking along Anfu Road towards Tian'ari Road. On the road, Qin Junshuo handed a cup of coffee to Liu Yushi. Be careful, it's hot, Qin Junshuo warned. Liu Yushi carefully took the coffee, and Qin Junshuo took out a straw and helped her insert it. Liu Yushi took a sip of coffee with great satisfaction. At this moment, Qin Junshuo also softly sang Coconut Latte. Just as Liu Yushi had just said, the moment it entered my mouth, I tasted a strong coffee flavor with a hint of coconut milk. Liu Yushi looked up at Qin Junshuo and asked, "How is it? How does it taste? Are you satisfied?" "Not bad," Qin Junshuo said with satisfaction. "Not bad, right? My recommendation is definitely reliable." Liu Yushi hummed a few times. Yes, 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 Qin Junshuo said with a smile. The two walked and talked and laughed as they left Anfu Road and arrived at Tian'ari Road. Sweet Love Road, just like its name suggests, is filled with traces of sweet couples showing their affection. This is probably the road that single people least want to come to. Qin Junshuo looked at some of the buildings along the road with great interest. Liu Yushi, who was standing to the side, secretly glanced at Qin Junshuo a few times while drinking her coffee. "Would you be interested in taking a couple of pictures?" Liu Yushi asked softly. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshuo turned to look at Liu Yushi. Shall I take 2 pictures? "I don't really like taking photos," Qin Junshuo said, shaking his head. "My photography skills aren't very good either." "I can take 2 pictures for you," Liu Yushi said. "Huh? You're going to take the picture for me?" Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, where should we take pictures?" Chapter 74. Finally, she held Arshoro's hand. "There's a big teddy bear up ahead, let's go take pictures over there." After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she pointed to the store entrance not far away. There was a large plush bear on the left side of the entrance and a heart-shaped mailbox on the right side. Liu Yushi led Qin Junshuo to the location where they were going to take photos. Qin Junshuo walked up and stood next to the teddy bear. Liu Yushi took out her phone, stepped back a few paces, opened the camera, and pointed it at Qin Junshuo. "Smile," Liu Yushi called out. Qin Junshuo smiled slightly at the camera. A click sounded. The flash went off, and a photo was taken. Liu Yushi looked at the photos on her phone with satisfaction. Great, very photogenic. Would you like to take a look?" As she spoke, Liu Yushi walked forward with her phone in hand. Qin Junshuo raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh? Let me take a look." "For you." Liu Yushi handed her phone to Qin Junshuo, who took it and looked at the photos. Although Qin Junshuo's smile in the photo looks a little unnatural, he is indeed very photogenic, just as Liu Yushi said. "It's actually pretty good. Send it to me later." After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he returned the phone to Liu Yushi. "No problem. Let's go, let's walk along this road and stroll around Luzon Park," Liu Yushi said cheerfully. "Okay." The two walked side by side and soon arrived at Luzon Park. Upon arriving at Luzon Park, perhaps because it was lunchtime, there were no elderly choirs performing. After strolling around inside for a while, the two decided to go eat. Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo left Lushuan Park and arrived at the main gate. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi and asked, "Where should we go for lunch? What would you like to eat?" "Me? I'm fine with anything." Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, "I saw a blogger on a short video saying that the crab soup bread in the city god temple near Yu Garden is pretty good and delicious. Shall we go and try it?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi looked disgusted and said, "Don't say that. I can agree if you say the city god temple is fun, but I can't agree if you say the food inside is delicious." "Huh? But I see a lot of positive reviews online, so it can't be that bad, right?" Qin Junshuo asked, a little puzzled. Liu Yushi explained, "Most of the food inside the city god temple is just so-so, and the taste can't compare to the old established restaurants. To put it bluntly, most of them are just rip-offs for tourists. There are hardly any good places to eat there. I've already been ripped off once, and I really don't want to take you there to be ripped off. If you want to eat something delicious, I can take you to Jinling Road Pedestrian Street in Shanghai. There are many good restaurants there." Qin Junshuo stroked his chin. Jinling Road Pedestrian Street, that name sounds a lot like Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street. Liu Yuxi smiled and said, "You can think of Jinling Road Pedestrian Street in Shanghai as another Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street in Xiamen. There is not much difference between the two. The only difference is that one is in Shanghai and the other is in Xiamen. There are a lot of old shops over there, want to give them a try. As for the City God Temple, if you really want to try their crab roast soup dumplings, I can go with you." Qin Junshuo said matter-of-factly, "Then we'll definitely go to Jinling Road Pedestrian Street. Why would I go all the way there to find something bad when there's good food? I'm not stupid. You've been in Shanghai for so long, and you've said you've made mistakes before, so I'll definitely take your advice and not go there." After saying that, Qin Junshuo took out his phone to hail a taxi. "I'll call a taxi first." Liu Yuxi stopped Qin Junshuo, then pointed to the subway sign not far away and said, "No need, we can take the subway. This time of day is rush hour, and traffic jams are likely. It's more convenient to take the subway." Taking the subway. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yuxi upon hearing this. "Aren't you afraid of your identity being discovered if you take the subway?" "What's my status?" Liu Yuxi blinked. "A celebrity. Celebrities are not superior to others. They are just ordinary people, and this does not affect my ability to take the subway. Besides, it's not like I've never ridden the subway before." After saying that, Liu Yuxi took Qin Junshuo's hand and led him to the subway exit, saying as they walked, "We are only 200 or 300 meters away from the subway exit, it will only take about 3 minutes to get there. I'm more familiar with Shanghai than I am with Xiamen. We'll take Line 8 to Siping Road Station, then transfer to Line 10 to Jinling East Road Station, and finally exit from exit 2. Qin Junshuo didn't hear a word Liu Yuxi said. His attention was entirely focused on Liu Yuxi holding his hand. Strictly speaking, this wasn't the first time the two had held hands, but it was the first time Liu Yuxi had taken the initiative to hold Qin Junshuo's hand. Qin Junshuo's emotions were a bit complicated. He couldn't quite explain his feelings at the moment. It was as if he was both happy and nervous. At this moment, Qin Junshuo was completely unaware of Liu Yuxi's expression. Her cheeks were already flushed red. At this moment, Liu Yuxi's inner thoughts. "Oh. Finally, I've held Ashura's hand. I'm so nervous, so nervous. But is it a bit inappropriate for me to be so proactive? Oh well, whatever, it's not a bad thing for a girl to take the initiative anyway. Let's see how Ashuo reacts first. Maybe he's even more shy than me, he. Thinking of this, Liu Yuxi suddenly felt that she was capable again. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she turned her head to steal a glance at Qin Junshuo before quickly turning back. Liu Yuxi's little action naturally did not escape the sharp eyes of Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo did not have the intention to expose her, and silently pretended to know nothing. Liu Yuxi, who had turned around, silently pretended not to know anything. "Our Shoror is so silly. I've been so proactive, but he still looks so blank," Liu Yuxi couldn't help but think to herself. The two walked slowly like this until they reached the subway entrance, at which point Liu Yuxi let go of Qin Junshuo's hand. "Okay, we've arrived at the subway station. Let's go in. By the way, you've probably been using the Xiamen transit code before. Remember to switch to the Shanghai transit code," Liu Yuxi reminded her, taking out her phone. "Okay, I understand." Qin Junshuo nodded. Before entering the station, Qin Junshuo exchanged his QR code for ride code and went through security with Liu Yuxi before scanning the code to enter the station. They arrived at the station just in time for the subway to depart. The two quickly walked up to the platform. Liu Yuxi looked left and right, and with her sharp eyes, she spotted an empty seat. She pulled Qin Junshuo over and ran to grab a seat. Unfortunately, the two of them couldn't grab a seat and instead gave it to two older ladies. Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi could only find a less crowded place to stand. Fortunately, Line 8 was not far from Siping Road Station. The two stood there for a few minutes before getting off and transferring to Line 10 to Jinling East Road Station. Chapter 75 I Like You. 10 minutes later. The two arrived at Jinling East Road Station, and Liu Yuxi led Qin Junshuo straight to exit 2 to leave. Once on the street, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yuxi walked side by side and soon arrived at Jinling Road Pedestrian Street. Liu Yuxi turned around with a smile and looked at Qin Junshuo. "Welcome to Jinling Road Pedestrian Street in Shanghai. I am Liu Yuxi, Mr. Qin Junshuo's personal tour guide for this trip. Last time I asked you to take me to Zhongshan Road for so long, this time it's my turn to accompany you to Jinling Road. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll take you there to have a look. Qin Junshuo smiled and said, let's go then, tour guide Liu. I want to go to the first food store to eat something delicious. Okay, destination, first food store, let's go. Liu Yushi said with a smile, leading Qin Junshuo toward the first food store. Upon entering, Qin Junshuo was almost blinded by the dazzling array of snacks. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Liu Yushi grabbed Qin Junshuo's hand and walked quickly forward. The first delicious one. It has to be the affordable and delicious Kaiziling cake. Cake? Qin Junshuo blinked and asked, are we having cake for lunch? No, we can have some dessert first. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she looked at the counter clerk and politely said, hello, I would like a chestnut cake and a soft beef brisket, plain flavor, please. Thank you. After placing the order, Liu Yushi paid the money. Soon, the waiter brought a small plate to Liu Yushi, which contained the 2 desserts she had ordered. Liu Yushi led Qin Junshuo to an empty spot to sit down and start eating dessert. The soft beef cake consists of 2 loose pieces of bread sandwiched with cream, and 2 small pieces cost 15 yuan. The chestnut cake, on the other hand, has a layer of cream on the outside and a large portion of chestnuts in the middle. We'll split it in half. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she picked up a piece of soft beef and started eating. Seeing this, Qin Junshuo kept looking at Liu Yushi. You eat too, why are you staring at me like that? Liu Yushi said. If you eat so much cream, won't sister she scold you for getting fat? Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi immediately pouted and said, let them say it. Anyway, it's already in my stomach, and I don't have to keep it within the perfect body range forever. Besides, I don't have to film any movies recently, no, I won't be filming much in the future, so I don't have to be as careful about controlling my diet as before and worrying about gaining weight. You're not going to be filming much anymore? Qin Junshuo asked, somewhat puzzled. So, what about the future? Liu Yushi shrugged and explained, from now on, I'll just focus on doing variety shows and releasing songs. This album was a minor hit, which helped me break into the industry. After a few more new songs, the company will probably start thinking about organizing a concert for me. Oh, I see. That's good. Focusing on variety shows and singing from now on is an improvement for you, Qin Junshuo said. After stuffing the last bite of soft beef into her mouth, Liu Yushi picked up a tissue from the table and wiped her mouth, saying, oh, it's all the same. Besides, I have my own plans to make later, so I'll take it one step at a time. You have your own plans. Oh? What plan? Qin Junshuo asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. Liu Yushi wagged her finger and said, it's a secret. I'll tell you later. All right. After they finished chatting, Qin Junshuo started eating dessert. After they finished eating, Liu Yushi took Qin Junshuo shopping in the store. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo and asked, how about I take you to eat some Western-style pastries from the Harbin Food Factory next? Harbin Food Factory. Hey, don't be misled by its name. It's a well-known brand from Shanghai, a true local brand, Liu Yushi immediately explained. Okay, so what should we eat? There are many delicious desserts. As Liu Yushi counted on her fingers, she said, there are apricot steaks, peanut steaks, cashew steaks, salt and pepper walnut steaks, and sasamper. The first one, the apricot patty, is their signature dish. How to describe the taste? It's fragrant, milky, and crispy. I really like it. Then there's the salt and pepper walnut tart, which is their only savory option. I can't really comment on it, as I prefer sweet flavors. But this sifani is also good, it's quite delicious, with a strong peanut flavor, and it sounds like I like you in Chinese, which is quite romantic at first glance. This tastes like a dessert version of Snickers, but it's not as cloyingly sweet as Snickers. Liu Yushi was like an all-knowing tour guide, constantly telling Qin Junshuo about the best foods inside the Harbin Food Factory. After arriving at the Harbin Food Factory, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi discussed it and ordered 2 apricot steaks, 1 salt and pepper walnut steak, and 1 sizzling nut steak. As they walked and ate, Qin Junshuo had to admit that their situation was exactly as Liu Yushi had described. Especially this sifani, it really is like a dessert version of Snickers. Are you still hungry? Liu Yushi asked Qin Junshuo. Me? I'm fine, but I'm still a little hungry. I haven't eaten much. Qin Junshuo answered truthfully. Then I'll take you to eat at Shindachin. Shindachin. Oh? Eating sweets again. I know a little about Shindachin and Qin Junshuo, they mainly make desserts. No, I'll take you out for a proper meal, Liu Yushi said mysteriously. After a while. Shindachin's second-floor restaurant. Liu Yushi led Qin Junshuo to an empty dining table and sat him down. Didn't you want to eat crab roe soup dumplings before? The crab roe soup dumplings here are also delicious, as are the shrimp soup dumplings and shrimp wontons. Liu Yushi took out her phone, scanned the QR code to place an order, and spoke to Qin Junshuo. True and false. Although Qin Junshuo verbally expressed doubt about Liu Yushi, he still believed in her in his heart. Throughout the journey, Liu Yushi led him through almost no pitfalls, making her a truly conscientious and reliable tour guide. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Liu Yushi pursed her lips, placed the order, and put down her phone. It was almost 1 p.m., but the restaurant was still packed with people, mostly elderly people with young children. Shindachin served the dishes very quickly, and within 10 minutes he had prepared and brought out all 3 dishes that Liu Yushi had ordered. Liu Yushi handed the shrimp wontons to Qin Junshuo. You ate more, so you can finish this wonton. Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi with some confusion. Aren't you going to eat it? Liu Yushi shook her head and said, No, I'm not very hungry anymore. I'll just have some steamed buns. I'm mainly worried that you won't have enough to eat. Chapter 76. From beginning to end, I only came out for you. Qin Junshuo coughed a few times. He had indeed eaten quite a lot of sweets along the way, but he was only about 40% full. Then I'll start eating. Eat. Qin Junshuo didn't stand on ceremony and started eating right away. He finished a bowl of shrimp wontons in no time. Even Liu Yushi, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked by Qin Junshuo's speed. After quickly finishing the shrimp wontons, Qin Junshuo turned his attention to the crab roe soup dumplings. Seeing this, Liu Yushi sighed inwardly. It feels like watching a food fight. What? You don't know about Fanzhen? You'd better go check it out right now. The topic seems to have gone a bit off track, let's get back on track. After finishing half of the crab roe soup dumplings, Qin Junshuo looked at Liu Yushi. Would you like some? Liu Yushi gestured to the shrimp dumplings in front of her, which she had already eaten half of, and said, I'm full. You still have to finish these later. What? Are you full? If you're full, we'll pack it up and take it with us. Let's not waste it, Liu Yushi said. No, I'll keep eating. I'm afraid if I finish, you won't have anything left, Qin Junshuo explained. Don't worry, eat as much as you want, I'm full, Liu Yushi said. That's fine then. After they finished chatting, Qin Junshuo started eating, while Liu Yushi rested for a while before getting up to pay the bill. By the time she returned after paying the bill, Qin Junshuo had just finished eating everything. Wow, you finished eating so quickly. When Liu Yushi returned, she was slightly surprised to see that Qin Junshuo had quickly finished eating everything on the table. It's normal to eat a xiaolongbabo in one bite, Qin Junshuo shrugged. Liu Yushi sat back down in her chair, casually resting her cheek on her hand as she looked at Qin Junshuo. You rest for a while, then we'll go shopping. There are 2 shopping malls a little down from Shindachin's place. I'll pick out a couple of outfits for you there. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded subconsciously, then realized something and looked at Liu Yushi again. Wait, what did you just say? I said, let us go shopping later, I'll pick out a couple of outfits for you, Liu Yushi repeated. Huh? Picking out clothes for me? No, let's forget about it. I have enough clothes, Qin Junshuo waved his hand and refused. I have a good eye, let me pick out a couple of outfits for you first, Liu Yushi said with a smile. That's not good, I've never even given you any clothes. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal if I haven't given it to you before. You can give me clothes again when we go back to Xiamen if you want. Liu Yushi shrugged, looking indifferent. This. Qin Junshuo was still a little conflicted. Whatever, it's settled then. You've come to my home turf, so I'm just buying you a couple of outfits. All right. Seeing that Liu Yushi was so persistent, Qin Junshuo felt embarrassed to refuse her again. The two rested for about half an hour, and then got up and left Shindaching around 2 o'clock. Next, Liu Yushi took Qin Junshuo to the mall to buy things. The purchases weren't much, just a suit and a casual outfit. The two outfits together cost almost as much as Qin Junshuo's monthly salary. After buying the clothes, Liu Yushi hummed a song and asked Qin Junshuo to accompany her to buy cosmetics and clothes. What followed was the beginning of Qin Junshuo's nightmare. For a full 4 hours, Qin Junshuo accompanied Liu Yushi shopping in the mall, visiting one store after another, from the 2 bags they initially carried to 4, 6, 8, or even 10 bags later on. At this moment, Qin Junshuo finally understood why when Xu Liang had complained that shopping with his girlfriend was tiring. Back then, Qin Junshuo couldn't understand what was so tiring about shopping with his girlfriend. Now he understands that if he had to describe his current feelings in just 3 words, it would be extremely tired. After the two finished shopping at the mall, night had already quietly fallen. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo, who was carrying 10 shopping bags. "Are you all right?" Qin Junshuo forced a smile. "Fine. Shall we go for a stroll along the Bund?" Liu Yushi glanced at the time. "It's 6:30 now. The Oriental Pearl Tower will light up at 7 o'clock. Shall I take you for a ride on a ferry? Actually, we can just watch the Oriental Pearl Tower for a while." "I'm a little tired," Qin Junshuo said sincerely. Liu Yushi raised an eyebrow. "You're already tired after shopping for just a short while." "Yes." Qin Junshuo nodded in agreement, not worried about being laughed at by Liu Yushi. "Okay, let's take a taxi there." Liu Yushi led Qin Junshuo to a street where they could hail a taxi and booked one on her phone to go to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Half an hour later, Qin Junshuo and Liu Yushi stood at a spot where they could admire the Oriental Pearl Tower. Aside from being somewhat amazed at first glance, Qin Junshuo's feeling after looking at it for a while wasn't much different from when he looked at the Twin Towers in Xiamen. Of course, this feeling might also be because he has seen the Twin Towers a lot. After all, you can see those things near the Lushan University Martial Arts Stadium. Liu Yushi looked at Qin Junshuo, who was gazing at the Oriental Pearl Tower, and asked, "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Qin Junshuo smacked his lips and said, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course we'll listen to the truth. Do you know about the Twin Towers on Xiamen Island?" "The Twin Towers? You mean the Twin Towers near Xiamen University?" "Right. Of course I've seen it. Now, looking at the Oriental Pearl Tower is not much different from looking at the Petronas Twin Towers. Aside from being amazed at first glance, it just feels the same after a while," Qin Junshuo said honestly. "Hey, don't mention it, it actually feels like that," Liu Yushi chimed in. Qin Junshuo stretched and turned to lean against the railing, looking at Shanghai as the city lights began to come on. Only at night in Shanghai can one find a trace of what it used to be. As the evening breeze blew by, Qin Junshuo turned to look at Liu Yushi. "Shall we go home?" "Are we going home now?" Liu Yushi asked. "Well, I'm a little tired. I'll take you home and then go back to my hotel to rest." "Okay, actually Shanghai is more fun at night. I'll take you out for a stroll next time," Liu Yushi said. "So you often go out at night in Shanghai?" Liu Yushi shook her head and said, "No, if you stay in Shanghai for too long, you'll find that this thing isn't as fun as you imagined. If you ask me to choose to go out and have fun alone, I'd rather stay in bed scrolling through short videos and then happily order a cup of chabeidao." Upon hearing Liu Yushi's words, Qin Junshuo couldn't help but burst out laughing. "If that's your mindset, why do you still want to go out and have fun?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi suddenly looked at Qin Junshuo. "What do you think? Who am I willing to come out and have fun for? From beginning to end, I only came out because of you. Can't you tell?" Chapter 77. Would you be willing to confess your feelings to me? Hearing this, Qin Junshuo fell silent for a while before speaking. "I'm not stupid, of course I can see it." Liu Yushi turned around and looked at the dazzling Oriental Pearl Tower. The evening breeze swept across the river, and a few waves rippled on the Huangpu River. A cruise ship full of tourists passed by in front of the two of them. "Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Liu Yushi suddenly asked. "He should be able to understand," Qin Junshuo said. "And you?" Liu Yushi turned to look at Qin Junshuo. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Junshuo reached out and rubbed Liu Yushi's head, speaking softly. "I'm not stupid, I know what you mean. I'm really happy that you came out with me today. But some things are too early now, please give me a little more time. Hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Liu Yushi's eyes. Don't you like me even a little bit? Qin Junshuo withdrew his hand and gently flicked Liu Yushi's nose, saying, What are you thinking about? If I didn't like you, would I have come all the way from Xiamen to Shanghai to celebrate your birthday? Huh. Liu Yushi was taken aback. She had just thought that Qin Junshuo's words were rejection of her. What do you mean? Qin Junshuo smiled helplessly. I'm not a heartless person. If you can like me, why can't I like you? Liu Yushi gently bit her lip. When did you find out that I liked you? Qin Junshuo thought for a moment and said, Well, to be precise, it was when you first pinched my cheek at our home in Ludao. But at that time, I wasn't sure if you did it on purpose or not, so I consulted my strategist. He said that if a girl takes the initiative to pinch a boy's cheek, it means she has some affection for him. At that time, I wasn't sure if you liked me. After we returned from Suzhou, the ring you gave me made me realize your feelings for me. You've already given me a ring, even if I'm stupid, I can tell that you like me. After speaking his mind, Qin Junshuo felt much more relaxed. And what about you? When did you find out I liked you? Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi turned her head away a little embarrassed and whispered, I never knew. R. Several question marks appeared above Qin Junshuo's head. You do not know. If I had known, would I still have asked you that question? Liu Yushi puffed out her cheeks. Sister, she always tells me that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, and all I can think about is how to pursue you. Qin Junshuo couldn't help but burst out laughing. You? Still chasing me? Upon hearing Qin Junshuo's tone, Liu Yushi immediately turned around, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Qin Junshuo. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Qin Junshuo suppressed a laugh and shook his head. Without. I just find it very funny. Liu Yushi rubbed the tip of her nose and said somewhat sullenly, If this weren't my first time dating and I didn't know how to pursue someone, I would have won you over long ago. How do you know I won't accept your advances? Back in college, I had a lot of girls pursuing me, but I rejected them all. How can you be so sure I'll accept you? Qin Junshuo said sarcastically. Liu Yushi pouted and said, What? I'm a 22-year-old tender grass chasing after you, a 25-year-old old cow, and you're still not happy. Qin Junshuo immediately retorted with some dissatisfaction, What are you saying? What do you mean by a 25-year-old old ox? I have the looks. Do you need emotional intelligence or good looks? Liu Yushi remarked from the side. Stop looking down on me. I'm just not that good at emotional intelligence when it comes to my own feelings. Qin Junshuo retorted. Oh. Liu Yushi's cheek slowly approached Qin Junshuo. What are you doing? Qin Junshuo subconsciously took a few steps back. Liu Yushi smiled slightly and spread her hands innocently, saying, I didn't do anything. Qin Junshuo quietly moved away from Liu Yushi, and Liu Yushi took the initiative to move closer to Qin Junshuo again. In the end, Qin Junshuo took the initiative to surrender, and the two stood side by side looking at the Huangpu River. Liu Yushi rested her chin on her hand while leaning on the railing and asked. Ashore, or what do you think our relationship is like right now? More than husband and wife, but less than lovers. Qin Junshuo raised an eyebrow in response. Well said, more than husband and wife but less than lovers, but don't say it again next time, Liu Yushi complained. Then what do you think our relationship is now? Qin Junshuo countered. Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi turned to Qin Junshuo and said seriously, Go buy a bouquet of flowers now. Now? Why buy flowers now? Are you stupid? Of course you should confess your feelings. Confessing your feelings? Me? Qin Junshuo pointed to himself. Are you sure? Otherwise what? If you're not going to confess, am I supposed to? Liu Yushi raised an eyebrow. Then confess your feelings. Anyway, you said you were going to pursue me. Qin Junshuo shrugged. Wow. Qin Junshuo. You're not a good person. Liu Yushi jumped up and down, looking at Qin Junshuo with indignation. What? I didn't say anything wrong. Qin Junshuo pouted. You're bullying me. Liu Yushi snorted. Huh? So you're a human? I've always thought you were a pig, Qin Junshuo said, feigning confusion. I'm angry. Liu Yushi crossed her arms and turned her head away. You're not allowed to call me a pig. If you do, I'll tell Aunt Qin. If you say you bullied me, I'll get Uncle Qin to beat you up again. Fine, so you're pulling this trick, aren't you? Apologize, or I'll call right now. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she pretended to take out her phone. Are you serious? Who told you to call me a pig? Then I won't say it anymore. That's more like it. Seeing Liu Yushi's appearance, Qin Junshuo couldn't help but laugh and said, how come you're almost like a little wife? A little sweetheart. Do you want me to be a little sweetheart? The kind who's gentle and knows how to be coquettish. Liu Yushi blinked her eyes. Qin Junshuo stroked his chin and said, gentle and good at acting cute. If that's the case, I don't think you're very capable of being a pampered wife. What do you mean? Liu Yushi asked with a smile. Gentle, knows how to be charming, what about her doesn't suit me? Are you looking down on me by saying I'm not very good at being a wife? All right, you're my little darling wife, Qin Junshuo said helplessly. Don't steer the conversation so far off topic. Back to our previous topic, would you be willing to confess your feelings to me? Liu Yushi asked. Qin Junshuo paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. Have you thought it through? I've always felt that being in a relationship is a very important thing. I want to know more about your past. How did you live before we met? What songs did you like before? Was your personality like this all along? Chapter 78. Will you be my girlfriend? But if you want to be with me, as your boyfriend, I might have some demands of you, and you'll have to accept my flaws. From the freedom of one person to the need for a date between two people, if you can't accept that things won't be the same as what you imagined after being together, and you're afraid of not being free, then you can still back out now. But I'll only ask this once, Qin Junshuo said seriously. Liu Yushi carefully considered what Qin Junshuo had said, and then nodded firmly. I have no regrets. I know what you're worried about. We've only known each other for a little over a month now. You're worried that we don't understand each other, but I want to say this. We've been through so much together and lived together for so long, so we know each other quite well. For example, you know I like cilantro but not scallions, and I know you like light purple. We can work things out in this relationship gradually. No one is born to be a perfect match. Deep feelings are built up over time through everyday interactions. I agree with what you said. I understand that you, as my boyfriend, have expectations of me. At the same time, I also want to say that as your girlfriend, I have expectations of you, and you also need to accept my shortcomings. If you agree with me, then I'd like to say this last. If you've thought it through, we can start our relationship with a bouquet of flowers and a formal confession. Liu Yushi finished speaking in one breath. After listening, Qin Junshuo turned and left. Hey, why did you leave? Liu Yushi shouted. I'm going to buy flowers, wait for me, Qin Junshuo called out. Oh. Buy flowers? Liu Yushi was overjoyed to hear the response she wanted to hear. Then I'll wait for you here. Okay. Qin Junshuo was walking down the street when he was about to use his phone to navigate to a nearby flower shop when he suddenly caught sight of an aunt selling flowers not far away. Upon seeing this, Qin Junshuo quickly walked over. Young people, do you want to buy flowers? A bunch is 2 yuan, and the flowers are very fresh and beautiful. Qin Junshuo was stunned when he approached and saw the flower-selling aunt. Whether it was due to illness or burns to her entire face, the flower-selling aunt's face left marks that even Qin Junshuo found somewhat frightening. Qin Junshuo also noticed that this woman was only one arm. The flower seller stopped to rest for a while after realizing she hadn't managed to sell any flowers. Qin Junshuo walked up to the flower-selling aunt and said softly, Auntie, how much are these flowers? When the flower-selling aunt saw Qin Junshuo take the initiative to ask her questions, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she quickly replied. 2 yuan for a bouquet of flowers. It's very fresh and beautiful, and it has a faint floral fragrance. How many bouquets of flowers are left? Qin Junshuo asked. Let me count, the flower seller said after counting. There are about 30 bouquets left. I'll take them all, Qin Junshuo said, taking out his phone. Huh? You want them all? Yes, my girlfriend really likes flowers. Qin Junshuo smiled. Auntie, please sell them all to me. Okay. The flower seller nodded, took the flowers from the basket, and handed them to Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo took the flowers from the aunt and scanned 100 yuan with his phone. The flower seller was stunned when she heard that she would receive 100 yuan. Young man, didn't you give him too much? A bouquet of flowers costs 2 yuan, 30 bouquets would cost 60 yuan, so you're giving me 100 yuan. I'll give you the extra money. After the flower seller finished speaking, she prepared to put down the flower basket and take out her phone to return the extra money to Qin Junshuo. No need, no need, Qin Junshuo quickly waved his hand. Auntie, consider the extra money as my treat to a meal. I hope you can live a good life. Qin Junshuo had no idea what the flower-selling aunt in front of him had gone through. Despite the burns on her face and her physical disabilities, she was determined to make a living. Qin Junshuo admired these people who worked hard to make a living, so he thought he would help them if he could, since it wasn't a lot of money for him. Thanks. Thank you. The flower seller kept thanking Qin Junshuo. You're welcome, auntie. It's late, you should hurry home. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in the flower-selling aunt's eyes. Although she was wearing a mask, she forced a smile and said, Thank you, young man. You're welcome. I'll be going now, auntie. After Qin Junshuo finished speaking, he said goodbye to the flower-selling aunt and turned to walk back to Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi was squatting on the roadside, looking bored, guarding the shopping bags next to her and waiting for Qin Junshuo to come back. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of her. Liu Yushi looked up and saw Qin Junshuo standing in front of her, holding flowers. Why are you squatting down? Qin Junshuo asked curiously. I'm bored. Give me a hand. Liu Yushi reached out her hand. You need to get up by yourself, I'm holding flowers in my arms, Qin Junshuo said. Hearing Qin Junshuo say this, Liu Yushi noticed that he was holding many bouquets of flowers in his arms. Why did you buy so many flowers? Liu Yushi stood up and looked at Qin Junshuo. I was just looking around to see if there were any flower shops nearby, but I happened to see an aunt selling flowers nearby. I felt sorry for her, so I went over and bought all the flowers. The flower-selling auntie. Liu Yushi was taken aback, then immediately asked, Is she a one-armed auntie? How do you know? Have you bought flowers from her before? Qin Junshuo asked. Yes, this auntie often sells flowers on the bund. I've bought flowers from her before. Liu Yushi nodded. I bought a lot of flowers. Qin Junshuo looked at the 30 bouquets of flowers he was holding. Yes, it's a bit inconvenient for us to take it home. Should we give the flowers to some passers-by? Liu Yushi asked after thinking for a moment. I'm fine with either. Qin Junshuo nodded. Okay, I'll deliver it. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she took some bouquets from Qin Junshuo's arms and then stopped several girls on the road to give them the flowers. Qin Junshuo stood silently behind Liu Yushi, watching this scene without saying anything. In no time, Liu Yushi had reduced the number of flowers in Qin Junshuo's arms to just one. Qin Junshuo held the last bouquet of flowers in his hand and looked at Liu Yushi. There's only one bouquet left. Liu Yushi stood in front of Qin Junshuo. And then what? What are you going to do next? Liu Yushi asked Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo knew what Liu Yushi was implying, but he suddenly became a little nervous. After all, this was his first time confessing his feelings, so it was inevitable that he was a little nervous. After calming himself down, Qin Junshuo began to speak. A youthful swan in spring greets the arrival of spring, promising to continue the spring's wonder day and night. My otherwise dull world has become a bit more interesting because of your intrusion. I think you must be the love story of the 4 seasons encountered in spring rain, the sunshine in the cold winter, and 10,000 times of spring's gentle warmth and bright sunshine. Liu Yushi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Liu Yushi took the bouquet from Qin Junshuo and smiled. Of course I'd like to. Mr. Qin, please take good care of me in the days to come. Upon hearing these familiar words, Qin Junshuo's thoughts instantly returned to the afternoon when the two of them had just received their marriage certificate. Back then, Liu Yushi had said the same thing as she did now. My dear Miss Liu, I hope you will take good care of me in the days to come, Qin Junshuo said with a smile. Chapter 79. What? You two kissed. Let's go. Let's go home, Qin Junshuo said, reaching out to rub Liu Yushi's head. Go home. Liu Yushi thought for a moment, then tilted her head and looked at Qin Junshuo. Don't you plan to take a cruise on the Huangpu River and enjoy the scenery for a while? No, I'm a little tired, Qin Junshuo said, shaking his head. All right, let's go home then. Okay, I'll take you home. Qin Junshuo picked up the shopping bag on the ground, then looked at Liu Yushi and extended his remaining hand, saying, Miss Liu, would you do me the honor of holding my hand? Sure. With a smile in her eyes, Liu Yushi reached out and took Qin Junshuo's hand. Let's go, I'll take you home on the subway, Liu Yushi said with a smile. Okay. Qin Junshuo nodded. The two walked hand in hand toward the nearby subway entrance. By the time Qin Junshuo dropped Liu Yushi off at her home, it was already 9:30 p.m. Liu Yushi took out her access card from her bag and opened the door. The two walked into the living room. Qin Junshuo casually placed the shopping bag he was carrying on the table. Wang Tangxi, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, peeked out at Liu Yushi and Qin Junshuo in the living room when she heard the noise, then immediately retreated back into the bathroom. Qin Junshuo picked out the bag containing the two sets of clothes that Liu Yushi had given him from the shopping bags and held it in his hand. Then I'll be going now. Get some rest early and don't stay up late, Qin Junshuo advised. Liu Yushi, who had just sat down on the sofa and taken a sip of water, looked up at Qin Junshuo with some confusion when she heard him say that. Aren't you going to rest for a while before you leave? Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, No, I'll go back to the hotel early to wash up and rest. I haven't booked my plane ticket yet, I'll have to book it later. All right, I'll see you off then. After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she stood up. Aren't you going to rest for a while? Qin Junshuo asked. I'm not that tired, I'll walk you to the entrance of your apartment complex. Okay. The two walked silently to the entrance of the residential area. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential area, Qin Junshuo stopped and turned to look at Liu Yushi standing next to him. All right, we're at the entrance of the residential area. I'm going now. You should also get some rest early. I know. Liu Yushi pouted and then added, Don't you plan to give me a hug before you leave? Give me a hug? Qin Junshuo was taken aback. Seeing Qin Junshuo's dazed expression, Liu Yushi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow slightly. What? You really don't want to hug me? No, not at all, Qin Junshuo retorted instinctively. Liu Yushi opened her arms wide. Then what are you waiting for? Upon seeing this, Qin Junshuo gently embraced Liu Yushi. Liu Yushi rested her head on Qin Junshuo's shoulder. The next time we meet will be on Labor Day. It'll be more than a month and a half. What should I do if I really want to see you by then? Qin Junshuo rubbed Liu Yushi's head and said, Then you can come to Xiamen to find me, and I can come to Shanghai to find you. But I may only be free on weekends. From Monday to Friday, I have to teach classes and give lectures to students, so I don't have that much free time. Liu Yushi turned her head and buried her face in Qin Junshuo's arms, rubbing against his chest like a kitten. I don't care, if I want to see you again, I'll come back to Xiamen to find you. Of course you can, but you have to take care of your work first. For example, record variety shows, record new songs, run your promotional appearances, and shoot endorsement deals. Come back to me after you've taken care of your work. We shouldn't let our love life cause us to neglect our work, Qin Junshuo said. I know. Why are you acting like a parent? Liu Yushi pouted. Qin Junshuo coughed a few times before saying, If you don't like me controlling you, I can also leave you alone. Then forget it. It's better to keep an eye on me, at least then I'll feel like someone cares about me, Liu Yushi replied immediately. Okay, whatever you say, Qin Junshuo coaxed. Alright, it's getting late. I'm going back to rest. You can go back to rest too. Okay. The two lingered for a while before releasing each other. I'm free tomorrow morning and noon. If you're planning to leave around this time, remember to let me know and I'll see you off at the airport, Liu Yushi instructed. Okay, I'll tell you after I buy the plane tickets when I wake up tomorrow. Qin Junshuo smiled. Okay, I'll go in first then. Okay, I'm planning to leave too. Get some rest. The same to you. After saying goodbye, the two turned and left. Etc. Qin Junshuo had only taken a few steps when he heard Liu Yushi calling his name again, so he turned around to look at her. Liu Yushi quickly walked up to Qin Junshuo and gently kissed his cheek, then whispered, "Okay, it's alright, I'm going back now." After Liu Yushi finished speaking, she lowered her head and jogged into her residential compound. Qin Junshuo watched Liu Yushi's figure disappear from his sight, then turned and left as well. After returning home, Liu Yushi immediately sat down on the sofa. Her breathing was a little rapid, and she was blushing, whether from jogging or from being too shy. Liu Yushi lay down on the sofa, then picked up a cushion and buried her face in it. Wang Tangxi, who had just finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, looked curiously at Liu Yushi, who was lying on the sofa looking like a little lazy bug. "Junshuo is gone." Liu Yushi responded softly. Wang Tangxi sat down on the sofa in the living room, then glanced at the shopping bags on the table, propped her cheeks up, and looked at Liu Yushi, asking a question. "Where did you all go today?" Liu Yushi thought for a moment and replied. "This morning we went to Wukan Road, then I took him to Anfu Road for coffee, and afterwards I took him to Qian'ai Road for a stroll, and then we went to Lushuan Park on the way. At noon, I took him to Jinling Road for a meal. We ate at Shindacheng and Kailingsi, and also had desserts at the Harbin Food Factory. I'll shop at those two malls on Jinling Road in the afternoon, and then go to the Bund to see the Huangpu River and the Oriental Pearl Tower in the evening." Wang Tangxi raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you going to take him on a boat trip on the Huangpu River to enjoy the night view?" "No, I did tell him, but he was a little tired, so we came back," Liu Yushi explained. Wang Tangxi stroked her chin with satisfaction and said, "Pretty good, it seems you had a lot of fun today. If you put in the effort, you might win him over before you even return to Xiamen," Wang Tangxi encouraged. "But we're already together," Liu Yushi replied. "Huh? You two are together? Aha! When I saw him off just now, I even kissed his cheek." After saying that, Liu Yushi buried her head directly in the pillow. "What? You two kissed?" Chapter 80. What does it mean to say I'm not good enough? Wang Tangxi sighed and rubbed her forehead. "My Yubao, you're practically giving yourself away for free. But I'm very happy that you two are together. I envy you guys. Unlike me, I'm constantly being pressured by my family to get married." Liu Yushi looked up at Wang Tangxi and asked, "Are you going on another blind date? Your uncles still haven't let you off their hook." "Yeah, what can I do?" Wang Tangxi said helplessly, shrugging her shoulders. Wang Tangxi looked at Liu Yushi and asked, "So, what's it like being with the guy you like?" It's a bit hard to say, I don't know how to describe it. While I felt joyful, there was also a slight sense of unreality, Liu Yushi explained. "Unreal? Yeah, it just feels like happiness came too suddenly. I feel like I'm dreaming." After saying that, Liu Yushi chuckled foolishly. "Look at you, grinning like an idiot. Can't you be a little more sensible?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yushi's expression turned serious. "Yes, I can't be happy too soon. I need to be more determined. We're going to be very busy this month, running around for gigs and recording variety shows. The company also plans to hold a concert for you in the second half of the year. After that, you can focus on variety shows and singing. As for acting, I will try my best to help you choose some good scripts so that you can avoid having close contact with the male lead or the second male lead in the drama." Wang Tangxi poured herself a glass of water while listening to Liu Yushi's explanation. "Really?" Liu Yushi's eyes lit up instantly. "Of course, I'll help you turn down scripts that aren't good. Just focus on variety shows and being a singer. These two paths have a very high ceiling. Try to maintain a persona that everyone likes on variety shows. Don't be too pretentious or exaggerated. Just act naturally. This will improve your public image," Wang Tangxi said with a smile. "I understand, thank you, Sister Shi." Liu Yushi chuckled. "Oh. You're welcome." Wang Tangxi waved her hand. On the other side, back in his hotel room, Qin Junshuo, who had already taken a shower, was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. "Of course I'd like to. Mr. Qin, please take good care of me in the days to come." Qin Junshuo thought of this scene and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He picked up his phone and was hesitating whether to call Wang Shuliang when, unexpectedly, Wang Shuliang called him. Qin Junshuo answered the phone. "Hey, Junshuo, what time are you coming back tomorrow?" Wang Shuliang asked. "I don't know yet. I'll book the tickets after I wake up tomorrow, Qin Junshuo replied. How was your trip? Did you have fun in Shanghai? It's not bad. How should I put it? The experience is pretty good, but it's still a little bit inferior to Suzhou. TSK, how was your Yushi's birthday celebration? Did he like his birthday present? Wang Shuliang asked. It's alright, I think they like it quite a bit, Qin Junshuo replied. After speaking, Qin Junshuo hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell Wang Shuliang about his relationship with Liu Yushi. Well, Shuliang, there's something I want to talk to you about, Qin Junshuo said. Just say what's on your mind. There's no need for brothers to beat around the bush, Wang Shuliang said. I'm with Yushi today. Oh, so you're with Liu Yushi now? That's nothing, just come back later. Wrong. After realizing what was happening, Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone quickly replied. You're with Liu Yushi. Qin Junshuo replied softly. Huh? Who confessed their feelings? Wang Shuliang asked. It's both a confession and not really a confession. Qin Junshuo recounted his and Liu Yushi's encounter that evening to Wang Shuliang. Wang Shuliang on the other end of the phone didn't react much after hearing the story. It's quite normal, within my expectations, Wang Shuliang said. Oh? Just as you expected. Well, how should I put it? When you asked me for help before, I could tell that she probably liked you. In my opinion, the plot should develop so that she confesses her feelings to you, Wang Shuliang said. Huh? She confessed her feelings to me. Yeah, because you're not good enough, Wang Shuliang teased. Qin Junshuo rolled his eyes and said, What do you mean I'm not good enough? Your words are a bit ambiguous. Wang Shuliang explained, because you said before that you would confess your feelings no later than Qixi Festival, but since Liu Yushi knows your feelings, she might confess to you before you do. That's my opinion. Did she confess her feelings to me first? Yes, because she is braver and more proactive than you, Wang Shuliang said. Qin Junshuo was momentarily at a loss for words to refute Wang Shuliang, since what Wang Shuliang said did make some sense. Since you're together now, don't worry about it so much. It's a good thing. You must treat me to a meal when you return to Xiamen, Wang Shuliang said with a smile. Okay, Qin Junshuo replied. Did you tell Zi Liang and Peng Lin about this while you were in Shanghai? Wang Shuliang asked. Qin Junshuo shook his head and said, No, I didn't tell them I was coming to Modu. After all, I came here to celebrate Yushi's birthday, and they've both been very busy lately, so I didn't tell them. That makes sense. We can let everyone from Xiamen get together again then, Wang Shuliang said. Let me know when you come back tomorrow. We'll meet at school then. I won't pick you up from the airport. TSK, I thought you would come to pick me up at the airport. I don't have a car, how can I pick you up? Dude, I have a driver's license but I don't have a car, Wang Shuliang said helplessly. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to video chat with my wife. You should go to sleep early. Okay. See you at school tomorrow. See you at school tomorrow. After the two finished talking, Qin Junshuo hung up the phone on his own initiative. Qin Junshuo glanced at the time and realized it was almost time, so he got up and went to the laundry room to take the washed clothes out of the washing machine and hang them up to dry. Then he returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, Qin Junshuo slept until 10 a.m. before getting up. After getting up and washing up, Qin Junshuo began to pack his things. After tidying up the room, Qin Junshuo went to the drying room to take down the clothes that had been hung out to dry. He then returned to the room, tied it up, and stuffed them into his backpack. After doing all this, Qin Junshuo sent Liu Yushi a good morning message, then slung his backpack over his shoulder, took his room key, and went to the hotel front desk to check out. After checking out of the hotel, Qin Junshuo booked a flight for 11:30 a.m. on his phone and headed to the airport. On the way, Qin Junshuo told Liu Yushi about his flight, and Liu Yushi immediately replied. Meet me at the airport. After arriving at the airport, Qin Junshuo took a picture of Liu Yushi in a less crowded spot, indicating that he would wait for her there. A moment later, a girl wearing a mask and a trench coat appeared in front of Qin Junshuo. Qin Junshuo recognized her as Liu Yushi and waved his hand. Upon seeing this, Liu Yushi ran up to Qin Junshuo and threw herself into his arms. Qin Junshuo was caught off guard and almost lost his balance. Why don't you finish your meal before you leave? Liu Yushi looked up at Qin Junshuo and asked. Qin Junshuo reached out and gently pinched Liu Yushi's nose, saying, "There's lunch on the plane, we can eat it there." "Alright, then I won't see you in. Sister Shi is still waiting for me outside. Be careful on your way home, and let me know when you get home safely." "Good." After saying goodbye, Qin Junshuo walked into the airport, while Liu Yushi turned and left.